Chapter 521. Yutai is a special place embedded in the side of the underground city. At a glance, you can see the most beautiful scenery outside. There are also special chefs and bartenders to prepare unique food and drinks for you. Generally, only the city lord and nobles of high status are qualified to enter. Is that your boyfriend? On the way to Yutai, Janet pulled her daughter Hope's hand and looked at the handsome and extraordinary Li Chuan over there, and asked jokingly. Hope, who had thrown away her tough exterior in front of her mother and became a shy little girl, blushed and shook her head, then pointed to Scott, who was curious and chattering beside Li Chuan. Janet immediately looked at Scott carefully. He looks a little worse, and he's a bit talkative, but since you like him, he must have some good inner qualities. Well, he's divorced and has a daughter, a very cute daughter named Kathy. Hope nodded. Janet, ? In fact, Janet didn't know that Hope's relationship with her father became stiff because of her mother's disappearance, and she couldn't feel her father's love for her. And Scott's selfless love for his daughter was what she admired most. This is Wu juice, a kind of juice in the bodies of the indigenous people here. They can integrate their own language system into the juice, and they can master the language here immediately after drinking it. At the table of Yutai, a waiter with a broccoli head put 4 glasses of red drinks on the table, and Janet introduced them. Pim and the other 2 picked up the drinks and drank them despite their nausea. They found that the noisy sounds in their ears suddenly became understandable. No, thank you. Li Chuan saw Janet and Kayla looking at him and raised his hand to explain. Next, Dr. Pim expressed his intention to take Janet back, and Janet agreed without hesitation. She had no choice but to stay in the quantum world. How could she hesitate to return to her own world and live with her beloved husband and children? Even so, she felt a little sorry for Kira and the natives here, but people are selfish, and she has to consider herself and her own world. As long as she leaves here, Conqueror Kong will never be able to restore the energy device of the spacecraft to its original state. If she leaves this world, the outside universe will not be destroyed. Janet, are you really going to leave us? Kira's face suddenly changed when she saw Janet agree to leave. Without your help, we can't fight the Conqueror. He could accept Janet leaving him and being with her husband and daughter in this world, but he couldn't accept Janet leaving this world. Because the reason why they were able to resist the attack of the Conqueror Kang's army was largely due to Janet. It wasn't because Janet was so powerful, but because she had been connected to Kang's nerves, had seen some of Kang's memory fragments, knew Kong very well, and had some advanced knowledge that the quantum world didn't have, which could help them upgrade their weapons and command the battle. Once Janet leaves, it's only a matter of time before they lose to the increasingly powerful Kong. Kayla, I'm really sorry. Janet's tone was full of guilt, but she didn't change her mind. It was because she had seen some of Kong the Conqueror's memories that she knew how powerful he was. Even if she didn't leave, it would only take a little longer for Kong to rule the world. They simply couldn't defeat Kong the Conqueror. Children, give me a glass of water to wake up your brain. Kayla waved her hand, and the waiter immediately brought a cup filled with blue liquid. In the cup, there was an octopus-like creature with big round eyes, floating in the cup, looking terrified. Kayla poured the creature and the blue liquid into his mouth without hesitation, bit it into pieces, and swallowed it into his stomach with a scream, revealing an expression of enjoyment. After a while, Kayla opened his eyes again, as if he had figured something out. He looked at Janet and smiled. Janet, we have been through so much together. I'm sorry, I can't let you leave. As he winked, the guards around them immediately pointed their weapons at Janet and the other 4. I won't kill you, but you have to stay in the dungeon forever. That won't work. Li Chuan raised his hand, and a blue light shot out, instantly passing through all the guards, making them all faint and fall to the ground. Kayla saw the guards all fall to the ground, and her face suddenly panicked, but she still tried to be calm and said, You are in the dungeon, this is my territory, you can't escape. Lord Kayla, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I will solve the problem of the Conqueror. He and his army will disappear from this world forever. That should be all right. Looking at the frightened Kayla, Li Chuan smiled. In fact, from a fair point of view, the Lord Kayla cannot be blamed. If Janet hadn't helped Conqueror Kong to synthesize the energy that could start the spacecraft and let him get his suit back, Kong would have been just an ordinary person. If Janet hadn't enlarged the energy device in the end, making it impossible for Kong to leave the quantum world, Kong wouldn't have developed an army in the quantum world and enslaved the natives. So the main reason why the quantum world has become like this is definitely Kong. But Janet also has a lot of responsibility. But for Li Chuan, he doesn't care about these things in the quantum world. He is not a god of fairness and justice. If there was no side quest to deal with Kong, he would have taken the 4 people back with the Flying Thunder God. If you can deal with the Conqueror, I will not stop you. Unfortunately, you don't know how powerful the Conqueror is. He is definitely not someone you can deal with. Stay, I will give you a high enough position, and you can fight the Conqueror with us, so that we can have hope. There was even more pleading in Kayla's tone. Janet saw this, her eyes slowly hesitated, and finally sighed. Kayla, I will stay, can you let them go back? She was already very satisfied to see her lover and children again. People should not be greedy. Moreover, she understood the horror of the Conqueror better than Kira, and knew that there was no chance of winning in the future. If she really couldn't hold on one day, she would commit suicide, and would not let Kong leave the quantum world to destroy the universe outside. Janet. Mom. Pim and Hope were anxious when they heard it, and they all looked at Li Chuan with a pleading look. Li Chuan raised his hand to signal the two not to worry, and then looked at Kira and smiled. That's because you don't know that I am more powerful. Let's go meet the Conqueror Kong now. With a Taoist gesture, a white cloud floated up, directly wrapping up everyone on the cloud platform, and turned into a white light, and flew towards the spacetime city where Conqueror Kong was. Conqueror Kong built a super-technological city, with the enlarged spaceship energy device as the center, and it was named Spacetime City. Is Conqueror Kong powerful? Of course, he is very powerful. After all, he destroyed so many universes, and so many timelines, and was exiled to the quantum world by other Kangs. However, Conqueror Kang's power is limited. Chapter 522. Let's take a look at Kang's origins first. Kang's real name is Nathaniel Richards. He was born in the 31st century, during the Dark Ages. He is the descendant of Mr. Fantastic in the Fantastic Four, and has a technological level that is 1,000 years ahead of the modern world. Because he got the time machine of Iron Man Tony, which is the machine that Tony and his friends used to go to different timelines in 2023, he finally improved it, and started a multiverse journey in different timelines. As a result, many time branches appeared on the sacred timeline, and various variants of Kong appeared. At first, they just exchanged knowledge and shared technology, but in the end, in order to maintain their own timelines, it evolved into a war that destroyed each timeline. Kong the Conqueror is a very powerful Kong among them. Therefore, the strength of Kong the Conqueror mainly comes from his superb scientific means and his understanding of time, history, and the multiverse. In essence, he is just an ordinary person, a scientist with good fighting ability. With the high-tech battle suit on his body, his single combat strength has been greatly improved. It's like an ordinary person facing a martial arts master, he will be crushed to death at will. But if you put on an iron battle suit, an ordinary person can also completely defeat the martial arts master. And he is not alone, he has also created a huge space fleet and semi-mechanized robots, and has his own army. In addition, he knows enough about the multiverse, knows all the events that have happened in every stage of history, knows all the information of every superhero and villain, and their weaknesses. This is what allowed him to destroy universes and timelines one by one. Just like what Kong the Conqueror said when he saw Ant-Man, he didn't know how many superheroes, like Thor, he had killed. But in fact, if we ignore other factors and have a battle, let Kong wear his suit to fight, the actual destructive power he showed is not that terrible. At least Li Chuan thinks that Kong the Conqueror may not be able to defeat Thanos in a one-on-one situation, especially if Thanos still has the Infinity Stones. But if Kong the Conqueror wants to kill Thanos, it will be very easy. Make good use of his technological capabilities and prepare in advance. When Thanos doesn't know him, it won't be a big problem to kill Thanos. As for why Kong the Conqueror will be defeated by Ant-Man in the future, Li Chuan thinks that it is because he is too careless. He didn't take Ant-Man, an inconspicuous superhero, seriously at all. He exposed most of his intelligence at the beginning and dealt with Ant-Man and his family with a cat-and-mouse mentality. The opponents in his mind are only those other Kangs. On the other hand, Dr. Pym's army of ants that have evolved into a second-level civilization are indeed very powerful. Perhaps ordinary people don't know much about second-level civilizations. Normally, when a civilization can use all the resources of its own planet, it can be called a first-level civilization, that is, a planetary civilization. And when a civilization can use the resources of its own mother planet and nearby asteroids, and can develop stellar resources, it can be called a second-level civilization, that is, a stellar civilization. Today's Earth, apart from superheroes and some extraordinary characteristics, is only a 0.7 level civilization, not even a first-level civilization, from the perspective of the development of ordinary people's civilization. So the group of ants that attacked Conqueror Kong had actually surpassed the Earth in terms of civilization, which caught Conqueror Kong off guard. If not, Ant-Man and his family would have no chance of winning. But it was different for Li Chuan. Conqueror Kong knew nothing about him. Because in any universe and any timeline, he is just an ordinary person. Only in this timeline is he strong enough. Conqueror Kong doesn't know any of his abilities. On the contrary, he knows Conqueror Kang's abilities very well. Even if we put aside the information gap, Li Chuan's current strength can still solve it. If he was outside, he would still worry that Conqueror Kong would hide, because Conqueror Kang's spaceship can travel through the multiverse, but he can't travel through the multiverse now. Conqueror Kong will jump out and attack him at any time. Now he is in the quantum world, Conqueror Kang's spaceship is unusable, he can't escape, and can only fight him head-on. That is the Spacetime City, a terrible city built by the Conqueror in more than 10 years. After flying for about half an hour, a giant super-technological steel city appeared in everyone's eyes. When the city Lord Kyle saw the city, his tone trembled. I think it's better for us not to go there and die. Oh shit, this is too sci-fi, I feel like I'm seeing a future city in a sci-fi movie, brought out of the TV. Scott looked at the city in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Dr. Pym and Hope also widened their eyes, only Janet's eyes were full of complexity. It seems there is an energy shield? When he came to the edge of the city, Li Chuan suddenly stopped by Yun, because he found that the city also had a high-intensity energy shield set up on the periphery to prevent unauthorized people from entering. Not long after the city was built, we thought about sneaking in and destroying it, but unfortunately, even the outermost layer of protection shield stopped our plan, and we could only passively defend against the attacks of the mechanical soldiers he sent. Janet sighed as she looked at the blue energy shield. This was also one of the reasons why she felt desperate. Well, let's see how many lightning strikes it can block. Li Chuan clasped his hands together when he saw this. Thunder escape. 9 heavens thunder tribulation is coming. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a purple-colored thunderbolt, as big as a bucket, fell from the sky and struck the blue energy shield fiercely. In just one strike, the shield was completely destroyed, and a huge pit was created in the city below. It seems that it is not as strong as I imagined. Li Chuan, who was about to make another attack, immediately put his hand away. Yes, this energy shield is to protect the entire city, so its strength is naturally weaker, and the power of the self-created thunder escape he just used is comparable to the first few thunderbolts when he was overcoming the tribulation. Janet and Kayla, who were standing on the white clouds, were about to pop their eyes out. Just like that, the energy shield of the time and space city that was said to be indestructible was breached. The destruction of the energy shield immediately triggered the alarm of the entire city. Countless spaceships rose up and flew towards the direction where Li Chuan and others were, surrounding them. A man wearing a strange super-technological battle suit also flew over on the blue energy. It was Conqueror Kong. Chapter 523. Janet, have you finally figured it out, and are you ready to come back to help me again? When Conqueror Kong saw Janet on the white cloud, a slightly sarcastic look appeared on his face, then he turned his head to look at Li Chuan, raised his head proudly, and asked in a disdainful tone, "Who are you? The idiot who holds a hammer and calls himself Thor. He doesn't seem to be able to release such powerful lightning. He has encountered an enemy who uses lightning, Thor of Asgard, but Thor's lightning intensity cannot be so powerful, and the two look different. The key point is that he searched in his mind, and indeed had never seen this guy. As for the founders of Pym Particles, Pym and Hope, and the second generation of Ant-Man Scott, he did have an impression. These characters, who exist in various multiverses, he actually knew about them a long time ago, and even dealt with them. Including Janet. When he met her in exile in the quantum world, he had already recognized her identity, so he deliberately made a closer relationship, hoping that she could help him synthesize the energy to start the spacecraft. It's just that after spending a long time together, he did develop some feelings for Janet. But compared to his great cause, this feeling must be put behind. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that the purpose of my coming here is to deal with you. Li Chuan shrugged. Conqueror Kong was stunned when he heard this, and then suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you want to deal with me? Do you know who I am? Janet, do you really think you can deal with me by finding such a guy? Halfway through his smile, his face suddenly turned fierce, and he stretched out his hand towards Li Chuan and grabbed him hard, as if he had grabbed Li Chuan's neck out of thin air. Then I make you completely desperate, and know what the consequences of betraying me are. Then he raised his right hand, and twisted his neck directly. What are you doing? Li Chuan stood on the white cloud, and looked at Conqueror Kong, as if he was an idiot. And Conqueror Kong was also stunned for a moment. How could this be? There is a functional device in his battle suit that can control the force field. As long as he raises his hand, he can freeze the enemy in place within a certain distance, lift and twist the neck out of thin air. He had clearly activated this ability just now, and the opponent was also within the attack range of the force field. So how could he be fine? Could it be that there was something wrong with his battle suit? So he reached out and grabbed something nearby, and then made a hand-shaking motion. A spaceship next to him was immediately grabbed by an invisible big hand and thrown far away. Strange, there is no problem. Obviously, if the spaceship can be picked up and thrown away, then there is no problem with the force field controller in the battle suit. So, he grabbed Li Chuan again and threw him hard, but Li Chuan still didn't move. I say, are you still my master? Li Chuan couldn't help but laugh at this. There was nothing wrong with Conqueror Kang's battle suit. At the beginning, there was indeed a strong force bound around his neck, but unfortunately, with his current body, that little force couldn't shake him at all. As for Conqueror Kong wanting to throw him away later, it was a joke. The telekinesis extended by his earthly immortal level soul was no less than the force field emitted by Conqueror Kang's battle suit, so it naturally couldn't be shaken. So, he was just teasing Conqueror Kong. Conqueror Kong was obviously suspicious. His face changed. He grabbed a spaceship and smashed it directly towards Li Chuan. It seems that he has found it. Li Chuan raised his hand and waved, and the powerful telekinesis directly bounced the spaceship away. Conqueror Kong saw this. How could he not understand that he had encountered a master who could not only use lightning, but also telekinesis? So he immediately raised his hands and shot two blue special energies in the direction of Li Chuan. It's quite interesting. Seeing the two blue energies, Li Chuan was slightly interested. The blue energy emitted by Conqueror Kong, in his divine sense, was not ordinary laser energy, but a special energy with time properties. Once a general creature is hit by this energy, it will be directly erased in time, as if it had never appeared. This mode of attacking by attaching the law of time to energy was also the first time he had seen it. Before, he had always thought that the blue energy shot by Conqueror Kong was a kind of destructive energy, so it could kill people completely. But it doesn't work on me. Li Chuan raised his hands, and without using magic or ninjutsu defense, he actually blocked the two energies with his palms. No matter how Conqueror Kong output, it had no effect at all. This is impossible. Conqueror Kong put away the blue energy, and his eyes showed an unbelievable look. Even if Thor, who has a very long life, was attacked by this energy, he would instantly age a lot, and his strength would be greatly reduced, but the opponent could not see any changes at all. What he didn't know was that, after Li Chuan took the fruit of the sacred tree, his body had become immortal, and was no longer limited by his lifespan. This level of time law attack could not cause any harm to Li Chuan at all, and the destructive energy contained in it was not enough to break Li Chuan's physical defense. Okay, it's almost over. Li Chuan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Conqueror Kong, raising his hand to remove his battle suit. However, at this time, Conqueror Kang's battle suit sensed Li Chuan's threat and instantly opened the defense force field, trying to eject Li Chuan. Unfortunately, Li Chuan's inner universe exploded, and a lightspeed punch directly destroyed his position, and then he reached out to grab Conqueror Kong. Conqueror Kong also reacted at this time. He knew that he was no match for Li Chuan in a one-on-one fight, and he actually opened a small wormhole on his back and instantly teleported himself to the main control room of the Spacetime City. Who is this guy? After taking a breath, he immediately pressed the switch of the control room, projected his figure above the Spacetime City, and issued an order to all the semi-mechanical lifeforms: attack together and kill him. Since he couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, he would use his huge army to surround and attack. This was his true fighting style as a scientist. On the other side, looking at the densely packed spaceships rising, the Dungeon Lord Kira immediately said excitedly, "Let's run back and wait for me to gather all the warriors to attack here again." The myth of the Conqueror's invincibility has been broken, and he has seen the hope of victory. But Li Chuan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. No need to bother, open your eyes. The 9 Magatama Yin Yang Samsara Sharingan on his forehead was instantly opened. Chapter 524. Collect them. A powerful suction force was released from the 9 Gaoyu Yin Yang Samsara eye between Li Chuan's eyebrows, sucking the attacking supertech spaceships in front into his Tsukuyami world like a storm. Is this World Siphon? The Conqueror Kong in the main control room saw this, and his face suddenly changed. He quickly pressed the communication button and ordered, "Leave there, use plasma cannons remotely." Unfortunately, Li Chuan had anticipated this. While maintaining the 9Gao Yin Yang Samsara I, the small universe in his body also exploded, put a kingdom in the palm. The space magic was activated, and the remaining spaceships that were about to fly away were instantly pulled back in front of Li Chuan, and then all sucked into the Tsukuyami world. With his strength, unless they are similar, relying on numbers is completely meaningless, especially since he also carries his own dimension world with him. No matter how many enemies there are, as long as they cannot resist being sucked into his dimension world, they will be suppressed by him instantly. Just like now, he doesn't need to distract himself to control, as long as he throws those spaceships and mechanical soldiers into the supergravity area in the dimension, they are basically unable to move. This space-time city looks pretty good too. After sucking all the spaceships into the Tsukuyami world, Li Chuan did not stop there and instantly adjusted the suction of the 9 Magatama Yin-Yang Samsara I to the maximum. Get up. So, with Pim and others in the back stunned, the huge space-time city below actually began to shake as a whole. Then the entire city, along with a large piece of the continent below, began to slowly separate from the entire continent, slowly rising, and finally shrinking and being sucked into Li Chuan's eyes. How could Li Chuan just throw away the super technological city that Conqueror Kong spent more than 10 years to build? It would be a waste to keep it in the quantum world anyway, so it would be better to move it all to his own Tsukuyami dimension, where he could continue to produce a large number of spaceships and cyborg soldiers in the future. Although these spaceships and cyborg life soldiers did not have much use for his current strength, he could not defeat the enemies that he could not defeat, and these spaceships and cyborg life soldiers could not defeat them even more. However, sometimes when he cannot do something, these spaceships and semi-mechanized life soldiers can come in handy. Similarly, he also wants to get Kong the Conqueror and his spaceship that can travel through the multiverse and various timelines. With Kong the Conqueror, he has the technology of the next 1,000 years. With that spaceship, he can travel to other Marvel universes at will. This is very important to him. Because in the future, when there are no major events that can be triggered in this world, he can go to other universes to trigger other events, thereby obtaining new small world time. For example, different Spider universes, Venom universes, mutant universes, etc. Marvel has countless multiverses, so he also has countless side and main quests, countless small worlds, and countless small world time. Small world time not only allows him to continue to control the small worlds he has ruled, but also allows him to have a retreat when he encounters danger in the Marvel main world. If he has enough small world time, when he encounters a dimensional demon that he cannot defeat in the main world, he can directly hide in the small world, open the time synchronization of the main world, and wait for a few years, decades, or hundreds of years before appearing again. And now that he has his own dimension, he can also put his family into the dimension, and take them to the small world to avoid the crisis. So even if he is not so short of small world time now, he will still actively do side quests. Is everything over? Looking at the disappearing space-time city below, the Dungeon Lord Kira's eyes showed excitement. Over the years, the natives of the quantum world have been severely devastated by Conqueror Kong. At least 2/3 of them were killed in the battle against Conqueror Kong, and countless homes were destroyed. Not yet. Conqueror Kong just escaped through a micro-wormhole while I was collecting the space-time city. Then Li Chuan's words instantly changed the faces of the relaxed people. Conqueror Kong is the culprit of everything. If Conqueror Kong is not dealt with, he can still create a second space-time city after Li Chuan and his team leave. But it doesn't matter. I know where he is. You wait here for a while. Li Chuan smiled and disappeared from the white clouds in an instant. Just when he was collecting the space-time city, he had already noticed Conqueror Kang's escape, but he was not worried at all. Because when he used the light-speed punch to break Conqueror Kang's force field shield, he also printed a Flying Thunder God mark on Conqueror Kong. This is impossible. Who is this guy? He is so powerful. Why have I never seen him? Conqueror Kong, who appeared in a corner on the edge of the other side of the continent, recalled the scene where Li Chuan opened his third eye and absorbed his space-time city and all the troops, and roared angrily. As proud as he has never been defeated by others except by himself in other world lines. I will definitely leave this world, and the final winner will only be me. Conqueror Kong was secretly making harsh remarks, thinking about the next plan, and gently tapped the back of his head with a finger. Take off your battle suit. In an instant, the battle suit on his body, which was a collection of countless cosmic technologies, was naturally stripped off from his body. How could you? Looking back at Li Chuan, who had stood behind him without knowing when, Conqueror Kang's eyes were full of horror. How did the other party know about the wormhole he opened casually, and even took off his battle clothes easily? Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. The next second, the horror in Conqueror Kang's eyes turned into respect. Eliminate Your Battle Clothes is a new magic specially developed by Li Chuan and the Wizards of the Wizard Empire based on the magic principle of Eliminate Your Weapons. Eliminate Your Weapons is to force the enemy's weapons to fall out of their hands, while Eliminate Your Battle Clothes is to force the enemy's clothes to automatically take off their bodies. Originally, this magic was prepared for the next time he entered the Saint Seiya world, specifically to deal with Hades and his two gods. With a Remove Your Armor, he could directly remove the sacred armor of several gods, and then put them in his pocket, which would make it much easier to fight. But now it seems to be effective against Conqueror Kang. In the future, when fighting with the enemy, first use Remove Your Weapon to make the enemy lose his weapon, and then use Remove Your Armor to make the opponent lose his armor. Even if it is not armor, without clothes, he will be distracted instantly and reveal his flaws. Although it is not an offensive magic, it can play a very important role in the battle. Especially when facing female enemies, the effect should be particularly obvious. Chapter 525. Of course, this kind of magic may not succeed every time. Magic consumes magic power, but the specific effect depends on the strength of the spirit, that is, Li Chuan's soul. So if you encounter an enemy who is not too weak, as long as you hit the target with two magics, there will be no problem. But if the enemy is too strong, for example, he is facing the Tathagata Buddha, the Three Pure Ones, or Guanyin, even if you successfully hit the target, it will not be effective, and you can't take off their clothes and weapons. It's over. After controlling Kang's mind, Li Chuan casually threw him into the moon reading dimension. Without his battle suit, Kang is just an ordinary person with high IQ, and any magic that affects the mind can easily control him. This is the biggest weakness of the power system of technology. An ordinary person without any special power can destroy planets and the universe as long as he has a super powerful technological item. In the world of cultivating immortals, even if you get Pengu's Axe of Creation, you don't have the strength to exert any of its power. Similarly, when ordinary people are separated from technological items that can destroy planets and the universe, they are just weak ordinary people. Even if the immortal cultivators lose their magic weapons, they are still powerful. So what Li Chuan has always pursued is the great power belonging to himself. He attaches importance to technology, but he is just using the leverage of technology to better improve his own strength. A great harvest. After accepting Conqueror Kang into the moon reading world, Li Chuan also teleported and disappeared on the spot. This trip not only completed the side quest, but also got a year and a month of small world time, recruited Dr. Pim's family, and accepted Conqueror Kang and his Spacetime City army. The most important thing is that we got a time machine that can travel to different multiverses. Okay, it's solved. If there's nothing else, let's go back. Appearing on the white cloud again, Li Chuan held Conqueror Kang's battle suit and said to Dr. Pim and Janet, "It's finally over. Let me and Kayla say goodbye." Janet saw Conqueror Kang's battle suit, and a complicated look appeared on her face. Then she turned around and hugged Kayla. "Kayla, I'm leaving here. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Janet, your wish has come true. I wish you a happier life after returning to your world." Kayla looked at Janet with reluctance in her eyes. Although he valued the dungeon more than Janet, Janet was indeed his favorite woman. There were many sweet and crazy memories between the two. Seeing Janet and Kayla hugging and saying goodbye, Li Chuan, Scott, and Hope all subconsciously looked at Dr. Pim. Dr. Pim noticed the gazes of the three people, shrugged and said magnanimously, "I don't care about these. After all, I have talked to some female friends in the years since Janet left. Okay, then we go." Putting down Kira, Li Chuan wrapped Ant-Man and his family with his mental power, sensing the effect of the flying thunder god he left behind, split the space, and left the quantum world. After advancing to the earthly immortal, after eating the fruit of the sacred tree, his soul was greatly improved, the dimensional world was further complete, and he also made great progress in space magic and space-time ninjutsu. Even if he crossed back from the quantum world to the original world, it would not be a problem as long as he had the space coordinates. Dr. Pim, the relevant personnel of the group will contact you in a few days. As for the relevant research, it is not mandatory to go to the company. You can do research anywhere. After returning to the Pim family's residence, Li Chuan gave a few instructions and returned to his secluded place. October 2015, 2 months had passed since returning from the quantum world. That day, Li Chuan sat in the yard as usual, practicing while accompanying Wanda and Charlie. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned his head to look to the side. The space there suddenly twisted, a circle of fire appeared out of thin air, and then the bald ancient one wearing a yellow wizard robe stepped out from it. "Good afternoon, Master Li Chuan." "Master Ancient One, this is really rare." The doubt on Li Chuan's face flashed away, and then he waved his hand to conjure up a set of exquisite tea sets. Ancient One is usually either in Kamartaj or in the major sanctuaries, and rarely takes the initiative to come out, especially to come to him specifically. Whenever there is something, he goes to Kamartaj to find Ancient One, such as the last time he dealt with the Lord of Hell Mephisto. This is the first time that Ancient One came to invite him, and Wanda to join Kamartaj. "Master Gui came to see me in person. Is there something going on?" Li Chuan placed the brewed tea in front of Gui and asked directly what he was wondering. At his level, he no longer needed to play dumb with Gui, he could just ask directly if there was anything. Gui smiled and answered directly. "Last night, Cassius and his apprentice stole a page from the book of Cagliostro from the library and fled from Kamartaj. A lot of things may have happened in Kamartaj in the past year. However, I hope you and Wanda don't come to help, these are destined to happen." When Li Chuan heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. Cassius is the most talented disciple of Ancient One, and his strength in Kamartaj is second only to Ancient One. He fell into despair because of the death of his lover and child, and came to Kamartaj hoping to find a way to revive his family, but was eventually told that it was impossible for him to revive his lover and child. He felt that Ancient One concealed the relevant knowledge and selfishly enjoyed immortality alone. So he killed the librarian and stole a page from the book of Cagliostro on Ancient One's personal bookshelf. The book of Cagliostro was written by the black magician Cagliostro in the 1780s. It contains a lot of knowledge about black magic, as well as methods to summon Dormammu and absorb the power of the dark dimension. The Ancient One came to Li Chuan now, because she was afraid that Li Chuan would interfere in the affairs of Kamartaj, which would lead to problems for her own exit and Stephen's succession to the Supreme Sorcerer. After all, Li Chuan had been to the future and knew what would happen in Kamartaj. If he intervened with good intentions to help, Cassius would not be his opponent at all. If Cassius was killed by Li Chuan, she would not die, and Stephen would not take over as the Supreme Sorcerer because of her sacrifice. No problem, then it seems that this is the last meeting with Master Ancient One. Li Chuan agreed very straightforwardly. He had no intention of intervening. But Ancient One smiled meaningfully. "With your strength, if you continue to develop like this, we should have a chance to meet in the future, but that may be in the multiverse." After that, she did not stay any longer, opened the portal and left. Chapter 526. A new main quest is open. Please go to the panel to check. As soon as the portal of Ancient One disappeared, the long-lost panel prompt sound rang in Li Chuan's mind. When he heard that it was a main quest, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately opened the panel to check. A new main quest means a new small world. Main quest: deal with the clone of the Dark Lord Dormammu. The world extracted: the legend of the White Snake. Primary completion: help Dr. Strange Stephen Strange expel the clone of Dormammu. Task reward: random ordinary human identity. Intermediate completion: defeat and expel Dormammu's clone without anyone's help. Mission reward: random heavenly soldier's identity. Advanced completion: kill Dormammu's clone without anyone's help. Mission reward: random Taoist 3 sects disciple's identity. Time of entering this small world: 10 years. It's this world. After reading the main mission and rewards, Li Chuan fell into deep thought. He still had some understanding of this new small world. It was the prequel to the most classic story of Qinxiang splitting the mountain to save his mother. The protagonist of the story was not Qinxiang, but his uncle Yang Jian. The entire timeline spans a long time, involving many stories such as Investiture of the Gods, Seven Fairies, and Journey to the West. Similarly, this world is full of masters. The earthly immortals and heavenly immortals in the legend of Shushan are not really masters in this world. Above them are the golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, Dalyua golden immortals, quasi-sages, saints, and heavenly saints. According to his guess, if he can become a saint, he can probably beat Shiso-in when he returns to the main world of Marvel. If he becomes a heavenly saint, then the top OA in Marvel may not be his opponent. Of course, these are just guesses. After all, his strength is not at that level, so it is impossible to be sure. It seems that we have to strive to achieve high-level completion this time. The higher the upper limit of the small world, the more opportunities and crises it represents. Because there are too many people who are stronger than him, it is easy to be unable to beat them or even escape. And the best 3-religion disciple status in the task reward is actually the best life-saving talisman. What is the most important thing in a prehistoric world system like this? Of course, identity and background are the most important. Strength is important, But as long as you are not at the level of a saint, you cannot escape calculation. No matter how powerful you are, there are more powerful ones than you. In the Journey to the West period, any monster without background was killed with a stick, and no one cared about it. If it had a background, even if it ate countless people, it would still be safely taken away and continue to become an immortal. The primary completion of the main task, helping Doctor Strange to repel Dormammu. Even if he just stood there, Doctor Strange could use the Time Stone to drive Dormammu away. The identity he was given was just that of an ordinary person. He wanted to gain some benefits with this identity. If he accidentally touched the calculations of some powerful person, it would probably be over in a short time. Even with his current strength and all his means, he might be able to fight against the Golden Immortal, but it would be difficult to meet the TIE Golden Immortal. If the TIE Golden Immortal also took a great magic weapon, it would be a question whether he could escape. Intermediate completion, defeat, and expel Dormammu's clone without the help of anyone. This is difficult. Dormammu is also a powerful character among the dimensional demons. He was originally a wizard who accidentally discovered the Dark Dimension and merged himself with the entire Dark Dimension to become the master of the Dark Dimension. Unlike Mephisto, who always tries to possess the bodies of mortals on Earth to tempt those kind and righteous people to fall, and then pull them into his own hell dimension, Dormammu is constantly looking for various universes, trying to devour them, and expand his own dark dimension. Therefore, the Dormammu clone summoned to Earth by Caecilius is powerful enough to swallow the entire universe, much stronger than Mephisto, who released a soul secretly. Of course, this does not mean that Dormammu's original strength is definitely stronger than Mephisto. In their respective dimensions, it is hard to say who is stronger or weaker. It's just that Mephisto is more cunning and doesn't like to release too much power. In this way, even if he loses, he won't feel bad, while Dormammu wants to play big. If he wins, he can swallow a universe, and if he loses, losing a clone will definitely be very painful. The reason why Ancient One was able to defeat Dormammu was mainly because of the blessing of the three holy places, and she knew Dormammu too well. After all, she could forcefully draw power from the Dark Dimension to maintain immortality, but Dormammu had no way to do it. Li Chuan did not have the blessing of the three holy places, so he had to rely on his own hard power to defeat Dormammu one-on-one. To be honest, he was not too sure. Because he had never fought, he could not say for sure. However, the rewards for the intermediate completion were much better, and he was directly promoted from a mortal to a heavenly soldier in heaven, with the background of heaven. The Heavenly Court is the orthodox of the three realms, and the institution designated by Hong Jun to manage the three realms. Although the identity of a heavenly soldier is nothing, especially before the conferred gods, the Heavenly Court was nominally the master of the three realms, but in reality, it was not able to command the three realms at all, so the death of a heavenly soldier was actually nothing. But he has strength. Before the conferred gods, there were no outstanding figures in the Heavenly Court except the 10 golden crows, Tianpeng, and Zhuanlian. As long as he operates well, he will be reused by the Heavenly Court and promoted to a true god. It's just a little troublesome. Once you join the Heavenly Court, you will be bound by the heavenly rules and regulations, and the constraints of the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, and some benefits will not be easy to get. The best is naturally the high-level completion, directly becoming a disciple of the three sects of Taoism. Even the most dangerous Jieju disciple can gain a lot of benefits if operated properly. Jieju has many powerful people, many magic weapons, and is very loyal. If it weren't for being calculated, Jieju would actually have the greatest power because it teaches everyone. If it was the Xianjiao, it would be even better. Although the Xianjiao does not do things so openly, it is good at calculating and protecting its children. If you really become a disciple of the Xianjiao, as long as you pay a little attention, you can get away with it. As for the human sect, it is really the best. The human sect has the fewest disciples. Apart from the direct disciple Xuandu Great Master, there is the registered Dui Zhenren. If you can enter the human sect, it is definitely the safest and best. You don't even need to calculate how to fight for opportunities. Just ask the Taishan Lao Jun, the clone of the Taoist Heavenly Lord, for some golden elixirs, and your cultivation will rise. However, it is too difficult to kill Dormammu's clone. Defeating and killing are two completely different concepts. Just like he has encountered many enemies, who are much stronger than him now, he can't beat them, but it is still easy to escape. Therefore, if he wants to get a high-level completion, his strength and means still need to be improved. Chapter 527. Let's go to the other two worlds. After some thought, Li Chuan decided to go to the world of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, and the world of Saint Seiya. There are still many places that can be developed in these two worlds. For example, he learned from Alduin before that the most important reason why the dragons were defeated during the war between humans and dragons was that humans invented a dragon roar that targeted the dragons. This dragon roar is called dragon soul tearing, which is a very special dragon roar. Theoretically, all dragons are split from Akatosh, the dragon god of time. Their souls are all divine and immortal, especially Alduin, who can be said to represent the end of time. That is to say, their souls are like Li Chuan himself now, with the attribute of immortality. However, this dragon roar called dragon soul tearing can force the dragons to feel the taste of death, so that the soul becomes weak for a short time, and even cannot fly and has to fall to the ground to relieve. The human race relied on the dragon soul tear to make the dragons fall to the ground, and then attack them in groups and kill them. So if he could learn the dragon soul tear, it might be effective against Dormammu. With his strength, even Dormammu's clone would probably pause for a while. In this way, he could prevent Dormammu from escaping and have a chance to kill him. But this dragon roar seemed to have been lost long ago. Go to the Elder Scrolls first. Opening the panel, the scene in front of Li Chuan changed, and he had appeared in the Imperial Palace above the Whiterun territory. The last time he left, he did not enable the time synchronization of this world, so the current situation of the entire Tamriel is still at the stage of just breaking through the former capital of the Empire and ordering the ancestral divine state of Somerset Island to surrender within a week. Leaving a shadow clone in the palace, Li Chuan teleported directly to High Howl Peak. Now he knows that the dragon on High Howl Peak is actually the dragon leader Parthernex, who betrayed Alduin and helped humans. After Alduin was exiled to the Long River of Time by the three Nord heroes using the Elder Scrolls, he lived alone on the top of High Howl Peak, and later became good friends with Jürgen Windcaller, the founder of High Howl Monastery. After Jürgen Windcaller died, Parthernex became the teacher of all the Greybeards in the future. So if there is anyone who knows the lost dragon roar and dragon soul tearing, he guessed that it might be the giant dragon Parthernex, who has lived since the war between humans and dragons. The top of Mount Hogarth is surrounded by powerful storm magic all year round. Generally, only those who have learned the dragon roar to clear the sky can stop the storm magic and enter the top of the mountain. And Li Chuan naturally knows this dragon roar, but he doesn't need it at all, because with his current body, the storm that can freeze people directly is just a breeze in his eyes. So when he came to the backyard of the High Howling Peak Monastery, he simply greeted the gray-bearded leader Arngeir, and then, under Arngeir's surprised gaze, he walked directly into the storm climb to the large platform on the top of the Hogarth Mountain. At this time, on the large platform, a huge bronze dragon was lying there meditating. Sensing Li Chuan's arrival, he slowly raised his head and showed a puzzled look. "Who are you? I sense the breath of Duvahkiin on you." "Hello, Parthernex. I am a dragonborn who was given a dragon soul by the dragon god Akatosh. You should have sensed the return of Alduin before, right?" Li Chuan stepped forward and smiled. He knew from Arngeir that Parthernex meditated on the top of the mountain for many years, and didn't like to be disturbed, so even the Greybeards rarely went up there. The news about him, and his defeat of Alduin had not yet been told to Parthernex. "So it's you. I did sense Alduin's return, but I couldn't sense him for a while. Do you come here to find me for help?" Parthernex nodded the dragon head, his tone very gentle. The Dragonborn was created by the father god Akatosh to deal with the elder brother Alduin, so as long as the other party is willing to fulfill his duties, he is naturally willing to give some help. "I want to learn dragon soul tearing. Do you know this dragon roar?" Li Chuan asked directly. Parthernex seemed to have expected Li Chuan's request. "You want to deal with Alduin, right? Dragon soul tearing is a dragon roar that only humans can learn, so I don't know it. But if you can find the Elder Scrolls dragon, you can come to me. I can teach you how to use the Elder Scrolls dragon to replay the battle scene between the three human heroes and Alduin, so that you can learn it. To defeat Alduin, the dragon soul tearing dragon roar is essential, so after confirming that Li Chuan is a dragonborn, he already knows the other party's purpose. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why he has been living in seclusion on the top of Hogarth Mountain following the guidance of the Father God. It turns out that the Elder Scrolls can be used in this way. Hearing what Parthernex said, Li Chuan was also stunned. Before, he knew that the three Nord heroes used the Elder Scrolls to exile Alduin, so he thought that the Elder Scrolls were not simple. Now it seems that it is really a treasure with time characteristics. At present, there is no document on the entire Tamriel continent about the origin of the Elder Scrolls. It is only known that they existed when the world first appeared. He felt that it was somewhat like the innate spiritual treasure when the world first appeared. The key is that it is not just one, but many, scattered all over the world. And it also has a very special place, that is, it cannot be counted, because sometimes there may be 5 or 6, sometimes you may find a bunch, and then disappear after a while. So Li Chuan thought that it was possible that all the Elder Scrolls were actually just one, but it could split and merge. Where can I find the Elder Scrolls dragon? Li Chuan continued to ask. Parthenex shook his huge dragon head. I don't know about this. I haven't left here for thousands of years. You can ask Inger. Okay, thank you. Although I didn't learn Dragon Soul Tier from Parthenex, at least I already have a way to learn Dragon Soul Tier. Compared with other dragons, the dragon Parthenex gave him a completely different feeling. Other dragons had explosive personalities, and the arrogance and brutality that belonged to dragons were clearly visible. Parthenex, however, gave people a gentle state that only human elders had. By the way, you don't have to worry about Alduin. I had defeated Alduin before I came here, and I also subdued his dragons, so you can continue to meditate here with peace of mind. After receiving the news that the dragon soul was torn, Li Chuan was about to go down to find Inger, but suddenly thought of something and said to Parthenex behind him. What? Parthenex raised his dragon head, and the dragon's eyes suddenly widened bigger than a lantern. Chapter 528. Master Arngier, do you know where the Elder Scrolls dragon is? Returning to the High Howling Peak Monastery, Li Chuan found Arngier and asked. Arngier pondered for a moment. We have not come into contact with the Elder Scrolls, but if you want, I suggest you go to the Winterhold School of Magic. Those mages like to collect these magic items the most. Winterhold School of Magic? I see. Li Chuan nodded and disappeared instantly. He had always planned to go to the Winterhold Academy to have a good exchange with the mages of this world. Previously, because he was confined to stabilize and improve his soul, he spent most of his time in seclusion, so he only sent people to copy the relevant magic books. Since he was looking for news about the Elder Scrolls this time, it was just right to go together. But before that, he had to go back to the palace. Lydia, come in. After teleporting back to the palace, Li Chuan shouted to the captain of the guards, Lydia, who was guarding the gate. Lydia, wearing dragon bone heavy armor, walked in quickly and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, what do you want? Send a message to the major lords, asking them to collect information about the Elder Scrolls and Elder Scrolls with all their strength. Once they find something, they will be rewarded. Li Chuan thought for a moment and ordered. As the Emperor of Tamriel, he didn't need to do this kind of work of collecting items and intelligence himself. Yes, Your Majesty. Lydia stood up and was about to leave, but was called back by Li Chuan. Get ready, we go to the Winterhold Magic Court later. As the Emperor of Tamriel, he needs to make proper arrangements when visiting the Winterhold Magic College, otherwise it will be embarrassing if something goes wrong. Winterhold Magic College, by the way, Your Majesty, I just received a request for help from the Lord of Winterhold, Caralda, saying that the group of crazy wizards in the Winterhold College are plotting some evil ritual again. The whole city of Winterhold was shaken, and many monsters appeared to attack the people. I hope someone can be sent over to rescue them. High King Balgruuf was about to ask Scarlet to take people to check it out. When Lydia heard Li Chuan mention the Winterhold School of Magic, she immediately told him about it. Although Li Chuan was the Emperor of Tamriel, he actually handed over the unification and government affairs of the entire Tamriel continent to Balgruuf, the High King of Skyrim. So many things were handled by Balgruuf. Well, then tell Balgruuf not to send anyone. I will go over and take a look myself. Yes, Your Majesty. Lydia bowed again and turned away. Winterhold is a city that has suffered many disasters. After Lydia left, Li Chuan sighed secretly. The Nords in Skyrim did not like mages, so the existence of Winterhold College would naturally not be liked by the locals. But this is not the main reason. As a magic college founded by Shalater, the strongest mage in history, Winterhold College of Magic has existed since the First Age. And because it has always maintained a neutral position in history, it has been respected by many people on the continent. It was once full of talents and supplied a large number of powerful magicians to the entire continent. At that time, Winterhold was not the weakest and withered city in Skyrim, but the most prosperous super city in Skyrim, much more prosperous than Solitude today. But after the Great Collapse incident in the 122nd year of the Fourth Era, Winterhold completely declined. Winterhold is located at the northeasternmost end of the entire Tamriel continent, surrounded by ice and snow all year round, and is a coastal city. And in the 122nd year of the Fourth Era, for some unknown reason, the Ghost Sea suddenly became violent, sweeping the entire Winterhold with a powerful storm, which lasted for a whole year. A year later, the Ghost Sea returned to calm, but the prosperous Winterhold city and more than half of its people were swept into the Ghost Sea and disappeared without a trace. However, Everyone found that the Winterhold School of Magic, the only city center, was not damaged at all, so the Nords, who hated magic, believed that the storm was caused by the wizards of Winterhold. Even though the dean at the time explained that the school was saved because of the powerful defensive magic circle of the magic school, the Nord barbarians, who did not understand magic, did not believe it at all. Since then, except for a few non-Nords and outsiders, few people have joined the Winterhold School of Magic. So when the Winterhold School of Magic had problems again, the current Lord of Winterhold was so angry and afraid, hoping that the Empire could send troops to support. Everything was ready. Li Chuan wore the noble emperor's clothes, took Lydia and a group of dragon guards on the cloud, and flew towards Winterhold City in the northeast. The weather in Whiterun is warm like spring, and the weather in Winterhold is cold like winter. However, Nords are naturally stronger than other races, and are extremely resistant to cold, so it doesn't matter. Look, a cloud is falling. Above Winterhold, the people of Winterhold, who had just experienced the attack of magical anomalies, saw the abnormal white clouds falling from the sky, thinking that something had happened to Winterhold Academy again, and they were so scared that they quickly hid in the house, only observing the situation outside through the cracks in the door and windows. And the soldiers of Winterhold were also nervously pulling their longbows to the full. How dare you point your bows and arrows at His Majesty? Hurry up, and let your Lord Caralda come out to see His Majesty. As the white clouds fell, Lydia looked at the soldiers of Winterhold who were drawing their bows, frowned, and shouted. The powerful dragon guards around Li Chuan also immediately drew their long swords. The soldiers of Winterhold saw that Li Chuan and others were dressed in luxurious clothes, and did not seem to be fake, so they quickly put down their bows and arrows, and went to inform their lord. In less than 5 minutes, the Lord of Winterhold Caralda ran to Li Chuan panting. Caralda meets the great and honorable Dragonborn Emperor. He didn't expect that the Emperor would come in person today after sending a letter for help yesterday. He was so scared that he got up from the bed and ran over as fast as he could. This was the Dragonborn Emperor who defeated the entire dragon clan alone and was about to unify the entire continent. If he was unhappy, the Winterhold territory might disappear from the world. How dared he neglect it? But Li Chuan's attention was not on Caralda at this time, but on the Winterhold Magic Academy in front of him, which was surrounded by powerful magic energy. Such a powerful energy, this is interesting. It was the first time for him to see such a powerful magic energy in this world. Caralda, tell me what happened in the past 2 days. After coming to his senses, Li Chuan asked the Lord of Winterhold in front of him. He was also very curious. Who could use such a powerful magic? Could it be the Dean of Winterhold Magic Academy, Savos Aaron? Chapter 529. Your Majesty, this is what happened. Hearing Li Chuan's question, Caralda quickly told the details of what happened in the past 2 days. In fact, he didn't really understand what was going on. Yesterday morning, everything was just like usual. He was in his lord's hall, dozing off, while listening to his subordinates report the financial report of Winterburg. Suddenly, the whole Winterburg seemed to have an earthquake, which frightened him and reminded him of the great collapse incident that year. He immediately led people out of the lord's house to check the situation. As a result, he found that the Winterburg School of Magic not far away was covered by a blue cover for some reason. And a large number of terrifying magical creatures flew out of the blue cover. Those magical creatures bit people, and were very cruel. So he quickly organized all the troops in Winterburg City to protect the people, while killing those magical creatures. However, those magical creatures were too powerful, and his army was defeated, so he had to write a letter to the imperial capital for help. But just when they were about to give up, several old wizards from the Winterhold Academy came out, and used evil and terrifying magic to help kill all the magical creatures. Then it has been maintained like this. Your Majesty, this incident must have been caused by the evil wizards of the Winterhold Magic Academy. I suggest that this Magic Academy be disbanded directly to ensure the safety of Winterhold City. After speaking, Caralda suggested angrily. Although the wizards of Winterhold helped them kill those magical creatures, he was not grateful at all in his heart, because he felt that these magical creatures were originally released by them, and the source was them. What he is worried about now is that these evil wizards will cause another big collapse, and make Winterhold disappear completely. However, he knows very well how powerful the wizards of Winterhold are. He dare not offend them, so he relies on the more powerful Li Chuan to deal with it. I will consider it. Where are the wizards of Winterhold Academy now? Li Chuan said perfunctorily, and then changed the subject. Caralda turned around and pointed to the location of Winterhold Academy. They are all on the high platform outside the blue cover. Lead the way, Li Chuan ordered. So, under the leadership of Caralda, they passed through the city of Winterburg, walked along a stone bridge, and came to the circular platform in front of the entrance of the Winterbook School of Magic. At this time, on the platform, several elves and Brighton mages, who looked quite old, were pointing and discussing something at the energy shield covering the Winterbook School. In general magic organizations and magic schools, most of the teachers and professors are either high elves or Brighton. Because these two races are born with extremely high talents in magic, they are more likely to achieve higher magic achievements than people of other races. When they saw Li Chuan and his group, they couldn't help but show a puzzled look on their faces. Whether it was the common people or the nobles in Winterhold, they were all afraid of Winterhold College and would never step into Winterhold College, not to mention the magical creature attack that had just happened. "Totter, you are meeting the noble Dragon Emperor. Why don't you come and salute?" Korotter took advantage of Li Chuan's presence and shouted directly at the group of Winterhold mages. And those mages looked at each other. All of them showed a look of surprise in their eyes. After a brief discussion, they saluted Li Chuan together. "Greetings, His Majesty the Dragonborn Emperor." Although the Winterhold School of Magic has always remained neutral, devoted itself to studying magic, and not concerned with worldly affairs, it does not mean that they are all fools. The Dragonborn Emperor defeated Alduin the World Devourer, subdued the dragons, and almost unified the entire continent. Such an existence cannot be offended by the Winterhold School of Magic. Especially now that Winterhold is in the biggest crisis in centuries. Even before, whether it was the supervisor of the ancestral divine state or the people sent by the Empire to copy the magic book, their Dean Savos Aaron had never objected. "No need to be polite. Where is your Dean Savos Aaron? Are you experimenting with magic, or is there something wrong with the academy?" Li Chuan waved his hand and got straight to the point. Several old wizards looked at each other for a while, and finally an old wizard named Totter explained the reason to Li Chuan on behalf of the entire academy. "Your Majesty, the Dean is dead, and we are not experimenting with magic. It turned out that not long ago, when he led some magic apprentices to study the ancient ruins of Sasser City, they accidentally discovered a huge magic sphere. Later, when they consulted the books, they found that this huge magic sphere was actually the legendary artifact of Magnus, the Eye of Magnus. However, before they could discuss how to deal with this artifact, Encano, the magic consultant sent by the Thalmor to the Winterhold Academy, suddenly attacked and used the power of the Eye of Magnus to directly kill the Dean Savos Aaron and imprison the entire academy. Later, it was the chief professor of the academy, Mirabel Irwin, who sacrificed himself to send out these most powerful professors. Unfortunately, they have tried many methods in the past 2 days, using their most powerful magic, but they can't break the protective shield formed by the Eye of Magnus. Magnus Artifact. After listening to Totter's story, Li Chuan's eyes lit up. Who is Magnus? He is the chief designer of Nirn in mythology. This world was constructed by him. He is also the first god to discover Lorcan's creation conspiracy and escape. Now the son of Nirn is the passage he left when he escaped. He was naturally very tempted by the artifact of such a powerful god. So it was Shurtomer who did it. It seems that they want to use the power of the Eye of Magnus to deal with the Empire. Then I can't just ignore it. Li Chuan's eyes turned, and he walked to the blue magic shield with a solemn face. In fact, he was just looking for an excuse to intervene, but this excuse might also be the truth. If your Majesty is willing to help, the Academy will certainly be grateful. Hearing this, Totter's face immediately showed a glimmer of hope. They have no way to deal with this magic shield now, but the powerful Dragon Emperor may have a way. Apparition. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he wanted to teleport directly into the Winter Castle Academy, but after flashing, he still appeared in the same place. If it can isolate the space, then break it forcibly. He put his hands together. Thunder escaped 9 heavens thunder. A dark cloud immediately appeared above the Winter Castle Academy, and then a terrifying purple thunder fell from the sky and struck the blue magic shield. What a powerful destruction magic! Thalora, the top master of the Academy's destruction department, sensed the purple thunder and immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 530. As a top mage of the destruction department, Thalora has a very deep research on lightning magic, and she even knows a little about the legendary elemental storm magic. However, she has never seen the lightning magic used by the Dragon Emperor. The purple lightning, and the destructive energy contained in it, she felt that if she was hit by it, she would probably die immediately. Even if the restoration teacher Colette Marins used the strongest barrier magic protection that she was proud of, she estimated that the result would be the same. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the Dragonborn Emperor who can defeat Alduin and conquer the dragon. In terms of destruction magic, he is hundreds of blocks ahead of her, the Master of Destruction. However, What makes them despair is that even such a powerful destruction magic, when it hits the blue magic shield, only makes the shield tremble violently for a while, and then it returns to normal. Oh, not bad, it can even absorb this level of lightning. Seeing the blue shield absorb and block his purple sky lightning, Li Chuan's face showed a little surprise. If the shield was broken so easily, he would not be so excited about this artifact. After all, although the power of the thunderbolt was strong, his current body could easily withstand it. If his body could easily withstand it, but this artifact could not, what was the use of it? Namingli was sword. The thunderbolt could not be broken, which proved that normal magic attacks would probably be ineffective, so Li Chuan directly sent out his strongest magic weapon, Namingli Hua's sword. The immortal weapon Namingli Hua's sword made by Bodhidharma, versus the divine weapon Eye of Magnus made by Magnus, the world's top god. Immortal weapon versus divine weapon, let's see which one is better. A ball of blue flame appeared in Li Chuan's hand, and under the urging of his immortal essence, it turned into a 100-meter-long giant sword in the blink of an eye, and fiercely chopped on the shield formed by the Eye of Magnus. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the entire shield was like glass, shattered bit by bit, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Obviously, the immortal weapon is better. Of course, this is also related to the strength of the person using it. Li Chuan's strength is much higher than that of Encano. At the same time, in the hall of the academy, Encano, who was concentrating on refining the Eye of Magnus, also opened his eyes suddenly. How is it possible? The shield is broken. Could it be that those rubbish found the scepter of Magnus in such a short time? He was sent to the Winterhold School of Magic in the name of supervising the academy's mages not to conduct dangerous magic experiments and maintain the safety of the entire continent. In fact, he was secretly looking for clues to the Eye of Magnus. Although the ancestral divine state gained an advantage in the war with the Empire and forced the Empire to sign the humiliating Platinum Agreement, it was still very difficult to completely eliminate the Empire's power and unify the entire Tamriel continent. So the top leaders of the ancestral divine state set their sights on the artifact Eye of Magnus. According to legend, the Eye of Magnus has the powerful power to destroy the world. As long as they can master the Eye of Magnus, the ancestral divine state can completely conquer the Empire and unify the Tamriel continent. Especially now that the situation on the continent has changed, the powerful and terrifying Dragon Emperor has come again, and the ancestral divine land is facing the risk of being destroyed. This Eye of Magnus is even more important. As long as he is given 3 more days, he can refine the Eye of Magnus through secret methods and take it away, but he didn't expect that something went wrong at this time. According to the knowledge he has obtained, the only thing that can crack the Eye of Magnus is Magnus' other artifact, the Staff of Magnus, but that staff has been missing for thousands of years. So he never thought that those pedantic old wizards who escaped could find the Staff of Magnus in such a short time. Humph, even if you find the Staff of Magnus, you will not be my opponent. After changing his mind, he was relieved again. Although the Staff of Magnus can break the shield of the Eye of Magnus, it is only a break, and its power itself is not that strong. And he has the blessing of the Eye of Magnus, and his strength has been greatly improved. Those old wizards, who dare to come in to stop him, are just asking for death. Squeak! Hearing the door of the academy hall being opened, he temporarily stopped refining and used the Eye of Magnus to stimulate a magic wave that spread to the entire academy. Mass paralysis. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a strong magical energy coming towards him, and Li Chuan showed an interested look on his face. The magical energy from this attack was a bit like his whole body binding spell. It should be a mass paralysis spell of the transformation system, which can make the body of the person hit enter a state of paralysis. However, it was useless to him. This paralysis spell was indeed very powerful. Even the top transformation mage Tavder, who was leading the way, could not resist the paralysis spell strengthened by the Eye of Magnus, and instantly entered a state of stiffness. The other mages and guards behind him were also the same, their bodies were all fixed in place. It was just that his body was too strong. Even if he did not deliberately dodge, the paralysis effect of this magic would be forcibly broken away by his body. It was like a normal transformation mage, who could easily paralyze a high-level warrior with paralysis, but when he threw the paralysis spell at the dragon, it had no effect. Eye of Magnus, good! Passing Tavder, who was frozen in front of him, and ignoring Encano, who was staring at him, Li Chuan fixed his eyes on the Eye of Magnus. This is a sphere with a diameter of about 5 meters. In addition to containing extremely powerful energy, it is also engraved with various mysterious magic runes. He just scanned it with his spiritual sense, and the mysteries of various laws of all things in the world were about to flow into his mind. At this moment, he understood that this Eye of Magnus was not a weapon to destroy the world. It did have a powerful force. If used well, it could be used as a powerful magic weapon. But that was just a byproduct. In essence, it should be the blueprint of Magnus' design of the world of Nirn. It contains the laws of creating all things and a lot of related knowledge. These may not be of any use to ordinary people, because they are too far away from that level. They can only feel the strengthening effect of the Eye of Magnus on their magic. But for him now, it is really very useful, more useful to him than a powerful attack and defense artifact, because he is continuing to get this knowledge. Therefore, he couldn't help but say 3 times in a row. Chapter 531. You should know that his Tsukuyami dimension is only a prototype now. Even if it completely absorbs the life evolution of the blood spring, it can create life and make the Tsukuyami world full of vitality. But for him, how to create life and how to create the world has become a difficult problem, because he has no relevant experience. Of course, as long as he spends time to explore slowly, he can still complete this creation process after thousands or tens of thousands of years. I believe that many creators also went through this slowly when they created the world. Now, he got the blueprint of the creation of the world of Nain, and this problem disappeared instantly. At that time, he can completely refer to the content of this blueprint to carry out secondary creation, which greatly saves time. He can also use it to understand the essence of the world and strengthen his own use of the law. Don't think that you can underestimate me just because you are immune to my paralysis. Let me show you how powerful I am. And Kano was shocked to see that Li Chuan did not hold the staff of Magnus in his hand, and was not affected by the enhanced paralysis. But seeing that Li Chuan dared to ignore him, the arrogant Enkano was instantly furious, and was about to use the Eye of Magnus to release more powerful magic. Noisy! Li Chuan turned his head and glanced at Enkano, then shouted, Vasloda. The dragon roar has no effect on me. Seeing Li Chuan roaring at him, Enkano laughed arrogantly. With the protection of the Eye of Magnus, even the powerful dragon roar could not have any effect on him. However, the next second, the Magnus energy on his body surface was forcibly roared away, and then his body from flesh to bones instantly collapsed into a bloody rain that splashed on the wall of the hall, deader than dead. Of course, the dragon roar of ordinary people is useless, but this is the dragon roar I made. Li Chuan smiled and continued to look at the Eye of Magnus. The Eye of Magnus does have powerful energy, but it is essentially Magnus' design drawings for the world of Nirn, and the dragon roar comes from the power of the dragon god Akatosh, and it is originally used for fighting. If it were an ordinary dragonborn, even if Greybeard came, he would definitely not be able to break the energy of the Eye of Magnus with his dragon roar. But Li Chuan is not an ordinary dragonborn. The power of his dragon roar is stronger than that of Alduin. He just focused the power on Enkano, otherwise the entire Winterhold would probably be destroyed by the roar. So even if Enkano used the power of the Eye of Magnus, he couldn't resist it at all. Moreover, he had just used the Nanming Lihua's sword to forcibly break the shield of the Eye of Magnus, which greatly reduced the protective effect of its energy. Oh, and you too. Remembering that his guards were still immobilized, Li Chuan turned around and stretched out his hand. All curses are over. A wave of magical energy swept through the entire Winterhold Mage Academy, and all those who were immobilized by Enkano's paralysis spell immediately returned to normal. The Winterhold mages who had returned to normal looked at Enkano's humanoid blood mark on the wall of the hall, and all of them couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and stepped forward to thank Li Chuan. The Dragonborn Emperor's roar was even more powerful than the rumors. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving our academy. All the teachers and students in our academy are grateful. It's a small matter. This Eye of Magnus is too dangerous for the continent if it is placed in your academy. I will take it away and seal it. Do you have any objection? Li Chuan nodded and looked at the Winterhold mages. The mages looked at each other and finally looked at Tavder, the oldest and most prestigious transmutation instructor. Tavder immediately replied, No objection, absolutely no objection. Just kidding. If he said he had an opinion and angered such a dragonborn emperor, he was afraid that the entire Winterhold College would be wiped out. Li Chuan smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. Very good, by the way, do you have any Elder Scrolls or related news here in Winterhold College? Elder Scrolls? We don't have this kind of legendary magic item, but related news, Urad Gloshub. Do you know any news about the Elder Scrolls? Todder thought for a while, and turned to look at an old orc behind him. Although Urad Gloshub is an orc, he is not a warrior, but a wizard, and also the manager of the library of the College of Winterhold. If you want to talk about these secrets and news, you can find him. The old orc stepped forward and replied respectfully, The Elder Scrolls have ancient power, and can see through the past and the future. There is a wizard in the college, who is very knowledgeable about the Elder Scrolls. He should know where to get the Elder Scrolls. Who? Li Chuan asked. The old orc said slowly. His name is Septimus Signos, but he hasn't been back to the college for a long time. The last time he left, he told me that he was going to a Dwemer ruin in the northern ice field to do research. Dwemer ruins. Li Chuan showed a little surprise in his eyes. Dwemer, also known as dwarves, is a very ancient and developed race. They are a race of elves who lived in seclusion in Morningwind during the First Age. They like to live deep underground, and have a civilization that surpasses all other races at that time and even now. Their engineering, craftsmanship, metal products, stone products, architecture, urban planning, science, mathematics, magic, academic art and many other aspects have amazed today's scholars. The huge dwarven dungeons and dwarven ruins are paradise for many adventurers, where you can harvest a large number of valuable dwarven items, but they are also very dangerous. Much more dangerous than those Nord ruins with whites. Because these dwarven ruins usually contain a large number of deadly mechanisms and many remaining dwarven machines, as well as cruel and low-intelligence Vamir elves. Dwarven machines are a kind of existence similar to intelligent robots created by dwarves by combining the characteristics of machinery and magic, with dual physical and magical attack capabilities and extremely high defense. As for the Valmer, the once glorious snow elves, they sought refuge with the dwarves because of the defeat in the war with the Nords, but were betrayed by the dwarves and became slaves. Because they often took some poisonous fungi, their intelligence deteriorated significantly. Now in the entire Tamriel continent, or the entire Nirn world, the Dwemer race no longer exists. The entire Dwemer race suddenly evaporated from the world at a certain point in the First Age and disappeared from the continent. There are many rumors about this. Some say that they angered the demon Azura and were completely wiped out by Azura. Some say that they came into contact with the essence of the gods and collectively ascended to become gods. Some say that they knocked on Lorcan's heart and turned into ashes. Anyway, there are many different opinions. Chapter 532. First, take the Eye of Magnus. After a brief thought, Li Chuan decided to take the artifact first, and then go to the northern ice field to search for the trace of the Septimus wizard. However, just as he was about to open his eyes, a space fluctuation suddenly appeared in the hall, and 4 wizards in yellow wizard robes appeared in front of Li Chuan. Your Majesty, the Dragonborn Emperor, we are wizards of the Psijic Order. Leave the problem of the Eye of Magnus to us. We will place it in a safe place. What did you say? Li Chuan looked at the 4 Psijic mages who appeared, as if he was looking at 4 idiots. I worked hard to solve the crisis, and now you come to pick peaches. What were you doing before? How dare you be so rude to His Majesty? Seeing that Li Chuan was unhappy, Lydia immediately drew the dragon bone sword at her waist, intending to go up and chop these mages into meat sauce at any time. Please don't get me wrong, we have no intention of interfering. The Psijic cult does not participate in any secular wars. We are just to protect the safety of the world. We will not give the Eye of Magnus to the ancestral divine state. Seeing Lydia draw her sword, the leading Psijic mage immediately explained. He was afraid that the Dragonborn Emperor would think that they were sent by the ancestral divine state to seize the Eye of Magnus, and that they were accomplices of Incano. Li Chuan raised his hand to stop Lydia. I know you are not from the ancestral divine state, but the Eye of Magnus is mine now. I will take good care of it, so you don't have to worry about it. The Psijic Order, the most powerful and mysterious mage organization on the continent, lives on Artium Island in the Somerset Islands of the ancestral divine state all year round. Proficient in mystical magic and ancient magic, which is a kind of magic that studies the laws of the natural universe. He once had to use magic to hide the entire Artium Island, because he was unwilling to be loyal to the ruler of the ancestral divine land. So he knew that these mages were not in the same group as Incano, but were simply for the peace of the Nirn world, to prevent those who were interested from using the power of the Eye of Magnus to destroy the world. The Eye of Magnus has the construction of all the laws of the entire Nirn world, the creation of creatures, the creation of the environment, etc. If used well, it will indeed cause great damage to the world. But Li Chuan could not hand over the Eye of Magnus, because the Eye of Magnus was too important for the perfection of his Tsukuyami dimension. Similarly, the more perfect the Tsukuyami dimension is, the greater his chances of winning against Dormammu's clones will be. Your Majesty, please forgive us for being rude. The 4 Psijic mages looked at each other, and saluted Li Chuan at the same time. At this moment, the time in the entire Winterhold College Hall also stopped. The power of the Dragonborn is very strong. I will maintain the stagnation of time. You take the Eye of Magnus back to Artium Island first. The leading Psijic mage exuded powerful magic to maintain the stability of time magic, and instructed the 3 mage companions behind him. Before they came, they had guessed that the Dragonborn Emperor would not agree, so they also made plans to take him away by force. Through the artifacts on the island, they observed the battle between the Dragonborn Emperor and the dragon, and knew that if they fought head-on, the 4 of them together would not be the opponent of the Dragonborn Emperor. So they had to use a tricky method, using time magic to avoid the battle and secretly take away the Eye of Magnus. I have also studied time magic a little bit. Unfortunately, just as the 3 Psijic mages surrounded the Eye of Magnus and planned to use space magic to transfer it together, Li Chuan, who was frozen in time, suddenly moved, opened his mouth and roared at the 4 Psijic mages, delay time. The roar covered the 4 Psijic mages, and their spellcasting actions immediately slowed down. Open your eyes. The 9 Magatama in Yang Samsara, eye between his eyebrows, opened instantly. He did not care about the 4 Psijic mages first, but first put the Eye of Magnus into his own Tsukuyomi world. He has always been studying time magic, such as the Time Converter and the Hour Reversal spell, which are his key research objects. Later, he often used the time-delaying dragon roar obtained in this world for experiments and observations. Occasionally, he would go to Kamartaj to ask Ancient One about the secrets of time magic. Although the power of the Ancient One is borrowed, her understanding of magic knowledge is very real, especially in the field of time magic. In the original movie, even if the Ancient One gave the Time Stone to Doctor Strange, after his physical body died, he could still the world for a short time with his soul alone. So at present, except for the time-slowing dragon roar, he can't really stop time like the Ancient One. But with his powerful soul and research on the laws of time, he can still remove the time magic cast by others on himself. After Li Chuan collected the Eye of Magnus, the strongest Psijic mage who led the group also broke the time-slowing effect on himself by relying on his research on time magic. But at this time, a long golden rope had been thrown out from Li Chuan's hand, instantly tying up the 4 Psijic mages. And at the moment of being tied up, they could no longer feel the energy of magic, and their magic abilities were sealed. This long rope was the golden long rope with sealing ability in Li Chuan's 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo Dharma. After achieving earthly immortality, not only did his 3-headed 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya become more powerful, but his control was also greatly enhanced. Now he cannot fully activate the 3-headed 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya, but only summon part of the 3-headed 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya, such as fists, feet, golden spear, golden rope, golden bow, etc. You dare to attack me and take my things. What do you think I should do now? Should I kill you, or kill you, or kill you? After controlling the 4 Psijic mages with the golden rope, Li Chuan showed a playful smile on his face. After the 4 Psijic mages could no longer feel the existence of magic power, they immediately broke out in cold sweat when they heard Li Chuan's words. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The Psijic religion really has no ill will towards your Majesty. It is just to prevent the Eye of Magnus from causing damage to the world. Please let them go. At this moment, a Psijic mage suddenly appeared in the hall of the academy again, but this mage looked older and was not a physical entity, but a remote magic projection. Teacher, when the 4 Psijic mages tied by the golden rope saw the phantom, they immediately showed a respectful look. It is obvious that this old mage has a higher status in the Psijic group. Chapter 533. Li Chuan walked to the shadow with the golden rope and smiled. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but if I let them go so easily, where will my dignity as the Dragon Emperor be? The shadow was obviously a smart person. Seeing that Li Chuan was smiling, and did not kill the 4 disciples, he immediately understood what Li Chuan meant. He pondered for a moment and said, as long as we are not involved in the secular war, we are willing to compensate your Majesty for any request. Ha ha ha, very good, I don't need you to help me win the war. I don't care about the elves in the ancestral divine land. I need you to agree to 2 conditions, and this matter will be written off. Li Chuan raised his hand, and made a 2 gesture. Your Majesty, please speak. The shadow nodded. As long as they were not allowed to participate in secular wars, and did not do things that violated the principles of the cult, the rest could be discussed in his opinion. Because the original intention of the Psijic cult was to avoid secular wars, follow the ancient ways, and protect nature. Don't worry, my 2 conditions should be easy for you. First, I heard that you can explore the entire Tamriel continent, and I want you to help me find all the traces of the Elder Scrolls. Second, I am very interested in your Psijic magic, and I want to go to your island to study magic with you. Now that the Psijic people have been captured, they must be used well. Not only can they save time in finding the Elder Scrolls, but they can also learn real-time magic. After hearing Li Chuan's 2 conditions, The Phantom nodded and agreed without thinking for long. No problem. It is a great honor for your majesty to visit Artyom Island. The Elder Scrolls do not have much destructive power. Even if the Dragonborn Emperor gets it, it will not have any impact on the world. It is just right to borrow the power of the Dragonborn Emperor to deal with another world crisis. Exchange of magic, that's even more nothing. Even if he doesn't exchange magic with them, the Dragonborn Emperor's magic level is already unsurpassed by anyone in the world. Moreover, by exchanging magic and building a good relationship with the Dragonborn Emperor, any crisis in the world in the future can be solved with the help of the Dragonborn Emperor's power. From this point of view, it seems to be quite cost-effective. You go back first, I go to Artyom Island. Pulling back the golden rope, Li Chuan explained a few words to Lydia, and then teleported to Artyom Island with 4 Psijic mages. Artyom Island is located in the Somerset Islands. It is a small island with a small area. It is spring-like all year round, and the scenery is also quite good. Because the entire island is covered by various magic circles set up by the Psijic mages, basically no one can find this island without the consent of the Psijic mages. The island can not only be directly invisible under the effect of the magic circle, but can even move under the drive of the magic circle. The place where Li Chuan and the 4 Psijic mages teleported to is the Sebarata in the center of Artyom Island, where the Psijic mages monitor the continent and study magic. Bold greets His Majesty. In the first floor hall of the Sabora Tower, seeing Li Chuan and his 4 disciples appear, Boulder and the remaining 7 wizards of the Psijic religion saluted together. No need to be polite. Coming here, I am no longer the Emperor of the Empire, but a wizard who shares the same ideals as everyone else. Seeing this, Li Chuan waved his hand and smiled. Master Boulder, take me to find the location of the Elder Scrolls first. Please follow me, Your Majesty. Bold took Li Chuan through the door of the first floor hall and instantly appeared on the top floor of the tower, and then came to a huge crystal. The Elder Scrolls. He chanted a spell, and cast a spell with both hands towards the crystal ball. Soon, an ancient scroll appeared in the crystal ball. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the crystal ball. The scroll shrank immediately, and a special mechanical structure appeared. It seems to be in the ruins of the Dwemer. Bold muttered, and then continued to point at the crystal ball, and the view was zoomed out again. This time, a dark and huge underground world appeared. It's actually in the legendary Black Mirror. I roughly know where it is. Finally, he clicked on the crystal ball, and the view was pulled directly to the sky above the entire dungeon, a place covered with heavy snow. The location of the first Elder Scroll is in a place called Elf's Tooth, in the territory of Winterhold. This kind of magic that can locate the location of things is very interesting. Seeing that the location of the first Elder Scroll has been determined, Li Chuan nodded, and then looked at the huge crystal ball with some admiration. Boulder smiled and said, in fact, this should not be a difficult magic for you, because it is based on the inside of the illusion department. Some changes have been made, and the effect is better when it is used with crystals. If Your Majesty is interested, I can teach you how to perform this magic when you are free. After Boulder's reminder, Li Chuan immediately had an idea of this magic. Insight is to report the name of a place, and then resonate with the world to get the specific location of that place. Since the principle is similar, Boulder's magic to find the Elder Scrolls should be to report the name of the item, and then resonate with the laws of the world to know the location of the item. Combined with the display and magnification of the crystal ball, the effect just now appeared. It's easy to say, but it's not that simple to change a pathfinding magic into a search magic. Thank you, Master Boulder. Thank you, Your Majesty, for letting my 4 disciples who offended you. Boulder smiled, and cast the search magic again. After meeting and feeling how powerful the power emanating from Li Chuan was, he had already made a decision in his heart. Since the Dragonborn Emperor was so powerful that even the entire Psijic Order could not defeat him, it would be better to find a way to guide him instead of leaving him alone. Sincerely guiding the other party's magic and turning him into a half-member of the Psijic Order would make him accept some of their opinions in the future, and make the world of Nirn a better place. In fact, they had done this to the Dragonborn Emperors of the Septim dynasty before, but they had no choice but to give up because those Dragonborn Emperors became more and more arrogant. There is no way all emperors are like this. The first generation is the most wise, the second generation is slightly worse, and the rest will get worse and worse. This person is the first generation of the Dragonborn of the new empire, so there should be hope. This volume cannot be displayed. The second Elder Scrolls screen flashed by, as if it was interfered by some powerful force. Chapter 534. Li Chuan frowned. Master Boulder, why is this happening? In this case, it should be that the second Elder Scroll is not in our world. It may have been brought into the annihilation plane of a certain demon god, and it cannot be tracked due to the interference of the demon god's power. Boulder pondered for a moment and replied, "In the demon god's plane, this is a bit troublesome." Li Chuan knew very well in his heart that even with his current strength, it was actually very dangerous to go to the demon god's annihilation plane. The power of the demon god in his own plane will be greatly improved, and his power will be suppressed. Let's take a look at the location of the next scroll. What he is looking for is the Elder Scroll's dragon. The one in the demon god plane may not be that scroll. He needs to find all the Elder Scrolls first. Bold nodded and cast the magic of finding objects for the third time. This scroll is in the hands of a sleeping female vampire. Well, it is located in the cave under the statue of Dagon in Songyuan. This time, there was no accident. Boulder found the location of the third Elder Scrolls on the crystal ball. Vampire? Li Chuan was stunned for a moment. He knew that there were vampires and werewolves in this world, but he had never met one in such a long time. The origin of vampires in this world is said to be created by the demon Molag Bal, the king of plunder and soul harvester. The demon Molag Bal controls the domination and slavery of the mortal world. His greatest desire is to spread conflicts and discord in the mortal world to harvest the souls of mortals and bring them under his rule. His annihilation plane is called Cold Harbor, where the land is full of silt, the sky is like fire, and the air seems to be frozen. Molag Bal also invaded Nirn. In the Second Age, he tried to devour the continent of Tamriel and merge it with his own plane, Cold Haven, but failed in the end. Molag Bal hated Akai, the god of life and death, the most, so one day he brutally killed a Need woman named Lamy who believed in Akai and Tamriel. Lamy was found by some nomads. Under the care of the nomads, Lamy eventually died. But on the day she was cremated, she suddenly woke up and brutally killed the nomads, who saved her. Later, vampires like Lamy, the first generation created by Molag Bal, were called the daughter of Cold Harbor. After that, she transformed many vampires and began to spread vampire disease in Tamriel, because that was the biggest mockery of Akai. However, Li Chuan also saw this story in another book, but the details were slightly different, but he felt that the second one was more like the truth. The second version was that Lamy did not die after being raped, and the scars on her body healed quickly, but this magical phenomenon frightened the local Neds. They were afraid that the disease carried by Latina would spread, so they wanted to burn Latina to death. Lamy, who woke up and had the power of a vampire, would not sit still and wait for death. She was angry and slaughtered everyone. But afterwards, she was frightened by what she had done and the changes in her body. She begged for Akai's forgiveness, but Akai still abandoned this believer who turned into a vampire. The desperate Latina's mentality began to change, and she frantically spread the vampire virus among Akai's followers. After that, many mortals began to sign contracts with Molag Bal and become vampires for endless life and supreme power. Continue. Li Chuan signaled Boulder to look again. He wanted to find the location of all the Elder Scrolls and get them all at once. Boulder cast the magic of finding objects for the fourth time, but this time, the crystal ball did not move at all. It seems that in this era, there are only 3 copies of the Elder Scrolls. Without waiting for Li Chuan to ask, Boulder explained. Just like the legend, the number of Elder Scrolls is not fixed in each era. Sometimes there is only 1 copy, sometimes there are 100 copies, and this era has only 3 copies. Only 3 copies, I hope my luck is not so bad. Hearing that there are only 3 Elder Scrolls in this era, Li Chuan's mouth twitched. Choose 1 out of 3, there is a 1/3 chance that the Elder Scrolls dragon he needs most will be in the annihilation space of the demon god. This probability is a bit high. In the Winterford territory, on the top of the snowy mountain in the north where few people go, there are several small brass towers. Is this the remains of the Elves' Teeth? Li Chuan slowly descended from the sky to the snowy mountain below. After learning the traces of the 3 Elder Scrolls from Boulder, he did not stay any longer. Now his primary goal is to get the Elder Scrolls dragon and learn the Dragon Soul Tearing, a dragon roar that can be used to deal with Dormammu in the future. After learning it, he can take time to slowly explore the true meaning of magic with Boulder and others on Artem Island. Not only the magic of finding objects and time magic, but even Boulder and others have developed various rare magics in the world such as the magic of finding people. These magics are worth her time to learn. It seems that this place has been discovered by someone, but the situation doesn't look good. On the snowy mountain, he saw some temporary tents and frozen bodies, as well as a man-made plank road leading to the entrance of the Elf-Tooth ruins on the steep cliff. It is obvious that this rarely visited Dwemer ruins was discovered by an expedition team before, but the harsh environment here made the expedition team pay a heavy price. Along the plank road built by the expedition team, Li Chuan pushed open the brass door and walked into the ruins. The ruins of Dwemer are full of various large Dwemer machines, most of which are powered by steam and are brass-colored, looking rough and mysterious. Some are similar to the steampunk style that was popular for a while in the previous life. Walking inside the ruins, he saw many traces of artificial excavation and various materials that were moved in. After walking for a while, a catman holding an axe and looking dazed appeared in front of him. When the catman saw him, he raised the axe and chopped at him, mumbling nervously, "Oh, who do I see? A hairless guy, trapped here by the storm like poor Geyser. Did you steal Geyser's skooma? Hand it over. Hand it over." "A catman who is addicted. Let me see what happened to your expedition team." Li Chuan frowned and raised his hand to knock away the catman's axe, pinched his neck, and used soul reading to read his memory. After a while, he broke the catman's neck and threw it aside. It turned out to be the tomb raider sent by the old empire. Li Chuan's face showed a hint of understanding. At this time, he had roughly understood the situation of this expedition team from the catman's memory. Chapter 535. A year ago, the old empire that had not yet been destroyed by him discovered a huge Dwemer ruins in the snowy mountains of Skyrim, which was said to be connected to the legendary Black Realm. So Emperor Titus Me too sent an officer named Sura to secretly gather an expedition team to secretly come to Skyrim to dig up the ruins to see if they could find and study the manufacturing technology of the Dwemer. Then, through the Dwemer technology, he would replicate the Dwarven mechanical army to help the Empire win the future war with the ancestral divine state. The excavation went smoothly at first, but just when they had repaired the plank road and opened the entrance to the ruins, a big storm swept across the entire snowy mountain. Many workers of the expedition team died in the storm, and only a small number of people took supplies and hid in the ruins in time, continuing to explore while waiting for the storm outside to stop. During this period, they encountered many dwarf mechanical attacks, and only 7 people survived in the end. Captain Sura, bodyguard Umana, wizard Valet, guide Indast, supervisor Jaeger, and the only 2 remaining workers, the cat brothers Jadar and Gisel. The one Li Chuan just killed was one of the catmen, Geyser. This guy has been taking skooma for years, and has a strong addiction. In order to help him quit skooma, his brother Jadar brought him to join the expedition team. Then he gave him a little bit every day to help him quit slowly. As a result, during the half-year trapped in the ruins, the skooma had long been used up. Jadar was also seriously injured by the dwarf mechanical spider, and other members of the expedition team disappeared mysteriously, causing Geyser's skooma addiction to go crazy. He killed his seriously injured brother Jadar with his own hands, and then wandered around looking for the skooma that his brother had hidden in his imagination. Skooma is a kind of sugar made from sugarcane. After special processing, it can be turned into moon sugar, and further processing can become skooma, which is banned from sale in various cities on the mainland. Skooma is highly addictive. If you eat too much, you will have hallucinations and affect your intelligence and physical health. Shaking his head, Li Chuan continued to walk deeper into the ruins. There are many ruins in this world. As long as you dare to take risks, you may get a lot of wealth and become rich overnight, but if you don't have the strength, you will eventually become a pile of dry bones in the ruins. He casually slapped away the dwarven mechanical spiders and dwarven mechanical balls that jumped out of the pipes, and he found the bodies of several other missing expedition members and their notes in the ruins. Through the notes, he knew that these missing expedition members were kidnapped by the Vamo in the ruins. Most of the ruins of the Dwemer must have Vamo. Vamo was a snow elf that was enslaved by the Dwemer in the past, and now has degenerated into an ugly monster with low intelligence. Most of the kidnapped expedition members were skinned alive by the Vamo and used as food. Only the strongest Sura and her bodyguard Umana escaped by chance. As Li Chuan continued to go deeper into the ruins, he naturally encountered a large number of attacks from the Famo, but these Famo were no threat to him at the moment, so he killed them all at will. In the end, he felt that he had not only reached the bottom of the snow mountain, but also went at least 500 meters underground, and finally came to the entrance of what Boulder called the Black Realm. That is where an ancient scroll was hidden. And here, he also met the only 2 surviving members of the expedition team, Sura and Umana. But these 2 members actually fought at the entrance of the Black Mirror. Sura, let's leave here, enough people have died. Impossible, the legendary Black Realm is below. As long as I enter it, find the Dwemer's dungeon, and get the Dwemer's technology, His Majesty will definitely reward me heavily. Umana, don't think I don't know what you want to do. You just want to kill me when I turn around and take all the credit. Sura, you are crazy. I don't want to die here, I want to leave. Then I will kill you first. I am the only one who knows the secrets here. Looking at the two people working hard there, Li Chuan coughed and laughed. I say, your empire has been destroyed. Is it necessary to fight to the death here? Who are you? How could the empire be destroyed? Suddenly hearing Li Chuan's voice, the two were shocked and stopped fighting immediately, and all their eyes were on Li Chuan. They have only been here for a year. Even if the ancestral Shinjo is strong, it is impossible to destroy the empire in just 1 year, and the empire has signed a platinum agreement. I am the dragonborn emperor of the new empire. I destroyed your empire. Li Chuan shrugged and walked to the mechanism that opened the entrance to the black mirror. He stretched his hand upwards and said, Allaho, open. The magic light of the unlocking spell shone on the mechanism. The mechanism trembled slightly, but it did not open as Li Chuan expected. This was the first time that the unlocking spell failed. The combination of technology and magic is really something. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, he immediately knew where the problem was. No matter how complicated the lock is, the unlocking spell can open it. Even the modern high-tech smart locks, fingerprint locks, etc. are no exception. But there is one exception. That is, if the lock is protected by magic, the unlocking spell will not work. And the machinery of the Dwemer race is not ordinary machinery, but magical machinery that integrates magical power. If you want to open it, you can only get the corresponding opening object. You dare to speak so arrogantly, you must be the rebels of the Storm Cloak. Let me kill you first. Sura didn't believe what Li Chuan said, turned around and left Umana behind, stabbing Li Chuan with a sword. Li Chuan flicked his finger, and a strong airflow burst out instantly, hitting Sura and sending him flying. He crashed into the large dwarf machine next to him, and spit out blood. Then he grabbed Sura in front of him, and began to read his memory. Do I need to find the coordination mechanical ball to open this mechanism? It's too troublesome. After reading Sura's memory, Li Chuan twisted his neck and threw him aside, shaking his head. Sura is an officer of the Empire, and an expert in Dwemer technology. Under normal circumstances, the mechanism needs to be opened with a coordination mechanical ball specially made by the Dwemer. If it is not available, it will take at least a month to crack it with Sura's technology. This is too troublesome for Li Chuan, so he chose to crack it violently. Lightspeed fist. Raising his hand, the fist shadow in the sky directly hit the dwarf mechanism. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire dwarf mechanism that opened the black mirror disappeared instantly, and a huge deep pit appeared in front of Li Chuan, and below the deep pit was the entrance to a dark underground world. Chapter 536. I have cleared all the dwarven machines and vamos on the road. If you want to leave, just go back along the road. After reminding the female bodyguard Umana with round eyes, Li Chuan jumped into the deep pit, and flew directly to the Tower of Zack, where the Elder Scrolls were hidden as shown in the crystal ball. The Black Realm is a huge underground world with various Dwemer buildings and Dwemer machines left behind. The whole world is covered by a huge, mushroom-like glowing plant. After the strange disappearance of the Dwemer, this place was occupied by a large number of Vamo. Li Chuan did not get entangled with those Vamo, and flew directly into the Tower of Zack in the deepest part of the Black Realm at high speed, and found the large dwarven magic machine that hid the Elder Scrolls. Similarly, because it could not be opened with magic, he chose to violently dismantle it, forcibly took out the preserved Elder Scrolls from it, and then teleported to the top of Mount Hogarth, and met the dragon Parthenax again. This volume is the Elder Scrolls dragon that the 3 human warriors exiled Alduin. Next, let me teach you how to use it. After seeing the scroll, Parthenax said something that made Li Chuan feel relieved. He didn't expect that he was lucky enough to get the first Elder Scroll dragon that he needed most. The Elder Scroll contains the ancient power of the ancient holy remains. It can open a time crack. Through this time crack, you can use the scroll to see the war. Under the guidance of Parthenax, Li Chuan opened the Elder Scroll dragon on the top of Hogarth Mountain. A powerful law of time emanated from the scroll, connecting his consciousness with the scroll and traveling through time back to the past. For 1,000 years ago, the top of the Hogarth Mountain was filled with corpses of human warriors and dragons. In the center of the mountain, 3 Nord warriors, Furter, Harkon and Graham, 2 men and 1 woman, were confronting Alduin. Foolish and treacherous humans, I am your doomsday. Today the world will end with me. Alduin flew high in the sky and roared at the 3 warriors below. The 3 warriors looked at each other, and while the arrogant Alduin was talking, they roared at him at the same time, tear the dragon soul. 3 dragon roars, more powerful than those of Greybeard, hit Alduin at the same time, weakening his soul instantly. He let out a painful scream and fell from the air onto the platform on the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the three warriors immediately rushed up with their swords and axes and chopped him. Unfortunately, Alduin's dragon body was too strong. Even though he took all the attacks from the three warriors, his body didn't seem to be hurt. When he woke up from the negative state of the dragon soul being torn apart, he immediately beat the three Nord warriors without any chance to fight back. Finally, seeing that the three warriors were about to be killed, one of them, Ferdiel, quickly took out the Elder Scrolls dragon from his arms, opened it, pointed it at Alduin and began to chant a spell. Under the effect of the Elder Scrolls dragon, Alduin, who had no reaction, was directly sent into the long river of time. At this point, this time travel ended, and Li Chuan's consciousness returned to his body again. At the same time, because he watched the three warriors use the Dragon Soul Tear process, he also naturally learned this dragon roar. Thank you for your help. After putting away the Elder Scrolls, Li Chuan expressed his gratitude to the Dragon Parthernax. The Dragon Parthernax nodded. This is also my responsibility, but last time you came, you said that you had defeated Alduin, is that true? After Li Chuan left, he summoned Greybeard to learn about what had happened during this period. But he still couldn't believe that Li Chuan could defeat Alduin and subdue the group of dragons under Alduin without learning the Dragon Soul Tear. Because he knew best how powerful Alduin was, and as the devourer of the world, the first son of his father Akatosh, Alduin could not be killed in the mortal world. Well, let Xiao Ao come and say hello to you. Li Chuan did not explain, and directly released Alduin, who was imprisoned in the Tsukuyami world. After Alduin came out, he just glanced at Petunek, spread his wings without saying a word, and fled to the distance at the fastest speed. Li Chuan, who had expected it, opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar, Dragon Soul Tear. Letting Alduin out was first to let Petunek see him, and secondly, it was a good opportunity to experiment with the newly learned Dragon Soul Tear effect. Alduin, who was hit by Li Chuan's Dragon Soul Tear, immediately let out a scream like death, and fell vertically from the air to the top of the mountain, and then his dragon eyes turned over, and he fainted. The three warriors' Dragon Soul Tear could only make Alduin fall to the ground and his brain confused for a while, but Li Chuan's Dragon Soul Tear was too powerful, and directly knocked Alduin unconscious. It seems to be effective. Seeing Alduin fainted on the top of the mountain, Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Over there, Parthernax looked at his invincible elder brother Alduin, who was knocked down by a single blow, and his dragon jaw almost fell off. Although Li Chuan just used the Dragon Soul Tear that he had just learned, from the power of the Dragon Soul Tear, it can be vaguely seen how powerful Li Chuan's soul is. Fortunately, it was Alduin. He felt that if the Dragon Soul Tearing was roared at him, it would really tear his dragon soul into pieces and turn him into an idiot dragon. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the top of the mountain to find me. After seeing Li Chuan's strength, Parthernax's tone became more gentle. If he was good to Li Chuan before because he had the mission of helping the Dragonborn defeat Alduin, now it was because Li Chuan was so powerful that he could easily kill him. He put Alduin back into the moon-reading world, waved to Parthernax, and he disappeared. Having obtained the Elder Scrolls dragon and learned the Dragon Soul Tear, the next step was to get the other Elder Scrolls. He actually wanted to know if he could combine all three Elder Scrolls into one. So after leaving Hogarth Mountain, he teleported above the northern ice field of Winterhold and began to look for the mage Septimus Signos, who is said to be very knowledgeable about the Elder Scrolls. The location of the third volume of the Ancient Scroll is in a cave in Songyuan territory, and it is easy to get it. The main problem now is that he doesn't know which Demon God's Annihilation space the second volume is in. So he wondered if this Septimus Signos would know some clues. If Septimus Signos doesn't have any clues, it won't be too late for him to go to Songyuan territory to get the third volume of the Ancient Scroll. Li Chuan opened his spiritual sense to the maximum, and while flying, he opened a large-scale coverage scan of the ice field below like a radar. Chapter 537. As a former mentor of Winterhold, Septimus Signos' magic power level is definitely not low, so it is not difficult to find him. If it were an ordinary person, it would be really hard to find him. Found it. After spending most of the day scanning most of the northern ice field, Li Chuan finally sensed a fairly good magic fluctuation. According to the comparison with the mentor of Winterhold Magic Academy, it is most likely that Septimus Signos. Falling from the sky, he soon found the entrance to a cave hidden deep in the ice field. He removed the cover covering the cave, went down the wooden ladder, turned around an ice passage, and a large hall appeared in front of him. An old man in a wizard robe was studying an ancient large Dwemer machine at the bottom of the hall. When he saw Li Chuan appear, he showed a surprised look on his face. "Who are you? I heard that you were very knowledgeable about the Elder Scrolls. Do you know their specific locations?" Li Chuan didn't waste time explaining, but asked directly. Septimus' eyes turned, and he didn't delve into Li Chuan's identity. Instead, he smiled and said, "I do know the location of an ancient scroll, but if you want me to tell you, you have to do me a favor. Tell me what it is first, and I think about it." Li Chuan walked up the steps to Septimus, and didn't subdue him directly by force, but asked with interest. He could force Septimus to tell him the location of the ancient scroll, or he could read his memory through legilimency, but since there was no grudge, and he was just looking for help, it would be a bit too much to do so. So if the other party's request is within his ability, he is still willing to use the principle of equal value to exchange for information. "Do you see this giant dwarven box?" Septimus pointed excitedly at the giant dwarven mechanical device embedded in the ice wall in the hall. "According to my research, this device may contain a god's heart. I need you to help me go to a Dwemer ruins and print this square code. This is the coordinator to enter the Black Realm below the ruins. Help me with this, and you will get the Elder Scroll you need." Dwemer ruins. Black Realm coordinator, the Elder Scroll you mentioned is not this one, right? Li Chuan raised his eyebrows, and took out the Elder Scroll dragon he had obtained. Obviously, this Septimus did know the location of an Elder Scroll, but he had already obtained the Elder Scroll there. "How did you get this Elder Scroll? Have you been to the Tower of Zack?" "Yes, and you may not be able to print the tome, because the Dwemer machine that holds the Elder Scrolls has been broken by me. But I do have another way to help you open this Dwemer box." Li Chuan looked at the huge Dwemer box, with a hint of interest on his face. Although he did not get the location of the second Elder Scrolls from Septimus, he also became a little interested in the so-called Heart of God, because he also felt a strange magical fluctuation from the Dwemer box. "If you can help me open the box, I will definitely give you a generous reward." Hearing that Li Chuan had a way to help him open the Dwemer box, Septimus' eyes lit up instantly. The Dwemer machine that printed the codex was destroyed, which meant that his previous research of more than 10 years had failed, and the Heart of the God that was about to be obtained became a fantasy. "No, I'm just curious about what the Heart of the God looks like." Li Chuan shook his head, then came to the huge Dwemer box, and thrust his hands forward, and it was inserted into the box made of dwarven metal very smoothly, just like inserting into mud. "Open it for me." With a force of both hands, he forced the box to open to both sides, revealing a passage for one person to pass through. This kind of dwarven machinery has dual protection of dwarven magic and machinery. It cannot be opened with the unlocking spell, but it can be destroyed by brute force. Septimus, who was standing next to him, was expecting Li Chuan to use some clever method to open the Dwemer box. Seeing that he actually opened the Dwemer box with his hands, he was also frightened and trembled. This is not an ordinary Dwemer machine. According to his research, this is the hardest Dwemer box where the Dwemer keep their most important treasures. Compared to an ordinary dwarven mechanical box, it is like an ordinary iron box and a bank safe, which are not at the same level of protection. If you don't use the correct opening method, even the most powerful wizards and warriors can't destroy it violently from the outside. What kind of monster is this guy? After sighing inwardly, he saw that the Dwemer box had been opened, and he rushed in immediately. However, what appeared in front of him was not the so-called Heart of God, but a thick book, titled Infinite Wisdom. "Why is it just a book? This is impossible, It seems that there is something wrong with your research. There is no so-called Heart of God." Li Chuan stepped into the Dwemer box, looked at the thick book with special magical energy on the table, and teased Septimus. If it is really the Heart of God, it must contain huge energy, and he didn't feel much powerful energy outside just now. The poor old wizard didn't know where he got the wrong information, and was deceived for more than 10 years. However, the next second, his eyes changed, because he saw Septimus's whole body suddenly turned into powder and fell to the ground, and then Septimus' soul was sucked out of the Dwemer box by an invisible force. Reaching out to pick up the Infinite Wisdom book, his figure chased Septimus' soul back to the hall. At this time, at the entrance of the hall, a strange creature appeared in his eyes. Strange tentacles, countless eyes, the creature looked like some weird, disgusting and terrifying Crusoe monster in the previous life. His tentacles swiped, and a crack appeared, sucking Septimus' soul into it. Through the fleeting crack, Li Chuan seemed to see countless black leather books, and a large number of souls floating in it. "Oh, my new warrior, you got my Infinite Wisdom book, which contains the knowledge of several eras that my most loyal servant Shax has peeked into. It has been isolated from the world for thousands of years, and now you help my believer Septimus get it, and it belongs to you. Are you the guardian of secrets and the unknown knower, the demon Hermias Mora? Looking at the appearance of this monster, and then from what he said, Li Chuan immediately guessed its identity. Chapter 538. Hermias Mora is one of the 16 demons. He has his own oblivion plane anomaly. He likes to use the vast knowledge he possesses to attract mortals who pursue and desire knowledge, and then pull their souls into his own plane. Usually the victims are mages who like to study magic. The first-generation dragon-born Mirik, who attacked him before, was seduced by Hermias Mora, and then betrayed Alduin and Akatosh. Yes, my warrior, it seems that you have heard of me. Spread my knowledge well, and let more humans believe in me. Hermias Mora ordered Li Chuan in a condescending tone. I am not your warrior, nor will I spread faith for you. Looking at the demon god in front of him, Li Chuan narrowed his eyes. The demon god's body cannot descend on the instar, and the one in front of him is just a projection of Hermias Mora. He does not take this level of projection seriously, so he naturally does not need to be too cautious when talking to this demon god. In fact, as long as he does not go to the demon god's plane, with his current strength, even if the demon god's body descends, he may not be defeated. You took my infinite wisdom book and learned my knowledge. Whether you admit it or not, you will become my warrior. And this is just the beginning. We will meet again. Hermias Mora was not angry at Li Chuan's attitude and disappeared directly into the hall. It seems a bit like the Dark Book of Scython. After Hermias Mora left, Li Chuan picked up the Infinite Wisdom Book and directly entered his own Tsukuyomi world, and then opened it in the Tsukuyomi world to read. Shisong's Dark Book also contained Shisong's powerful knowledge. Whether you want magic knowledge or scientific knowledge, any knowledge that exists in the universe will be presented to you by the Dark Book. Because the Dark Book is originally connected to Shisong's spiritual realm, just like a computer monitor. However, while gaining knowledge from the Dark Book, you will also be influenced by Shisong invisibly, which will distort your thoughts and be subtly changed by him. Even Wanda and Doctor Strange could not avoid it. He estimated that Hermias Mora's Infinite Wisdom Codex was similar, but compared to the huge knowledge base of Scython that devoured countless universes, Hermias Mora's knowledge base was limited to the world of Nirn. This trick really works for ordinary people. As long as they read the Infinite Wisdom Codex, they will subtly develop a good impression of Hermias Mora in the future, and help it spread faith. But it was useless to Li Chuan. First of all, Li Chuan's own soul is strong enough to resist the subtle spiritual influence of Hermias Mora. Secondly, he has his own dimension space. As long as he enters his own Tsukuyomi world, he can naturally isolate the spiritual invasion of Hermias Mora. 2 days later, Li Chuan left his Tsukuyomi dimension and returned to the hall. It's really something. In the past 2 days, he has absorbed a lot of knowledge through the Infinite Wisdom Classic, especially the knowledge related to magic, which has given him a deeper understanding of the nature of magic in this world. Even the spell of finding objects that Boulder used before, he can now deduce it himself based on the principle of insight. And not only the spell of finding objects, he thinks that if he spends time studying it, the spell of finding people can also be deduced. The same principle, through the name of a person to resonate with the world, so as to find the specific location of that person. Just like before, when he wanted to find Septimus Signos, he could use this spell of finding people to find him. After the spell was activated, he could immediately find the other party's exact location according to the guidance of the world. In fact, this kind of magic to find people also exists in the wizard world. It's just that wizards haven't figured it out yet, but it's the innate magical ability of the magical creature owl. In the world of fantastic beasts and where to find them, as long as you write the name of the recipient when writing a letter, and then give the letter to the owl, then no matter where the person is, the owl can accurately deliver the letter. And even if there are tens of thousands of the same name in the world, it will not be delivered to the wrong person. It will only be delivered to the person you want to send it to. Unless this person uses the relevant shielding magic in advance, there will be no mistakes. Let's ignore Hermias Mora. Since there is no clue to the second scroll here, let's go get the third scroll first. Li Chuan did not stay in the northern ice field for long, and flew directly to the cave where the third scroll was hidden in Sanyuan territory. Half an hour later, the sun set, and a mountain with a giant statue of Dagon gradually appeared in front of him. But just as he was getting closer and closer to the mountain, he suddenly stopped and looked at a place at the foot of the mountain. So these are vampires. With his eyesight, he could see clearly what happened at the foot of the mountain. At this time, a big battle was taking place in front of a house at the foot of the mountain. It seemed that a large group of vampires were besieging a base of the Vigilante organization, and the members of the Vigilante were completely at a disadvantage. The Vigilantes, This is an organization spread throughout the entire Tamriel continent. They believe in Styndr, the god of justice, mercy, and kindness, and do not participate in secular wars. The only purpose is to eliminate all the darkness in the continent, including vampires, werewolves, and various dark creatures from the demon plane, and protect the safety of mankind. At the same time, it will also help humans treat diseases, and it is an organization that every city will welcome. Duran, we are not their opponents. Let's go and find Yisran at the Dawn Guard Fortress. We were wrong. There are more vampires than we thought. The female leader of the vigilantes, Cassidy, who was struggling to resist, saw another vigilante fall under the beating of vampires. Knowing that this time it was estimated that there was no escape, she shouted loudly to Duran, the strongest. Vampires on the continent have always been scattered, so they have never taken them seriously. Ishiran, one of the leaders of the Sentinels before, thought that the strength of vampires was much stronger than they expected, and hoped to pay attention to the crisis of vampires, but was rejected by her. Later, Ishiran led a part of the Sentinels to leave the Sentinels, and established the Dawn Guard in the Dawn Guard Castle, specializing in hunting vampires. Facts proved that she was wrong. When a Sentinel accidentally found clues to some kind of sealed vampire artifact in a cave halfway up the mountain, they were attacked by a large number of vampires. These vampires are much stronger than the vampires they have encountered before. They are organized and disciplined, and have special vampire equipment. They are no match at all. Chapter 539. Tamriel will soon be ruled by our Lord. Today, we will kill all of you who are in the way of the Sentinels. Behind a group of vampires, a high-ranking vampire with a very high status said arrogantly. But just as he finished speaking, a huge voice full of jokes suddenly sounded in the air. Tamriel will be ruled by your lord. How come I don't know? Li Chuan stretched out his hand to cast a recovery magic to heal all the injured Sentinels, and then looked down at the leading high-ranking vampire from above. Who are you? Lokiel looked at Li Chuan floating in the air, with a solemn expression on his face. As a vampire who has lived for hundreds of years, he not only has a strong immortal body, but also has good magic ability. In his knowledge system, it seems that there is no magic that can allow humans to fly. He has only seen his master Haken, the most powerful and ancient vampire lord, who can fly. And the recovery magic just now was also very abnormal, and it actually healed all the injured Sentinels in an instant. Before Li Chuan could answer, the female leader of the Sentinels, Kashidi, had already saluted Li Chuan with all the Sentinels. Kashidi greets His Majesty, and thanks His Majesty for his help. Kashidi naturally knew Li Chuan, because she and most of the Sentinels had watched the epic battle between Li Chuan and the dragon. At that time, she thought that if the Dragonborn could not solve the dragon and the dragon ravaged the world, they, the Sentinels, would resolutely join the battle to protect the civilians and fight the dragon. But she didn't expect that the Dragonborn was much more powerful than she imagined, comparable to gods. Kaisedi, right? I've heard of you. You're pretty good. Li Chuan fell from the sky and looked at Kaisedi and others with admiration. Of course, he appreciated this kind of organization that could make his empire better. You are the Dragonborn Emperor of the new empire. After getting the answer from Kaisedi, Lokiel was startled, and immediately gave a look to his men around him, and began to slowly retreat and prepare to evacuate. Vampires are the public enemy of the entire continent, so naturally none of them dared to watch the battle that brought together a large number of masters and clergy from the continent, and they didn't know what the Dragonborn looked like. But they had heard of the power of the Dragonborn Emperor. Even if he was arrogant, he didn't think that he and these vampire slaves could be the opponent of the Dragonborn Emperor. His master Hackingly was almost the same. Did I let you go? Li Chuan turned around and looked over when he noticed Lokiel's retreat. Lokiel immediately showed his vampire fangs, and then ordered his vampires and vampire servants. Kill him, bring him to the master will definitely reward us greatly. However, after giving the order, he immediately turned invisible and fled backwards at a high speed. When the vampires and vampire servants heard that they could get the master's reward, they immediately bared their fangs and excitedly rushed towards Li Chuan. Protect His Majesty. Kezetai raised his war hammer enchanted with holy light and roared. Snap! Li Chuan snapped his fingers, and the blue fire burst out instantly, turning into a fire dragon, opening its mouth and turning all the vampires and vampire servants who rushed towards him into ashes. He then raised his hand, and a strong suction force directly sucked back the invisible and escaping Lokiel. Let's see who your great lord is. He activated Legilimency and began to read Lokiel's memory. Vampire Castle, Haken, Prophecy, End of the Sun, it's quite interesting. After reading Lokiel's memory, Li Chuan's fierce fire in his hand rekindled, and he burned Lokiel, the powerful vampire, to ashes. Vampires, the dark creatures created by Molag Bal, have endless lifespans and powerful bodies, but they also have very fatal weaknesses. They are most afraid of the sun, followed by magic with light attributes, and finally fire magic. So vampires like to haunt and attack passers-by in the dark. This powerful vampire named Lokiel is different from most of the scattered wild vampires in Skyrim. He comes from a vampire castle called Fjukahar, located on a small island in the Ghost Sea west of Lonely City. This vampire castle has existed since the First Age. Its owner, Hakon, is a vampire transformed by the demon Molag Bal himself, who can transform into a powerful vampire lord. The reason why Lokiel brought vampires to kill these vigilantes was because Hakon had heard of a prophecy, but he didn't know the specific situation. Anyway, it was roughly that Hakon could end the sun through an artifact, so that vampires would no longer be restrained by the sun, and thus conquer the entire continent. The clue to the artifact seemed to be deep in a cave in this mountain. However, when he brought people here, he found that the sentinels had also found the cave. In order to prevent the sentinels from interfering with the search for the artifact later, he decided to get rid of the sentinels before dark. Could this third volume of the Elder Scrolls also end the sun? Through Boulder's crystal ball, he already knew that the location of the third volume of the Elder Scrolls was in the same cave. So the so-called artifact that Hakon was looking for was most likely that volume of the Elder Scrolls. Your Majesty? Seeing the Dragonborn Emperor fall into deep thought after killing Lokiel, Cassidy spoke carefully to remind him. Li Chuan came to his senses and smiled at Cassidy. I will handle the matter in the Nether Cave crypt. You don't need to interfere. Just take a good rest. After saying that, he flew directly to the Nether Cave crypt, where the Elder Scrolls were hidden halfway up the mountain. After entering the Nether Cave crypt, he found that it was a very common Nord ruins with many whites in it. However, if you look closely, you can find that this is not a completely normal Nord ruins, because it still has traces of post-modification, and some magic traps have been added. She guessed that someone was using this Nord ruins to protect the Elder Scrolls. He easily dealt with the zombies, mechanisms, and magic traps that blocked the road, and soon he came to a huge underground space. The architectural style of this underground space is obviously very different from the architectural style of the Nord ruins outside. There are no stone carvings and murals that the Nords worship, animal statues that symbolize different gods, urns and shrouds for storing funeral objects, etc. Instead, there are statues of gargoyles everywhere. Gargoyles are dark magical creatures from the cold harbor plane of the demon Molag Bal. They can be summoned to the world of Nirn by their followers, that is, vampires, through summoning spells to assist in battle. For ordinary humans, gargoyles are a very powerful summon. Chapter 540. Most of the underground space was occupied by a huge pool of water, and in the center of the pool was a circular altar. He could clearly sense a strong sealing magic in the altar. All curses are over. He came to the center of the altar, raised his hand, and directly broke the sealing magic on it. The mechanism was immediately activated, and a sarcophagus slowly rose from below. When the door of the sarcophagus was opened, a beautiful girl carrying an ancient scroll fell weakly on Li Chuan. Li Chuan raised his hand to hold her, looked her up and down, and showed an interested look. Who are you? Why are you sealed here? The girl shook her head, and after she woke up from her sleep for who knows how long, she looked up at Li Chuan. She did not answer Li Chuan's question, but showed a surprised look. Who sent you here? The tone was as if her release was planned in advance. Li Chuan raised the corner of his mouth. Who do you think sent me? Well, I thought it would be at least my kind, and you are obviously a human. The girl shrugged. From the girl's tone, Li Chuan did not feel the cruelty of the previous vampires, and their condescending attitude of treating humans as food. Instead, he felt a very friendly attitude. This also made him not immediately kill the vampire girl, and snatch the Elder Scrolls behind her. Instead, he chatted with her. Are vampires necessarily bad? Of course not. Just like he later discovered that the official members of the famous Comrades group were all werewolves. It's just that most vampires and werewolves find it difficult to control the influence of the dark power in their bodies, which leads to frequent attacks and killings of ordinary people, which makes people think that these dark creatures are all bad. The vampire girl in front of him is obviously the kind of vampire that is more friendly to humans. No one sent me here. I accidentally discovered this cave and accidentally released you. Li Chuan's eyes turned, and then he smiled. At this point, he is not in a hurry to get this ancient scroll. After all, the second volume of the Elder Scrolls was nowhere to be found, and if he wanted it, he could always snatch it from the vampire girl in front of him. He was more interested in the prophecy that could end the sun. Use the Elder Scrolls to end the sun? How to do it specifically? He didn't seem to have heard of the Elder Scrolls having this ability before. Thank you for helping me remove the seal. By the way, my name is Serana. Can I ask what era it is now, and who is the Supreme King of Skyrim? Serana extended her hand to express her gratitude to Li Chuan, and then asked. Li Chuan did not hide it. It is the 4th age now, and the High King of Skyrim is Balgruuf of Whiterun. The 4th age? I have been sealed for so long. This is different from what my mother said. Hearing Li Chuan's answer, Serana was stunned. She is the eldest daughter of the vampire castle. Together with her mother Berelica, she was sacrificed to Molag Bal by her father Harkon. In the torture of life and death, she was transformed into a vampire with the purest blood, that is, the legendary daughter of Cold Harbor. Originally, the family lived quite happily. Later, her father heard a prophecy from somewhere, saying that he could use the Elder Scrolls to obtain a certain artifact to end the sun, and thus he had the ambition to unify the entire continent. Her mother was unwilling to go to war with the entire Tamriel, and opposed her father's plan. The relationship between the two began to break down, and she was also neglected. One day, her mother secretly took her to a cave, and then gave her an Elder Scrolls, sealed her, and told her that she would come to unseal her soon. She thought it might be a few years at most, but she didn't expect that the seal would last for thousands of years. During the moment when Serana was lost in her memories, Li Chuan also quietly performed legilimency on her and read her memories. It turns out that it's not the Elder Scrolls, but the ability to predict the future through the Elder Scrolls to find the artifact that can end the sun. It's really becoming more and more conscious. Can you please take me home? My father can give you a lot of money when the time comes. After calming down again, Serana blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Chuan. 1,000 years have passed, and she urgently needs to go home to see if her parents are still alive, and why they haven't come to unseal her. But after so long, she doesn't know what the outside world has become. It must be very different from the human world she was familiar with 1,000 years ago, and this place is very far away from her home. So she really needs someone who is familiar with this era to help her return home safely. It just so happens that this adventurer in front of her seems to be very good. The most important thing is that after knowing that she is a vampire, the other party did not show fear and disgust like normal humans. A lot of money? I can consider it. Li Chuan touched his chin and agreed with a smile. By the way, is that the Elder Scroll on your back? Yes, but it's my Elder Scroll. Serana touched the Elder Scroll and replied with some pride. Li Chuan waved his hand. Okay, yours, then where is your home? Well, according to my memory, it should be on a small island west of Lonely City. There are some small boats there. We can take a boat across the sea. Serana recalled and said, Let's go, let's leave here first. Li Chuan turned around and took Serana to the exit of the cave. However, at this moment, the gargoyle statues that were originally like stone statues seemed to sense something, and suddenly shattered the stones on the surface, turning into real gargoyles, and rushed towards Li Chuan and Serana. It's the gargoyle left by my mother that has awakened. Don't be afraid, watch me. Serana chanted a spell and cast a necromancy spell, gathering some scattered bone dragons around, and soon turned into several skeleton warriors to meet the gargoyles. The gargoyles just clanged a few times, and the skeleton warriors fell apart. Sorry, I just woke up and my physical condition is not very good. Seeing her skeleton warriors so fragile, Serana looked at Li Chuan beside her with an embarrassed face. Li Chuan shook his head with a smile, and his figure flashed to the fastest gargoyle. He raised his hand and grabbed the gargoyle's neck and twisted it directly. Although the gargoyle is a dark creature, it will die after its neck is twisted, just like a vampire will not survive if its neck is cut. The dark creatures in this world are not particularly powerful. This is why humans rule this continent, not dark creatures. Chapter 541. Crack. However, just as Li Chuan broke the neck of a gargoyle, a large ice cone was inserted into the back of his head. It was just that the back of his head was too hard, and the large ice cone broke directly. I say, Serana, are you going to kill me? Li Chuan threw down the body of the gargoyle and looked back at Serana in silence, because the large ice cone was cast by Serana. Serana's head shrank immediately. Well, I wanted to help, but my body was still a little stiff, so the magic was not very accurate. After all, she had been sleeping for more than 1,000 years, had not drunk blood for more than 1,000 years, and had been sleeping in a sarcophagus for more than 1,000 years. Even though she was the daughter of Cold Harbor, blood was not necessary, but her body was still in the weakest state at this time. So she really didn't want to attack Li Chuan, but just wanted to help. Forget it, you'd better not help. I can handle these little things. Sensing that Sir Anna was not lying, Li Chuan had to give up. Li Hua. With a wave of his hand, a fire dragon appeared and swallowed all the gargoyles instantly. Morag, are humans so powerful now? Seeing Li Chuan raise his hand and cast a powerful fire magic, instantly killing all the gargoyles, Sir Anna, the vampire lady, almost jumped out of her heart that had stopped beating for 1,000 years. She was very glad that she had been friendly just now, otherwise she might have turned into ashes now. Let's go, let's leave here first. After dealing with the gargoyles, Li Chuan called Sir Anna to continue forward. Under her horrified eyes, he effortlessly killed the ghouls that had awakened along the way, including a powerful ghoul overlord, and then successfully came out. Oh, it's so beautiful. I don't want to go into the stinky ghoul cave anymore. Looking at the stars and the beautiful moon outside, Sir Anna, wearing the vampire royal light armor, stretched her body and showed off her proud figure. It would be even better if I could have a glass of refreshing Argonian blood wine at this time. Here, I thought you vampires only like to drink human blood. Li Chuan casually took out a bottle of Argonian blood wine and threw it to Sir Anna. Sir Anna's eyes suddenly lit up, and she took out her own silver wine glass with exquisite patterns from her waist pocket, poured herself a glass elegantly, and then drank it all. Silver weapons have extra damage bonus to vampires, but vampires are very fond of various silver utensils and decorations. Those you are talking about are converted low-level vampires. They can't control their desires. I only suck a little blood from the humans I like. I still like all kinds of human food and wine. And I also like human towns and their culture, especially the prosperous Winterberg City. I used to like to go to the Magic Academy in Winterberg City to read books. So you are still a peace-loving vampire. Li Chuan smiled and pinched a spell, and a white cloud rose from the ground and flew towards the direction of the vampire castle mentioned by Sir Anna. Sitting on the white cloud, Sir Anna looked at the scenery passing by quickly below, and couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect that you humans have mastered flying magic now. In my time, only the Dwemer's floating airships could take people to fly in the sky. The Dwemer have disappeared for a long time. Li Chuan controlled the white cloud and chatted with Sir Anna. He found that this vampire lady was not only a little arrogant, but also a bit talkative. However, she did read a lot of books, and knew a lot of interesting things that were not recorded in history books. So chatting with her was quite interesting. That's my castle. As they chatted, Sir Anna suddenly stood up from the white cloud excitedly. Following the direction she pointed, a very magnificent castle appeared in Li Chuan's eyes. The castle occupies almost 80% of the island. Judging from the walls outside the castle that are full of traces of time, it does have a very long history. That Chuan, I will ask my father to give you enough gold coins after you go in, but my father and his men in the castle may be a little different from me. So if they offend you in any way, I hope you can forgive them. I have always been a generous person, of course, provided that they do not threaten my life. Li Chuan shrugged. Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you. Sir Anna patted her chest and promised. White clouds fell on the island, and the two crossed a stone bridge and came to the gate of the castle. Oh, this is unbelievable, Miss Sir Anna is back. Open the door quickly, open the door quickly. The vampire guarding the castle gate immediately showed an excited look on his face when he saw Sir Anna, and hurriedly shouted loudly above the castle gate. Soon, with the sound of iron chains, the huge and heavy iron gate was slowly pulled up. Miss, where have you been? The master has been looking for you for thousands of years. It's hard to tell in a short time. Are my father and mother in the castle? Sir Anna did not answer the gatekeeper vampire, but asked back. The guard vampire hesitated. The master has been in the castle, and has never left, and the mistress disappeared shortly after you left, and has not appeared since. I want to see my father. Sir Anna's expectant expression disappeared immediately, and then she walked into the castle. Li Chuan followed Sir Anna slowly, with his hands behind his back. The other vampires just glanced at him, treating him as Sir Anna's blood food, and didn't pay too much attention to him. They walked through the corridor in front of the castle, and soon came to the luxurious hall in the center of the castle. At this time, a vampire feast seemed to be held in the hall. Rows of tables were filled with hundreds of high-level vampires wearing gorgeous robes, and their tables were filled with humans, who were under long-term mental control and used as blood supply containers. Most of them are beautiful girls. In addition to the armored vampire servants guarding around, there are also many dark creatures, death dogs, comparable to tigers. In the center of the hall, the great Lord Hacken, who was also wearing the vampire royal light armor, laughed happily when he saw Sir Anna appear. My daughter who has been missing for 1,000 years is finally back. My Elder Scrolls son should still be with you, right? After so many years, the first thing you asked when you saw me was this? Yes, the scroll is with me. Serana, who was originally excited to see her father, suddenly seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and her tone became much colder. Obviously, even after 1,000 years, her father Hakon has not changed at all, and he values the Elder Scrolls more than her only daughter. Chapter 542. Oh my daughter, of course I'm happy to see you, but you don't have to say it out loud. Hakon said this, but his eyes were mostly on the Elder Scrolls behind Serana, which seemed very unconvincing. It's a pity that your mother who betrayed me is not here, otherwise I would let her witness our reunion, and then twist off her head and stick it on a bamboo pole. As if thinking of something, Hakon's tone suddenly became cold. Serana frowned upon hearing this. Has your mother really never come back since you quarreled with her 1,000 years ago? Yes, that bitch stole my 2 Elder Scrolls, delaying my plan to end the sun and unify the continent for 1,000 years. She is a traitor to our vampire clan. But now, my daughter, you are back, and you brought back my Elder Scrolls, so I can continue my great plan. Haka drank the fresh human blood in the cup, and a happy smile appeared on his face again. 2 Elder Scrolls. Li Chuan, who had been watching the drama of vampire royal ethics as a narrator, suddenly lit up when he heard Hakon say that his wife had stolen 2 Elder Scrolls. Because Hakon said 2, not 1. There are currently 3 Elder Scrolls in the world. He had obtained 1 in the ruins of the Dwemer. One of the remaining 2 is with Serana, and the other should be in the annihilation plane of a certain demon god. That is to say, it is very likely that one of the 2 scrolls stolen by Serana's mother was given to Serana, and the other was taken to the annihilation plane of a certain demon god. He was still thinking about where to find clues to the second volume of the Elder Scrolls, but he didn't expect to find it here. Fortunately, Serana was not killed directly at that time. So, the second volume of the Elder Scrolls is in Molag Bal's Cold Harbor Plain. It's hard to say. Although the vampires were created by Molag Bal, they are hidden in the Cold Harbor Plain. Harkon may also find them, because he is the vampire who believes in Molag Bal the most in this family. His believer wants to end the sun, unify the continent, and turn all humans into vampires. Morag couldn't be happier. If Serana's mother took the Elder Scrolls and hid in Cold Harbor, she would be walking into a tiger's mouth. So he planned to listen to the conversation between the father and daughter again. What? End the sun, father? What are you talking about? The humans outside are very powerful now. And since we can live forever, why do we have to fight with humans to the death? Isn't it better to maintain the previous life? After hearing what Hakon said, Serana obviously did not agree. She originally liked the colorful civilization of humans, and did not want to conflict with humans. In addition, she had seen Li Chuan's strength before, and she felt that the current humans might be much stronger than those thousands of years ago. The war between vampires and humans will only end in mutual destruction. Okay, you are still immature, and have been disturbed by your mother's ignorant thoughts. Let's not discuss this issue first. Tell me about this strange human you brought. Is this your new pet? Hakon didn't want to argue with his daughter about this topic, so he turned his gaze to Li Chuan. Serana stood in front of Li Chuan and protected him behind her. He is my benefactor. He rescued me from the seal and escorted me back. She thought Li Chuan was very powerful, but she didn't think he was stronger than her father and the hundreds of high-level vampires in the castle. Hakon nodded. Very good, you brought my daughter back. I want to reward you. As an ancient and noble vampire in Tianji, I can give you my blood and turn you into a powerful vampire lord. In the future, mortals will be your food, and humans will tremble when they see you. You will no longer fear death and gain immortality. Very tempting conditions. What if I refuse? Li Chuan smiled. If he was just an ordinary person, then becoming the top vampire would be a good choice. Apart from other things, the immortality alone is incomparable to countless wealth. You may not know how powerful the top vampire is. Let me show you what real power is. Hakon roared, and his body instantly turned into a huge monster with wings. He floated in the air and looked down at Li Chuan. Okay, make a choice? Sorry, this is too ugly, I refuse. Li Chuan looked at Hakon's appearance and refused directly. Hakon's strength and energy after transformation have indeed been greatly improved, but it is still too small for Li Chuan now. If the first world he came to was this world, he would definitely not refuse in order to improve his survival ability in Marvel, but now there is no need. Hakon was obviously angry when he heard the reason for Li Chuan's refusal, but looking at his daughter, he still suppressed his anger and said, It seems that you are just like those mortals, only fit to be food. I will exile you from here. His daughter was an indispensable part of the plan. Considering his daughter's emotions, he did not intend to kill the other party. He wanted to use magic to drive this human out of the castle. So he raised his hand and threw a space expulsion spell at Li Chuan. Pa! Li Chuan waved his hand and directly bounced the space magic aside. Are you attacking me? Then I will fight back. Stupid mortal, you are looking for death. Seeing that Li Chuan was so presumptuous, Ha Kong was immediately angry and raised his hand to cast a vampire throat lock to suck Li Chuan directly to death. Li Chuan showed no fear at all. He thought that since Hakan didn't know where his wife was, there was no point in keeping her. Including the vampires in this castle, they were not like Serana, with human blood in their mouths, and keeping them would be a nuisance. However, just as he was about to kill, Serana hugged his waist and chanted loudly, Ice Storm! A huge ice storm instantly rolled towards Hakan and the high-level vampires, who had already stood up, with her and Li Chuan as the center. Chuan, my father has gone crazy. It's been more than 1,000 years, and he still insists on destroying the sun and unifying the continent. We are no match for him. Let's leave here first. While the ice storm blocked the vision of all vampires, Serena hugged Li Chuan and rushed out of the castle quickly. Li Chuan raised his hand, ready to release the fiend fire, but after thinking about it, he finally put it down. After all, Hakan is Serana's father. It seems a bit bad to exterminate the entire vampire clan in front of Serana. Chapter 543. To be honest, after chatting all the way, he still has some good feelings for Serana, the interesting vampire lady. Of course, it's not the kind of good feelings between men and women, but he just thinks she is more interesting. Serana, you dare to betray me, bring them all back. In the ice storm, Harkon's angry roar came. Hearing this, Serana ran faster. You know flying magic, let's fly away quickly, except for my father, they can't fly. Arriving outside the castle, Serana hurriedly shouted to Li Chuan. Li Chuan smiled and did not object. He raised his hand and flew Serana away from the castle. When Hakan rushed out with the vampires in the castle, except for the stars in the sky, even the shadows of the two people could not be seen. Wow, I didn't expect your flying magic to fly so fast. Now even my father can't catch up with us. Feeling the flying speed 10 times faster than before, Serana screamed. After leaving the castle of Fokahar far enough, Li Chuan stopped the white cloud and turned to look at Serana. It seems that your father doesn't care about you very much. What should I do now? I thought that after 1,000 years, he would change and reconcile with his mother. It seems that I was too naive. He has gone crazy and has been completely swallowed up by power and desire. I want to find my mother and ask her why she didn't release me as agreed. Serana showed a little lost look on her face. Li Chuan took the opportunity to ask, Then do you know where your mother might be now? He had read Serana's memories, and knew that Serana didn't know where her mother was hiding, but as a daughter, he felt that Serana might have some guesses. In this way, he can find Serana's mother, and learn the specific clues of the last Elder Scroll. I don't know. She didn't tell me. Before sealing me, she just said that she would take another Elder Scroll, and hide it in a place where my father could never find her. Serana shook her head. Li Chuan encouraged, You can recall the details of your relationship with your mother. Maybe you will gain something. Well, my mother was originally a very gentle person. She loved to grow all kinds of beautiful flowers. She was a very powerful alchemist. She loved me very much, and we talked about everything. But since the quarrel with my father, we have become estranged. Every time I want to find her in the back garden of the castle, she will sternly drive me away. By the way, the garden, before my mother took me away from the castle, my father angrily sealed off the garden that my mother loved the most, saying that he would never go to that garden again. Do you think my mother has been hiding in that garden? When Serana recalled the garden, her eyes suddenly lit up. And Li Chuan nodded. We will know when we go over there. Thank you, Chuan. We have no relatives, but you rescued me from the seal and sent me home. In the end, I didn't get the gold coins and was almost killed by my father. Now you are willing to help me. Serana looked at Li Chuan with gratitude in her eyes. She felt that if a normal person encountered such a thing, he would have run as far as possible. Li Chuan was willing to take the risk and go back to the castle with her to find her mother. Li Chuan's answer was also very direct. Your father wants to end the entire sun and kill all humans. As a human being, I naturally can't ignore it. Helping you is also helping humans. I hope you can give me the 2 ancient scrolls to stop your father's plan. Of course, when I see my mother, I will persuade her to give you the Elder Scroll and help you stop my father. Serana nodded seriously, then took off the Elder Scroll from her back and handed it to Li Chuan. At this time, she had complete trust in Li Chuan. Okay, there's only one left. After getting Sir Anna's Elder Scroll, Li Chuan thought to himself. It would be best if we could find Sir Anna's mother and get the last Elder Scroll. If he couldn't find it, he would kill Hakan and the vampires, and then decide whether to destroy the ancestral divine land according to the elves' response. After finishing these, he would go to Artem Island and study magic with the mages in Boulder. By the way, he would take some time to go to Soshain to meet the first generation of dragons. According to Alduin, that Guy and Hermias Mora had worked together to create a dragon roar that could enslave dragons. When he returned to the castle of Fokahar again, Hakan and his vampires had already returned to the castle, so the two of them went directly from the sky to the back of the castle. That's it. Sir Anna pointed to a closed and dilapidated garden below, and Li Chuan controlled the white cloud to slowly fall down. This place has been demolished and looks dead. In the past, our family would take a walk in this garden after dinner, and it turned out that my mother planted all kinds of the most beautiful flowers on the continent. If she saw the garden become like this, she would be furious. Sir Anna looked at the dilapidated castle back garden, recalling the beautiful scenes here in the past, and her eyes were more lonely and sad. After walking around the garden, she came to a large moon dial in the center and showed a puzzled look. Something is wrong here. The decorations on it seem to have been deliberately removed. The pointer is also crooked, and I sense the breath of my mother's necromancy in it. This should be a hidden magic mechanism. Li Chuan sent his spiritual sense to explore the moon dial, and soon found that there was a secret passage under the moon dial. I think we should collect those missing decorations. Maybe we can open it. Sir Anna was guessing how to open the moon dial mechanism, but she closed her mouth halfway through her words. What did you say? Li Chuan kicked the entire moon dial into powder, revealing a secret passage leading to the bottom. Sir Anna twitched her lips. Nothing, let's go in quickly, maybe my mother is hiding inside. Sometimes she really doubted who was not a human. The most powerful human warrior she had ever seen was not as terrifying as Li Chuan's power. With one kick, other parts were intact, but the stone moon dial turned into powder. Even if she was not a warrior, she knew how terrible it was. If all humans outside were as powerful as Li Chuan, then even if his father ended the sun, he would not be able to defeat humans. Jumping into the pit, and pushing open the iron door of the secret passage, the two of them explored all the way to the deepest part of the castle underground. Just like the place where Sir Anna was sealed, her mother also set up many corpse ghosts, gargoyles, undead creatures and various mechanisms in the secret passage along this way. But all of them were killed by Li Chuan in seconds without any delay. Chapter 544. The two of them shuttled all the way, and finally after Li Chuan blew up a very cleverly disguised mechanism, they finally came to the end of the secret passage, a very mysterious room. The reason why this room is mysterious is that it is different from ordinary rooms. In the center of this room, there is a magic circle that looks obviously used to hold some special magic. This should be a magic circle for necromancy, but I don't know what it is used for. Sir Anna saw the circular magic circle in the room and explained, my mother is not only an alchemist, but also very proficient in necromancy. She taught me all my necromancy, but I have never seen this magic circle before. There is a bookshelf over there, maybe we can find relevant clues. Li Chuan scanned the room and pointed to several bookshelves in the corner of the room. In addition to the circular magic circle, there are many tables and bookshelves in this room. The tables are filled with various alchemical materials, and the bookshelves are filled with many books related to necromancy. I found my mother's diary. After searching the bookshelf for a while, Sir Anna excitedly raised a yellow diary that seemed to be made of special materials. So the two opened the diary and began to read it. It turned out to be in the Soul Stone Cairn. No wonder the object-finding spell couldn't find it. After reading the diary, Li Chuan finally knew where the second volume of the Elder Scrolls was. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, Sir Anna's mother Valerica sealed Sir Anna and an Elder Scroll in the cave of Songyuan territory after she determined that she could not persuade Hakan to complete the plan. He took another Elder Scroll and opened the transmission channel to the Soul Stone Cairn according to the necromancy spell he had researched to avoid Hakan's pursuit. As long as Hakan cannot find his daughter and himself at the same time, he will never be able to complete his crazy plan. As for where the Soul Stone Cairn is, when Li Chuan read books on the mainland before, he learned about it in the books about the Holy Spirit and the Demon God. The Soul Stone Cairn is an independent plane, but compared to the plane of the normal Demon God, it is much smaller, and it does not belong to any Holy Spirit or Demon God, but to a guy called the Ideal Lord. Rumor has it that this Ideal Lord is not a Demon God, but a group of the earliest necromancers who invented the soul trap magic, yes, the kind of magic that kills creatures and absorbs their souls into soul crystals to make soul stones. In order to gain eternal life, they abandoned their weak mortal bodies, merged their souls into one, entered the annihilation realm, collected a part of the chaotic creation, and then created their own annihilation plane. His biggest hobby is to capture powerful souls, and enter his annihilation space to strengthen his own strength. So he likes to sign a contract with the necromancer, which will allow the necromancer to summon some of the undead creatures he created to help fight, and then harvest their souls into his own space after their death. Also, because he invented the soul trap magic, if someone in the mortal world uses this magic, he can collect part of the soul in the soul crystal. But he is also picky. He doesn't want ordinary souls. He only wants the black soul stones made by harvesting human souls. However, it is said that the strength of this ideal lord is no match for those demons that existed before the creation of the world. It was recorded in history books that because the soul cairn of the ideal lord is closest to the world of Nirn, it is easiest to build a teleportation array. So when the demon god Dagon invaded Nirn, he invaded the continent through the soul cairn. This certainly made the ideal lord very unhappy, but he did not dare to resist at all. During the period when Dagon's demon army passed through the soul stone cairn, they also killed a large number of the ideal lord's undead servants and ate their souls, which seriously injured the ideal lord. Later, after Dagon's failure, the ideal lord was unable to communicate with the necromancer of Nirn for a long time, resulting in a large number of necromancy lost. Nowadays, most of the necromancy spells studied by the necromancers in the human world are resurrection spells, which is to revive skeletons and corpses to control them to fight. Almost no one knows the spells of summoning undead servants like the soul cairn. If it's this person, then it seems to be a good idea. After recalling the information about the soul cairn and the ideal lord, Li Chuan showed a thoughtful expression on his face. If Valerica took the Elder Scrolls to the annihilation space of any of the 16 demons, he would never enter rashly. But she entered the soul cairn of the ideal lord. To be honest, Li Chuan felt that his strength was not worse than that of the ideal lord, and even stronger. The ideal lord created a dimension after the souls of a group of necromancers gathered together, and because Dagon invaded Nirn and has not recovered yet, his dimension has nothing to show except souls and undead slaves. The moon-reading dimension created by Li Chuan himself not only absorbed the energy of the blood spring, but also got the enhancement of the fruit of the sacred tree. It is much more perfect and powerful than the soul cairn. The ideal lord is a collection of souls, and he, Li Chuan, like the demon god Dagon, has a powerful body and a power system of multiple worlds. Therefore, if he mastered the method of entering the soul cairn this time, he would not only find Valerica to retrieve the last Elder Scroll, but also try to see if he could kill the ideal lord and absorb his soul cairn. If he really couldn't defeat the other party in his plane, he was still confident that he could escape with the power of the Tsukuyumi dimension. If he could absorb the soul cairn and integrate it into the Tsukuyumi world, his strength would definitely increase greatly, and the Tsukuyumi world could also create a hell for reincarnation in advance. I learned necromancy from my mother. There must be some materials left in this room after my mother opened the portal. But my mother left a protective mechanism. We don't have her blood. Sir Anna frowned and said. Valerica was worried that Hacken would eventually see through the garden's mechanism and track him all the way here, so she added an extra lock when designing the method to open the soul cairn portal. Her blood is required to open the portal. Don't worry about that. As your mother's daughter, you have her genes, so your blood should work as well. Li Chuan waved his hand, and then began to search the room for 3 materials to open the teleportation array: ground bone powder, purified void salt, and special soul stone fragments. In fact, even if Sir Anna's blood was useless, after reading Valerica's diary and flipping through the necromancy book on the bookshelf, with his magic level, he could spend some time to create a new way to open the soul stone tomb portal. Chapter 545. Okay, the next step is to put my blood in it. Putting the 3 collected materials into the container on the platform above the circular magic circle, Sir Anna took out the elven dagger on her waist, drew it across her palm, and began to chant the necromancy spell to communicate with the Lord of Ideals. As the spell sounded, Sir Anna's blood and the 3 materials in the container quickly merged into one, emitting special necromancy energy fluctuations. The blue necromancy energy shot from the container to the circular magic circle below, and the magic circle rotated rapidly, and a portal leading to the soul cairn was opened. My mother actually succeeded and created a portal to the soul cairn. It's amazing! Seeing the portal opened, Sir Anna also exclaimed, "You should know that Valerica's research is to permanently open a portal to the soul cairn. No one has ever succeeded in this kind of magic in her era. It can only be said that her mother Valerica is really good at studying necromancy. By the way, Chuan, I forgot to tell you that according to some knowledge about the soul cairn that my mother told me, the ideal lord does not welcome normal living people to enter the soul cairn, unless you are willing to contribute part of your soul as the toll to enter the soul cairn. So either you wait for me outside and I go in to find my mother, or you may have to give him part of your soul. If you are willing to become a vampire, I can also give you my blood. Just as the two were about to enter the soul cairn, Serana suddenly thought of something and explained to Li Chuan. Li Chuan thought about it, then smiled and said, "No, I can solve this problem myself. Only undead creatures can enter the soul cairn for free," which he had not expected. But this is not a big problem, because he can also become a dead creature. Ghost Rider transformation. Releasing the power of the spirit of vengeance in his body, Li Chuan instantly turned into a skeleton covered in hellfire. Is the Ghost Rider form an undead creature? Of course not. It is really an undead creature that cannot die anymore, without any breath of living people, and can freely go to Mephisto's hell plane. In fact, if he releases the power of the mood reading world, it is not impossible to forcefully break through the obstruction of the ideal lord and enter the soul stone cairn. But now his primary goal is to get the Elder Scrolls first, otherwise he will not be able to defeat them at that time, and the Elder Scrolls will be gone. Chuan, are you also an undead creature? Serana looked at Li Chuan, whose whole body was covered with blue flames, and was frightened and quickly stepped back and distanced herself. She was not afraid that Li Chuan was an undead creature. She was also one. She was just surprised that Li Chuan disguised himself as a human so well, and vampires were afraid of flames, and she, as the daughter of Cold Harbor, was no exception. Especially the blue flames emanating from Li Chuan's body now, which gave her a more terrifying feeling than normal flames, even more terrifying than the flames when Li Chuan cast fire magic before. Of course, I am not an undead creature. This is just a transformation magic that can temporarily turn me into an undead creature. Li Chuan's skull mouth closed and explained. Serana's face was full of surprise. You humans are really amazing. With such a short lifespan, you can always create all kinds of magical magic, and you can even create magic that turns you into an undead creature. I feel more and more that my father's idea of making an enemy of all mankind is really unwise. Sure enough, after becoming Ghost Rider, Li Chuan and Serana passed through the portal very smoothly, and came to the Soul Stone Cairn. As soon as he entered the Soul Stone Cairn, he sensed a powerful soul staring at him. He guessed that it might be the ideal lord, but he did not show any abnormality, pretending that he did not notice it, and marveled at the peculiar environment of the Soul Stone Cairn with Serana. This is a dark world. There is no sun, moon or stars in the sky, only a thick layer of fog. There are many buildings on the Black Land, but they look very dilapidated. Li Chuan estimated that it was the work of Dagon's demons when they passed through. Walking on the road in this world, you can see many souls wandering around, but their expressions are usually confused. If you go up and talk to them, they will also answer you, but most of their memories only stay in the short period before death, and they don't even realize that they have died and come to the Soul Stone Cemetery. Moreover, this place is not so safe. Sometimes some powerful undead creatures will appear to attack them, but Li Chuan can easily destroy all those undead creatures by waving the chain stained with hellfire in his hand. Hellfire is best at burning souls, which is the nemesis of these undead creatures. The overall area of Soul Stone Cairn is not large, not even as large as Skyrim province, so after searching for a while, the two finally found Serana's mother Valerica in front of a huge building deep inside. But Valerica's situation didn't seem to be very good. She was trapped in that building by a powerful barrier. So Serana could only talk to Valerica through the barrier. "Mom, you are really here. Oh, Creator Serena, why are you here?" Next, it was the whole process of the mother and daughter from the joy of reunion after 1,000 years, to quarreling, and finally resolving misunderstandings and reconciliation. Li Chuan stood by and listened quietly without interrupting. Through Valerica's instructions, Li Chuan finally figured out the whole story. It turned out that Hakan heard a prophecy from somewhere 1,000 years ago, predicting that as long as he could get the bow of the Elves' sun god Oriel, plus the life of the daughter of Cold Harbor, he could end the sun and let the vampires rule the continent. So he frantically searched for the Elder Scrolls, intending to use the prophetic power of the Elder Scrolls to find the bow of Oriel, and then sacrifice the life of his daughter Serana to complete the prophecy and become the true master of the entire continent. This matter was also known to Valerica, who naturally disagreed with sacrificing her daughter's life to fulfill Hakon's ambition. After failing to persuade her, She deliberately ignored her daughter to relax Hakon's vigilance, secretly reached a deal with the Lord of Ideals, and studied away to the Soul Cairn. So one day, she stole 2 Elder Scrolls while Hakon was not paying attention, and then sealed one scroll and Serana in the prepared Nether Cave crypt, while taking the other Elder Scroll into the Soul Cairn. Originally, he wanted to wait for a while, until Hakon completely gave up his plan, and then returned to Nirn to remove Serana's seal. As a result, an accident happened in the Soul Cairn. Chapter 546. This accident is that Valerica was deceived by the Ideal Lord. The Ideal Lord did not want the souls that Valerica collected, but the soul of Valerica, the oldest vampire. However, Valerica was not a pushover. As the oldest vampire, she also possessed powerful strength and had a very in-depth study of necromancy and the Ideal Lord. Therefore, even the Ideal Lord could not forcibly extract Valerica's soul. So he locked Valerica in the Bone City and asked his 3 most powerful guardians to set up a barrier to guard her until Valerica was willing to offer her soul and submit to him. This stage lasted for more than 1,000 years. Mother, how can we help you get out of this barrier? Discovering that her father Hakon wanted to sacrifice herself to fulfill his ambition, and that her mother was the one who truly loved her, Serana's resentment towards her mother for suddenly ignoring her 1,000 years ago disappeared. Valerica looked at her daughter and said, "We need to defeat the 3 guardians who have jointly set up the barrier, and we also need to prevent the giant dragon Dunavel from blocking us. It's too dangerous. Go back, Serana. Just avoid your father's search and live well." She didn't want her daughter to take risks. "Is that Elder Scroll still in your hands?" After figuring out everything, Li Chuan stopped being silent and asked Valerica. He didn't see the second Elder Scroll from Valerica. "You can actually speak?" Li Chuan suddenly spoke, which scared Valerica. She had always thought that Li Chuan, the blue skeleton with flames all over his body, was a dead spirit controlled by Serana with necromancy. "He is my human friend, named Chuan. It was he who released me from the seal and escorted me all the way here." At this time, Serana also reacted and hurriedly introduced him to Valerica. "Human?" Valerica stared at the skeleton Li Chuan with flames all over his body, looking at her daughter with a look of mental retardation. "Serana, although you are usually a little stupid, I didn't expect you can't even tell the difference between humans and undead. Is it because you have been sealed for too long and your body has problems? I am indeed a human. This is just a spell that can temporarily transform into an undead. After all, living people can't come in here." Li Chuan explained again. Serana followed up and said, "Mom, that's it. Is the Elder Scroll still with you? I don't plan to run away again. I want to stop my father's plan with Chuan." "Okay, since you have decided, then do it. I have kept the Elder Scrolls in the Bone City. The 3 guardians are located in." After hearing Serana's words, Valerica was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. Because she knew that since Serana had come out of the seal, it would be a matter of time before she was caught by Hakon's men. Escape can never solve the problem. After escaping for 1,000 years, Hakon still did not change his bad habits, and insisted on his plan. "Don't bother so much. This level of barrier is nothing." Li Chuan didn't want to waste time, so he took out the Nanminglihua sword and smashed the powerful barrier into pieces with one sword. Now, while the Ideal Lord is still observing him, he should quickly get the Elder Scrolls first. It would be troublesome if the Ideal Lord observes and takes action during this period. "Why are you in a daze? Time is short, and the task is heavy. Hurry up and get the Elder Scrolls, and then we will retreat." After smashing the barrier, Li Chuan put away the Nanminglihua's sword and reminded the mother and daughter, who were staring at him in a daze. "Yes, follow me. I will take you to get the Elder Scrolls." After reacting, Valerica led the 2 people to walk quickly towards the interior of the Bone City. She had been trapped in this barrier for thousands of years, and she had tried everything. Naturally, she knew the strength of this barrier. However, such a strong barrier was easily shattered by the other party, which really scared her. "This is the Elder Scrolls. Take it and leave here quickly." Valerica took out the Elder Scrolls hidden in the box in the Bone City for thousands of years, and handed it to Serana. Serana took the Elder Scroll and handed it to Li Chuan. She asked with disbelief in her eyes, "Mom, aren't you leaving with us? You forgot that I am also a daughter of Cold Harbor. Leaving here will only increase the possibility of your father ending the Sun Project." Valerica touched Serana's head, her eyes full of reluctance. At this time, Li Chuan, who had put away the Elder Scroll, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the gray sky. "I think you should leave with us, otherwise the Ideal Lord will not let you go, you see." The mother and daughter vampires followed Li Chuan's finger, and saw a giant dragon flying towards them. Oh no, it's the supervisor Dunyware. When Valerica saw the giant dragon, she immediately showed a nervous look. At the same time, the giant dragon roared towards them. The huge dragon roar resounded throughout the Bone City, and the sleeping undead servants were awakened and emerged from the ground one after another. This is a giant dragon that can cast necromancy. I hold him back. You guys leave here quickly. Valerica roared and turned into a vampire lord on the spot. But she couldn't help but swear immediately afterwards. Because at the exit of the Bone City, 3 giant undead wearing armor and holding weapons, 7 or 8 meters tall, blocked the place. They were the 3 most powerful guardians under the Lord of Ideals. If she used all her strength, it might be possible to hold back one Duniver, but with 3 more guardians, it would definitely not work. No, I take care of it. The skull between Li Chuan's eyebrows suddenly opened a crack, and then turned into a 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye, spitting out Thanos' Temple 2 battleship. The huge Temple 2 filled the entire Soul Stone cairn, and it seemed that there was no end at a glance. Li Chuan pressed both hands on Temple 2, and the entire Temple 2 was quickly covered and transformed by Hellfire, turning into his Hellfire battleship. All the gun ports of the Hellfire battleship opened at the same time, and countless Hellfires gushed out towards all the resurrected undead servants, guardians, and dragons in front, and its coverage even included a small half of the Soul Stone cairn. The Elder Scrolls were already in hand, so he had no more scruples. It was time to make a scene before the Lord of Reason could react, and burn countless undead slaves with Hellfire to weaken the Lord of Reason. No, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you! The powerful Hellfire swept across quickly, and even the powerful Guardian was burned to death after resisting for a few seconds. Only Duniver reacted quickly enough and turned around in the air, thus escaping the disaster. The souls of half of the Soul Cairn were burned to death, which immediately angered the hidden Lord of Reason. Chapter 547. Fuck, what a huge Soul Stone! As a thunderous roar sounded in the dark sky, the entire Soul Stone tomb began to shake, countless death energies gathered in the air, and a giant Soul Stone 1,000 meters high appeared in Li Chuan's eyes. And inside the crystal clear interior of the giant Soul Stone, huge souls merged together and turned into a face with the characteristics of a skinny old man. Obviously, this is what the ideal master looks like after being materialized. The face looked at Li Chuan below and said angrily, "You killed so many of my slaves, so you will be my slave." In an instant, Li Chuan felt that he was standing on the opposite side of the entire Soul Stone Mound world, as if the whole world had become his enemy. He and the Hellfire on the surface of Temple No. 2 also began to be greatly suppressed. But he was not surprised, because he had done this before when he pulled the enemy into the moon-reading world, using his own world to suppress and weaken the enemy from all aspects of spirit, body, and energy. If he was just an ordinary person, he would probably be unable to move at this moment, and completely become a slave of the Ideal Lord. But unfortunately, he is not. He is almost at the same level as the Ideal Lord, so even if he is suppressed, it is not a big problem. Let me send you away first. Using the evil spirit chain to open a space portal leading to the Soul Stone Cairn, Li Chuan said to Valerica and Serana, who had returned to human form, "You leave here first and wait for me in the garden. I will communicate with the Ideal Lord." Chuan! Serana's face suddenly showed a worried look. Although she had not been with Li Chuan for a long time, he rescued her from the seal, sent her home, and accompanied her to the Soul Stone Cemetery to find her mother. She didn't mind her ice cone piercing the back of his head. She already regarded him as a friend. Now Li Chuan was left here to deal with the Ideal Master alone, but she wanted to escape. It was really impossible. But Li Chuan didn't give them a chance to hesitate. He directly pulled the chain and passed through the mother and daughter. After being teleported to the portal leading to the Soul Cairn, Valerica rushed out of the Soul Cairn with Serana without saying a word. She knew too well how powerful the Ideal Lord was, and there was no point in staying except to die. They can leave, but you have to stay. The Ideal Lord did not stop Valerica and Serana from leaving, but directly eliminated the portal from Nirn to the Soul Cairn after the two left. Compared to Li Chuan's soul, the souls of the two vampires were not worth mentioning. When Li Chuan just entered the Soul Stone Cairn, he was awakened by its powerful soul. Because he didn't know what was going on at first, he didn't act rashly. He couldn't help it until it set fire to a large number of his undead slaves. As a being based on the soul, he knew very well that if he could eat Li Chuan's powerful soul, his strength would definitely increase greatly, and he could even be on par with some demons. So he could let anyone go, but he must not let Li Chuan leave. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Li Chuan jumped onto the Temple 2 and began to stimulate all the hellfires of the spirit of vengeance in his body. He waved the iron chain and drove the temple towards the giant soul stone incarnation of the ideal Lord. The skill eye of judgment was used frequently, and the ideal Lord was not to be outdone. He quickly mobilized the powerful death energy in the soul stone mound and suppressed Li Chuan. The collision of death energy and hellfire made the entire soul stone mound begin to tremble. Overall, the ideal Lord has an absolute upper hand. Even though the hellfire that Li Chuan ignited has a strong inhibitory effect on death energy, it is in someone else's plane after all, and it is completely weakened, so it is definitely not defeated. It's just that it's not that easy for the ideal Lord to suppress Li Chuan so quickly. However, if it continues like this, it's only a matter of time before he is suppressed. However, Li Chuan was not panicked at all, but instead exploded the hellfire to the maximum extent, and started a war of attrition with the ideal Lord. I didn't expect that as an undead creature. You are so powerful, but you are doomed to lose. You are so stupid to compete with me in my plane. Voluntarily hand over your soul and submit to me, and I will make you my #1 general. The Lord of Ideals controlled the huge death energy and laughed while attacking Li Chuan. Li Chuan was very strong, stronger than he imagined. If he was not in the Soul Stone cairn, he might not be able to suppress him. Really? I don't think so. After a fierce fight, the power of the spirit of vengeance in his body was almost exhausted, and the death energy of the ideal Lord was obviously weakened. At this moment, Li Chuan turned around, exited the skull form of the Ghost Rider, and restored his physical body. In the previous group, his main goal was to use the spirit of vengeance to consume the death energy of the ideal Lord as much as possible. Anyway, after returning to normal form, his own strength will not be weakened at all. At their stage, they all have their own dimensions, and energy can definitely be infinitely converted, and there is no such thing as energy exhaustion. So the key to fighting is speed. As long as the speed of consumption is greater than the speed of recovery, you can have an absolute advantage and defeat the opponent. Now he is in full condition, and the ideal Lord's strength has dropped by at least a quarter due to the consumption of hellfire. What's going on? You are not a dead spirit. No, how can you have a dragon soul? You are the dragonborn of Akatosh. Seeing that Li Chuan was about to be captured, he found that Li Chuan had turned into a human, and his soul also had the breath of Akatosh's dragon soul. The ideal Lord's face suddenly changed. Unlike Dunavel, who was just one of the many dragons, even if he was tricked into the soul cairn to be his subordinate, the time dragon god Akatosh would not bother with him. But the dragonborn was different. The appearance of the dragonborn usually brought an important mission for Akatosh. If he was touched, it would be a disrespect to Akatosh. Those powerful demons could disrespect Akatosh, but if he offended Akatosh, the other party would have many ways to teach him a lesson. So at this moment, he hesitated in his heart. It was just that he hesitated for only 3 seconds before he made a decision. If it was an ordinary dragonborn, he would turn a blind eye even if he took the vampire away, but the soul of this dragonborn could greatly increase his strength, even comparable to that of an ordinary demon god. At this time, even if it offended Akatosh, he had to take him down. So, the death energy gathered again and suppressed Li Chuan. And Li Chuan also smiled at this time. 3-headed and 6-armed Susano Dharmakea, Sagittarius Saint Cloth, Flying Sword Wings, Big Samire Xianin Cauldron, Nanming Lihua's Sword. Chapter 548. How is it possible? The ideal Lord was completely stunned when he realized that the energy bursting out of Li Chuan's body was even stronger than before. It was not easy for him to fully exert his firepower, and use his soul stone tomb to suppress the opponent's strength. Just when he was about to reap the fruits of victory, the opponent's strength was not only fully restored, but also much stronger than before. This situation was unheard of even for him, who had lived for countless years. No matter what means you use, it's useless. In my soul stone tomb, you will have only one result, that is, to merge with me and become my powerful nourishment. After coming to his senses, the ideal master immediately roared loudly. The current development was somewhat beyond his expectations, but it was still under his control. He thought that even if the energy in Li Chuan's body was stronger than before, he still couldn't be his opponent. He continued to control the huge death energy to sweep towards Li Chuan, and must knock him down again. It is a fusion, but it is not that I am merged by you, but that I want to absorb you. Hearing the roar of the ideal Lord, Li Chuan immediately opened his mouth and roared, Dragon Soul Tear. The strongest dragon roar specifically targeting the soul went towards the huge soul crystal of the ideal Lord's incarnation, and directly made it dizzy. In the ideal Lord's soul cemetery, other dragon roars are basically difficult to produce an effect, because the rules here are controlled by the ideal Lord, such as time, space, etc. But Dragon Soul Tear is different. This is a dragon more specifically targeting the soul. Even Akatosh's other side, Alduin, will be affected. The soul is forced to experience the pain of death, and the Ideal Lord is naturally not immune. The key is that the Ideal Lord is originally a collection of souls of a group of necromancers, and is the type that is most restrained by Dragon Soul Tear. Seeing the Dragon Soul Tear has taken effect, Li Chuan did not waste any time, and opened fire at full force, and attacked the soul crystal of the incarnation of the Ideal Lord crazily. First, the three-headed, six-armed Susanu's magic-breaking arrows and the Sagittarius Gold Cloth's god-killing arrows combined to attack, followed by the Naming Lihua's sword, which was specifically designed to defeat all kinds of evil demons and symbolizes the power of life. Then, the countless flying swords shot out by the flying sword wings known for killing, and the large Shumishianing cauldron that absorbed and refined souls. After this set of attacks, he controlled the three-headed, six-armed Susanu Dharma image to attack at close range. The golden rope tied the seal, the golden spear attacked strongly, the microcosm exploded to the limit, and the special moves of various gold saints were attacks that did not care about their lives. By the time the Ideal Lord had recovered from the dragon soul tearing, the huge soul crystal of his incarnation had completely collapsed and turned into crystal powder that dissipated in the gray sky. Ah! The angry voice of the Ideal Lord resounded throughout the soul stone cairn. The incarnation soul crystal was destroyed, so the Ideal Lord could not be killed. In fact, unless there was a problem with the entire soul stone cairn, it would be difficult to kill the Ideal Lord. However, as an incarnation carrying the soul, if the huge soul crystal was exploded, his strength would instantly drop to more than half, and his control over the entire soul stone cairn would also be greatly reduced. This is different from the previous situation where he just consumed some energy, and would recover in a few days. It would take at least 100 years for an injury of this degree to recover, and condense a new soul crystal as an incarnation. Unforgivable. The Ideal Lord was really angry now. He had restrained himself a lot before, fearing that killing Li Chuan directly would damage his soul and prevent him from absorbing a complete soul. Now he planned to go all out, kill the other party first, and then slowly deal with his soul. I can't control you. Looking at the furious Ideal Lord, Li Chuan secretly sneered in his heart. Although he was suppressed by the Ideal Lord in all aspects without using the trump card Tsukuyomi Dimension, most of his special moves had great control over negative energy, such as souls and undead. And the Ideal Lord didn't know these moves of his from other worlds at all. So in one round of explosion, he directly killed the incarnation of the Ideal Lord because of his advantage of restraint. Without the soul crystal as a carrier, the will of the Lord of Ideals merged directly with the entire soul stone tomb, and a huge human face that occupied the entire sky appeared in front of Li Chuan. The laws of the entire soul stone tomb were fully mobilized, countless undead servants broke out of the ground, and the death energy rushed towards him in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, cracks appeared on the surface of the three-headed, six-armed Susanoo Dharma image that was more than 2,000 meters high. If it continued like this, it would not take long for the three-headed, six-armed Susanoo Dharma image to be forcibly crushed, and then Li Chuan's golden holy clothes and his body would be the next. Even if he still had half of his strength left, the Ideal Master who used his full power to launch the Soul Stone Mound was still very terrifying. It should be almost done. At the moment, when the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo Dharma image completely exploded, Li Chuan felt that the time was almost right. The 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara eye between his eyebrows opened instantly. The Tsukuyomi world is coming. The Tsukuyomi world with various spaces such as lava, ice and snow, supergravity, sand, and acid was directly released by Li Chuan for the first time through the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara eye. Unlike the past, he always sucked the enemy into the Tsukuyomi world, then suppressed and sealed it. This time, he directly put the entire Tsukuyomi world outside, and controlled the entire Tsukuyomi world to collide with the Soul Stone Mound of the Ideal Lord. You have actually built your own annihilation space. Seeing Li Chuan send out the Tsukuyomi world and the Soul Stone Mound to collide, the Ideal Lord panicked for the first time. Just now, he was just angry and upset at most, feeling that he had been repeatedly defeated by Li Chuan's various methods, but he was not panicked. Just like when you are not paying attention, you are slapped by a naughty kid. You will be angry because you lost face, but you will not be afraid, scared, or panic, because as long as you are serious, you can beat the naughty kid to tears with one punch. But now the naughty kid has suddenly grown up to be a tower-like man taller and stronger than you. So I ask you if you are panicked? We can talk about it. We can talk about it. It was a misunderstanding just now. I will let you leave here now. After the panic, the Ideal Master immediately put away all attacks, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. He actually took the initiative to make peace with Li Chuan, and even reopened the portal that he had just blocked. There was no way. At the beginning, even if the opponent had the annihilation space, he would not be too cowardly. Even if he could not win, he could both be injured. The opponent would not dare to fight to the death. But now it is different. The soul crystal exploded, and the strength was reduced by half. Not only is the opponent's body stronger than his current strength, but the annihilation space seems to be much stronger than his soul stone tomb. If the fight continues, he may be destroyed. Chapter 549. Mother, do you think he can escape? In the room where the teleportation array was constructed in Fogahar, Serana looked at the blocked portal with a worried look on her face. And her mother Valerica patted her shoulder and comforted her. That human is very powerful, and the ideal lord may not be able to keep him. In fact, Valerica knew that the human would definitely not be able to escape. What level of existence is the ideal lord? That person once played with countless undead spells, and was at the same level as the demon Molag Bal, who created them. Although her strength is not as strong as Molag Bal, she is much stronger than mortals. She was able to persist for 1,000 years, not because she could really resist the ideal lord, but because the ideal lord wanted her to surrender and become a loyal subordinate like the guardian. On the other hand, she also wanted to use her existence to restrict the dragon Dunavar. Dunavar was a dragon proficient in undead magic. He wanted to trade with the ideal lord to gain powerful power and have a place in the dragon clan. As a result, he was deceived by the ideal lord. The specific deception process was that the ideal lord was willing to lend his power to Dunavar, but Dunavar needed to be a supervisor in the Soul Stone Cairn for a period of time to help him watch over Valerica until Valerica died. Dunavar thought it was a good deal at the time. The lifespan of humans was only 100 years, and the dragon race had no lifespan limit, so he naturally signed the contract and agreed immediately. Who knew that Valerica was not a human, but a vampire created by the demon Molag Bal, who also had infinite life. Therefore, Dunavar was destined to stay in Soul Stone Cairn forever and work for the ideal lord. Until now, because of staying in Soul Stone Cairn for a long time, Dunavar's dragon soul has been gradually eroded by the ideal lord, becoming a half-undead creature, and can no longer leave Soul Stone Cairn for a long time. If it weren't for Dunavar, the ideal lord might not have the patience to wait for 1,000 years. It was precisely because she knew the ideal lord's strength well enough that Valerica believed in her heart that Li Chuan was already a dead man, especially now that even the portal was forcibly closed by the ideal lord. Comforting Serana here now is really comforting. She plans to take Serana away from here after Serana gets better, and find a place to hide on the mainland to prevent being found by Hakken. The only thing that comforts her now is that the 2 Elder Scrolls are in Li Chuan's hands. If Li Chuan dies in the Soul Stone Cairn, Hakken will never be able to find the Bow of Oriel through the Elder Scrolls. Without the Bow of Oriel, even if Hakken finds the mother and daughter in the future, he will not be able to fulfill his ambition. Just as Valerica was thinking about where to hide next, the portal that had been closed opened again. And this time, the familiar voice of the human was heard from inside. Misunderstanding? It's too late to say it's a misunderstanding now. Lord of Ideals, today you and your soul Cairn will be mine. With a loud shout, an extremely terrifying energy riot immediately came from the portal. Serana, go! Feeling the terrifying energy coming from the portal, Valerica grabbed Serana and turned into a shadow to rush to a secret door in the secret room, appearing on a balcony of the castle, and flew out with Serana. Boom! As soon as Valerica and her daughter left, the aftermath of the collision between the Soul Cairn and the Moonlight World overflowed from the portal. Although it was only the aftermath, it was already extremely terrifying. The entire Fogahar seemed to have experienced a super earthquake in an instant, and it collapsed directly into countless rubble. This also made the vampires in the castle look confused. While enjoying the blood meal and listening to the boss Hakken holding a meeting on how to capture the escaped eldest lady Serana, the castle suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, the vampires were all very strong, so they quickly climbed out of the ruins of the collapsed castle under the leadership of Hakken. Valerica, Serana, looking at his wife and daughter standing not far away, Hakken, who was just angry because his 1,000-year-old castle suddenly collapsed, immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. Of course, it was definitely not the surprise of a family reunion, but the surprise of a plan that had been waiting for 1,000 years to finally be completed. Oh no, it's Hakken! Seeing Hakken and his hundreds of vampires, Valerica's face suddenly changed, and she immediately wanted to take her daughter Serana away. Unfortunately, Hakken's strength was far superior to hers, and he instantly turned into a vampire army to stop the mother and daughter. Ha! I didn't expect that you two traitors would come to my door, and my great cause is finally going to be accomplished. Hakon and his vampire subordinates surrounded Valerica and her daughter, and couldn't help laughing. Valerica also transformed into a vampire lord and roared, Hakon, your plan will only lead the vampires to destruction, and even if you catch us, you can't complete the plan, because the Elder Scrolls will no longer appear in this world, and you will never be able to find the Bow of Oriel. Humph, as long as I catch you, I will naturally know where the Elder Scrolls are. Hakon didn't take Valerica's words to heart, and rushed up with his men with a wave of his hand. A moment later, with the help of the vampire Lord Hakon and a group of vampires, Valerica and Serana were captured. But before Hakon could be happy, he heard an unwilling roar from the ruins of the castle. No! Then a figure crossed the space and appeared next to Serana. It's you, the human! When Hakon saw Li Chuan, he immediately recognized that it was the stupid human who brought his daughter back, but was unwilling to become a vampire. Plasma Lightspeed Punch. Li Chuan turned his head and glanced at Ha Kong and a group of vampires. His small universe exploded, and he raised his hand and punched at the speed of light. In an instant, all the vampires, including Ha Kong, instantly exploded into blood foam, deader than dead. Chuan, are you okay? When Serana saw Li Chuan appear, her face suddenly changed from despair to surprise. Li Chuan smiled and nodded. The Ideal Master is indeed very powerful. It took some effort to completely get rid of him. In the world collision just now, because the Ideal Lord had lost half of his strength before, he was finally defeated by him, and even the Soul Stone Mound was completely swallowed by his moon-reading world. The Ideal Lord was killed. Valerica, who was standing by, was completely stunned when she heard Li Chuan's words. Although her reason told her that this was impossible, the facts were right in front of her. She really heard the Ideal Lord's unwilling roar just now. In addition, the terrifying power that killed Hakon and all the vampires in an instant just now. Chapter 550. This person is definitely not an ordinary human. Valerica was extremely shocked, but she gradually understood. Li Chuan, who was able to kill the Ideal Lord and so easily killed Hakon and a group of vampires, was definitely not an ordinary human adventurer, as his daughter Serana said. He even suspected that Li Chuan was the incarnation of a demon or a holy spirit in the world. Restore it to its original state. Li Chuan raised his hand to restore the castle to its original state, took out a token, and threw it to Serana. With this token, you can freely go to any city on the continent, and no one will arrest you because you are a vampire. Chuan, who are you? Serana also reacted at this time. Although she was a little naive, she was not stupid. She still thought that Li Chuan was so powerful because human beings had developed for thousands of years, and their strength had increased significantly. Even if it increased, it would not have increased to such a terrifying level now. I am the emperor of this continent at present. Li Chuan smiled and disappeared in a phantom, leaving Serana and her mother Valerica looking at each other in bewilderment. You have to know that her father Hakon's greatest ideal is to get rid of the sun that restrains the vampires, and then lead the vampires to defeat humans and unify the entire continent. As a result, the human who stayed by her side these days turned out to be the emperor, who currently rules the entire continent. Li Chuan, who teleported away, did not go to Artem Island where the Sijic cult was located, but returned to his own palace first. He got the design drawings of the Nern world, the Eye of Magnus, got the 3 ancient scrolls, and absorbed the entire soul cairn. He urgently needed time to retreat and integrate these things. So whether it was to discuss magic with the wizards of the Sijic order, or to find the so-called artifact, the Bow of Oriel, or to find the first generation of Dragonborn, all these needed to be put aside first. By the way, there is one thing that has not been dealt with. As he was preparing to retreat, he suddenly thought of something and called Lydia, who had returned from Winterhold, and asked, "The 7 days are almost up. What is the reaction of the Ancestral Divine State?" He had given the Ancestral Divine State 7 days before, asking them to surrender voluntarily, otherwise he would personally take action to wipe them out. Now it is the 6th day. Lydia replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, according to the news from the front, the High Elves of the Ancestral Divine Land do not seem to have any intention of surrendering, but have concentrated all their forces to prepare for our invasion. The base camp of the Ancestral Divine Land is mainly in the Natsum Islands, and because of the High Elves' superb wizard talents, and the Wood Elves' superb archery talents, they have the most wizards and archers on the continent. So in their view, even if the Dragonborn Emperor's army can defeat their army on the continent, it will be difficult to attack their base camp. Because the army dared to cross the sea and land on the Somerset Islands, They would be greeted by various large-scale magic and countless long-range magic arrows. The only thing that worried them was the dragons enslaved by the Dragonborn Emperor, but after all, the number of dragons was limited, and they were not invincible like Alduin. Anyway, with the current strength of the ancestor Shinjo, it was impossible to counterattack the mainland to regain the original dominant position, but it was not a big problem to defend the Somerset Islands. This was also the main reason why they were unwilling to surrender voluntarily. You are really looking for death, then don't blame me. Li Chuan took Lydia to the outside of the palace, opened the Tsukuyomi world, and released the Conqueror Kong and his Supertech space fleet. I have been busy recently. This is Kong. Let him carry out the sanctions against the ancestral divine land. This. Lydia looked at the spaceships in the sky and was stunned. There are no flying combat units in this world. In addition to dragons, the only flying ones are various birds and some special magical creatures. Conqueror Kang's Supertech spaceships not only have a fast flight speed, but also a long attack range. It is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito to deal with the mages and archers of Somerset Island. It is effortless. After explaining that Conqueror Kong heard Lydia's command, Li Chuan entered a state of seclusion. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. It seems that it is not so easy to completely devour a world. Seeing that the 3-month small world time he had set before was about to run out, Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. The Soul Stone Mound is indeed not as perfect as his Tsukuyomi world, but after all, it is also a world created by the ideal lord after so many years. It is not so easy to completely absorb and integrate into the Tsukuyomi world. According to his current strength, he can't even think about it without 100 years. However, even so, because the integration of the Soul Stone Mound also makes the Tsukuyomi world continue to grow, the absorption speed of the blood spring has also been greatly improved. The blood spring absorption speed has increased, the Tsukuyomi world has become stronger, and the integration of the Soul Stone Mound has become faster, which in turn has prompted the blood spring to absorb faster. This forms a very good virtuous cycle. If it continues like this, it may not take 100 years to completely merge the soul cairn. The only thing is that the blood spring may be completely absorbed in 2 years, and the speed of merging the soul cairn will drop a lot. Fortunately, while merging the soul cairn, there have been some breakthroughs in the research on the 3 Elder Scrolls. Analyzing the 3 Elder Scrolls with the laws of the moon reading world, he found that the existence of the Elder Scrolls involves many abilities, and can be used as a time artifact to exile Alduin into the long river of time, and can see the past and predict the future. It was like a scroll that recorded everything that happened in the world of Nirn from the beginning to the end. To put it more vividly, it was like watching a movie script. If placed in the mythological world of his previous life that he could understand, the Elder Scrolls, in a sense, were similar to the most powerful magic weapon in the underworld, the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death recorded the life of any creature in the mortal world, from birth to death, while the Elder Scrolls recorded everything that happened in the world of Nirn, from the past to the future. It's just that the Book of Life and Death can change the lifespan of mortal creatures at will, while the Elder Scrolls don't have this function. But the Elder Scrolls can also banish enemies into the long river of time, which the Book of Life and Death can't do. So Li Chuan thought about it. If he could merge the 3 volumes of the Elder Scrolls into 1 volume, and then refine it into his own Tsukuyomi world, maybe it could play a similar role to the Book of Life and Death in the future. At the same time, he could also use the characteristics of the Elder Scrolls to allow the Soul Stone Mound to be integrated into the Tsukuyomi world more quickly, transforming into the underworld of the Tsukuyomi world and constructing a complete cycle of life and death. Construct all things with the design of the Eye of Magnus, use the blood spring as the origin of life, use the Soul Stone Tomb to incarnate the underworld, and use the Elder Scrolls to construct a complete cycle of life and death. Finally, he only needs to invest another sun, and the moon reading world will become a truly complete world. In the future, as life develops, the world will become more and more powerful. Finally, with the power of the microcosm as a further framework, imitating the way of the Celestials, a complete universe can be gradually constructed. By that time, he will be a multiverse-level strongman who is not inferior to Cecil. Chapter 551. Get the Bow of Oriel and return to the main world first. The reserved time in this small world will run out in a few days, and Li Chuan does not plan to stay any longer. He takes back Conqueror Kong and those spaceships, shows up to hold an Imperial meeting, and then teleports to Artyom Island. With Conqueror Kong and those Supertech spaceships, the ancestral divine state will naturally be defeated without much resistance. So now, he is the real emperor of the Tamri continent, and the kind of overlord emperor that no one dares to resist or disobey. As for some things that were originally planned but not completed, except for the bow of Oriole that could be obtained without wasting time, he planned to complete the others next time he came in. The first generation of dragons had a great connection with the demon god Hermes Mora, and it would not be handled in a short time. As for the magic communication with the wizards of the Psijic Order, it was destined to take a long time. Anyway, he would still maintain the normal time in this world, and would not start the synchronized time flow. He would still enter at this time point next time. The main thing is that he now needs to concentrate all his energy, give priority to integrating the Soul Cairn and refining the Elder Scrolls, and build a further perfect framework for the Tsukuyami world as soon as possible. Master Boulder, can you please help me find the location of the Bow of Oriole? Of course. Boulder was not surprised to see Li Chuan appear in front of him, but nodded with a smile. The purpose of the Psijic Order is to protect the world of Nirn. They will intervene to solve any crisis that poses a threat to this world, including the previous crisis of Magnus and the crisis that may arise from the vampire Lord Harkon. Since Li Chuan solved Hakken and resolved the crisis, it would be no big deal to take the Bow of Oriole. The spell sounded, and a temple towering on the glacier slowly appeared on the huge crystal ball. The Bow of Oriole exists in the Temple of Oriole in the northwest Forgotten Valley. Looking at the temple shown on the crystal ball, Boulder recognized it at a glance. Li Chuan nodded, said goodbye to Boulder, and flew to the Forgotten Valley covered by ice and snow. The Bow of Oriole, the artifact used by Oriole, the sun god and the original god worshipped by the elves, is said to have shot off the heart of Lakhan. It is a very powerful artifact. Originally, Li Chuan didn't care much about it, but according to Hakken, it can also shoot out the sun, which makes him have to pay attention to it. After all, when we go to the world of the legend of the White Snake, it will be very troublesome if we face the Golden Crow sons of the Jade Emperor. If the Bow of Oriole is more restrained against the sun, it will be much easier to fight. Flying at full speed, he soon arrived at the Forgotten Valley surrounded by glaciers. This is a valley far away from the continent of Tamriel. Most of the area is covered with ice and snow. Looking down from above, you can see that the entire valley is full of Fama and Fama villages. Ignoring those Fama, who were like wild beasts, Li Chuan flew directly to the Oriole Temple at the highest point of the valley and slowly landed. Oriole is recognized by all elves as the most powerful god, but in the books he read, it is introduced that Oriole is actually Akatosh among the human holy spirits, but with a different name. Of course, it is hard to say whether it is true or not. Bang! With one punch, Li Chuan violently knocked open the door of the temple that was sealed by special mechanisms and magic, and walked straight to the center of the temple, where the Bow of Oriole was stored. Along the way, he saw many frozen bodies of Vamo and snow elves. Based on the large number of Vamo in the valley and the situation in the temple, it seems that there were a large number of Vamo attacking the temple guarded by the snow elves. In the end, all the snow elves died in the battle, and Vamo occupied the entire valley. The Farmore and the snow elves are of the same origin. The Farmore evolved from the snow elves that were once enslaved by the dwarves. As for why the Farmore, who had become wild beasts, would attack the remaining snow elves, it is unknown. Ignoring various traps, he forced his way on the wall of the temple, and said open the door. He soon arrived at the center of the temple. However, there is not only the Bow of Oriole, but also a snow elf sitting on the throne. After waiting for so many years, finally a fool was deceived by my prophecy, and came to take the Bow of Oriole. No, why are you alone? Why didn't the daughter of Cold Harbor come? The snow elf on the throne was delighted when he saw Li Chuan appear, then he glanced behind Li Chuan, and showed a puzzled look. Please make way. I want to take the bow behind you. Ignoring the snow elf sitting on the throne, Li Chuan walked straight to the temple behind him. He had already felt the powerful energy emitted by the Bow of Oriole. How dare you talk to my high priest via the like this? The snow elf waved his hand, and countless frozen Famos in the center of the temple broke through the ice, and rushed towards Li Chuan. At the same time, ancient ice giants were summoned from the annihilation space. How dare you attack the Dragon Emperor who unified the continent? Li Chuan also shouted softly, waved his hand, and several fierce fire dragons flew out, instantly turning those Fama and ice giants into nothingness. Then his figure flashed in front of the snow elf sitting on the throne, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. It's actually a vampire. After getting close, Li Chuan looked at the scarlet eyes of the snow elf and immediately recognized his identity as a vampire. Interesting. He showed an interested smile on his face. Soul reading. Soon, he knew everything about this snow elf. Weasel was originally the high priest of the Oriole Temple, the only remaining snow elf clan. He was abandoned by Oriole because of an accidental infection and became a vampire. Since then, his faith collapsed, and he vowed to take revenge on Oriole. But with his strength, he could never touch or hurt Oriole, the strongest god. So he thought of a trick and released a false prophecy to Hakan, waiting in the temple for Hakan to bring the daughter of Cold Harbor to the temple to find him, so that he could get the blood of the daughter of Cold Harbor and pollute the sun, thus indirectly weakening the influence of Oriole on the world. In fact, the prophecy that the daughter of Cold Harbor and the bow of Oriole can permanently end the hegemony of the sun is false, but the blood of the daughter of Cold Harbor combined with the elven arrow can create a bloody arrow. Then using the bow of Oriole to shoot the bloody arrow at the sun can indeed pollute the sun for a day, making it unable to release the sunlight that restrains vampires, and turning it into a bloody sun. Chapter 552. Crack. After figuring out the whole story, Li Chuan directly broke Vyas's neck and killed him, then took out the bow of Oriole from the temple behind him. At the same time, a space wave suddenly flashed from an altar next to it, and a snow elf walked out of it. Thank you, warrior, for killing Vyas and restoring the teleportation altar of the temple to normal. The snow elf looked at the dead Vyas on the ground, and then said to Li Chuan with gratitude. Li Chuan looked up and down at the snow elf in front of him. Who are you? I am the Templar Knight Garib of the temple. When the Pharmo invaded the temple, he infected the high priest Viator, so I couldn't enter the temple through the teleportation array of the altar. The snow elf introduced the invasion of the temple that year. However, Li Chuan only listened to the beginning and waved his hand impatiently. I am not interested in your story. I want to take this Oriole bow away. Do you have any objection? Warrior, you restored the temple and killed Viator. No one is more suitable to use the Oriole bow than you. If you need it, you can bring the elven arrows. I am willing to help you make some holy day arrows as a thank you. Paladin Garib nodded with a smile. Holy Sun arrow? Li Chuan showed a puzzled look on his face. He had not seen this in Viator's memory. Paladin Garib explained. Holy Sun arrow is an arrow infused with the power of Oriole. Shooting it at the sun with the bow of Oriole can trigger a solar storm. All the dark creatures with negative energy, such as undead, and ghosts near you will be severely damaged. That's good. Li Chuan's eyes lit up, and he teleported back to the palace directly, and then appeared in front of Paladin Garib with a large number of elven arrows. Then I trouble you. After destroying the ancestral Shinjo, the treasury doesn't need too many elven arrows. Paladin Garib looked at the elven arrows piled up like a small mountain, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After spending most of the day, until late at night, Li Chuan finally got 50,000 holy day arrows made by Paladin Garib. Afterwards, he teleported to the Fukahar castle and found Valerica and Serana, who were pounding medicine in the castle, and helped to make a lot of blood curse arrows. The next day, after the countdown on the panel ended, Li Chuan returned to the Marvel main world. The 4th month after returning to the Marvel main world, Li Chuan, who spent most of his energy refining the Soul Stone cairn and a little of his mind watching TV with Wanda and Charlie, saw the news report about the famous neurosurgeon Stephen Strange being in a car accident and began to count the time. Almost 1 year left. It is now February 2016, and Dormammu's invasion should be around February 2017. It's still not safe. In a year, he can absorb all the blood springs at most. Just like that, he still needs to be a little short of completely destroying Dormammu's clones with absolute strength. How about sucking the embryo of the Celestial? He had already dealt with Thanos in advance, so naturally there would not be a situation where half of the Earth's population disappeared for 5 years. According to the normal population growth of the Earth, in 2 or 3 years, it will reach the standard of God. At that time, the celestial embryo termed hidden in the core of the Earth will absorb the life of the entire Earth to complete the evolution and grow into a new celestial. Of course, he would not allow this. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. The Supreme Celestial Alism is much more powerful than Dormammu. After thinking about it, he put this idea aside for the time being. He could secretly suck the embryo of the Celestial God group, but that would definitely attract the attention of the Celestial God Supreme. Maybe the Celestial God Supreme could not be sure that he did it, but if he was angry at the Earth, he would still have to take the blame. And with his current strength, he was still unable to defeat the Celestial God Supreme, who could create the sun and countless lives. As the strongest Celestial God group in the universe today, the Celestial God Supreme, who is more than 300,000 meters tall, was definitely at the multiverse level. Even if he opened the 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo, it was only more than 2,000 meters, and he would probably not be able to defeat the opponent with all his means. Normally speaking, before Thanos snapped his fingers, the population of the Earth would not exceed the limit, and the embryos of the Celestials would not wake up, so he still had time to continue to strengthen his strength. If he still couldn't defeat the Supreme Celestial after 2 years, and the Supreme Celestial was determined to destroy the Earth, he would directly absorb the Earth into the Tsukuyomi world, and then use Conqueror Kang's spaceship to escape to other universes. 3 months later, Tsukuyomi world. I didn't expect that the refining of the Elder Scrolls would actually promote the absorption of the blood spring and begin to evolve life. Li Chuan picked a bellflower from the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Under the laws of the Tsukuyomi world, the 3 Elder Scrolls were finally refined into one and completely integrated into the Tsukuyomi world, becoming a link that records the growth of all things and connects life and death. The power of the Tsukuyomi world has accelerated the fusion speed of the Soul Stone Mound and also promoted the fusion of the Blood Spring. The Blood Spring, which originally took a year to refine, was refined in just 3 months. The Tsukuyomi world has enough life source, and with the evolution of the Eye of Magnus, some plants from the Elder Scrolls world have gradually appeared on the land of the Tsukuyomi world. This is different from the plants transplanted by Li Chuan from the outside world, but the plants that were truly born on the land of the Tsukuyomi world. With plants, animals are not far away. With animals, intelligent life will surely gradually appear. As time goes by, the Tsukuyomi world will evolve into a real new world. As a creator, he will also receive the world's feedback, and his life level will directly make a big leap, and his strength will be greatly improved. Dear, Thor is looking for you. Wanda's call shifted Li Chuan's attention from the moon-reading world. Looking up, it was Thor holding his son Soren, waving at him outside the window. Chuan, I have already told the Father about the eternal fire, and the Father is willing to give it to you, but before that, he wants to talk to you. Of course, let's go and see His Majesty Odin together. Li Chuan was not surprised to hear this. His Tsukuyomi world is still short of a son, and there is no good substitute at present, so he set his sights on the eternal fire in Odin's treasury. The eternal fire is the source of power made by the fire giant Surtur to imitate the sun, and it is barely enough to be placed in his Tsukuyomi world. It happened that Thor and Jane were allowed to return to Asgard, the divine realm, after giving birth to their son Soren, so he asked Thor to ask Odin for him when he had time to return to the divine realm. Anyway, Odin doesn't need the eternal fire in the treasury. At present, it seems that it should be possible with a high probability, but I don't know what requirements Odin will make. Chapter 553. God's Domain, Asgard Teleportation Hall. Li Chuan and Thor slowly emerged from the teleportation of the Rainbow Bridge. The last time he came to God's Domain, he was just a small wizard with good strength. He helped Thor suppress Loki's rebellion, and Odin didn't pay much attention to him. And this time, his strength is equal to Odin. Welcome to God's Domain. Father God is waiting in Asgard. Heimdall, who was responsible for opening the Rainbow Bridge, bowed slightly to Li Chuan, and Li Chuan also smiled and nodded. Chuan, let's go! Thor swung Thor's hammer and flew straight to the Golden Palace, and Li Chuan turned into a light and followed closely. Soon, the two landed on a balcony in the palace, and then met Odin, who was waiting there. Greetings, His Majesty Odin. Li Chuan performed an Asgardian salute, and Odin hurried forward to support Li Chuan, with a kind smile on his face. You are Thor's friend, there is no need to be so polite. I didn't see you say that last time. Li Chuan muttered to himself, but on the surface, he still kept smiling. No matter where you are, you will be respected only if you have strength. If Odin hadn't felt the powerful force in his body that was not inferior to his own, he would definitely not have such an attitude towards him. It's human nature, and gods are no exception, so he didn't mind it. About the eternal fire. After the hypocritical politeness, Li Chuan went straight to the point. Thor, your mother wants to ask you something, so she wants you to go over. Odin suddenly interrupted Li Chuan and turned to Thor, who was standing beside him. Thor obviously didn't see anything, thinking that his mother really wanted to see him, so he said hello to Li Chuan and left happily. After Thor left, Odin turned around and said to Li Chuan, I can give you the eternal fire, but you have to do me a favor. What favor? Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. In fact, he had already roughly guessed in his heart. Sure enough, Odin's next words were not much different from his guess. I hope you can help me seal my eldest daughter Hela, back then. Then Odin told Li Chuan the whole story in detail. Before having Thor, his son, Odin had a daughter named Hela. Hela was the former executioner of Asgard, and the original holder of Thor's hammer. Odin was able to conquer the 9 realms, and Hela played an indispensable role. However, after conquering the 9 realms, Hela and Odin had different views. Odin was tired of war, and hoped to rule the 9 realms in a peaceful way, but Hela wanted to continue the war, and let Asgard become the master of the universe and become a dictator. Hela, who refused to surrender, led her army of the dead to launch a rebellion. Odin sent the Valkyrie army of the god realm to attack Hela, but they were all wiped out by the powerful Hela, and only Valkyrie survived. So Odin personally defeated Hela and sealed her in Norway on Earth. Why didn't he kill Hela directly? First, he thought of family affection and hoped that Hela would repent in the seal. Second, Hela had already merged her power source with Asgard at that time. If you want to kill Hela completely, you must first destroy Asgard. Now Odin's life is coming to an end, and Hela still does not repent. Once he dies and the seal is lifted, there will be no one in Asgard who can suppress Hela. With Hela's personality, the 9 realms will be a bloody storm again. Originally, according to the prophecy, the fire giant Surtur will take back the eternal fire and start Ragnarok. The divine domain Asgard will be destroyed by the fire giant, and Hela will also perish. In the end, only Thor will be left with the remaining Asgardians to rebuild the divine domain. But if Lichuan takes the eternal fire, then this prophecy will naturally not come true. So under normal circumstances, Odin would definitely not give the eternal flame to Lichuan. But he suddenly discovered that this once inconspicuous little earth wizard had grown to a level of strength similar to his own, so this meeting took place. If Lichuan was willing to cooperate with him to reinforce Hela's seal, then even if he died, as long as Lichuan was not dead, the seal would still exist, and Hela would not come out to make trouble. In the future, when Thor grows up and reaches a level of strength similar to his, he can reinforce the seal again. In this way, Ragnarok can be avoided. Ragnarok was a last resort. If there were other ways, he would not be willing to sacrifice the entire Asgard and most of the Asgardians to kill Hela. He actually asked Ancient One for help before, but unfortunately Ancient One said that he would die earlier than him. No problem, I also know a little about sealing magic. After listening to Odin's narration, Lichuan agreed very readily. Sealing Hela is just a matter of convenience. It can not only obtain the eternal flame to perfect the Tsukuyomi world, but also complete the side quest. There is nothing wrong with it. Yes, when Odin started telling the story, his panel released the side quest of sealing Hela, and the quest reward was 1 year of small world time. Seeing Lichuan's quick agreement, Odin smiled. There is no time to lose. Let's go now. In order to save time and get the eternal flame as soon as possible, Lichuan took Odin back to Norway on Earth after the conversation and started the second seal of Hela. Odin, you hypocritical old man, I tell you, I will not give in. I know you are going to die soon. When you die, nothing can stop me. I will kill all those who resist me and become the true master of the 9 realms. In the seal underground in Norway, Hela, with disheveled hair, burst into laughter when she sensed Odin's breath. Over the years, Odin frequently came to see her, trying to influence her with family affection, but how could she be fooled? She had long discovered that Odin's power was declining, and that he was not far from death. If he persisted for a few more years, the power that sealed her would dissipate, and she would once again become the unstoppable goddess of death. Hela, my daughter, don't be stubborn anymore. As long as you are willing to repent sincerely, I will let you out, otherwise you will have to stay in the seal for the rest of your life. Odin looked at his eldest daughter below and couldn't help but sigh. But Hela obviously didn't buy it. In addition to scolding Odin for being hypocritical, she also made wild promises about how she would take revenge after she got out in the future. In the end, Odin couldn't listen anymore and said to Lichuan, who was watching the show next to him, "Let's get started." So the two of them joined forces and began to cast the seal. Odin was reinforcing the seal, while Lichuan began to apply various seals of his own. Anyway, all kinds of ninjutsu, magic and Taoism seals were applied. Odin's eyes widened when he saw this. He felt that even if he completely removed his seal now, Lichuan's various powerful seals could completely seal Hela. Chapter 554. As for Hela below, she was even more dumbfounded. She could have been unsealed in a few years and experienced the pleasure of revenge, but now there was no hope. Who is this guy? How could he have such a strong power? Father, what I said before was just angry words. You know, I have been sealed for so many years, and have been staying here alone. It is inevitable that my temper will be a little irritable. In fact, I think what you said makes sense. We should not start a war again. Seeing that the power connection she had finally established with Asgard was becoming weaker and weaker as Lichuan added various seals, and was about to be completely interrupted, Hela's attitude immediately changed. She was unwilling to surrender before because she knew that she could outlast Odin, and that she would be the winner in the end. But now Lichuan's seal has completely blocked this greatest hope. If she doesn't change her mind, she doesn't know how long she will be sealed. However, Odin had seen through Hela long ago and did not stop Li Chuan, but just shook his head helplessly. After the seal was over, the two took the rainbow bridge back to Asgard, and then entered Odin's treasury together. As expected of the Lord of the Nine Realms, this collection is really huge. Following Odin into the treasury, various treasures containing powerful energy appeared in his eyes one by one. The Agmotosphere, a divine artifact that can detect dangers and sources of magic in the universe in advance, the ancient winter coffin, the source of power for the frost giants, the cosmic cube, one of the 6 infinity stones, and a huge infinity glove made by the dwarf king. Odin had also collected infinity stones, but at the soul stone level, he was unwilling to exchange the soul of his beloved, so he gave up in the end. The Warlock's Eye, which has powerful mind control ability, the tuning fork that can summon certain hyperspace creatures, and the life card of the Atlantis continent, a civilization that has disappeared from the Earth, are said to contain the evolutionary equation of life. Finally, and also the purpose of Li Chuan's trip, the source of power of the fire giant Surtur, the eternal fire. From today on, it belongs to you. Coming to the carrier of the eternal flame, Odin waved the eternal spear in his hand, and a ball of fire containing huge flame energy slowly floated up in front of Li Chuan. Li Chuan's eyebrows opened immediately, and the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye appeared, instantly sucking the eternal flame into the moon-reading world. Thank you, Your Majesty Odin. Looking at the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye on Li Chuan's eyebrows, Odin couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and didn't know when his son Thor would grow up to this point. Sometimes he had to admit that although the human race had a short lifespan and was generally very weak, the true geniuses among them were indeed powerful. The supreme mage Ancient One, who merged with Dormammu of the dark space, and the powerful mage in front of him, who had created his own dimension in just a few years. After getting the eternal flame, Li Chuan did not stay for long. Although he was also envious of the other artifacts in the treasure house, those things were actually not very useful to him now. After returning to Earth, he immediately entered the Tsukuyomi world and began to manipulate the laws of the world to gradually integrate the eternal fire into it. With the integration of the eternal fire, the Tsukuyomi world finally no longer had only one moon formed by the Sharingan, but also gradually added a not very big sun. With the integration of the eternal fire, the refining speed of the soul mound was once again improved. And Li Chuan's body was fed back by the energy of the Tsukuyomi world, whether it was the immortal essence in the body, or the soul in the body, they were constantly strengthened. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and there was less than a month left before the main mission began. During this year, in addition to completely absorbing and integrating the eternal flame, he also completed several simple side missions and earned some small world time. For example, in May, Peter, who was bitten by a spider, made a spider launcher, and the first rescue was uploaded to YT. Li Chuan introduced him to the Avengers as a reserve training. Peter was just too young and had too little experience, so he always did some immature things. In fact, his strength after being bitten by a spider has surpassed most of the heroes in the Avengers. With the addition of spider sense, as long as he can be trained well and perform more tasks, he will definitely be a good hand. It just so happens that the Avengers now have Captain America, who is very suitable to be Peter's enlightenment teacher. Tony in the main timeline dotes on Peter too much, causing Peter to always be like a child who never grows up, far less mature and powerful than the Spider-Man in other multiverses. Captain America is actually more suitable for guiding new Avengers. In July, when Black Widow Natasha was dating Li Chuan's brother-in-law Pietro, she was attacked by the Mimic Master of the Red House, and Li Chuan went to help. However, an organization like the Red House is too insignificant for his current strength, so the small world time reward given is not much. In August, he went to Wakanda to save King T'Chaka, who was almost killed, prevented the Wakanda civil war caused by Eric, and introduced Wakanda Prince T'Challa into the Avengers. Of course, there were some small events in the meantime, most of which were triggered by him, and he also gained some small world time. Accumulated, plus the small world time he retained after completing the side quests before, the small world time he can use now has exceeded 10 years. The world of prequel to the Lotus Lantern is definitely a world where you can greatly improve your strength. However, in this world of immortal cultivation, the intervals between events are generally long, and it can take hundreds or thousands of years at any time. The monkey was suppressed under Mount Wutai for 500 years. If he doesn't prepare well, his small world time will run out before he even starts. Even if he has accumulated 10 years of experience, it's still not enough. But considering that the flow rate of heaven and earth in the world of the Legend of the Lotus Lantern is different, one day in heaven is 1 year on earth. As long as he doesn't stay in the human world all the time, he can still do it. It's time to meet the Sea King and Pluto. After setting a time of 3 months, Li Chuan opened the panel and entered the world of Saint Seiya for the second time. After the Tsukuyomi world is perfected, the next step is to strengthen the microcosm. Only when the microcosm is strong enough can it carry the Tsukuyomi world and develop into a real universe in the future. As for how to further strengthen the microcosm, we have to go to the world of Saint Seiya to find the answer. Saints are professional in strengthening the microcosm. Chapter 555. The scene changed, and Li Chuan returned to the Pope's palace. The last time he entered the Saint Seiya world, he got the Sagittarius gold cloth, helped Athena win the Holy War, and became the new generation of Pope of the Sanctuary. He also set people to ambush and capture the Sea Witch Scarlet, and prevented Garlon from letting the Asgardian agent Hilda wear the Nibelungen ring, thus triggering the conspiracy of the war between the god warriors and the saints. All gold saints, come to the Pope's palace for a meeting. Sitting on the Pope's throne, Li Chuan launched a telepathic transmission to the Golden 12 Palaces. Soon, echoes rang in his mind. According to the Pope's order. A moment later, 10 saints wearing golden armor appeared in the Pope's hall one after another. Li Chuan looked at Shaka. Bring up the Sea Witch Scarlet. Next, he told what happened in Northern Europe. What do you think? The Holy War is coming soon. Is it inappropriate to clash with the Sea Warriors at this time? Ares Mu calmly put forward his opinion. According to the observation of Li Bertone, who stationed at Willow Peak, the Holy War with Hades in the underworld may start in the next 2 months. At this time, fighting with Poseidon and his Sea Warriors will weaken the strength of the Sanctuary. Although Poseidon, the Sea King, had his body destroyed by Athena in the Holy War thousands of years ago, leaving only his soul sealed up, as a god, his strength is still terrifyingly powerful. Now Athena has not fully awakened, and it is not certain that she can beat Poseidon. Mu, it's not that we want to clash with them. It's that the Sea Saints are ready to fight us. According to my opinion, we must defeat them with the force of thunder, so that we can fully prepare for the next Holy War. Leo Iolia clenched his fist. Iolia's words were immediately recognized by most of the Gold Saints. As the final winner of the previous Holy Wars, the Sanctuary has always been the strongest, and the Gold Saints have always been the strongest. They are not afraid of any enemy. At this time, Gemini Saga showed a puzzled look on his face. This is very abnormal. According to the records of the Sanctuary, Poseidon should wake up in 200 years under normal circumstances. Why is it so early this time? As the previous Pope, he once planned to overthrow the rule of all gods under the control of the evil god. He has a deep study of the major gods. I think the Sea Witch should be able to give us the answer to this. Li Chuan smiled and looked at Scarlet, who was brought up by Saga. Scarlet sneered, "You want me to tell you? Dream on. That's not up to you." Saga on the side raised his hand and punched Scarlet, illusionary demon emperor fist. The 7 sea generals of the Sea Emperor are all masters who have comprehended the 7th sense. Their strength is not inferior to that of ordinary gold saints. Although the strength of the Sea Witch is not the strongest among the sea generals, it is also at a medium level. It's a pity that the one who threw this punch was Saga, one of the strongest gold saints. So the result was not surprising. The Sea Witch was controlled by Saga and told all the information she knew. In fact, she didn't know why Poseidon woke up 200 years earlier. It was only because he was summoned by the microcosm of Poseidon that he went to the sea realm with other sea warriors. However, she guessed that Poseidon's early awakening might be related to the sea dragon General Garen. Because the flesh body of Poseidon, Julian Solo, was brought by the sea dragon general, and the conspiracy to plan the battle between the god warriors and the saints was also from the hands of the sea dragon general. It's canon. When Saga heard that the leader was his brother Canon, who was imprisoned in the sea prison, he was stunned. After regaining consciousness, he immediately went to the sea prison where his brother Canon was imprisoned, but the sea prison had been destroyed and his brother Canon was nowhere to be found. Your Holiness, please let me lead the team to the sea realm to solve the crisis brought by the sea warriors. It's too late. The Sea Emperor has already started to use his small universe to affect the weather and the sea. Soon the entire continent will be flooded and the sins of mankind will be washed away. The Sea Witch was also a strong person who had comprehended the 7th sense. Moreover, she was proficient in soul skills and was good at attacking with flute sounds, so she quickly regained consciousness after Saga relaxed his control. The Holy War may start at any time. According to the records of the last Holy War, Hades personally led the Hades warriors to attack the Sanctuary, so I ordered you all to stay and guard the Sanctuary, and I will deal with Poseidon and the sea warriors alone. Li Chuan rejected Saga's request, then stood up and announced his decision. Because of his appearance, the story has been messed up, and he is not sure when the Hades Saints will attack the sanctuary to assassinate Athena. So it is necessary to let all the Gold Saints stay in the sanctuary. As for Poseidon, he just wants to meet him in person to see if he can use Poseidon's microcosm to further enhance his own microcosm. Your Holiness, this is too dangerous. Hearing that Li Chuan was going to fight Poseidon and the Sea Saints alone, the Gold Saints were shocked. They knew that Li Chuan was powerful, and he even defeated Saga, who was controlled by the evil god. He might be the strongest Saint Seiya at present. But the opponent not only had 6 sea generals, who had comprehended the 7 sins, and a group of sea warriors, but also the existence of the god Poseidon. It's okay, I have made some progress recently, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The microcosm in Li Chuan's body exploded instantly, and the noisy Gold Saints were instantly silenced. What a powerful microcosm! Except for Athena, I have never felt such a powerful microcosm. When he left last time, Li Chuan had just comprehended the 7 sins, and the strength of his microcosm was weaker than any of the Gold Saints present. His strength was entirely due to the blessing of other aspects such as ninjutsu, magic and physical body. And his overall strength was only slightly stronger than that of Canon. But now, he has passed the tribulation and become an immortal, and has created his own dimension. With the improvement of the world of Tsukuyomi, his strength is getting stronger and stronger, and his soul is countless times stronger than before. Although the microcosm is still at the 7th sense, in terms of the strength of the microcosm, it has actually far surpassed the normal Gold Saints. This time, I came here mainly to see if I can further comprehend the 8th sense, the 9th sense, and the legendary absolute consciousness realm, transcend the infinite multiverse, and enter the unknowable, undiscussable, and unmeasurable 10th sense. Since everyone has no objection, then it is decided. Looking at the shocked Gold Saints, Li Chuan picked up the Sea Witch and teleported directly into the Pope's palace. Chapter 556. Deep in the Nordic Sea, Li Chuan floated in the sky with the Sea Witch in his arms. Sulante, this should be the territory of the Sea Realm. Yes, but you will only die if you go down. Do you see the heavy rain in the sky? From today on, this heavy rain will continue to fall, and the coastline of the sea will continue to rise until all continents are submerged and all humans die. Sulante's microcosm was sealed by Li Chuan. His body could not resist, but his mouth was unforgiving. As the most loyal sea warrior of the Sea King, she believed that after the Sea King exterminated the evil humans on the continent, he would definitely rebuild a perfect existence like Utopia. Li Chuan looked at the thick dark clouds and heavy rain in the sky and murmured, "It's really not good to keep raining like this, so let's stop it." He opened his mouth and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and roared through the world, "Clear the sky." In an instant, all the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sun shone on the world again. Clear Sky Dragon Roar, a dragon roar specially used to disperse dark clouds. When Li Chuan used it with all his strength, even the dark clouds summoned by Poseidon could be completely dispersed. How could this happen? Looking at the sky that suddenly cleared up, the Sea Witch Saranti was stunned. The microcosm that Li Chuan showed in the Holy Land just now had scared her half to death. Unexpectedly, not only the microcosm, but also the new Pope had the powerful ability to disperse dark clouds. The key point is that this is not an ordinary dark cloud, but a dark cloud created by the Sea Emperor Poseidon that covers the entire Earth. At the same time, on the throne of the Sea Palace in the Sea Realm, Julian Solo, the human inhabited by Poseidon's soul, suddenly had 2 rays of divine light in his eyes, and slowly stood up from the throne. Someone actually broke the dark cloud I summoned with divine magic. He looked up at the sky, his eyes passed through the endless sea, and saw Li Chuan floating in the air holding the Sea Witch, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Interesting, I didn't expect that Athena had such a powerful Saint Seiya. Putting away the divine light, his voice rang throughout the Sea Realm. Athena's Saint Seiya is here. Please treat him well for me. What's going on? Poseidon has awakened early. The Sea Dragon General Garen, who was guarding the North Atlantic God Pillar, suddenly changed his face when he heard this. He wanted to summon the Sea Warriors in the name of Poseidon to defeat the Sanctuary and unify the world, but he didn't want Poseidon's soul to awaken so early, because then the initiative would be transferred to Poseidon, not him. The Pope of the Sanctuary is visiting Lord Poseidon, and I hope he can come out and see him. As soon as Poseidon's voice reached the ears of the Sea Warriors, a thunderous sound rang out above the entire Sea Realm. It was Li Chuan who crossed the sea and brought the Sea Witch to the top of the Sea Realm. The Sea Realm was originally a sea fortress built by Poseidon on the sea, with an area of more than 100 million square kilometers. It was once inhabited by the civilization created by Poseidon, the Atlantis civilization. However, Because in the mythological era, Poseidon caused a great disaster, causing the lives of all living beings on the continent to be destroyed. The 8 most powerful saints under Athena joined forces and sank Atlantis directly to the bottom of the sea. In order to keep the fortress and fight for the right to rule over mortals again, Poseidon used 8 sea pillars to support a sky on the bottom of the sea, allowing his sea warriors and some Atlanteans to continue living in the sea realm and wait for his resurrection. How dare you trespass into the sea realm? As soon as Li Chuan stepped on the marble floor of the sea realm, several angry shouts sounded in front of him. Then 6 burning small universes, and a large number of small universes appeared around him. It turned out that 6 sea generals wearing golden scales and a large number of sea warriors rushed over after hearing the news. Treating into the sea realm? It seems that you sea warriors provoked first. Li Chuan threw the sea witch in front of everyone. Scarlet, I didn't expect you to be such a waste. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still claim to be the messenger of the Sea King. Galen frowned when he saw Scarlet, whose power was sealed on the ground. Because he knew that since Scarlet was brought here by the new pope, his plan to instigate the Nordic god warriors to consume the power of the Holy Land would naturally fail. Next, the Sea Realm will face the revenge of the entire Holy Land, which is not good news. Be careful of this Holy Land Pope. His microcosm is very powerful. After hearing what Garland said, Scarlet gritted his teeth and did not refute, but reminded several sea generals. Humph, a mere Saint Seiya, how can you be the opponent of our sea warriors? Let me, General Seahorse, meet you. However, just as Scarlet finished speaking, General Seahorse, wearing a golden scale coat, had already burned his powerful microcosm and attacked Li Chuan. Obviously, whether it was a Saint Seiya, a sea warrior, or a god warrior, these strong men who had realized the 7th sense were all very confident in themselves. Before the real fight, they never thought that they would lose to anyone except God. Breath of God. The powerful microcosm drove countless air currents into a storm and swept towards Li Chuan. Li Chuan raised his hand and chopped it down. He did not use the microcosm and immortal essence, but just relied on the powerful strength brought by his body to directly split the air current shot by General Jaime into 2, and he didn't even move the Pope's robe on his body. What? Not only General Jaime, but the remaining 5 sea generals and other sea warriors all exclaimed in unison. Being able to dissolve General Kaiba's full-strength attack so easily was already very impressive, and being able to dissolve it without using the power of the microcosm was what really made them feel incredible. You know, even for these powerful fighters, who can split mountains and crack the earth, their bodies will not be too strong without using the microcosm. The holy clothes and scale clothes are secondary to increasing strength, and the most important function is to protect the fighters' bodies. I don't have time to waste on you little bastards. Let's end it. With a smile, Li Chuan glanced at them and said, Tear the dragon's soul. A dragon roar resounded throughout the sea realm. All the sea generals and sea warriors who heard the dragon roar instantly felt as if their souls were torn apart, and they were forced to feel the pain as if they were dying. Then they fainted one by one, covering their heads. Even the 6 most powerful sea generals did not last more than 10 seconds. Looking at the sea warriors who fell to the ground, Li Chuan turned into a flash of light and flew straight to the Sea Emperor Palace in the center of the sea realm. He had dispersed the heavy rain created by Poseidon, but the sea was still rising slowly under the influence of his divine power. If Poseidon was not dealt with soon, many places on the continent would be affected by disasters. So he did not waste any more time talking to those sea warriors. The right thing to do was to knock them down together and interrupt Poseidon's spell. Chapter 557. You defeated all my sea warriors so easily. In the Sea King Temple, Poseidon sat on the throne, looking at Li Chuan, who pushed the door in, with a hint of surprise on his face. He could sense that Li Chuan had a very powerful microcosm, but he didn't expect that Li Chuan could defeat all his sea warriors so quickly. Although because he woke up 200 years earlier, his strength was less than half of his peak period, which greatly reduced the bonus effect of the scales, and the strength of the sea warriors could not be exerted to the peak. But after all, the number is there, and there is also a sea dragon general from the sanctuary. The sea warriors of the Sea King are different from the saints of the sanctuary. Most of the saints hone their strength little by little, and then compete for the position and obtain the saint cloth. Therefore, the strength of the Saint Seiya mostly depends on himself, and the blessing of the saint cloth accounts for a small part. For the sea warriors of the Sea King, every time Poseidon wakes up, the saint cloth automatically selects the strongest group of people in the small universe in the sea world, and then summons them to give them the scale clothes. The strength of their power depends mostly on the scales, and a small part on their own strength. The strength of the scales depends on Poseidon. When Poseidon is at his peak, the strength of the scales can reach the strongest, and the strength of the sea warriors will be greatly improved. In the original work, if Poseidon had not been awakened by Garen 200 years in advance, his strength would not have been restored at all, and the Seven Seas generals would not have been defeated so easily by the Bronze Five. Garen, the only one who was not affected by the scales, was not defeated by the Five in the end, but repented because of Athena's warm little universe. Therefore, if the Seven Sea generals get rid of Cannon, the other six will not be able to compete with the other gold saints in the sanctuary, even though they have realized the seventh sense. At most, they are just like the aquatic duo. Just look at the sea demon Elzak. As Hyoga's senior brother, he was swept away by the sea current because he saved Hyoga, and then he was selected by the scales to become one of the seven sea generals. At that time, Elzak was still a reserve saint competing with Hyoga for the bronze saint cloth of the white bird. How strong could he be? In fact, the sea warriors of the Sea King are nothing. The real mentality is the Hades warriors of Hades. The strength of the sea warriors mainly comes from the blessing of the saint cloth and Poseidon, but their own strength is also important, especially the moves, which must be studied and practiced by themselves, otherwise the second time of the sea warriors with the same scales may be much worse than the first time. The 108 Hades warriors, including the 3 giants of the underworld, are composed of 108 magic stars gathering the souls of the dead. As long as the magic stars are not destroyed, the Hades warriors will not really die, and their power is also completely given by the Hades cloth. The strength and moves of the Hades warriors are completely derived from the Hades cloth and Hades. As long as Hades is resurrected, the 108 Hades warriors will be resurrected instantly. There is no need to cultivate them at all, their strength is already at the peak from the beginning. Only the saints of the sanctuary are the most pitiful, they have grown up step by step, and one less dies. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that they have the most solid foundation, and they can burst out with strength beyond the normal level every time, and they can always defeat the sea warriors and Hades warriors in the end. The key is that the saints have no way out, because if they lose once, humanity will be completely finished. Unlike the sea saints, who have the sea realm and retreat to the sea realm to wait for Poseidon to revive again, the base camp of the Hades saints is the underworld, and there is no such thing as complete death. Hades hid his body in the pure land deep in the underworld early, because of Poseidon's previous experience. Every time he chooses a pure human body as a carrier to start a holy war, and if he loses, he will wait for the next time. Anyway, there is no loss. Poseidon, the Sea King, your behavior of controlling the sea water to flood the continent has caused harm to mankind. As the Pope of the Holy Land, I order you to stop your current behavior immediately. Otherwise, I will seal you again for the great Athena. Looking at Poseidon sitting on the throne holding a trident, Li Chuan warned solemnly. Poseidon seemed to have heard a funny joke when he heard this, and laughed. A mere human wants to command the great Sea King Poseidon. It seems that the little girl Athena can't even discipline her own subordinates. After laughing, Poseidon's face immediately turned cold. Then let me teach her a lesson. An extremely huge microcosm suddenly awakened from Poseidon's body, and then turned into an invisible energy, and attacked Li Chuan directly. As expected of Poseidon, the Sea King, Athena's uncle, even without a physical body, his power is less than half because of the early awakening, and even now it is only a small part of half of the power, it is already so huge. Feeling the powerful microcosm in Poseidon's body, Li Chuan also burst out his own microcosm, dissolving Poseidon's invisible attack. The current Poseidon is not yet a complete Poseidon. Poseidon's will only occupies about 20%, and 80% is still sleeping in Julian's body. So just based on the power of the microcosm that erupted at this time, it is about the same as Li Chuan now. The two huge microcosms collided fiercely in the Poseidon temple. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. However, during this confrontation, Li Chuan clearly felt that his microcosm began to grow stronger. For Saint Seiya, the fastest way to improve the microcosm is to fight. Only by fighting constantly, fighting with people who are stronger than oneself, and constantly burning and exploding the microcosm, can the microcosm grow rapidly. And Poseidon, the Sea King, is just the right person for Li Chuan to hone and improve his microcosm. The microcosm of a normal gold Saint Seiya is too different from his, and it can't have the effect of training at all, and the microcosm of Pluto, who is at the peak of strength, is much stronger than his microcosm. Poseidon's is just right. After getting used to it, you can further stimulate it and take your time. If it's stronger, the effect should be better. Lightning speed punch. Feeling that Poseidon's microcosm is not the best effect on his own microcosm at this time, he immediately punched with all his strength and directly knocked Poseidon's helmet away. How dare you! Poseidon was immediately furious, and his will awakened to 40%. The strength of his microcosm doubled immediately, and Li Chuan's microcosm instantly curled up to the surface of his body and struggled to maintain it. Not bad, this strength is the best. Feeling that his microcosm grew several times faster under the pressure of Poseidon's microcosm, Li Chuan showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 558. Li Chuan is not afraid of his microcosm being crushed by Poseidon, because unlike other saints, his microcosm is only a small part of his strength. He still has a strong body, a huge amount of immortal essence, various magic weapons and spells, and the biggest trump card, the moon-reading world. Even if Poseidon's will is instantly unlocked to 100%, his microcosm is directly crushed, and he is no match for Poseidon. Relying on his other abilities, he is confident that he can fight Poseidon. So now his expression is very calm, not in a hurry at all. A mere mortal, you dare to challenge the gods. I want to see how long you can hold on. Poseidon sat on the throne, fully releasing his huge microcosm. Looking at Li Chuan with mockery, he felt that Li Chuan must be very desperate now. After all, his microcosm was almost pressing on the opponent's face, and the gap between the two microcosms was not at the same level at all. 5 minutes later, the opponent was still holding on, and the opponent's microcosm had gone from touching his face to being able to support a palm. 10 minutes later, the opponent was still holding on. His microcosm was like a spring, becoming stronger and stronger with each pressure, and he showed no sign of collapsing. 20 minutes later, Poseidon could no longer sit still, and directly raised the trident in his hand to attack Li Chuan's body. Go to hell, mortal who offended God. Since he couldn't crush the opponent directly with his microcosm, he would just destroy his body and put an end to him. The trident of the Sea King in front of him turned into countless afterimages and stabbed at him. Li Chuan flipped his hand and said, Naming Li Hua's sword, go! The immortal sword with blue flames flew out, and under his control, it turned into countless flames, and collided with the artifact that could stir the Sea King's trident. Dang 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 dang. Suddenly, a dense collision sound rang out in the hall of the temple. The artifact versus the immortal weapon, the two were deadlocked for a while, and neither could do anything to the other. Of course, this was actually Li Chuan's deliberate act. If he fully stimulated the power of the Nanming Li Hua's sword, he could directly knock the Sea King's trident away, and then point the sword at Poseidon's body. But that would only further stimulate Poseidon's awakening of will. What he has to do now is to maintain the status quo, let Poseidon's microcosm continue to suppress his own microcosm, and let his own microcosm continue to grow and improve. When it reaches the same level as Poseidon's current microcosm, continue to stimulate Poseidon to release more will. As a result, a funny scene appeared in the hall of the entire Poseidon temple. No matter how Poseidon crushed Li Chuan with his microcosm, no matter what moves he used to attack Li Chuan seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, he didn't even move his position. Moreover, as time went by, his microcosm also increased rapidly like a rocket. In the end, Poseidon himself was speechless and didn't want to talk. However, if he let Li Chuan go, it would obviously be difficult for him to save face as the Sea King Poseidon. The key point was that Li Chuan didn't say a few good words. Once Poseidon showed signs of putting away his microcosm and stopping, Li Chuan immediately said, Sinful Poseidon, accept the punishment from the Holy Land. Poseidon immediately got angry after hearing this, and then fell into a stalemate again. At the same time, outside the temple of Athena in the Holy Land, Kairoto Saori held the golden scepter and looked into the distance, her face full of worry. I felt two powerful microcosms colliding in the depths of the sea. One is Poseidon, the other is the Pope. The Pope is at a disadvantage, and I am very worried about his safety. Mu, send me to the sea realm, maybe I can help him. 108 magic stars have been unsealed, and the holy war may start at any time. Now that the Pope is not in the Holy Land, only you can open the barrier of the Holy Land, so let me go over to help. Saga walked out from among the 10 gold saints, and knelt on one knee in front of Saori. Only Athena and the Pope can open the barrier of the sanctuary. Now that the Pope is not here, only Athena can open it. In the Holy War, the barrier of the sanctuary is not only to prohibit flying, but most importantly, it can restrain the abnormal ability of Hades' warriors to revive infinitely. Hades is the god of death, and has a very high level of attainment in the laws of souls and death. If a Hades warrior dies in battle on Earth, Hades can easily revive him. If there is no barrier to restrain the Holy War, there is no chance of winning. Saga's words were quickly recognized by all the gold saints, including Athena, who knew that it might not be appropriate for her to leave the sanctuary at this time. However, there was controversy over who would help the Pope fight Poseidon, because everyone wanted to go. Let me go over and see what's going on, communicate with the Pope, and then decide who will go over to help. The opponent is Poseidon, the king of the sea, and it may not be possible for one person to defeat him. In the end, Mu's proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. Turning around and leaving the Holy Land, Mu used his teleportation ability to directly arrive above the Sea Realm, then dive down and entered the Sea Realm through the entrance of the Sea Realm. As expected of His Holiness, you are really powerful. After entering the Sea Realm, facing the collision of two huge microcosms far exceeding his own, and seeing the Sea General and the Sea Warrior who fainted on the ground, Mu couldn't help but sigh. However, when he was about to go to the Sea God Temple to take a look at the situation, Li Chuan's spiritual transmission came to his mind. Mu, go back to the sanctuary and tell everyone that I'm fine. I'm just using Poseidon's microcosm to sharpen my own microcosm. I also take those Sea Generals back and lock them up. I'm not in the sanctuary during this period. Let Saga take care of it. When there's action in the underworld, come and notify me. What? You're actually using Poseidon's microcosm to improve your own microcosm. Mu was also shocked when he heard Li Chuan's telepathic voice transmission. This was the first time he had heard of using God's microcosm to improve his own microcosm. However, seeing Li Chuan's relaxed tone, it seemed that it was not a big problem, so he carried the 7 fainted Sea Generals and returned to the God's domain to report the situation. Similarly, after learning about Li Chuan's current situation, everyone was also a little stunned. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After half a month of continuous confrontation, Li Chuan's microcosm expanded rapidly and reached 2/3 of the level of Poseidon. At this time, the speed of his microcosm also began to decline sharply. It seems that it's time to stimulate further. While controlling the Nanming Liwa sword to block the trident, Li Chuan's legs instantly burst out with powerful power, and he appeared directly in front of the Sea King and hit him in the face with a big punch. Chapter 559. Boom! Poseidon, who was unable to react, was immediately whipped away, smashing the thick walls of the temple wrapped in his divine power, leaving cracks. Poseidon covered his face after landing and instantly burst into a shocking roar. I will kill you! The awakening of will increased to 60%, and the microcosm increased several times again, pressing Li Chuan's microcosm directly into his body. He barely stood up with the help of his strong body. Sagittarius Gold Cloth. With the addition of the cloth, the power of the microcosm in the body finally reached the surface of the body. But this time Poseidon's attack was more fierce. It was obvious that after a week of continuous fighting, Poseidon was slapped in the face again, and his anger had been completely ignited. I block, I block, I block, block, block. Li Chuan increased the output of the immortal energy in his body, and once again blocked all of Poseidon's attacks just right, causing the battle to fall into a stalemate again. Now the power of the microcosm is improving at an unimaginable speed, so it is natural to maintain it well. I want you to taste the anger of God. However, this time Poseidon was obviously unwilling to do as Li Chuan wished. Maybe he was too angry. Even if Li Chuan was just defending and not fighting back, his will awakening did not slow down at all. And it was not awakened to 80%, but directly awakened to 100%. The fully awakened Poseidon, the microcosm was so powerful that the whole earth trembled. His eyes were golden, and countless thunder and lightning appeared around him. Even the temple and the 7 pillar barriers had some cracks because they could not withstand Poseidon's momentum. In the name of Poseidon, the Sea King, I sentence you to death. The terrifyingly huge energy was stimulated from Poseidon's trident, as if it was going to turn Li Chuan's soul into dust. Why are you so upset? It's just a slap in the face, and your face is not even swollen. Why are you so angry? Seeing Poseidon's divine will fully awakened, Li Chuan knew that his plan to hone his small universe had to come to an end. There was no way. Poseidon's small universe was too strong now. If his small universe was released, it would only collapse directly, and it would not have any training effect at all. Then seal it up first. Although it's a pity, it doesn't matter much. Anyway, there are 2 twin gods in the underworld, and their strength is much weaker than Poseidon. When the time comes, they can be used to continue their own plans. When the twin gods' microcosms are no longer effective, Poseidon should be enough. When Poseidon's is no longer effective, use Hades's. In this way, his microcosm will be almost the same as that of the god, and the probability of comprehending the 9th and 10th senses will also be greatly increased. Tsukuyomi. The 9 Megatama in Yang Samsara I opened, and Li Chuan directly sucked the angry Poseidon into the Tsukuyomi world. Suppress him. After taking Poseidon into the Tsukuyomi world, he also followed and used the laws of the Tsukuyomi world to suppress Poseidon's microcosm. You created your own world like Hades, are you not immortal? Poseidon, who was sucked into the Tsukuyomi world without noticing, felt that his microcosm was instantly suppressed, and could only exert 70% of his strength, and his face changed immediately. It's not like he hasn't encountered this situation before. If he goes to the underworld created by Hades, and cannot comprehend the meaning of death, his strength will be passively suppressed by the laws of the underworld. But the one who can create the world must not be immortal, but a god like him. I'm not a god, but an immortal. Li Chuan looked at Poseidon opposite him, and immediately activated the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo mode, offering various magic weapons, and killing him with all his strength. Poseidon snorted coldly when he saw this, and also burned his small universe to meet him. Even if you are really a god, it's nothing. There are differences in the strength of gods, and I, Poseidon, am the oldest and most powerful one. If you were in a complete physical state, I would not be your opponent. Unfortunately, you are not in the right state now. Li Chuan laughed loudly, and used the golden spear to pick up Poseidon's trident. After a fierce battle that made Poseidon unable to cope, he used the magic of removing your battle suit to forcibly deprive Poseidon of the Sea Emperor's scales. Dragon Soul Tear. Without the obstruction of the Sea Emperor's scales, he roared again to make Poseidon enter a state of soul out of control, and then activated the ability of the Tsukuyomi world Samsara Eye to extract souls, and knock Poseidon's soul out of Julian's body with one palm. Seal it for me. The golden rope flew out, and wrapped around Poseidon's soul and sealed it. Without waiting for him to resist, Li Chuan approached him again, and quickly imposed various seals on him to consolidate it, and finally pressed him into the supergravity area. If it was Poseidon in a complete state, he would naturally not be his opponent. Even if he sacrificed the moon-reading world, he could not trap him. It's a pity that Poseidon had lost his body a long time ago. He relied on the body of an ordinary person, Julian, to be resurrected. He was also awakened by Garlon 200 years in advance, and his strength was less than half. This allowed Li Chuan to find an opportunity, and he watched the moon-reading world seal it up. The Trident of the Sea King is a good artifact. After sealing Poseidon's soul, he reached out and took Poseidon's weapon, the Trident, in his hand. The Trident is Poseidon's most powerful artifact. It uses the microcosm to drive its power. In addition to being able to launch powerful energy attacks, it also has the function of turning rivers and seas upside down. Poseidon can make the entire sea level rise and submerge the continent. In addition to his own mastery of the laws of controlling the sea, the magical trident also plays a significant role. After putting away the trident and scales of the Sea Emperor, Li Chuan left the Tsukuyomi world and returned to the temple. At this moment, several familiar small universes quickly rushed towards the temple. Your Excellency the Pope, are you okay? It was Saga, Mu, Shaka, Iolia and Milo, the 5 gold saints who rushed over. It turned out that Poseidon's fully awakened small universe was too powerful, which also shocked Kito's Saori, and the gold saints far away in the sanctuary, and Li Chuan's small universe suddenly disappeared. So in order to prevent the situation here from getting out of control, Kito's Saori sent 5 gold saints to check the situation together. It's okay, I have sealed Poseidon. Let's go back to the sanctuary together. Li Chuan released the unconscious Julian and replied with a smile. The power of the Pope is getting more and more terrifying. Looking at Li Chuan, who was not injured at all, Saga and the other 5 sighed in their hearts. How powerful is the fully awakened Poseidon's microcosm? Even at such a distance, they are deeply touched. This time they came here and brought the Athena pot to seal Poseidon, but they didn't expect Li Chuan to easily handle it alone. In addition to sighing at Li Chuan's strength, their hearts have become more at ease. After all, the holy war may start at any time. The stronger Li Chuan is, the greater their chance of winning. Chapter 560. 2 weeks after sealing Poseidon's soul, Li Chuan, who was trying to release the seal of Poseidon bit by bit, and then continue to strengthen his own microcosm, suddenly froze, and withdrew a trace of his soul from the moon-reading world. The holy war has begun. Feeling that more than a dozen powerful microcosms suddenly appeared outside the Holy Land, accompanied by a strong death energy. He knew that Hades' warriors were coming. Sure enough, the collision of the 2 microcosms in the Holy Land soon exploded, and the enemy had bypassed the outer periphery of the Holy Land and confronted Mu, who was guarding the first palace, Ares' palace. All saints, listen up. The holy war has begun. Hades' saints are invading Ares' palace. Go to support Ares' palace quickly, and bring all invaders alive. Li Chuan's voice rang in the hearts of all saints in the sanctuary at the same time. The sanctuary has a barrier formed by Athena's microcosm. No matter who wants to climb the top of the mountain to see Athena, they must walk through the golden palaces, and defeat the golden saints guarding inside. This is a tradition formed in the sanctuary for countless years. But for Li Chuan, this tradition is better off not having it. Since they can attack in groups, why do they have to let people break through one by one? The Hades warriors who attack this time are obviously not weak, especially the famous former Pope Xian. Yes, if they were allowed to break through the Golden Palace one by one, they would probably be wiped out before they could even fight halfway, and a few of the Golden Saints would definitely die. In the original work, Taurus Elabadi was killed by a sneak attack from the Earth Dark Star because of his carelessness. Although he took the Earth Dark Star with him when he died, his death was too worthless. So he changed this tradition directly after he became the Pope. If the Holy War begins and the Hades Saints invade the sanctuary, all the Gold Saints will rush to Ares' palace to mercilessly beat the enemy, and the Silver and Bronze Saints on the periphery will follow immediately. It involves the life and death of the entire human race. It is most important to minimize the casualties, and destroy the enemy's living force without so many rules. Anyway, if you come alone, my sanctuary will also attack together. If you come with 100 people, my sanctuary will also attack together. Moreover, because he knew that the evil star was moving and the holy war was about to begin, he had called back all the Silver and Bronze Saints outside to the sanctuary, even Tonghu from the Five Elders' Peak. He wanted to give a big surprise to the Hades warriors who raided the sanctuary. In the first palace, Ares, Mu looked at Xian, who was wearing black Hades clothes and had completely regained his youth, with a very complicated expression. How could it be? My mentor Xian, how could you? His teacher had died in the previous Saga rebellion at the hands of Saga, who was controlled by the evil god, and the teacher at that time was already very old. Now Xian has resurrected and stood in front of him, wearing the Hades clothes that only Hades warriors wear, and regained his youthful appearance. The answer is obvious. But he doesn't want to believe that the teacher who made him respect so much, and whose heart is full of justice, would betray Athena. However, Xian's next words made him completely give up. I have pledged allegiance to the great Hades, the god of the underworld. Hades has given me eternal life. Mu, I order you in the name of the teacher to get out of the way immediately, and let us go to the temple to take down Athena's head. Xian, stop talking nonsense. If he dares to disobey you, just kill him. One of the 3 giants of the underworld, the Sky Star with the title of Pterosaur, Rhadamanthys, stood behind Xian with a group of more than 20 Hades warriors and said coldly. Although Xian promised to be loyal to Hades, and was willing to serve as a guide to enter the sanctuary to assassinate Athena, he did not trust Xian in his heart. So this time, he also violated the order of Pandora, the commander-in-chief of Hades warriors and Hades' sister in the world, and secretly led his own Hades warriors to follow. Don't worry, Lord Rhadamanthys, he dare not disobey me, Xian said firmly. It was obvious that he underestimated Mu's principles as a saint. Teacher, I can't attack you, nor can I disobey your orders, but I swear allegiance to Athena and defend Ares until my death. So, let me send these dirty Hades warriors to the land of death again. Mu's microcosm instantly increased to the limit, teleported behind Rhadamanthys and others, and directly launched the strongest trick. Starlight Extinction. However, Xian also teleported in front of Mu at the same time, and the powerful telekinesis pressed heavily on Mu. Mu's moves were immediately interrupted, and he knelt on one knee with a cry of pain. Mu, I taught you all your moves, and naturally I know their weaknesses. After Xian restrained Mu, he turned to Rhadamanthys and said respectfully, The sanctuary has probably discovered something now, my lord. You go to the next palace first, and I will catch up quickly after I deal with him. You'd better hurry up, Xian. I want to tell you that you are only given 12 hours of life. If you dare to have any other intentions, Lord Hades can take your life back at any time. Rhadamanthys narrowed his eyes, then nodded, and walked towards the gate of Ares' palace with a group of Hades warriors. He naturally didn't trust Xian in his heart, so he had asked Nibiru, who was good at stealth and poison, to hide secretly nearby in advance. If Xian had any other intentions after leaving, he would let Nibiru poison the 2 people directly. As for the remaining saints guarding the 12 golden palaces, he, Tianlingxing, and the Hades saints will take care of them all. Anyway, seeing Xian take care of Mu with one move, he felt that this year's Athena's gold saints were nothing to worry about. But the next second, his face changed. Because from the Ares palace, a group of gold saints with madly burning microcosms walked out. Taurus Elabadi in the second palace, Gemini Saga in the third palace, and Canon, who was influenced by Athena's microcosm these days. The fourth palace, the fifth palace. In addition to Sagittarius Li Chuan, who has become the Pope and represents the ninth palace, including Liber Tonghu, a total of 11 powerful gold saints have arrived. At the same time, on the stairs below the Ares palace, All the silver and bronze saints also rushed up with their small universes burning, blocking the escape route. The leader is the strongest silver Cepheus throne, who is not inferior to the gold saints, followed by the top silver saints such as Sky Eagle, Ophiuchus, and Perseus. Behind them were the bronze saints led by the 5 bronze saints, and a large number of saint reserve. In view of the great potential of the 5 saints, Li Chuan took them all to the sanctuary after becoming the Pope to receive the devilish training of the gold saints, adhering to the principle of training until death. Now everyone has realized the 7th sense. Everyone was burning their small universes, and putting pressure on the Hades saints such as Rhadamanthys in the middle, and they were directly pressed so hard that even their actions were affected. I was careless. The sanctuary is so powerful. Chapter 561. Leave Shine here, drag the others out, and kill them. In the Pope's palace, Li Chuan used legilimency on the seriously injured Rhadamanthys, read all his memories, and then instructed the twin Saga and Cannon beside him. Rhadamanthys is indeed powerful as one of the 3 giants of the underworld, but Cannon alone is slightly better than him, not to mention the many other gold saints, silver saints, and bronze saints. And the powerful former Pope Shine did not really surrender to Hades, so he naturally did not need to act anymore after seeing the situation reversed. Therefore, all the Hades warriors who entered the sanctuary were beaten and seriously injured by the crowd, and dragged to the Pope's palace before they could show much of their strength. Shine, I can feel that your heart is still full of justice, and the light of your microcosm has not been corrupted by darkness. Tell me why you are willing to become a Hades warrior to return to the sanctuary. Sitting on the Pope's seat, Li Chuan said to Shine below. All the saints immediately set their sights on Shine, and the most concerned among them were Mu and Tonghu. Mu is Shine's disciple, and Tonghu is Shine's best friend. You are more competent than me as the Pope, and the current sanctuary is also very powerful. I came back this time because... Then, Shine told the reason why he had to return to the sanctuary. It turned out that he pretended to surrender to Hades, and entered the sanctuary as a guide, not to assassinate Athena, but to tell Athena a secret that only the popes of all generations knew. Before, he couldn't say it because Rhadamanthys and his Hades warriors were monitoring him. In previous holy wars, only gods can truly fight against gods, so Athena's microcosm is crucial to defeat Hades. And the one that can bring out Athena's microcosm to the extreme is the goddess's holy clothes. This time he came back to tell Athena how to get the goddess's holy clothes. Hades only gave me 12 hours of life. I can't take Athena's body back within 12 hours, and I will return to the land of death. So this holy war, I leave it to you. After explaining how to take out the goddess cloth, Shine, who had completed his mission, relaxed his expression. Teacher, Shine. Knowing that Shine would die again in a little while, everyone's faces were filled with sadness. One of the only 2 surviving saints in the last holy war, he has been the Pope for more than 200 years. Shine has contributed to the prosperity of the saints today. Before being replaced by Saga, Pope Shine has always been the most respected person in the hearts of all saints except Athens. That won't do. The Holy Land still needs your power, Shine. Li Chuan stood up from the Pope's throne and walked down to Shine. Reincarnation technique. He stretched out his hand to Shine's forehead, and the resurrection ninjutsu from death was activated. The dead air in Shine's body immediately began to dissipate, and a vitality gradually emerged. Seeing that Shine was about to be completely resurrected, a loud shout suddenly came from the Pope's palace. Bold mortal, you dare to use the power of God. Shun, who was standing among the bronze saints, saw his eyes instantly enter a state of godlessness, and a powerful death energy burst out, and the vitality that had just been born in Shine's body immediately showed signs of collapse. Shun, what's wrong with you? Ikki, Saya, Hyoga, and Shiryu, who were standing next to him, immediately surrounded Shun. Humph, as an enemy saint, you dare to touch my body. Hades' Cosmo exploded, knocking Ikki and the other 4 away. Shun is possessed by Hades, everyone be careful. Sensing the terrifying and familiar evil Cosmo in Shun's body, Doko shouted and surrounded Shun with all the gold saints. As a saint left over from the last holy war, he knew that Hades had been appearing in humans in the form of possession, since his body was injured once, in the mythological era. The last time the holy war was possessed, it was the reincarnation of Athena, who grew up with her brother Aaron. Unexpectedly, this time it was possessed by the bronze saint Shun. Life and death are not just your authority, Naming Li was sword. Seeing that Shun's life was about to be extinguished, Li Chuan also shouted, summon the Naming Li was sword, and stabbed it into Shun's body. The Naming Li was sword can not only kill the enemy, but also has the power of rebirth of the dead. As long as the soul is still there, It can make life revitalized. Under normal circumstances, Xiang had been dead for so long that his soul had long returned to the land of death, and even the Nanming sword could not forcibly revive him. But Hades used his divine power to briefly give Xiang 12 hours of life and return his soul to his body, so the situation was naturally different. Using the reincarnation technique to awaken the vitality, and then using the Nanming sword to stimulate the vitality, even Hades could not stop the surging vitality in Xiang's body for a while. In just a few breaths, Xiang was completely resurrected, and like Tonghu, he still maintained the strongest body at the age of 18. You are looking for death, heavy pressure. Seeing Xiang being resurrected, other saints also launched attacks towards him. Hades shouted angrily and exerted a large-scale heavy pressure, which made everyone, including the gold saints, unable to move. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly fell from the sky and pressed Shun, who was possessed by Hades, to the ground. It was Li Chuan who teleported over. The heavy pressure exerted by Hades, who had just entered the first stage of awakening, might be able to restrict the actions of others for a short time, but it was naturally not enough for Li Chuan. Seal. After holding down Shun, Li Chuan immediately began to use various sealing techniques to suppress Hades' soul, while instructing everyone. Ikki, come and try to awaken Shun's consciousness. Teacher Doko, go find Athena, and the others will use their cosmos to suppress Hades' cosmos. He did not choose to directly pull Shun into the Tsukuyomi world seal, because he could not do it with his current strength. Hades is different from Poseidon. Not only is his true body not destroyed, but his soul strength is still at its peak. He pulled Hades into the Tsukuyomi world, and when he stimulated Hades to enter a fully awakened state, he might not be able to defeat him. Even if he won, the opponent could escape from the Tsukuyomi world and return to his real body in an instant, with his real body as a connection. So it is better to take the opportunity to drive his soul out of Shun's body, so that he can really kill Hades at that time. Under the affectionate calls of his brother Ikki and several good friends, Shun's consciousness began to gradually awaken, and he tried his best to resist Hades' control of his body. It's impossible. Shun's body dared to reject my soul of Hades. Isn't Shun destined to become my body in this era? Chapter 562. Hades controlled Shun's body and struggled hard, trying to break free from Li Chuan's hands and escape from the sanctuary. It's harder to press than a pig during the Chinese New Year. Li Chuan's body burst out with the greatest power, and with the help of his microcosm and immortal essence, he pressed Shun to the ground. Julian, who was chosen by Poseidon, was just an ordinary person, and could not resist him occupying his body. Shun was one of the most promising saints. He had already had the strength close to that of a gold saint at the beginning, and now he has fully comprehended the seventh sense. As long as the heart is firm enough, Hades will not be able to completely control his body. Hades, you are wrong. You just chose Shun unilaterally. Shun came to this world as the Saint of Andromeda, and it is definitely not to become your body. At this time, a warm and powerful microcosm filled the entire sanctuary. It was Athena invited by Tonghu. Because of the stimulation of Hades' microcosm, Athena's microcosm was also stimulated, and the goddess consciousness also awakened. Walking to Shun, who was pinned to the ground, Athena cut her palm and pressed her blood on Shun's forehead. Hades immediately screamed in pain. Athena. Come on, Shun, burn your little universe to drive Hades' soul out of your body. Athena encouraged Shun. Shun! The four Ikkis also called out at the same time. I can't stay in this body anymore. Hades, who could no longer endure the burning of the goddess blood, angrily abandoned Shun's body, and appeared above the Pope's palace in the form of a soul. Athena, you think you've won? I'm going to take you back to hell. Hades in soul form was no longer bound by his physical body, and his consciousness was fully awakened. His huge and dark microcosm was much stronger than Poseidon in the residual soul state. He rushed towards Athena, and was about to take her directly to his own domain, hell. You want to take Athena away? Have you asked me, the Pope? Li Chuan drew out the Nanming sword again, stood up in front of Athena, and slashed at Hades' soul with a sword. Hades' soul is powerful, but it represents death, and the Nanming sword is the best at restraining negative forces such as death and darkness, so it barely blocked it for a while. Athena, open the barrier. Li Chuan barely blocked Hades' power, and immediately reminded Athena behind him. Hades' soul is much stronger than the half-crippled Poseidon. Even if he uses all his strength, he may not be able to block it without the suppression of the Tsukuyomi world. At this time, it depends on Athena. Athena, who had reacted, held the golden scepter, and also burst out a small universe as powerful as that of a god. Although not as strong as Hades, she was able to immediately overwhelm Hades with the barrier of the sanctuary. Athena, you are great today, but don't think you have one. The holy war has just begun. When my eclipse plan is completed, you will all die, and then the earth will belong to Hades. Seeing that he could not take Athena away, and that his soul would be hurt if he continued, Hades left a cruel word and escaped directly from the sanctuary, returning to his true body in the paradise of hell. Eclipse plan. After Hades' soul left, Athena's face was not very happy, but rather a solemn expression. Soon, the wonder of the universe will be the 9 planets in a row. Hades' eclipse plan is to activate the power of God at that time, so that the sun's light will never cover the earth and exterminate all humans. So this time, they will not come to the sanctuary to fight us again. If we want to resolve this crisis, we must take the initiative to attack, kill into hell, eliminate all Hades' warriors, find Hades' true body and kill him. Li Chuan spoke out the memories he read from Radamanthi's mind after some processing and supplementation. The bronze and silver saints dispersed, leaving only Li Chuan, Athena, and a group of gold saints in the Pope's hall. They were discussing the plan to attack the underworld and kill Hades. The underworld is Hades' domain, bound by his laws. Unless one comprehends the 8th sense, Alaya consciousness, the strength of all living people who enter will be greatly weakened. Shaka closed his eyes tightly, his face showing a solemn expression. In order to win this holy war and save mankind, he must take the initiative to attack the underworld and kill Hades. But for the living, the underworld is not something that can be entered whenever they want. Only he can rely on his 8th sense and the corpse gas of cancer to keep his strength unaffected after entering. Other saints will be greatly weakened when they enter the underworld. Not to mention fighting Hades, they probably can't even beat those Hades saints. Cheyenne, as far as I know, as long as the blood of Athena is attached to the holy clothes, it can also isolate the influence of the underworld on the saints, right? At this time, Li Chuan asked Cheyenne, who had been fully resurrected. If you want to defeat Hades' true body, the safest way is to let Athena open her Cosmo to fight Hades, and then all the gold, silver and bronze saints will join Athena's Cosmo. In terms of strength, Athena is definitely not as good as her 2 uncles Poseidon and Hades. The most important reason why they can win the holy war every time is the human saints. Unlike Poseidon, most of the power of the sea warriors comes from Poseidon, and the power of Hades' warriors comes entirely from Hades. The power of human saints basically comes from the saints themselves. So when the saints are strong enough, they can temporarily merge their own microcosm into Athena's microcosm, thus bursting out with power far beyond Poseidon and Hades. Athena's blood can indeed protect the saints from the influence of the underworld, but if too much blood is lost, it will also affect Athena herself, not to mention that Athena's blood is also needed to open the goddess cloth. Cheyenne shook his head. The blood of the goddess has a powerful divine power that can stimulate the power of the cloth to fight against the laws of the underworld. But the blood of the goddess is not infinite. Using a large amount of blood of the goddess will make Athena weak, and it will be troublesome when she fights Hades. If the blood of the goddess is used without any scruples, the previous holy wars will not be so hard. Then let the bronze and silver saints guard the sanctuary, and only give the blood of the goddess to us gold saints, and then we will go to sweep the underworld and kill Hades. Leo Iolea suggested. Since it is impossible to use all of them, then give it to the strongest saint, which is not a bad idea. Hearing Iolea's words, the other saints also nodded in agreement. Don't worry about this. I have a way to let all saints be blessed by the blood of the goddess without damaging the strength of Athena. At this time, Li Chuan spoke. Chapter 563. Regarding the blood of the goddess, Li Chuan actually had his own plan a long time ago. As a monk, especially one who once slaughtered the blood demon sect and absorbed the blood spring into the Tsukuyomi world, he naturally studied many blood spells. As long as he could get a sample of Athena's blood, he could use the power of the law in the Tsukuyomi world and apply the corresponding blood spell to copy Athena's blood in large quantities. At that time, all saints will be blessed with Athena's blood, and as long as the microcosm is strong enough, it can also stimulate the potential of the holy clothes and make them evolve. Anyway, he planned to soak the Sagittarius gold cloth in blood for a while after copying enough Athena's blood, and directly activate it into the god cloth. If it really works, then we will counterattack the underworld in this holy war, and put an end to it completely. Finally, Athena waved the golden scepter in her hand, and made a decision. So everyone quickly came to the temple of Athena, and used Athena's blood to restore the statue of Athena, which had stood for 248 years, to the form of Athena's holy cloth. Li Chuan also took some blood samples from Athena, and returned to his own moon-reading world to start making blood. In this way, a month of peace passed in the blink of an eye, 3 days before the 9 stars conjunction. Li Chuan, carrying a large bucket of the goddess blood, appeared in the Pope's palace again. All saints gather in the square. Half an hour later, in the large square below the sanctuary, Li Chuan was smearing the goddess blood on the saints' clothes, while loudly mobilizing for the war. In order to save the entire human race, and to defeat Hades' ambition, the great Athena sacrificed her blood so that you can enter the underworld to fight. This is your honor. From today on, you are all saints bathed in the blood of Athena. Even in all the previous holy wars, no Saint Seiya has such an honor. So in the next battle, you must go all out. For humanity, for the sanctuary, for Athena, we must win. We must win. We will win. We will win. Seeing the holy clothes on their chests stained with Athena's blood, they instantly looked brand new. Then, looking at the female voice Athena sitting at the top, all the saints' blood immediately boiled. They wished they could rush into the underworld immediately, tear the Hades warriors apart with their hands, and step on Hades with their feet. As the saints' blood burned in their hearts, the microcosm in their bodies also grew invisibly. The microcosm is a kind of idealistic energy system. The stronger the spirit, the more it can stimulate the potential of the microcosm. Li Chuan made these pre-war mobilizations in order to stimulate the saints' small universe to the greatest extent, so that they could work together to defeat Hades when they went to the underworld. As for those Hades warriors, there was no need to worry at all. A few gold saints could easily deal with them. Without the restraint of the underworld, the gold saints with full strength completely defeated the so-called three giants of the underworld and all other Hades warriors. The only ones that the underworld really needs to pay attention to are the main god Hades, and the two second-level gods, the god of death and the god of sleep. We can announce the departure. After the mobilization, Li Chuan came to Athena with a bucket of unused blood of the goddess. Athena looked at the remaining half of the blood in the bucket and felt strange. She was sure that the blood was indeed her blood, but she had only given Li Chuan a few drops before. All saints, listen up, and attack with all your forces. After coming to her senses, Athena stood up with a golden scepter and pointed directly in the direction of Hades city. Hades castle, Thuringia, Germany. The Pandora of this generation, who was playing the harp, suddenly stopped. Stupid Rhadamanthys, he ruined my plan, damn it. How could she not know that Cheyenne was not really loyal to Hades, and letting Cheyenne go back to assassinate Athena was just to divert attention, and then slowly wait for the 9 stars eclipse plan to start? Who knew that Rhadamanthys did not report to her, and secretly led his men and Cheyenne to the sanctuary? If he succeeded in assassinating Athena, it would be understandable, but not only did he fail, but he also leaked a lot of information. As a result, all the saints in the entire sanctuary actually left the sanctuary and attacked here together. Notify everyone, we will temporarily withdraw to the underworld. Standing up and giving orders to her subordinates, Pandora took a last look at the castle, and then entered the underworld instantly through the necklace given to her by Hades. She was originally a noble girl in Heinstein City. Because she accidentally opened the holy cabinet that sealed the souls of the god of death and the god of sleep, she was named Hades' sister in this life. At that moment, the entire city of Heinstein was enveloped by Hades' microcosm, and all her relatives died. Heinstein was transformed into the current Hades castle, which became the base of Hades warriors in the human world. Only the dead can enter the underworld. As long as the Hades warriors retreat to the underworld, Athena and the saints will have no way to stop them. Later, as long as they wait quietly for the 9 stars to align, they can easily win the holy war. Half an hour after Pandora led all the Hades warriors to retreat to the underworld, Li Chuan also appeared above the castle with Athena and all the saints of the sanctuary on the cloud. It seems that they have all evacuated, so let's go in directly. The divine sense swept through Hades' castle and found that there was no one inside. Li Chuan directly blew up the entire castle with a punch, and then rushed into the passage leading to the underworld under the castle with everyone. Because of Athena's microcosm and Li Chuan's spell protection, all the saints were able to land safely, and there was no embarrassing situation in the original book where they fell on their faces and were knocked unconscious. The underworld is restricted by Hades' laws, and it is impossible to fly or teleport, and can only move forward on foot. Led by Athena, the army of the Holy Land came to the first entrance of the underworld, the Hell Gate. It was a huge stone gate with the words, "Those who enter the underworld must abandon all hope." The underworld created by Hades has 8 areas, starting from the Styx, divided into 8 hells, 3 valleys, 10 trenches, and 4 circles. After walking through all the places, you can finally reach Hades' temple. At the end of the temple is the Wall of Sighs. If you smash the Wall of Sighs, you can see the passage to the Pure Land. Saints are fighters of hope, and they will never give up hope. Li Chuan, wearing the Sagittarius armor, took the lead and led all the saints through the gate of hell, and officially stepped into hell. Moving forward quickly along the black muddy land, soon a very wide river blocked the front of the army. It was the Styx of hell. Because the water flow can be divided into 3 types: slow, normal, and fast according to the behavior of the deceased before his death, it is also called the Three Ways River. Chapter 564. The Sun-to River is the boundary between life and death. Due to the laws of the underworld, this river can only be crossed by special boats, otherwise one will sink to the bottom of the river and become a dead soul who will never be reborn. The banks of the river are full of red spider lilies, which are the only flowers in the underworld. The flowers bloom without leaves, and the leaves have leaves but no flowers. The flowers and leaves never meet, and they miss each other. On the shore are countless confused souls. These people did neither good nor bad things in their lives. They just did nothing from morning to night, wasting the good time of their lives. So after they die, they can neither go to heaven nor hell, but can only wander between reality and the underworld, forever lamenting on the banks of the Styx. Actually, it refers to the souls of those who lie flat. The boats for crossing the river have been withdrawn. It seems that Pandora has noticed that we have entered the underworld. Li Chuan scanned the area with his consciousness, but did not find the Hades warrior Tinjiang and Karen, who was responsible for crossing the river. As the commander-in-chief of the underworld, Pandora noticed that Athena and the saints of the entire sanctuary had all entered the underworld, so she would not be stupid enough to let another Hades warrior guard the Styx. Just withdraw directly? If the Saint Seiya cannot cross the Styx, it is still useless. The Styx is extraordinary. It may not be appropriate to force it. Saga, who knows the underworld very well, said, "If it doesn't work, go back and bring some boats down." Taurus Arabati made a suggestion. Li Chuan shook his head when he heard it. Mortal boats can't float on the Styx either. "Don't worry, I take care of it." He walked to the riverside of the Styx, opened the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara eye directly, and then sucked into the Styx. Just like a dragon sucking water, the water of the Styx river began to be sucked into the Tsukuyumi world in large quantities. Now in the Tsukuyumi world, although he has not yet completely refined the Soul Stone Mound, he can barely transform it to a certain extent. He had previously planned to turn the Soul Stone Mound into a place of reincarnation in the Tsukuyumi world similar to the underworld, but he had no idea how to transform it specifically. Now seeing the underworld created by Hades, he felt that he didn't need to think much and could just copy it. With his current strength, he could not absorb and refine the entire underworld into the Tsukuyumi world, but he could absorb the mountains, rivers, and a large number of human souls in the underworld into the Tsukuyumi world. Especially the souls. There are hundreds of billions of dead souls in the underworld, which are just right to be filled into the Soul Stone Cemetery, so that there will be soul materials for creating life in the future. In less than 10 minutes, Li Chuan, who was absorbing with all his strength, absorbed the entire Styx and the struggling souls in the Styx into the Soul Stone Cemetery of the Tsukuyumi world. He even deliberately separated a part of his soul and created a big river in the Soul Stone Mound to carry the water of the Styx and those souls. After sucking up the Styx, he was still not satisfied, and sucked in the souls on the river bank that were lying flat and unable to reincarnate. Okay, let's move on. Without the water of the Styx would only have black stones, and naturally no one would drown anymore. Although Hades has the twin gods, we in the sanctuary also have the Pope who is as powerful as a god. Athena and the saints saw Li Chuan drain the Styx directly, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The first prison, the Silent Judgment Court. Lord Looney, it's bad, Athena's saints drain the Styx and are coming this way. A thin warrior of the underworld rushed into the court in fear. Tiny Xing Flame Demon Looney, who was wearing a judge's robe, immediately sat up from his seat with his eyes wide open when he heard the words. What, drain the Styx? The Styx contains the laws of the underworld. Even if they, the Hades warriors, do not take the special underworld ship, they will fall into it. Originally, they were sure that even if the saints entered the underworld, they would not be able to cross the Styx, but they did not expect that the other side would directly suck up all the water in the Styx. Quickly notify Master Pandora. Looney immediately ordered the Hades warriors behind him. A moment later, the Hades warrior appeared again. Pandora ordered Master to lead all the warriors guarding the second prison to gather in front of the Hades temple. It seems that the Lord is going to gather all the Hades warriors for a decisive battle in front of the Hades temple. Looney immediately understood the meaning behind Pandora's order. The saints of the sanctuary are coming with great momentum, and they obviously have something to rely on. If they disperse their forces, they will naturally fall into a disadvantage. It is better to gather together to fight a decisive battle. So although he felt a little aggrieved, he still obeyed the order and retreated with all the warriors. So when Li Chuan led the sanctuary army to the judgment court, it was already empty. But he didn't care. He opened the moon reading world and directly sucked in all the souls waiting for trial in the first prison, and also moved this very unique court in. Passing through the first prison and entering the second prison, the rainstorm hell, people who committed crimes in their lifetime will be beaten and wailed by heavy rain after death. Similarly, the Hades warriors guarding here also retreated, and Li Chuan harvested a large number of souls. At the end of the second prison, they saw Orpheus, the legendary silver saint who surpassed the gold strength, who had disappeared for several years. With the power of the Nanming Lihua sword, he revived his lover, and the team of the Holy Land had another master. Then, there was the third hell, the fourth hell, the fifth hell, the sixth hell, the seventh hell, until the eighth hell, the ice hell, which was also the hell where Li Chuan had the biggest harvest. The souls he harvested in other hells were basically the souls of ordinary people, while the eighth hell was full of the souls of countless saints, who were imprisoned and punished by Hades, because of the holy war against Hades. The mass of this hell soul alone exceeds the sum of all the previous souls. Speaking of which, it is quite miserable for Athena's Saint Seiya. When alive, he fights Hades, and after death, he is imprisoned in the eighth hell, and cannot be reincarnated. Passing through the eighth hell composed of ice, the army of the sanctuary finally arrived at the end of hell, in front of Hades' temple. At this time, Pandora, holding the artifact Pandora's snake spear, has gathered all the Hades saints and tens of millions of miscellaneous soldiers, skeleton soldiers, and demons in the underworld, waiting here for a long time. When she saw the sanctuary army appear, she waved her lance and ordered, "All Hades warriors, listen up, kill all those saints who dare to invade, chop off Athena's head, and offer it to the great Lord Hades." "Yes, Lord Pandora." Under the command of the two strongest Hades giants and Hades warriors, the miscellaneous soldiers and skeleton soldiers wearing low-level Hades clothes that did not belong to the 108-star level, as well as those strange-looking native demons of hell, rushed towards the sanctuary army. Chapter 565. For humanity, for Athena, for the sanctuary kill! Li Chuan shouted, and all the saints in the sanctuary immediately burned their small universes and rushed towards the army of the underworld. He himself stayed beside Athena to prevent any accidents. Although the army of the underworld is large in number, except for the Hades saints, the strength of those miscellaneous soldiers and indigenous demons is not worth mentioning. In the original work, Canon and Tonghu alone killed most of the underworld army, not to mention that there are other gold saints, and so many silver and bronze saints now. The key is that everyone has used the blood of the goddess, and the effect of the holy clothes has been greatly enhanced. Although the number of the Holy Land army is small, its overall strength is more than 10 times stronger than the large number of Hades' army. So at this time he, the Pope, does not need to take action at all, the outcome is already determined. What he needs to do now is to concentrate and beware of the twin gods, who may be teleported from the Pure Land at any time. Before Athena's will is fully awakened, unless stimulated, she basically has little combat power. If she is killed by the twin gods in a sneak attack, it will be troublesome to fight Hades' real body later. Galaxy Starburst. Galaxy Superstorm. Lushan 100 Dragons. Starlight Extinction. Heavenly Dance Wheel. When the two armies met, no one showed mercy, and each used their strongest moves. The entire battlefield was full of energy storms, and phantoms of various constellations. Not long after, the battlefield tilted, and the large number of underworld troops began to gradually collapse, and countless soldiers fell to the ground. According to Li Chuan's battle plan, as soon as the two sides met, Gemini Saga and Canon surrounded Garuda Iacos, one of the three giants of the underworld. Doko and Cheyenne, the surviving gold saints from the previous session, surrounded the Celestial Star Griffin Minus. Normally, Canon and Doko could slightly defeat Celestial Star and Celestial Star, and with Saga and Cheyenne, it was basically a one-sided crush. The remaining 9 gold saints, Shaka, Mu, Aldebaran, Iolia, Milo, Shura, Camus, Aphrodite and Death Mask, faced all Celestial Star Hades. The Silver Saints, led by Orpheus and Albio, fought against all earthly star Hades. Finally, the Bronze Saints led by the 5 Bronze Warriors swept away those inferior Hades soldiers and indigenous demons. All 3 levels were crushing games, and it was hard not to win. This year's Saints are so strong. Pandora, holding a snake spear, saw that the Hades army, which had an absolute advantage in numbers, showed a decline so quickly, and her eyes were full of disbelief. As the commander-in-chief of the underworld, she naturally studied the battles of previous holy wars. Although the sanctuary won every holy war, it was because the main battlefield of the battle was in the sanctuary, in the human world, and basically most of the time, the Hades army suppressed the saints. That is to say, the difference in strength between the two sides is not that obvious. But this time is obviously different. The sanctuary took the initiative to attack the underworld. The strength of the saints is far greater than before. There are more than 20 saints who have reached the seventh sense. Among them, there are 6 or 7 small universes as powerful as the 3 giants of the underworld. And up to now, the powerful Pope who is said to have defeated the remnant soul of Poseidon, the current Sagittarius Gold Saint, has not made a move. If this continues, the underworld army will be defeated. Seeing the Hades warriors being defeated one by one, and the sanctuary army's advantage growing, Pandora finally couldn't sit still anymore and closed her eyes to ask for help. Great God of sleep and God of death, the sanctuary army has already reached the temple of Lord Hades. The Hades warriors are no match for them. Please help and defeat the sanctuary army. As the commander-in-chief of the underworld, asking for help from the twin gods at this time would inevitably make her look useless. But if she didn't ask for help, then she would be sentenced to death if the sanctuary army broke into Hades' temple. The beautiful paradise is completely different from the darkness and death of hell. It is the most perfect place created by Hades. It is a utopia without war, pain, death, and hunger. Only those who are chosen by God to have pure souls can enter here and be given the beautiful fairy body of immortality. It is also the place where Hades, the true body of Hades, the god of death, Thanatos, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, stay all year round. At this time, in the temple of the god of death standing on the paradise, Thanatos with silver hair and silver eyes is playing the harp gracefully, and beautiful fairies are dancing around him. Suddenly, his hand paused, and then he said with a somewhat ugly face, "Pandora is such a good-for-nothing. She actually let Athena lead the saints to break through to the temple of Lord Hades. In this case, I will take action to wipe out these lowly guys and Athena together. Wait, I will go with you." At this time, a man with golden hair and golden eyes who looked exactly like Thanatos appeared behind him. It was his twin brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep. "I think Athena hasn't fully awakened yet. Why should we both attack those mortals at the same time?" Thanatos replied with disdain. Looking at his arrogant brother, Hypnos was particularly calm. "Thanatos, don't underestimate humans. Among the saints of Athena in previous holy wars, there are always some extremely powerful saints who appear to protect Athena's safety. I think the Pope this time is not simple. It is said that he not only sealed the Sea King, but also joined forces with Athena to force back the soul of Lord Hades. My younger brother has always been arrogant, impulsive, and reckless. It's okay at other times, but now is the most important moment of Hades' plan. If something goes wrong and Hades wakes up to blame us, both of us will be punished. Poseidon has lost his real body, and his soul is weak, so his strength is not worth mentioning. Lord Hades is constrained by his mortal body, and cannot exert much strength. Every time we took action before, our souls were possessed by humans like the Lord, and we couldn't exert our strength at all. This time, I will directly use my real body." Thanatos was just halfway through his words, when he saw his brother's slowly frowning brows. He raised his hand helplessly. "Okay, Hypnos, let's go down together." Hypnos was his elder brother, and stronger than him. He didn't want to anger Hypnos because of such a small matter. So the two of them activated their divine power, and the 5-star magic circle between their eyebrows lit up, and they disappeared instantly. "Bold mortals, dare to break into the underworld, in the name of the god of death, I sentence you all to death, and the black hole swallows you." Above the Hades temple in the underworld, the twin gods appeared at the same time, and the god of death raised his hand to condense an energy ball like a black hole, and threw it to the battlefield below. Chapter 566. The god of sleep standing by said expressionlessly, "You will kill all the remaining Hades warriors if you do this. They actually lost to humans in the underworld. These rubbish will die. As long as we two are here, all enemies will be easily eliminated." The corner of the god of death's mouth showed a cruel sneer. The god of sleep shook his head helplessly, but did not stop it. Although he did not like killing, he was just as ruthless for Hades. "Everyone be careful." After discovering the terrifying black hole thrown by the twin gods in the sky, Cheyenne and Doko immediately shouted to the other gold saints, "Attack together." Others don't know the horror of the twin gods, but the 2 gold saints who survived the last holy war know it best. At the beginning, just to seal the soul of the god of death that possessed humans, Pope Sage of that holy war was sacrificed. And he was crushed by the god of death throughout the whole process, relying entirely on strategy, using the blood talisman made by the previous generation Athena, the altar seed holy cloth filled with the energy of the microcosm for more than 200 years, and Athena's holy cabinet, to complete the seal. According to the records of the sanctuary, the ones who caused the greatest damage to the saints of the sanctuary in the holy wars were not the Hades saints, but the twin gods. As long as the twin gods made a move, the saints of the sanctuary would suffer heavy losses. All the gold saints heard this, and attacked the black hole with their ultimate moves. Unbelievably, all the ultimate moves were swallowed by the black hole. The power of the fully powered gods is so terrifying. The true gods of this world are still something. Feeling the energy emitted by the black hole created by the god of death, Li Chuan also sighed. Fortunately, I'm not bad either. He burned the power of the microcosm in his body to the fullest, far exceeding the limit of the seventh sense, and the shape of the Sagittarius gold cloth on his body also changed immediately. The originally golden gold cloth, driven by the microcosm that broke through the limit, and irrigated by the blood of the goddess, gradually changed from gold to platinum, and the whole cloth became more gorgeous and exquisite. Even the pair of wings became bigger and more beautiful. The Sagittarius gold cloth officially evolved into the Sagittarius gold god cloth. With the blessing of the Sagittarius gold god cloth, Li Chuan felt that the power of his microcosm had increased more than tenfold in an instant. Go back. He teleported to the front of the black hole and kicked it out. With the cooperation of the microcosm power blessed by the god cloth and his extremely terrifying physical strength, Li Chuan kicked the black hole back again. The microcosm of a mere human can actually grow to this point. The god of death waved his hand to disperse the black hole, and for the first time, he looked at Li Chuan with surprise in his eyes. The god of sleep, who had been standing next to him and watching coldly, also frowned. Are you the Pope of the sanctuary this time? The god of sleep looked down at Li Chuan. Li Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, it is me. Today I will lead the saints of the sanctuary to assist Athena in completely ending Hades, and ending this holy war that has lasted since the mythological era. Dare to offend the great Lord Hades, I will sink your soul into the 8th hell forever. Hearing Li Chuan's words, the death god teleported in front of Li Chuan, then raised his hand and punched him. Not only is the microcosm of the god powerful, but his physical body is also extraordinary, especially in his current true body state. Basically, a flick of the finger can seriously injure the golden saint. The speed is a little slow, and the strength is a little lacking. It seems that you, a second-rate god, are just like this. Raising his hand to grab the fist of the death god, Li Chuan mocked. In fact, the punch of the death god is very terrifying. Even if he receives it, it is a bit difficult. Now he mocks him, because he knows the character of the death god, and deliberately angers him to make him reveal his flaws. Sure enough, after hearing Li Chuan's words, the death god was furious, and did not use his own small universe, but directly threw a second punch. Li Chuan raised his mouth when he saw this, and once again grabbed the other fist of the death god. Very good, you can't escape this time. The 9 Magatama Yin-Yang Samsara eye between the eyebrows opened instantly, and a strong suction force came towards the death god. Feeling the power of the Tsukuyomi world in the 9 Magatama Yin-Yang Samsara eye, the death god was shocked. Although he didn't know what moves the other party was going to perform, his intuition told him that he must not be hit. However, at this time, his hands were firmly grasped by Li Chuan, and he could not break free at all. He could only stimulate his microcosm to the maximum to resist absorption. Dragon Soul Tear. A dragon roar burst out from Li Chuan's mouth. Because he was too close, the death god could not dodge at all, and he took the Dragon Soul Tear directly, and then fell into a dizzy state. Without the resistance of the microcosm, Li Chuan successfully absorbed the death god into his own moon-reading world. All saints who have comprehended the 7th sense come here. After sucking in the god of death, Li Chuan immediately summoned all the saints who had realized the 7th sense microcosm and sucked them into the Tsukuyomi world. He alone challenged the god of death and the god of sleep. With the help of the Tsukuyomi world, he naturally had a great chance of winning, but if he faced Hades, the king of the underworld, it would be hard to say. So he first sucked the god of death into the Tsukuyomi world, and then let all the saints who had reached the 7th sense microcosm enter, relying on the laws of the Tsukuyomi world to suppress the power of the god of death, and use the god of death to hone all the saints above the 7th sense. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be a problem to awaken some saints in the form of divine cloths. I can't feel Thanatos' Cosmo anymore. Where did you take him? After noticing that his brother's Cosmo disappeared, the god of sleep finally lost his composure and attacked Li Chuan directly. He used a little of his mind to control the Tsukuyomi world to suppress the power of the god of death, and added various gains and healing buffs to all saints. Li Chuan also went forward without fear. Now there is only one god of sleep, and he can continue to sharpen his own small universe. So, above the Hades temple, an unprecedentedly powerful battle began. And below, Canon and Cheyenne, who did not have the holy clothes, continued to lead the saints, who had not comprehended the seventh sense, to kill the other Hades warriors, and captured Pandora, the commander-in-chief of the underworld. In this way, the battle lasted for 2 hours. I didn't expect that a mere human could reach this level of strength. The somewhat panting god of sleep looked at Li Chuan opposite him with a very solemn tone. The opponent's microcosm is not as strong as his, but there are too many strange moves and weapons, and the opponent's mortal body is actually stronger than his god, which is incredible. But it's time to end it. Take it. My greatest secret, eternal sleep. The god of sleep, who couldn't defeat Li Chuan, finally used his strongest move, eternal sleep, that even gods couldn't resist. Chapter 567. It's time to end it. Feeling that his own little universe had grown significantly in the battle with the god of sleep. In the world of Tsukuyomi, under the strong pressure of the god of death, the saints' holy clothes were broken one by one, and they evolved into divine clothes. Li Chuan felt that it was time to seal the god of sleep. Come out, saints! Facing the eternal sleep of the god of sleep, Li Chuan directly teleported to avoid the attack, and then opened the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye again. 18 saints, who had evolved into divine cloth, appeared in front of Li Chuan one by one. They were the 11 gold saints, who were originally top-notch in strength and talent, the 5 bronze saints, who were the protagonists of this world, and 2 strongest silver saints, and legendary silver saints whose strength was no worse than that of ordinary gold saints. How is this possible? Looking at the 18 saints wearing divine cloths around Li Chuan, even the usually calm god of sleep panicked. His strength was indeed strong, but at most, he could only fight 3 or 4 saints who had evolved into divine cloths. Now there were 18 of them, plus the Holy Domain Pope, who was as strong as him. How could he fight? Attack together. The 18 saints wearing the sacred cloths once again launched their ultimate moves. With the blessing of the sacred cloths, the power of their ultimate moves instantly increased 100 times. This is impossible. How could I lose to a mortal? With an unbelievable roar, the body of the god of sleep was completely destroyed, and the soul fled to the pure land of bliss. Take it. Li Chuan, who had been prepared for a long time, directly blocked the extremely weak soul of the god of sleep, opened the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye, sucked it into the Tsukuyomi world, and sealed it together with the god of death, whose body was destroyed. The next is Hades. After killing the twin gods, Li Chuan immediately led the Holy Land army to the Hades temple, and came to the end of hell, the Wall of Sighs. The Wall of Sighs is the boundary between the pure land and the underworld. Only gods can enter. No matter how powerful the energy impact is, it will remain unscathed. For all living beings except gods, it brings only despair and sighs. Therefore, only the light that can fill the depths of darkness with hope, that is, the energy of the sun as the source of all things on earth, can break the Wall of Sighs. Looking at the huge Wall of Sighs, Cheyenne's eyes became serious. If they can't break the Wall of Sighs, they can't enter the pure land of bliss, can't kill Hades, and when the 9 stars are aligned, humans will be destroyed. But this is the underworld. Where does the sun come from? Seiya walked forward and said. Doko smiled and glanced at everyone. The natal constellations of the 12 gold saints are all around the sun all year round, and the gold armor is also constantly absorbing the energy of the sun. So if the 12 of US gold saints burn our microcosm together, we can create a small-scale solar power to smash the Wall of Sighs. Normally, they may have to sacrifice their lives to burst out a small-scale solar power. But now everyone has evolved into a divine cloth. Their strength has increased significantly, and there is also Li Chuan, whose microcosm is comparable to that of a god. Even if they don't sacrifice their lives, they should be able to open the Wall of Sighs. Don't bother, I take care of it. At this time, Li Chuan came out, opened the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye towards the Wall of Sighs, and released the eternal fire that was comparable to a small sun. The eternal fire is a small sun, naturally has the power of the sun, and is also the nemesis of the Wall of Sighs. This is the sun. Seeing that Li Chuan actually released a sun directly, all the saints dropped their jaws in shock. When they were transferred to the moon reading world just now, they thought they had entered a space opened by Li Chuan. They had seen this ability before, but the space opened by Li Chuan was more powerful, and could weaken the enemy. Now, releasing a sun directly was beyond their cognition. Break it. The huge energy in the eternal fire was stimulated and rushed straight to the wall of size. In less than 3 seconds, cracks began to appear on the wall of size. After 5 seconds, it began to shatter. After 10 seconds, it completely turned into rubble. Outside the wall of size, a different dimension composed of countless stars appeared in everyone's eyes. The pure land of bliss is tens of billions of light years away from here. Except for gods, anyone who enters this space will be killed immediately, even the 3 giants of the underworld. At this time, the captured Pandora suddenly spoke up. This necklace is a divine weapon given to me by Hades. With it, I can ignore these spaces and reach the pure land directly. The twin gods' bodies were destroyed and their souls were sealed, so the mental control they had on Pandora was naturally lifted. After Pandora recovered, she recalled her childhood castle and her murdered parents. She no longer had any respect for Hades and the twins, but only hatred. It seems that you have regained consciousness. Li Chuan looked Pandora up and down. This person is also a pitiful person. He took the necklace from Pandora's hand. In order to prevent Hades from reacting, he quickly gathered all the saints to enter the moon-reading world first, and then pulled Athena to fly to the pure land. In fact, wearing the divine cloth can also avoid the harm of this space, but flying to the pure land will definitely be exhausting. The advantage of the necklace is that you don't have to work hard and can go there by yourself. As for Athena, as the real god of this world, she is not subject to these constraints. Soon, a world full of birdsong and flowers, like heaven, appeared in Li Chuan's eyes. Athena, it's time to start. After landing in the real temple where Hades' body was sealed in the pure land of bliss, he released all the saints and nodded to Athena. And Athena immediately took out her goddess's clothing and put it on, stimulating the powerful microcosm in her body. Athena, ha ha ha, you actually came here on your own. Hades, whose soul was injured in the Holy Land last time and was recuperating in his real body, since the sudden rise of the small universe outside, opened his eyes suddenly and showed a surprised smile. After searching everywhere, it was easy to find. He had failed to bring Athena to the pure land in the Holy Land before, but he didn't expect Athena to come here on her own now. Hey, where are the 2 guys, the god of sleep and the god of death? However, he soon found something wrong. The auras of his 2 second-level gods disappeared, and the auras of his 108 Hades warriors in the underworld also disappeared. And powerful small universes rose around Athena. 9 heavens thunder. Li Chuan clasped his hands together and used the full-power thunder method. The purple thunder directly blasted the Hades temple, revealing the somewhat confused Hades. Chapter 568. You actually hurt my body. Hades, wearing the black Hades god cloth and holding the Hades god's sword, felt his body slightly injured by the purple lightning just now, and the anger in his heart suddenly ignited. What a terrifying microcosm! Compared to the microcosm that exploded in the moment of possession last time, the microcosm that Hades exploded with his real body this time was more than 10 times stronger. Even the saints, who had evolved into the god cloth, felt the fear of death from the depths of their hearts. They felt that if they dared to attack Hades, the only result would be death. Hades, it's time to end. You have no chance of winning this time. Stimulated by Hades' microcosm, Athena's consciousness was fully awakened, and the equally large but warm microcosm instantly blocked Hades' microcosm. Athena, for those hopelessly stupid humans, you have repeatedly opposed me. Today I will completely end your life. Hades' figure flashed in front of Athena and chopped down with a sword. At this time, Athena, wearing the goddess's cloth, was not afraid at all. She raised her shield and blocked the sword steadily. However, it was obvious that Hades' microcosm was better. After a stalemate, Athena fell into a disadvantage. All saints, listen to my command, burn the microcosm together. Li Chuan shouted loudly, and led all the saints in the sanctuary to burn the microcosm together. With his spirit as the medium, he gathered the power of all the microcosms into Athena's microcosm. Athena and Hades were originally gods of the same level. They had Li Chuan's microcosm, which was close to the second-level god, and the microcosms of the 18 saints of the divine cloth, as well as the microcosms of the rest that were blessed by the blood of the goddess. The balance of victory immediately tilted, and Athena's microcosm began to gradually overwhelm Hades' microcosm. The shield rose up with Hades' sword, and then pressed Hades down and began to bend. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could I lose to you again? Hades tried desperately to burn his own microcosm, but in the face of absolute power, everything was in vain. Seeing that he was completely at a disadvantage, Hades actually had the idea of escaping. He really couldn't resist the microcosm of Athena and all the saints behind her, but it was still very easy to escape. This paradise was the domain he created. After escaping, he could defeat Athena and these saints one by one, and time was meaningless to God. He could also choose to wait until all the saints of this generation died of old age, and win the next holy war. The most important thing is that if he escapes, no one can stop him from launching the eternal 9-star chain with divine power, and this holy war will be won. But as Hades, the dignified king of the underworld, it is really too embarrassing to escape at this time. But now the younger brothers seem to be dead, and Athena and these saints will also die in the future. No one knows about this, and it seems that it is not a big problem. Just when Hades was struggling with whether to escape, he suddenly felt a pain in his back, and a long sword with blue flames pierced his body and emerged from his chest. Ah, what kind of power is this? It can actually penetrate my divine body. Hades immediately let out a scream that resounded throughout the pure land of bliss. It turned out that when Athena and Hades were fighting, Li Chuan secretly controlled the Nanming Lihua sword and launched a backstab at Hades. His strongest power has never been the microcosm, but the power of the immortal essence in his body. So even if all the power of the microcosm is injected into Athena's body, he can still use the immortal essence to control the Nanming Lihua sword to launch a stronger attack. It just so happened that the power of this immortal weapon, the Nanming Lihua sword, just happened to restrain the power of Hades, which resulted in the current effect. The divine body was pierced and burned by the Nanming Lihua sword activated by Li Chuan, and Hades' microcosm suddenly shrank. Seeing this, Athena directly picked up her golden scepter and stabbed Hades. The double blow destroyed Hades' true body directly, and his soul was also severely damaged. Seeing that Hades' soul was about to enter reincarnation, Li Chuan teleported and sucked it into his own Tsukuyomi world and sealed it. Gods will never really die in this world, including the twin gods. However, if their true bodies are destroyed, they will only have souls left. In the future, like Athena, they will be reborn into the world with a true cycle of heaven. Their strength will also be greatly reduced, just like Poseidon. So in order to prevent Hades and the twin gods from reincarnating in the future and starting a holy war again, Li Chuan sealed all their souls in the world of Tsukuyomi. In this way, they can no longer reincarnate, and the holy war has completely ended. Hades' true body is destroyed, his soul is sealed, and the pure land and the underworld created based on his power will also disappear. In the future, humans will no longer go to hell after death, but will enter the heavenly way and reincarnate normally. Of course, this is what he said to Athena and the saints. He sealed the twin gods and Hades just to use their microcosms to sharpen his own microcosms in the future, so that he could also comprehend the 9 sense of Amora consciousness and reach the realm of God. In the future, when the world of Tsukuyomi becomes stronger, it is possible to absorb the souls of Poseidon, Hades, and the twin gods and transform them into his own power. The pure land is about to collapse. Let's get out of here! After sealing Hades, Li Chuan picked up the Pluto sword with destructive power dropped by Hades, sucked all the fairies and saints of the pure land into the Tsukuyomi world, and returned to the underworld with Athena. Then he took this year's Pandora with him, returned to the entrance of the underworld, and returned to the human world before the underworld collapsed. The holy war is finally over. Above the city of Heinstein, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the completely disappeared entrance to the underworld below. Compared with previous holy wars, where the saints were trapped in the sanctuary by the underworld and only a few survived, this time, they actually broke into the underworld and the pure land. They crushed the underworld army all the way, and finally killed Hades' true god, completely sealed Hades, and ended the holy war. And all this was because of their pope. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Chuan. If it weren't for Li Chuan's appearance to change everything, even if they won this holy war, it would be like the past, and few people would survive. Restored to its original state. The entrance to the underworld disappeared, Li Chuan restored Heinstein City to its original state, put down Pandora, and then returned to the sanctuary with all the saints. After returning to the sanctuary and celebrating, he resolutely threw the Pope's position back to Cheyenne, and disappeared in the sanctuary on the grounds that he wanted to concentrate on suppressing Poseidon, Hades, and the twin gods. You can go back now. The time synchronization between the Saint Seiya world and the main world was turned on, and Li Chuan returned to the Marvel world. Chapter 569. After completing this last step, it should be almost done. In the courtyard of the secluded place, Li Chuan, Wanda, and Charlie were decorating the Christmas tree while putting most of their souls into the moon reading world. Then, they began to put countless souls collected from the underworld into the newly built reincarnation channel. After returning to the main world, because there were many things to digest, and in order to be more fully prepared for the main task, he spent another year of the small world time to enter the Elder Scrolls world. During this year, he discussed magic with the wizards of the Psijic Order, and honed his own microcosm with the microcosms of the four gods. He also went to Sazam by the way, dealt with the first generation of Dragonborn, and traded some magic knowledge with the demon god Hermias Mora. 9 months after entering the Elder Scrolls world, with the continuous improvement of his microcosm, he finally realized the 9th sense of Amora consciousness and reached the true realm of God. Because of the strength of the microcosm, the moon-reading world within it also followed suit, thus greatly accelerating the speed of refining the Soul Stone Mound. When the time of the small world was exhausted in 1 year, soon after returning to the main world, he completely refined the Soul Stone Mound and integrated it into the Tsukuyomi world, and as the place of reincarnation of life in the Tsukuyomi world, he initially established the Hell world. The eternal heart turned into the sun, the earth-shattering star simulated the moon, the blood spring nourished the earth and filled it with life force, the Soul Stone Mound was transformed into hell, and the reincarnation power in the 9 Magatama Yin-Yang reincarnation I was used to construct a reincarnation channel. In this way, a truly complete Tsukuyomi world was built. Now, what he has to do is to create life. 6 paths of reincarnation. Formally activating the ability of the reincarnation channel and transferring the soul to the mortal world of Tsukuyomi, Li Chuan found that those humans who had been moved to the Tsukuyomi world and some creatures he created could finally reproduce. The original Tsukuyomi world was just an independent world. Even if he moved some humans and creatures into it, they could not reproduce except for being able to live normally. Because the Tsukuyomi world was isolated from the outside world, and the overall laws were not perfect, it was impossible to create souls for new life. Now, with Li Chuan's efforts, the Tsukuyomi world has completely become an independent world with relatively complete laws that allow life to reproduce and grow. Adjust the time law of the Tsukuyomi world and accelerate it, and soon some new lives are born. At the moment the first new life was born, Li Chuan felt that the entire Tsukuyomi world began to expand all of a sudden, as if a chemical reaction had occurred, and at the same time, he, the creator, also benefited. He felt that the feedback from the Tsukuyomi world to his body instantly increased by 100, 1,000, and 10,000 times at this moment. His body and soul were getting stronger at an incredible speed. A moment later, Li Chuan, whose soul returned to his body, had a flash of divine light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. I knew there would be an improvement, but I didn't expect it to be so much. Now, let alone Dormammu's clone, even Dormammu's body can fight. Originally, according to the strength classification of the Marvel world, he was only at the peak of the Father level, and had just touched the threshold of the single universe level. But when the Tsukuyomi world was completely perfected, he had now directly entered the peak of the single universe level from just touching the threshold, achieving a qualitative leap, which was somewhat unexpected for him. At this moment, his strength has truly surpassed Odin and Ancient One. According to his understanding of the Marvel world, Marvel's strength is roughly divided into Earth level, Father level, single universe level, multiverse level, super universe level, and omnipotent universe level. Most superheroes are Earth level, such as Captain America, Iron Man, Black Panther, Hawkeye, etc. And people like Ancient One, Odin, Hela, Surtur, Captain Marvel, and Ego are at the Father level. It's just that Ancient One and Odin are at the peak of Father level. If Ancient One uses the power of the Mind Stone and the 3 sanctuaries, and Odin exerts the power of the God Realm in Asgard, then they can also reach the single universe level. As for the single universe level, it basically means having your own world. Most dimensional demons are at the single universe level, such as Dormammu, Mephisto, Nightmare, etc. However, when they leave their own dimension or project their clones to the Earth, their strength will be reduced to the peak of the Father level, at most entering the single universe level, and thus be defeated by the Ancient One with the help of the 3 saints. Above the multiverse level is the level of Scython, Vishanti, and Sidorak, who can easily destroy a universe with a flip of their hands. The top ones are like the 5 great gods of the universe: Death, Eternity, Infinity, Annihilation, and Galactus. Above the multiverse level is the super universe level. At present, he only knows about the Life Tribunal, which is responsible for managing, maintaining, and supervising all the universes of Marvel. Marvel's top all-powerful cosmic level is the Supreme, and above all OA. Li Chuan roughly understands that the super-large cosmic level is similar to the saints like Sanqing and Tathagata, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 tree, 1 Bodhi, and OA is similar to the heavenly saint like Hong Jun, who has merged with the heavenly way. However, These strength rankings are just his rough guesses based on various information he has obtained, and there may be some discrepancies in the specifics. Just like Thanos is normally a newcomer to the Father of Heaven, and he gets 6 infinite gems, which can also be a single universe level. There are also the gods in the universe. The weak ones are at the Father level, the powerful ones are at the single universe level, and the most powerful ones seem to be able to reach the multiverse level. Anyway, what he can be sure of is that the strength of the clone projected by Dormammu when invading the Earth is probably at the beginning of the single universe level, which he has confirmed from the Ancient One. Before, his strength was also at the beginning of the single universe level, but he had many means, so it was not a problem to defeat Dormammu's clone, but to kill Dormammu's clone, it depends on luck. Now that his overall strength has reached the peak of the single universe level, he is still confident of killing a Dormammu clone. Even directly rushed to the Dark Dimension, Dormammu's lair, and with the blessing of the Moon Reading World, there were also a dozen. It can only be said that after creating and perfecting a real world and constructing a corresponding small universe, the improvement in strength is really beyond imagination. With a significant increase in strength and absolute confidence in completing the main task, Li Chuan no longer wasted time in this small world, but began to slowly adapt to his improved strength and wait for the main task to start. In this way, it was until January 19, 2017. Such a strong dark energy, Dormammu is coming. Sensing an extremely powerful dark energy appearing in the position of Xiangjian on Earth, Li Chuan disappeared in the secluded place with a phantom. Chapter 570. In Xiangjiang Sanctuary, Cassius, who had just killed Ancient One, stood with his men opposite Wang and the mages guarding the sanctuary. Wang, you are on the wrong side. No one can destroy the temple in front of me, no one. Wang held the magic weapon and showed a firm expression on his face. 5 minutes later, Wang and the mages guarding the temple all fell to the ground. Facing Cassius, who had absorbed dark energy and greatly improved his strength, they were no match at all. Boom! After destroying the magic circle of the temple from the inside, Caecilius led all his men to stand in front of the window of the temple and began to cast a spell to summon Dormammu. Great Lord of Darkness Dormammu, your believer Caecilius has cleared the obstacles for you. Come, devour this world, and grant us eternal life. As his spell fell, the sky of Hong Kong suddenly darkened, and a huge space crack appeared, and countless dark energies overflowed from the crack. Dormammu in the dark dimension felt Caecilius' call, and sent out a clone to cross the barrier of the multiverse, and was about to descend on the earth of this universe. What a huge dark energy! Seeing Dormammu about to descend, Caecilius was about to celebrate his victory, when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Looking back at the person who came, his pupils shrank suddenly. It's you, I advise you not to stop me, otherwise you will end up like Ancient One, and I will kill you here. He naturally knew Li Chuan, a frequent visitor to Camartage, and a good friend of Ancient One. And he was also very aware of Li Chuan's strength. But now, he has absorbed a lot of dark power, and his strength is so strong that even Ancient One, the strongest supreme wizard, died in his hands, so why should he be afraid of Li Chuan? Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Glancing at Cassius, Li Chuan raised his hand and punched. Looking for death. Cassius immediately released the huge dark energy in his body to form a shield, and at the same time, his hands condensed the space blade again, ready to kill Li Chuan here. However, his powerful shield that could block Ancient One was as fragile as foam in front of Li Chuan's fist, and it broke at the touch. This is impossible. Lastly, with a voice of horror and disbelief, Cassius and all his men turned into nothingness in Li Chuan's lightspeed fist. With such weak strength, you actually think you can kill Ancient One? Shaking his head, Li Chuan raised his hand and threw out healing magic to save Wang and others. With Ancient One's strength, Cassius, who absorbed some dark power, could not kill her at all. She was just tired because she had lived too long. So he passed the responsibility of the Supreme Sorcerer to Doctor Strange, who had a higher magical talent, and then his soul followed eternity to the multiverse to practice. Master Li Chuan, Dormammu is about to come out. What should we do now? Wang stood up and saw the big crack in the sky outside, and asked anxiously. He was completely powerless in this situation, and could only hope that the powerful Li Chuan had some good ideas. Repair it as before. Li Chuan raised his hand, and released a repair magic towards the destroyed temple in front of him. Under its powerful magic, the temple began to recover rapidly. With the suppression of the power of the temple, the crack in the sky immediately stopped expanding. This world belongs to me, Dormammu. You can't stop me. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the crack, and then 2 black hands that covered the sky stretched out from the crack and began to tear the crack open with force, intending to get out of it. You guard the temple here, I will deal with him. After informing the king, Li Chuan put on the Sagittarius sacred cloth, cast magic to hide his aura, and quietly teleported to the side of the crack. Repairing one temple can just block Dormammu, and repairing all 3 temples will directly block him outside. He will not do such a stupid thing. You can't stop me. This world belongs to me, just like other worlds. 2 big hands made of dark energy open the gap wider and wider, and the head of Dormammu's incarnation suddenly pushed out from inside. This position is really good, take my sword. Li Chuan, who was waiting nearby, saw the huge head and immediately summoned the Pluto's sword he got from Hades last time, and chopped it down on the neck. The Pluto sword is the top artifact in the Saint Seiya world, with a powerful power to kill gods. With the blessing of Li Chuan's god-level microcosm and powerful body, he actually cut off half of Dormammu's neck with one sword. Ah, you dare to sneak attack me, what kind of power is this? Dormammu, whose neck was cut off in half, and attacked by the power of god-killing, immediately roared. However, he didn't know that this was just the beginning. Nanming Lihua's sword, go! While swinging the Pluto sword, Li Chuan also used the immortal energy to drive the Nanming Lihua's sword into Dormammu's eyes. The Nanming Lihua's sword, which was extremely restrained from negative energy, made Dormammu scream again. Little bug, I'm going to kill you. At this time, Dormammu finally found Li Chuan, opened his mouth and spewed out the dark energy that could destroy the planet. With the force of both hands, he completely tore the crack open, and his huge body was completely exposed above Xiangjiang. 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya. The golden 3-headed, 6-armed Dharmakaya immediately covered Li Chuan and blocked Dormammu's dark energy attack. At this time, Li Chuan's 3-headed, 6-armed Dharmakaya was already 100,000 meters high, not inferior to the huge Dormammu clone. Raising his hand, the golden arrow and the Dharmakaya golden arrow were another round of critical hits, and Dormammu hurriedly condensed dark energy with both hands to resist. Time stops. A dragon roar hit Dormammu. After discussing with the Sijic cult, and improving the time law exchanged with the demon Hermes Mora, the time-slowing dragon roar has evolved into the time-stopping dragon roar. Especially at this time, Li Chuan's soul strength was comparable to Dormammu's, and this dragon roar directly put Dormammu's clone into a stagnant state. He raised his hand and stabbed the golden spear wildly, piercing Dormammu's body with big holes. However, Dormammu was worthy of being the Dark Lord, and he quickly lifted this state of time stop and used dark energy to repair the holes in his body. However, he did not launch a counterattack against Li Chuan, but turned his head to drill into the space crack. Because he had already noticed that Li Chuan's strength was not inferior to his, and he was now injured because of carelessness. If he continued to fight, he would not only fail to devour this world, but also might let his clone fall here. Want to run? Li Chuan was prepared for this, and directly tied Dormammu with a golden rope, and roared again. Dragon Soul Tear. The high-level completion was to kill Dormammu's clone, not to repel it, so he naturally couldn't let Dormammu's clone escape. Chapter 571. After being attacked by Li Chuan's Dragon Soul Tearing, Dormammu's body not only fell into a stagnant state, but even his soul's control over his clone was almost unsustainable. Because he actually felt the pain of death. As the Lord of Darkness, he devoured countless worlds, and even believers who gained his power could live forever, not to mention himself. Death had nothing to do with him. However, today, he truly felt the pain of death, as if he had returned to the time when he was still a weak mortal Tsukuyami. Seeing that a series of moves had put Dormammu into a defenseless and weak state, Li Chuan opened the 9 Magatama Inyang Samsara Eye, pulled the golden rope hard, and instantly swallowed Dormammu into the Tsukuyami world. At the same time, his own real body followed in. World suppression. Dormammu had just recovered from the state of the dragon soul being torn apart, and found that he had entered another world, and the strength of the clone was instantly suppressed, and could only be exerted less than half. It's over. As one of the most active dimensional demons, Dormammu has rich experience. With just a little sensing, he knew that he was now in the world of another dimensional demon, whose strength was not inferior to his original body. Here his strength will be greatly weakened, while the opponent's strength will be greatly enhanced. He was already at a disadvantage just now, and it was even more impossible for him to win at this time. It would be difficult for him to even escape from here. Which demon are you? You actually plotted against my body. I will remember you. Dormammu looked at Li Chuan's real body floating in the air, roared angrily, and then his body began to expand rapidly, and he actually planned to directly self-destruct this clone. Since this clone cannot be taken back, it will directly self-destruct, and by the way, it can also cause some damage to the opponent's dimensional world, which can be regarded as a small revenge. Damn, you gave up so quickly, at least you should have struggled a little longer. When he found that Dormammu's clone was about to self-destruct, Li Chuan's face changed. He didn't expect Dormammu to be so decisive. It can only be said that the dimensional demons, who can reach this point, are still quite capable. Fortunately, I am prepared. The Super 4 symbol seal. With a wave of his hands, Li Chuan immediately activated the second plan he had arranged in advance. I saw 4 powerful energies rising into the sky from the 4 corners of the Tsukuyomi world, turning into 4 huge energy chains. 4 energy chains flew towards Dormammu's clone, instantly wrapping it tightly, and suppressed the dark energy that was about to explode with the special power of the 4 symbol seal. It was in order to prevent Dormammu's clone from being too powerful that he spent his energy to build a super version of the 4 symbol seal with the sealed souls of Poseidon, Death, Sleep, and Hades as the cornerstone. Suppress Dormammu with the original power of the 4 gods. It's over. After suppressing Dormammu, Li Chuan launched various bombardment attacks on him, completely defeated his clone, and then was absorbed by the moon-reading world to enhance the power of the world's origin. Mission accomplished. You can enter a new small world at any time. As the voice in his mind sounded, Li Chuan smiled. The dimensional demon god that was once unattainable to him is now gradually being trampled under his feet. After leaving the Tsukuyomi world and returning to the outside, his figure flashed back to the Xiongjiang temple. At this time, in addition to the Wang and other mages who had previously guarded the Xiongjiang temple, there were also the strange gems and Baron Mordo, who hurried over to stop Cassius from summoning Dormammu. Wang, what happened just now? Who is that golden giant? Why did Dormammu disappear? Doctor Strange was asking Wang about the situation. Just now, he said goodbye to the deceased Ancient One, and was determined to take on the responsibility of the Supreme Sorcerer. He brought the temporarily persuaded Baron Mordo to the Xiongjiang temple through the Space Gate. Then, they witnessed the shocking scene of Dormammu, the legendary Dark Lord who devoured the world, being beaten and taken away by Li Chuan. That was the sorcerer Li Chuan I mentioned to you before. He just came here to kill the traitors of Caecilius and repair the sanctuary. But I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even Dormammu is not his opponent. Wang sighed as he explained. To be honest, he has known Li Chuan for a long time and knew that Li Chuan was strong, but he didn't expect that he was so strong that it was beyond his imagination. Ancient One taught us to stay away from the dark dimension, but she herself has been absorbing the power of the dark dimension to maintain her life. She has been using us as pawns and violating the laws of nature. If it weren't for her, Cassius would not pursue dark energy and would not summon Dormammu. This is all punishment for violating the laws of nature. Even if it is solved this time, there will be the next time, and the next time. Seeing that Doctor Strange and Wang looked relieved, Mordo's face was not good. Maybe the wizard should not exist in this world. I don't want to go on. Goodbye. Reaching out to open the space door, he was about to leave Kamartaj and leave here. However, a figure suddenly appeared and flattened the space door. Since you want to leave Kamartaj, then leave what you have learned here. Li Chuan stretched out his hand and pointed at Mordo. Oblivion. A spell of oblivion instantly sealed all his memories of those years in Kamartaj. The side quest he just received was to erase Baron Mordo's memory to prevent the magic events he caused in the future, and reward him with 3 months of small world time. He did it easily. You are the Strange that the Ancient One mentioned, right? You are really talented in magic. Mordo him? Doctor Strange looked at Mordo, who walked out of the temple, with a look of concern on his face. Although Mordo's ideas conflict with his, when he first joined Kamartaj, Mordo was the one who guided him most of the time, and he still has a lot of feelings for Mordo. His ideas are very dangerous. If he is allowed to leave, it may cause great trouble to Kamartaj in the future. Don't worry, I just erased part of his memory, and he will spend the rest of his life like an ordinary person. Li Chuan smiled. Doctor Strange also nodded. That's good, thank you for helping to solve Dormammu. It's just a clone. I'm also a member of Kamartaj. It's nothing. If you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, you can always come to me. Li Chuan reached out and patted Doctor Strange on the shoulder, and disappeared from the spot. It's just a clone. I think it's more appropriate for him to be the Supreme Sorcerer. Doctor Strange imitated Li Chuan's words, and then gave a suggestion to the king behind him from the bottom of his heart. Wang shook his head. He probably won't agree. He has his own company, a wife and children, and can't always stay in the temple. What? He already has a wife and kids, but I don't. Oh, why does he look familiar? Doctor Strange shrugged with some jealousy, and then suddenly froze as if he had thought of something. It turned out to be him. I should have thought of it earlier. It was only now that he realized that the wizard who came to the rescue was the Witch King, the strongest hero of the Avengers, who had repelled the aliens in New York. Chapter 572. 1 year later, deep in the core of the earth, Li Chuan looked at the celestial embryo in front of him and murmured, "This guy seems to be about to mature." According to his perception, this celestial embryo will be fully mature in about half a year, and then absorb the energy of the entire earth and all life, and transform into a new celestial. It's almost time to go in. In a year, he has basically completely absorbed the energy of Dormammu's clone, integrated everything before, and his strength has been improved again. But even so, he didn't dare to be careless when facing an opponent like the celestial gods. After all, the celestial gods were not just one group, but a group. The strong ones could even reach the multiverse level, and were connected to the 5 great gods. To be on the safe side, he decided to enter the world of the legend of the Lotus Lantern first to see if he could improve further. But this time, he had to stay in the world for 10 years, which made him a little reluctant to leave Wanda and Charlie. But there was no way, the initial entry time could not be adjusted, and he could adjust the entry time at will when he entered the second time. After Apparition returned to his retreat, and spent some time with his family, he opened the virtual panel and chose to enter. The scene changed, and the surroundings had become a forest. This mortal was hit by Tiger Lord's claws, but he didn't die. At this time, a vicious voice suddenly came to his ears. Li Chuan turned his head, and saw that the person who spoke was a big tiger with drooping eyes, and a white forehead. This tiger not only spoke human language, but was also at least 3 times larger than an ordinary tiger. Then don't blame Tiger Lord for eating you alive. Seeing Li Chuan's indifferent eyes, the tiger roared and pounced on Li Chuan with its bloody mouth wide open, intending to eat Li Chuan's head directly into its stomach. Facing the flying tiger, Li Chuan just glared slightly. "It hurts." With a scream, the tiger was torn into 2 halves in midair and fell to the ground. It has formed a demon pill. It seems that it has been cultivated for 100 years. He hooked his finger, and a demon pill the size of a marble flew into his hand. Throw it into the world of Tsukuyami, and it will turn into a meteor and fall into the earth of the world of Tsukuyami, waiting for the lucky child who can pick it up. Closing his eyes, he began to sort out the identity memory given by the panel. Li Qing, a distant nephew of Li Jing, the general of Shintanguan, died early, and his father died on the battlefield following Li Jing. Because he saw that the immortal Taizhiren accepted Neza as his disciple, he had the idea of cultivating immortals, so he begged Li Jing to find a fairy for him. Li Jing remembered Li Qing's father who died in the battle, and he couldn't save face, so he shamelessly wanted to ask Taizhiren to accept Li Qing as a disciple. How could Taizhiren think highly of Li Qing's qualifications? However, considering that Li Jing was Neza's father, he couldn't refuse on the spot. He just remembered that his most incompetent junior brother Yudingzhenren had not accepted a disciple yet. So he wrote a letter of divorce, and asked Li Qing to take his recommendation letter to Jinsha Cave in Yuchuan Mountain, to worship Yudingzhenren as his master. Unfortunately, his luck was too bad, and he had no chance to enter the Xianen. On the way, he was slapped to death by a tiger monster that suddenly appeared. "Yudingzhenren, you are not bad. You don't need to pretend too much." After reviewing all his memories, Li Chuan nodded with some satisfaction. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, although Jade Dingzhenren was a direct disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzuan and had great talent, he spent too much time on the research of various skills and spells because he pursued the essence of Tao too much, which led to stagnation in his cultivation. His strength should be just at the level of a very barely immortal, and his actual combat ability is extremely poor. He is not even proficient in the cloud driving technique. So if he could worship Jade Dingzhenren as his master, first of all, he would indeed be admitted to the 3 pure ones, become the disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and also the senior brother of Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, and have a foothold. Secondly, Jade Dingzhenren is not strong enough, and many things will be very convenient for him to do after he becomes a disciple. Otherwise, if he becomes a disciple of Nanji Xianweng, Guangchengzi and Chijingzi, each of them is either Tai Jingxian or Daluo Jingxian, which is equivalent to single and multiverse level in Marvel. Then many of his subsequent plans will be very restricted. Finally, although Jade Dingzhenren is not strong enough now, his talent is the highest among the 12 golden immortals. Once he understands the truth, his strength will increase rapidly, and he will even be in the upper middle level among the 12 golden immortals. He is also the most skilled Jingxian, who teaches his disciples. Although Yang Jian and Sun Wukong are highly talented, Their strength would not have been so amazing if Jade Dingjinren had not mastered almost all the skills and Taoist methods of Xianmin. Jinxia Cave in Yuchuan Mountain. Taking out the recommendation letter from Tai Jinren, Li Chuan used the cloud riding technique and flew towards the cave of Jade Dingjinren. Were you really recommended by senior brother Tai? In Jinxia Cave, Jade Dingjinren, wearing a Bagua Taoist robe, waved the fan in his hand and looked at Li Chuan with some suspicion. Li Chuan smiled and nodded, then took out the recommendation letter from Tai Jinren. Yu Dingjinren took the recommendation letter, opened it, and read it. You were really recommended by senior brother Tai. However, he did not immediately agree to accept me as a disciple because of the recommendation letter. Instead, he straightened his chest and said with a mysterious look, I am a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, but I have very high standards for accepting disciples. Even if you are recommended by senior brother Tai, if you cannot withstand my test, you will still have no chance to become my disciple. Of course, before I came to Yuchuan Mountain, I had heard of the great name of Jade Dingjinren. He is the most talented and knowledgeable disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. I know him well. As Li Chuan's flattery went on, the smile on Jade Dingjinren's face became bigger and bigger, and his head was raised higher and higher. There are also some rules for flattering. If you flatter Jade Dingjinren about how powerful he is, it will only hit the horse's hoof, because he will think you are mocking him in a veiled way. Everyone knows that his strength is the lowest among the 12 golden immortals, and his cultivation has not improved since he became an immortal. But if you say he is knowledgeable and talented, he will be happy, because that's what he thinks. By the way, I brought some mortal wine and food when I came here. Although they are not as good as the treasures that Master eats, they are also a token of my heart. Li Chuan waved his hand, and all kinds of fine wine and food immediately appeared on the stone table. Jade Dingjinren's eyes lit up when he saw this. He really liked this. Not bad, it seems that you have learned some Taoist methods. Tell me, what is your current cultivation level? At this moment, Jade Dingjinren had forgotten what he had just said about the test, and looked at Li Chuan with a satisfied face, and even changed his address to Master. He felt that even if the other party was not talented, it would not be impossible to accept him as an outer disciple and teach him some skills and Taoist techniques. He spoke nicely, and could help him run errands when he had nothing to do. Chapter 573. I am a humble disciple. I accidentally got a set of skills before I came to the door to become your disciple. I have practiced for several years. I have only reached the stage of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. I have not yet become an immortal. At this time, Li Chuan showed some fluctuations of his magic power. Through his memory, he knew that the realms of cultivators in this world before becoming immortals were different from those in the Shushan world. It was not foundation building, elixir formation, and nascent soul, but the introduction of qi into the body, refining qi into spirit, returning to emptiness and refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. After merging with the Tao, there was no need for heavenly tribulation, and one could automatically become an immortal. Now is still before the conferred gods, the laws of the wild world have not changed, and the difficulty of becoming an immortal is not that high. After the conferred gods, the difficulty of becoming an immortal will be greatly increased, and after becoming an immortal, you generally have to enter the heavenly court. Before the conferred gods, the heavenly court was nominally given the function of commanding the 3 realms by Hong Jun, but in fact it had no power to command the 3 realms. Except for the 10 golden crows, Tianpeng, Zhuanlian and Yaji, the strength of the other heavenly soldiers was very average. It was after the conferred gods that a large number of Xianmin monks entered the heavenly court, which made the heavenly court the real master of the 3 realms. How many years have you achieved the state of integration? What kind of skills did you practice? Yu Dingjinren picked up the good wine on the table, and drank it before he could taste it. He almost spit it out when he heard Li Chuan's answer. He can cultivate to the state of integration of the void in just a few years. He is definitely a genius in cultivation. Because even if his senior brothers accepted the top-level disciples, who practiced the superior Xianmin method, it would take more than 10 years from drawing qi into the body to integrating the void. According to the recommendation letter from senior brother Tai, this Li Qing is the nephew of Li Jing of Shentangwen. He is at most 20 years old. Even if he deliberately lied and said that he had practiced for more than 10 years instead of a few years, it definitely met his standards for accepting disciples. Master, this is it. Li Chuan took out the Shangqing Dadong Jinjing that he had been practicing, and handed it to Jade Dingjinren. Jade Dingjinren picked it up and flipped through it, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he reached out and grabbed Li Chuan. Your aptitude is a little poorer, and the skills you learned are also inferior, but seeing that you are sincere, I will make an exception and not test you, and directly accept you as my disciple. Come on, give master a cup of tea. From today on, you are the direct disciple of Jade Dingzhenren under Yuanshi Tinzuan. After studying all the techniques of the Chan sect, he thought that the Shangqing Dadong Jinjing was just a very ordinary technique. Apart from the good efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy, it had no advantages. With such an ordinary technique, he could reach the realm of refining emptiness and combining with the Tao in a few years, or even more than 10 years. This was definitely the top cultivation genius. What kind of test is this? He should accept him as his personal disciple. When he returns to Kunlun Mountain in the future, he will have a disciple with good strength to support him, and he will not have to be laughed at by other brothers. I didn't expect that Tai Guy would be so kind this time and send him such a talented disciple. I must thank him next time we meet. Master, this cup is wine. Li Chuan was also a little amused when he saw Yu Dingzhenren holding a cup of wine and stuffing it into his hand. Yu Dingzhenren shook the magic fan and snatched the cup of wine from Li Chuan's hand. It's okay, replace tea with wine, the same. My disciples are not like other brothers. There are not so many rules, and there are so many cumbersome etiquette. If I drink this cup of wine today, you will be my direct disciple, and a disciple of the Chan sect. After drinking the wine in his hand, Jade Dingzhenren burst into laughter. My dear disciple, what kind of skills do you want to learn? After eating and drinking, Jade Dingzhenren took out dozens of skills, and placed them in front of Li Chuan. These are the most superior methods of cultivation in the Chan sect, which are many times stronger than the Shangqing Dadong Jinjing. Since he has accepted Li Chuan as his direct disciple, and intends to support his future, he will naturally not be stingy, and let Li Chuan find the best and most suitable skills for himself, so that he can practice with half the effort. That's it. After glancing at the dozens of martial arts books on the table, Li Chuan immediately pointed at the one at the back. When seeing this, Jade Dingzhenren scratched his head. Disciple, this 9 revolutions Yuan Gong is indeed powerful. If you cultivate it to the 8-9 mysterious secrets, you can roam the world freely. But it is not something that ordinary people can practice. You need to have a very good physical talent. The 9 revolutions Yuan Gong is indeed the strongest martial art in his hands. The 9 revolutions are used to refine the Yuan Gong, stripping away all the acquired yin, and showing the innate true yang. It can refine the 3 souls and 7 spirits born from nature, and return the 9 revolutions to 1. The Yuanshan will never disperse, and the body of the skill can also be indestructible. It can be called a method of proving the truth. But no disciple in the entire Chan sect can practice this thing, including their 12 golden immortals, and maybe only the master can do it. The main reason is that the talent requirements are too high. In addition to the talent of cultivation, the physical talent must also be valued. Li Qing is just a mortal, not a descendant of a great god, nor a spiritual seed of heaven and earth. It is basically impossible for him to practice this method. Master, I want to try it. My intuition tells me that this is the most suitable method for me. If it doesn't work, it's not too late to change to other methods. Li Chuan said with a smile. The 9 revolutions Yuan Gong, also known as the famous 8-9 mysterious art, is the top-level art. If you cultivate to the 9 revolutions, you can basically be said to be immortal. Unless a saint takes action, or encounters a top-level spiritual treasure like the immortal slaying flying knife, the enemy can defeat him, but can never kill him. Moreover, the 8-9 mysterious art can also transform everything. It is not the illusion he used magic before, nor the transformation technique in ninjutsu, but the real body and soul are completely transformed, and even what you transform into can completely possess the talents and abilities of that species. He knew that the 8-9 mysterious art was difficult to practice, but he had some confidence in his heart. In terms of cultivation, if his immortal essence was really transformed into the immortal energy of this world, it would almost be at the level of a golden immortal. Not to mention the physical body, his physical body had been tempered so many times, and later he ate the fruit of the sacred tree, and was constantly fed by the origin of the moon-reading world. To be honest, in terms of physical strength, it was really not inferior to those who practice the 8-9 mysterious art at the same level. It's just that it doesn't have as many magical powers as the 8-9 mysterious art. Since you want to try, then give it a try. After hearing what Li Chuan said, Jade Dingzhenren hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Of course, he didn't believe that his apprentice could cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art, but it seemed good to let him taste the bitterness and hone his skills. After confirming that it didn't work, he would help him choose another more suitable method, which wouldn't waste much time. So next, Jade Dingzhenren took the method and began to guide Li Chuan step by step on how to practice the 9-turn Yuan Gong. It can only be said that Jade Dingzhenren is worthy of being a master in theory. His explanation of the nine-turn Xian Gong is quite detailed, and he can even extend many profound Taoist principles, which makes Li Chuan fascinated. Chapter 574. Master, you really let him enter the sect. A month later, Jade Dingzhenren, holding a roasted chicken in one hand and a girl's red wine in the other, was stunned when he saw Li Chuan's body gradually showing a layer of mysterious light. He didn't expect that in just 1 month, this cheap disciple really entered the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong and cultivated the first revolution. Ha ha ha, let's see who dares to look down on me, Jade Dingzhenren, when the Xianmen disciples gather in Kunlun for retreat in 10 years. Master, what does it mean that the Xianmen disciples gather together? Hearing the master's words, Li Chuan's heart moved and he temporarily stopped practicing. Jade Dingzhenren coughed, restored the demeanor of a master, and then explained to Li Chuan, Disciple, my Xianmen disciples will go to Kunlun Mountain to gather on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month every 100 years to exchange cultivation experiences, keep in touch with each other and retreat. It will be 10 years before the next gathering. However, this time seems to be a little different. It is said that the master is going to announce a major event. Hearing the explanation of Jade Dingzhenren, Li Chuan's brain quickly turned. 10 years later, the disciples of Xianmen gathered in Kunlun, which means that there are still 10 years before the heavenly court sends the great golden crow and Marshal Tianpeng to the mortal world to capture Yao Ji. The whole story of the Lotus Lantern is caused by the 3-headed dragon guarding the Lingxiao Palace. Because it couldn't stand the loneliness, it swallowed the ancient dragon ball that supported the Lingxiao Palace and went to the mortal world privately. The Jade Emperor sent his sister Yao Ji, the goddess of the world of desire, who supervised the emotions of the immortals, to the mortal world to capture the 3-headed dragon. Yao Ji was accidentally attacked, and her heart was broken because of the evil plan of the 3-headed dragon. The passing scholar Yang Tianyu risked his heart to Yao Ji. From then on, one person and one god shared one heart and finally fell in love. 20 years later, that is, 20 days in heaven, Yao Ji married Yang Tianyu and gave birth to 3 sons. The Jade Emperor was furious and sent De Jinwu and Marshal Tianpeng to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to capture Yao Ji. Yang Tianyu and his eldest son Yang Jiao were killed, and Yang Jian and Yang Chan were secretly accelerated by Marshal Tianpeng's aging spell by 10 years and escaped by chance. In other words, at the time he entered, Yao Ji had already married Yang Tianyu and gave birth to Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan. There are still 10 years left. What should I do to get the most benefit? After determining the time, Li Chuan began to meditate. He felt that the most important point was that all actions could not go against the calculations of the saints, otherwise, even if he was a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, he would probably be in great trouble. For example, if King Wu went to help King Zhou, when he attacked King Zhou, he would be courting death. 10 years later, the disciples of the 3 realms gathered together and closed their doors for 7 years mainly to refine the conferred god list in order to prepare for the conferred god catastrophe. In this conferred god battle, several saints calculated against each other and masters fought each other. If he messed up in it, especially if the interests of his master Yuanshi Tianzuan were damaged, he would inevitably be listed on the conferred god list. Therefore, all his subsequent actions must be based on the standpoint of the Chan sect, and then he will use this to gain benefits and improve his strength. Only in this way will Yuanshi Tianzuan protect him from behind. You see on TV that when the 3-headed dragon was about to be killed by Yao Ji, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly appeared and saved it. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan who calculated that the 3-headed dragon would be the magic weapon of a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect in the future. I will go to Guanjianku to talk to Yao Ji in a while. Half a year later, Jinxia Cave in Yuchuan Mountain. Master, I want to go back to Shintangwen to deal with some family affairs. Li Chuan stopped practicing and said to Jade Dingzhenren. Jade Dingzhenren, who was studying a certain Taoist method, waved his hand. Go, remember to bring me some good wine and food when you come back, and if you encounter any trouble, tell me the name of our Chan sect. He was quite satisfied with his own disciple. In just half a year, he had cultivated the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong to the 3rd turn, and also broke through the He Dao and entered the Tianxian cultivation. With the Tianxian cultivation plus the 3rd turn of the 9 revolutions Xian Gong, his strength was already stronger than his master, and he was basically safe outside. If he really met a master, he would not dare to provoke him if he reported the name of the Chan sect, so he was relieved. After getting the consent of Jade Dingzhenren, Li Chuan flew away from Jinxia Cave. However, the direction he was going was not Shintang Pass, but Guanjianku. At this time, in the Yang family mansion in Guanjianku, Yang Tianyu was holding Yao Ji, watching the three children chasing and playing in the yard, with a happy face. I really hope that life can continue like this. Yes, one day in heaven is 1 year in the mortal world, as long as 2 or 3 months in heaven pass by. Yao Ji comforted him softly. As the goddess of desire, who controls the emotions of the gods in heaven, she certainly knows how much she has violated the heavenly law by falling in love with a mortal, marrying, and having children. But she can't control it. She can only pray that the heaven will find out later, and wait for 2 or 3 months. When Yang Tianyou's life is over and his children grow up, she will return to the heaven to confess her crime and be punished. It doesn't matter. The moment I decided to be with you, I had already made up my mind, and every day I live after that is a happy one. Yang Tianyou smiled. He had already made up his mind. If the heavenly court found them, he would say that he had seduced Yao Ji, taking all the responsibility on himself, and using his death to let Yao Ji and the 3 children survive. Master, there is a Taoist priest outside who wants to see you. At this time, a housekeeper came over from the door. Taoist priest? Yang Tianyou showed a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know any Taoist priests. But Yao Ji thought for a moment and told the housekeeper, "Please invite the Taoist priest in first, be polite." Most of the Taoists of this era are disciples of Xianin and San Qing. There must be a cause and effect for them to suddenly find this place. A moment later, a tall young Taoist priest came to the courtyard under the guidance of the housekeeper. "Hello, Taoist priest. What do you want to see me for?" Yang Tianyou looked him up and down and asked politely. Li Chuan deliberately revealed the aura of a celestial being, and then bowed to Yang Tianyou and Yao Ji. "I am Li Qin, a disciple of Yu Dingzhenren under Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Today, I passed by Guanjianku and felt something. I calculated with my fingers and found out that the 3 children in your family have a relationship with me as my fellow disciples. I want to lead them to practice in my sect. I wonder what you two think." This. Yang Tianyou immediately looked at Yao Ji. Yao Ji also showed a hesitant look. How could she not know Yuan Shi Tianzuan? He was a real great power. Even his brother, the Jade Emperor, had to be polite to him. In fact, according to her original plan, she wanted her 3 children to live a peaceful and happy life like ordinary people, so she sealed their immortality when they were born. But if they could become disciples of Yuan Shi Tianzuan and become disciples of the Chan sect, then if something happened in the future, with the protection of the Chan sect, the 3 children could escape. Chapter 575. This matter is extraordinary. You two do not need to make a decision now. If you are willing, you can bring your 3 sons to Jinsha Cave in Yuchuan Mountain. I have other things to do, so I will leave first. Without waiting for Yao Ji to make a decision, Li Chuan immediately performed the art of flying far away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As expected of a disciple of the Chan sect, a mere celestial being can ride on clouds so fast. Yao Ji saw that Li Chuan had already reached 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye, and she could not help but exclaim in her heart. You know, even with her cultivation at the peak of the golden immortal, the speed of riding clouds is only this fast. Thinking of this, she gradually made a decision in her heart. It should be about the same. Li Chuan, who was leaving on a cloud at this time, murmured in his heart. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, because they have Yao Ji's blood flowing in their veins, are all geniuses in cultivation. Among them, Yang Jian is the best, and is also the leader of the 3rd generation of disciples appointed by the Chan sect. The second is Yang Chan, the future owner of the Xiantian Lingbao Lotus Lantern. The worst Yang Jiao, if he doesn't die, can definitely cultivate to the golden immortal. If these 3 people are accepted as disciples, even if Yuan Shi Tianzuan calculates it, there will be no big problem. As for his master, Jade Dingzhenren, he knew her very well after a year of getting along with her, and it would be easy to convince her when he returned. Of course, Yao Ji might not agree, but that didn't matter. If it didn't work, he could implement the second plan later. After returning to Jinsha Cave with the wine and meat that Jade Dingzhenren liked, Li Chuan began to say to Jade Dingzhenren, "Master, when I was going to Shintangwen today, I passed by a county called Guanjianku, and suddenly found 3 spiritual lights rising into the sky. I went down to check and found 3 children who were born with fairy spirits. After careful questioning, the 3 children were all from the local Yang family, and had never received a master." "Oh, are they really born with immortality?" Yu Dingzhenren showed surprise in his eyes. "They were born with immortality without any practice. They were blessed by nature. They definitely have the top qualifications for practice." "Really? I even came to visit you." "But..." Li Chuan showed hesitation on his face. Yu Dingzhenren hurriedly asked, "But what?" "I hope Master will forgive me. I have overstepped my bounds. At that time, I really felt that the three children were so talented, so I told them that if they wanted to practice, they could come to our Jinxia cave in Yuchuan Mountain and ask you to be their disciple. If you don't want to accept more disciples, I will send them away. Li Chuan pretended to be wrong. When Master Yuding heard this, he immediately patted his shoulder and said, "What's wrong? If the three children are really so talented, you should bring them back to Jinxia cave directly. If you encounter such a thing in the future, don't let it go." After the filming, he may have felt that he was too eager, and hurriedly stroked his beard to make amends. But we can't be too casual, and we still need some tests. It's good to let them travel thousands of miles to become disciples, so that they can show some sincerity in becoming disciples. It's hard to find a famous teacher, and it's equally hard to find a disciple with good qualifications. He felt that he was now trapped in a circle, and his strength was stagnant, so it would be better to accept a few more disciples with top qualifications like Li Qing, so that his lineage would also have face in the future. 3 days later, at the foot of Yuchuan Mountain. Jiao or Jinner, Channer, after you go up the mountain, you must practice with Jade Dingzhenren, listen to your senior brother, and never make trouble. You can go home only after you have successfully practiced. Do you understand? Yao Ji looked at the 8-year-old Yang Jiao, the 6-year-old Yang Jian, and the 3-year-old Yang Chan, with a look of pity in her eyes, but her tone was quite stern. The 3 children knelt on the ground, their eyes were full of tears. "Yes, mother. Tian Yu, you send them up the mountain, I won't go." After waving her hand to unlock the restrictions on the 3 children's magic power, Yao Ji turned her head and looked at Yang Tian Yu next to her. For the safety of the 3 children, she could not go up the mountain, nor could she reveal her identity as the goddess of the desire world, otherwise her apprenticeship might not be successful. And reducing contact with this side would also help the 3 children escape some cause and effect in the future. Yang Tianyu nodded and led the 3 children up the mountain. "Master, they are here." Li Chuan, who was practicing, sensed the powerful magic power fluctuations emitted by Yao Ji at the foot of the mountain, slowly opened his eyes, and reminded Yu Dingzhenren, who was drinking and reading above. Jade Dingzhenren quickly stood up, then quickly tidied up his Taoist robe and sat cross-legged on the mat. "Disciple, do you think our cave is a little too simple?" Then he looked at the cave, which was made of stone except for the Taoist books, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Li Chuan smiled and said, "Just leave it to me." He waved his hand, and the originally simple cave suddenly rose, with a group of immortal air, and various configurations that matched the immortal cave appeared one by one, and it changed in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Jade Dingzhenren immediately stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. This eldest disciple not only has top-notch cultivation qualifications, but also has an amazing talent for learning spells. He often innovates and creates various spells by himself. About an hour later, Yang Tianyu, who was out of breath, came to the cave with his little daughter Yang Chan and his 2 sons Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Yang Tianyu from Guangjiangku, with my 3 sons Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, pays homage to Jade Dingzhenren. Seeing the immortal atmosphere of the cave, Yang Tianyu immediately put Yang Chan down and bowed respectfully towards the cave. Jade Dingzhenren got into position and cleared his throat. "I had expected you to come today, and I also knew the reason." "Come in." Li Chuan couldn't help but twitch his lips as he stood aside. If he hadn't reminded him, Jade Dingzhenren would still be drinking. But as the eldest disciple, he naturally wouldn't expose it. So just like that, after being fooled by Jade Dingzhenren, Yang Tianyu left the 3 children with great confidence and went down the mountain. From then on, Jinxia Cave and Yuchuan Mountain added 3 more disciples, and Li Chuan also had 2 more junior brothers and 1 junior sister. These are the main forces for the future havoc in heaven. Seeing the 3 sons of the Yang family kowtow and become his disciples, Li Chuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Yao Ji was captured and held in Taoshan, and Yang Jian made a havoc in heaven. This is bound to happen in the future. What he has to do is to increase the strength of Yang Jian's side when he makes a havoc in heaven. It would be best if he could fight to Lingxiao Palace like Sun Wukong did, so that he can fish in troubled waters and get some benefits from heaven. For example, if he passes by the peach garden, it is not too much to pick a few peaches. Anyway, Xianin will be in seclusion for 7 years after 10 years, and the 3 religions have reasons not to come out to stop it. Even if the sky is broken, as long as the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor are not really killed, and some key figures are not killed, there is a big backer of Yuanshi Tianzuan behind him, so there is no problem. Of course, everything must have a name. You can't go against heaven in the name of asking for peaches, which will be unacceptable afterwards. The Heavenly Court is the orthodox institution appointed by Hong Jun to manage the three realms, and the Jade Emperor is also the appointed master of the three realms, so some face should be given. Chapter 576. 10 years later, Li Chuan sat cross-legged in the retreat room deep in the Jinxia cave, his body radiating with mysterious light, and his immortal essence surging. After a moment, 3 golden flowers condensed on his head, and 5 kinds of qi coiled around the back of his head, gradually transforming into a round light. 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, 5 qi converge to the origin, and the 9 turns of the mysterious art are finally practiced. Li Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the past 10 years, with the guidance of the famous teacher Yu Dingzhenren, he learned the 8 or 9 mysterious arts and various Taoist magics very smoothly. Now he has finally cultivated his Taoist skills to the level of Tai Jingxian, and the 8-9 mysterious art has been fully mastered. Of course, the reason why he was able to complete all this in 10 years is more importantly because of his previous accumulation in various worlds, which made his own body, soul and magic power very terrifying. To be honest, because he created a small world and constantly received the feedback from the origin of the world, he can be said to be an innate god now, and the innate god who created the world, with a talent so strong that it breaks through the sky. If his first world was this one, and he started practicing as a mortal, even if he practiced for 10,000 years, he probably wouldn't be able to reach this level. It's already pretty good to be able to practice to become a celestial being. After all, many cultivators don't have enough talent, and it's normal for them to still be celestial beings after practicing for tens of thousands of years, and most of them can't even become celestial beings. Li Jing, the general of Chitang Pass, Neza's father, was also devoted to practicing celestial beings when he was young, patrolling the mountains, and visiting the way, and finally worshipped under the Master Dui. It's just that his talent for practice is not good, and he can't even become a celestial being, so he had to go down the mountain and enter the court, seeking wealth and honor for his life. 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, 5 qi converge to the origin, Tai Jingxian. Looking at the eldest disciple Li Qing coming out of the retreat room, Master Ying was completely numb. He knew that his eldest disciple had top-notch cultivation aptitude, but he didn't expect it to be this high, which was simply unheard of. You should know that most of his fellow apprentices are only at the level of Tai Jingxian. Well, you are worthy of being the disciple taught by Master Yuding, ha ha ha. When the Xianmen disciples gather in Kunlun Mountain, I will scare them to death. Jade Dingzhenren was laughing when he suddenly froze and immediately counted on his fingers. Oh no, I forgot to drink these 2 days, and 1 day has passed. Hurry up, call your junior brothers and sisters, let's go to Kunlun. After calculating the time, he was already 1 day late, and Jade Dingzhenren immediately ordered Li Chuan in a panic. Li Chuan's heart moved, and then he cast a spell to send a message to the outside of the cave. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, come back quickly. After a while, 3 escape lights rushed into the cave and landed in front of Jade Dingzhenren and Li Chuan. Big brother, you finally came out of retreat. Seeing Li Chuan appear, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan were all surprised. For them, although Jade Dingzhenren was their master, he only taught theory. The real magic and actual combat were all completed under the guidance of Li Qing. So although Li Qing was their senior brother, he was also their second master. This time, Li Qing was in retreat for 3 years, and they missed him very much. Not bad, it seems that you have not slacked off in these years. Li Chuan looked at the cultivation of the 3 people, and nodded with a smile. If he cultivated to Tai Jingxian in 10 years, it was mainly due to the accumulation of the previous few worlds. Then the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family really relied on their top cultivation qualifications. In 10 years, from nothing to something, under the guidance of Jade Dingzhenren and him, Yang Jiao and Yang Chan have already reached the late stage of Tianxian cultivation, and Yang Jian has even reached the peak of Tianxian and may break through to Jingxian at any time. In the original work, Yang Jian's talent is amazing. With the blessing of the power of the sky eye, love and hatred, he reached the strength of Tai Jingxian in just 3 years, and even killed 9 golden crows, and fought all the way to the heaven. In the end, it was the Queen Mother who stepped in to make Yang Jian doubt his mother's behavior, eliminating the power of hatred, and his cultivation level declined significantly before it stopped. However, Yang Jian is now practicing from the basics, and his strength is truly his own. Even if he loses the power of love and hatred, his strength will not decline instantly like in the original book. In the future, with the power of love and hatred, his strength will only be stronger. Okay, Don't reminisce about the past. Hurry to Kunlun, or the master will scold you. Jade Dingzhenren on the side was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. Okay, let's go! Li Chuan waved his hand to summon a cloud, and took Jade Dingzhenren and the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family to fly to Kunlun Mountain. In fact, he knew that it was too late to go now, and Yuanshi Tianzun would not let them in, because he still needed the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family to strike and stimulate the heavenly court, so that the Jade Emperor would understand the fragility of the heavenly court and the importance of the conferred god. Sure enough, when the group of 5 people came to the entrance of Kunlun Mountain, they were immediately blocked by the magic circle outside. Kunlun Forbidden Land, outsiders are prohibited from entering. The magic circle was triggered, and a boy's voice came from inside the magic circle. Yu Dingzhenren immediately said unhappily, Baiyun boy, open your eyes and see who I am? Uncle Yu Ding, the Grandmaster said that no one can enter during the retreat, including you. After the boy inside saw that it was Yu Dingzhenren outside the magic circle, his tone immediately became much more respectful. Although this uncle's magic power was not very good, he was still his uncle, so he naturally did not dare to neglect him. I don't care about that. Hurry up and open the formation for me to go in. Otherwise, I will tell junior brother Qingxiu that you don't respect my uncle and let him spank you. Uncle, don't make things difficult for me. The Grandmaster has said that you can't come in. Baiyun Tongzi said helplessly. Seeing that Jade Dingzhenren was about to get angry with his sleeves rolled up, Li Chuan quickly stopped him. Master, forget it. Don't make things difficult for this senior brother. It's the same if we go back to Jinxia Cave for retreat. After hearing this, Jade Dingzhenren angrily fanned twice with his Taoist fan. Go back, go back. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to take you to meet the Grandmaster, meet the uncles, and find your brothers and sisters to learn from each other. Now it seems that I have to wait 7 years. He also knew that since it was Yuanshi Tianzun who spoke, he would definitely not be able to enter. It was just a rare opportunity to show off, and it would be a pity to just let it go. Usually, everyone couldn't gather so well. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, you take the master back to the mountain on the cloud, and I will go to the mortal world to purchase some wine and food. This time we will be in seclusion for 7 years, so we need to stock up in advance. Riding the cloud again, Li Chuan instructed the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family. In fact, with the cultivation of the 4 people, even the weakest Jade Dingzhenren would have been able to practice fasting long ago. It's just that Jade Dingzhenren likes mortal food, and the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family are not old, so they like it too. So there has never been a shortage of various delicacies and fine wines in the cave. Chapter 577. Yes, senior brother, let us take care of the master. The 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family nodded immediately, and cast a spell together to fly back to Yuchuan Mountain with Jade Dingzhenren. Before leaving, Jade Dingzhenren did not forget to tell Li Chuan to buy more of his favorite green bamboo wine. After saying goodbye to his master and junior brothers and sisters, Li Chuan turned around and flew towards Guanjianku. According to the time, the Jade Emperor will send the Great Golden Crow and Marshal Tianpeng to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to capture Yaoji today, so he naturally has to go and take a look. He would not stop Yaoji from being captured and suppressed in Taoshan, because without this incident as a source, Yang Jian's strength would not grow so fast, and he would not rebel against the heavenly court. In this way, the Jade Emperor would not realize that the heavenly court was not strong enough, and would not pay attention to the subsequent conferred god event, which was contrary to Yuanxi's calculations. Moreover, Yaoji violated the heavenly rules first, and it was not reasonable for him to go and save her directly. Of course, some things can still be done, such as saving Yang Tianyu. The heavenly rules stipulate that the gods in the heavenly court cannot have 7 emotions and 6 desires. As the goddess of the 4th heaven of the desire realm, Yaoji was indeed reasonable to be captured for violating the heavenly rules. To be honest, if the gods were to fall in love every day, it would not be a good thing for the 3 realms. However, Yang Tianyu was just a mortal, and there was no heavenly rule that mortals could not have 7 emotions and 6 desires, so he did not violate the heavenly rule. Including Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, the 3 were also innocent, and did not violate the heavenly rule. Only Yaoji violated the heavenly rule. The reason why the Jade Emperor ordered them to be thrown into the 18 levels of hell was because they had no backing. Just like the Emperor wanted to kill a civilian, he just needed to give an order. If this commoner has strength and a backer that the Emperor is afraid of, then as long as he has not committed any crime, the Emperor can do nothing to him. Fortunately, it's not too late. Seeing from afar that the sky above Guangjiangku was filled with densely packed heavenly soldiers and generals, Li Chuan knew that things were not over yet. Transform. Using the 8-9 mysterious skills, he transformed into a bee and sneaked in quietly. The Jade Emperor has ordered that Yao Ji be arrested and brought to justice, and Yang Tianyu, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan be executed on the spot and thrown into the 18 levels of hell, never to be reborn. The great golden crow held the sun wheel in his hand, and announced to Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu with a cold face. Behind him was the reluctant Marshal Tian Peng and a group of heavenly soldiers and generals in armor. Great golden crow, you were raised by your aunt. Your aunt can go to the heavenly court with you to accept the punishment. I only ask you to spare your uncle and cousins for the sake of blood relationship. Seeing this, Yao Ji showed a pleading look on her face. However, the great golden crow was obviously not a god who valued family affection. His answer was very firm. The great golden crow only has the sacred decree in his eyes, not family affection. At this time, Yang Tianyu stood up and took all the responsibility on himself, trying to use his life to exchange for the safety of Yao Ji and the 3 children. He thought that he was immortal and the only one who had no blood relationship with the Jade Emperor, while Yao Ji was the Jade Emperor's sister, and the 3 children were also related to the Jade Emperor. As long as he died, the matter should be over. At that time, although he would be thrown into the 18 levels of hell and never be reborn, Yao Ji and the 3 children would be able to go to heaven to become immortals. Unfortunately, he misjudged the ruthlessness of the Jade Emperor and the Great Golden Crow. Even though Marshal Tianpeng next to him supported him, the Great Golden Crow was not moved at all, and directly waved his hand to issue an attack order. Countless sharp arrows shot from the air at Yang Tianyu, but were instantly dissipated by Yao Ji's heavenly eye. Then there was a chaotic battle. Yao Ji was a peak golden immortal, and with the help of the innate spiritual treasure heavenly eye, she was already close to the tide golden immortal. However, because her body was damaged and she shared a heart with immortal Yang Tianyu, her cultivation level had to be reduced a lot. Now she could only exert the strength of the peak golden immortal at most, and she had to protect Yang Tianyu, who was immortal. As the leader of the 10 golden crows, the great golden crow has the blessing of his own golden wheel, and has a cultivation level close to the peak of the golden immortal. Marshal Tianpeng, as the commander of the Tianhe River, is also at the peak of the golden immortal. Even if he lets the water go seriously, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals are not vegetarians. So in the end, Yang Tianyu was stabbed to death with a sword, and Yao Ji, who was in a state of confusion, was also seriously injured and captured by the Great Golden Crow. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan have not been found. According to the servants of the Yang family, the 3 were sent away by the princess 10 years ago, and only came back occasionally. It has been half a year since the last time they came back. After searching for a while, a heavenly soldier reported to Dijinwu. Dijinwu immediately turned to Yao Ji. Yao Ji, tell me, where did you send the criminals Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan? His mission this time was not only to capture Yao Ji, but also to execute the other 4. Now he only killed Yang Tianyu, and it was obviously impossible to report back. Yao Ji laughed miserably when she heard this. Do you think I will tell you? You will never find them. She was really glad that she sent the 3 children to Jinxia Cave and Yuchuan Mountain, otherwise, except for her, everyone would be killed by Dijinwu. She really didn't expect that the Jade Emperor would be so ruthless to her sister, and the Great Golden Crow would be so ruthless to her aunt. I think, Your Highness, why don't we go back first? The eldest princess will definitely not tell us the whereabouts of her 3 children. If we keep wasting time like this, His Majesty will blame us. We can't afford it then. At this time, Marshal Tianpeng suddenly spoke to persuade the Great Golden Crow. He felt guilty about the eldest princess because when the 3-headed dragon descended to the mortal world, he stopped Yao Ji for a while out of sympathy, which led to Yao Ji not catching up with the 3-headed dragon, which led to the following events. So at this time, he wanted the Great Golden Crow to withdraw his troops first. Maybe Yao Ji would go up and talk to the Jade Emperor, and he would not kill Yao Ji's 3 children again. Marshal Tianpeng, then you will take Yao Ji back to the Heavenly Palace to report to His Majesty, and I will lead the troops to continue to guard here. I don't believe that with Yang Tianyu's body here, his 3 children will not come back. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years, and if 2 years doesn't work, then 3 years. The Great Golden Crow thought for a moment, glanced at Marshal Tianpeng and replied. Marshal Tianpeng, who was carrying the 9-toothed rake, immediately made an embarrassed expression. My strength can't compare with yours, Your Highness. If I escort her alone, and the princess runs away halfway, it will be a big sin. I will give you 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. If you run away, it will be your responsibility, Marshal Tianpeng. When the Jade Emperor blames you, don't blame me for reporting the truth. The Great Golden Crow warned expressionlessly. Marshal Tianpeng had no choice but to come to Yao Ji and bowed. Princess, I'm sorry. At this time, the princess also heard the conversation between the two. She dragged her seriously injured body, and secretly used her magic power to quietly move the innate spiritual treasure Tianyin from underground to Yang Qianyou's body. All of this was naturally seen by Li Chuan. Chapter 578. Led these guys away first. Watching Yao Ji being taken away by Marshal Tianpeng, Li Chuan flew out of Guanjianku, then put his hands together, multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, 3 shadow clones emerged from his body. Transform. The 3 shadow clones transformed into the appearances of Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. And Li Chuan's original body transformed into a bee and flew back. A moment later, a heavenly soldier suddenly rushed into the yard. Your Highness, the figures of Yang Jiao's 3 siblings were found 100 miles away from Guanjianku. When they saw us, they immediately flew away on the clouds. They were very fast, and we couldn't catch up. What? All the heavenly soldiers, follow me to chase the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family. The Great Golden Crow issued an order after hearing this, and chased in the direction the heavenly soldiers had just pointed at a very fast speed. In just a few seconds, all the heavenly soldiers and generals in Guanjianku disappeared, leaving only Yang Qianyou's cold body lying on the square in the yard. Heavenly Eye, this is a good thing. At this time, Li Chuan restored his true body and landed beside Yang Qianyou's body, reaching out to take down the heavenly eye hidden on Yang Qianyou's body. Yao Ji's heavenly eye is an innate spiritual treasure that can detect all things and distinguish good from evil, loyalty from treachery. Even the 8-9 mysterious skills and 72 transformations are invisible under the heavenly eye. And it has extremely powerful power. Even those below the level of Tai Jingxian will be seriously injured if hit. I have your heavenly eye and saved your life, so I don't owe you anything. After taking the heavenly eye that Yao Ji originally intended to leave for Yang Jian, Li Chuan planned to save the lives of Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu. This way, he would not be involved in cause and effect. Anyway, for the Chan sect, he, Li Chuan, and Yang Jian were both disciples of the Chan sect, so it didn't matter who took the heavenly eye. As for Yang Jian, he would definitely be willing to exchange his parents' lives for a heavenly eye. After putting away the heavenly eye and grabbing Yang Tianyu, his body suddenly paused, and then he smiled and murmured, "This big golden crow is worthy of being the leader of the 10 golden crows, and he is really capable." It turned out that at this time, his shadow clones disguised as the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family had all been killed by the big golden crow. Although it was just a shadow clone, it took away a lot of immortal essence from the original body. Normally, it could still fight against ordinary golden immortals, but I didn't expect it to be killed by the big golden crow so quickly. Apparition. Sensing that the golden crow was returning at a very fast speed, Li Chuan did not stop and directly apparitioned with Yang Qianyou's body to Jinxia Cave. Less than 3 breaths after his figure left, the golden crow had already flown back to the yard. When he saw the disappearing body of Yang Tianyu, his face changed and he roared angrily, "How dare you play tricks on me? Let me catch you and I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell." It turned out that when he saw the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family disappear into thin air after being injured, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. He hurried back to the yard, but Yang Qianyou's body was still stolen by someone. Without Yang Qianyou's body, he naturally lost the qualification to fish, and could not catch the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family. Go, catch the dismissed servants of the Yang family. I want to search their souls to see if I can find any clues. After regaining his composure, Jinwu thought about it, and had a new idea. So soon, several servants of the Yang family were brought over. Let's go to Yuchuan Mountain. After searching their souls, Jinwu did not get any definite information, but from the conversation of the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family, in the servants' memories, he learned that they seemed to have been near Yuchuan Mountain all the time. So he planned to lead his troops to surround the entire Yuchuan Mountain, and search for the traces of the 3 Yang brothers and sisters inch by inch. Yuchuan Mountain, Jinxia Cave. As soon as the 3 Yang brothers and sisters took the Jade Dingzhiren back to the cave, they saw Li Chuan, who had teleported back, and Yang Tianyu, who was covered in blood in Li Chuan's arms. Father, what happened to you?" The 3 of them were shocked. After confirming that their father Yang Tianyu was dead, they turned to look at Li Chuan with tears in their eyes. "Big brother, what's going on? I was originally planning to go to the mortal world to buy some food, but suddenly I saw Guangjianku surrounded by a large group of heavenly soldiers and generals. Out of curiosity, I flew over and found that your father had died at home and your mother had disappeared. So they secretly brought back his body." Li Chuan repeated the words he had prepared in advance, and before the three continued to ask questions, he continued with a serious face. "You look at the body, I will cast a spell to save your father." Hearing Li Chuan's words, the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family immediately stopped talking and looked at Li Chuan expectantly. At this time, Jade Dingzhenren had a sad face. "Disciple, the life and death of mortals are all determined by fate. If you forcibly intervene, I am afraid you will offend." "Master, don't worry. I have a way to keep my secrets." Li Chuan told Jade Dingzhenren not to worry, and then reached out and pressed his hand on Yang Tianyou's forehead. "The art of reincarnation. This world has the underworld, so he naturally wouldn't use the art of reincarnation to pull Yang Tianyou's soul back directly, because there would definitely be messengers from the underworld following closely. He just used the art of reincarnation to determine the location of Yang Tianyou's soul through Yang Tianyou's body. Found it." Li Chuan opened his eyes, and his body instantly disappeared. In the underworld, at this time, the black and white impermanents were escorting Yang Tianyou's soul through the Ghost Gate and onto the Yellow Spring Road. "Brother, it's great. You actually alarmed the Lord of Hell to find our black and white impermanents to pick you up at the Ghost Gate, and you don't need to go through trial, but directly send you to the 18 layers of hell. Which god did you offend?" "The Jade Emperor." Yang Tianyu replied with a dead heart. Before being killed, he saw Yao Ji being hit by the golden wheel of the Great Golden Crow and had been captured by the heavenly soldiers. Now he just hopes that the three children can escape. Hiss. The black and white impermanents looked at each other and took a breath of cold air at the same time. Then they looked at Yang Tianyu with sympathy in their eyes. He offended the Jade Emperor, the master of the three realms, and he would probably never be reincarnated. Spirit of vengeance. Above the three ghosts, Li Chuan changed his body shape and turned into the form of the Ghost Rider, then laughed strangely and attacked the black and white impermanents. "Ha ha, what delicious souls, I want to eat you. Which evil ghost is so bold?" When the black and white impermanents saw the flaming skeleton rushing towards them, they were immediately furious. They were the black and white impermanents, and it was like looking for death that an evil ghost dared to come after them in the underworld. But then it became awkward. Even with the combined efforts of the two, they couldn't take down the evil ghost, and accidentally let the evil ghost eat Yang Tianyou's soul. "I can't beat him, I can't beat him." After taking Yang Tianyou's soul, Li Chuan pretended to be defeated by the black and white impermanents, and ran away to escape, leaving behind the confused black and white impermanents. How should I report this to Lord Yama? Chapter 579. Yuchuan Mountain, Jinxia Cave. Li Chuan put Yang Tianyou's soul back into his body, took out the Nanming Lihua's sword and pierced Yang Tianyu with one sword. A moment later, under the influence of the rebirth power of the Nanming Lihua's sword, Yang Tianyu woke up intact. "Father, what is going on? Who killed you? Where did mother go? And why are those heavenly soldiers and generals surrounding our house?" Looking at his three children, Yang Tianyou's eyes turned red, and he told the whole story. "What? Your wife is actually the sister of the Jade Emperor? No wonder the three disciples are so talented." Yu Dingzhenren was shocked after hearing this. He had never known that the mother of the three disciples was Yao Ji, the goddess of the fourth heaven of the Desire Realm. Otherwise, he would not have accepted the three disciples. Yao Ji secretly married a mortal and violated the heavenly law. She was destined to be arrested by the heavenly court. If he accepted her three children as disciples, he would inevitably get into trouble. Although his Chan sect was not afraid of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor was the nominal master of the three realms after all. "I want to save my mother." After hearing that his mother was captured, Yang Jian, who was still quite impulsive at the time, immediately used his light to go to Guangjianku to save his mother. "I go too." Yang Jiao was more stable than Yang Jian, but he still couldn't sit still. Only Yang Chan was a little calmer, and pulled his two brothers to persuade them. "Big brother, second brother, when the eldest brother came back from Guangjianku to rescue father, he didn't see mother, which means that mother has been captured and taken back to heaven. If you go now, you will only encounter those heavenly soldiers and generals who are ready to capture us. Then go to heaven to save mother." Yang Jian gritted his teeth. At this time, Jade Dingzhenren quickly stopped Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, and said in panic, "My two little ancestors, are you looking for death? With your cultivation level, You still want to go to heaven. You can't even enter the South Heaven Gate. Your mother Yao Ji is at the peak of the Golden Immortal, but she was still captured. Master, don't stop me. I must go to heaven to save my mother. Yang Jian wanted to bypass Jade Dingshenren, but Jade Dingshenren directly hugged Yang Jian's waist and refused to let go. He knew that if the three disciples stayed in the cave, they could be protected in the name of disciples of the Chan sect. If they left to save their mother in the heavenly palace, it would be a blatant violation of the heavenly law, and they would not be able to be protected. How dare you? Stop now. At this time, Yang Tianyu spoke. You are not allowed to leave here. Your mother told you to practice well here and listen to your master. Have you forgotten? Yao Ji was captured, and he was also heartbroken, but the most important thing now was to ensure the safety of the three children. He couldn't watch the three children go to the heavenly palace to die. But what about mother? Yang Jiao and Yang Jian did not dare to disobey their father's words, but they were very unwilling in their hearts. At this time, Yang Chan's eyes turned to look at Li Chuan, who had been silent. Big brother, what should we do now? In her eyes, big brother Li Qing is much more reliable than master. In this situation, it is best to listen to big brother's advice. Li Chuan pretended to think for a moment and replied, Your mother must be saved, but you can't be so reckless. The heavenly court is the orthodox of the three realms, and there are many masters. Your strength is too low. Stay in the cave and practice well. Let me, your brother, go to the heavenly court to investigate the information first. After that, he smiled at Jade Dingshenren, who was hesitant to speak. Master, don't worry. Now that I have mastered the 8-9 mysterious skills, I can transform everything. I won't let anyone see my whereabouts, and I won't let the heavenly court catch my handle on the Chan sect. He knew what Jade Dingshenren was worried about. Okay, you have to be careful, and don't get into a conflict. Jade Dingshenren let go of Yang Jian, and said a few words. He was quite confident in his eldest disciple, who had a steady personality, and shouldn't cause any trouble. Before that, we have to deal with a group of people outside. At this moment, Li Chuan suddenly turned his head and looked at the cave entrance. A voice happened to come from there. There is a cave over there, you guys go in and search. The Grand Prince said that every corner of Yuchuan Mountain must not be spared, and the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family must be found and executed on the spot. It's the heavenly soldiers and generals. Yu Dingshenren heard the conversation outside and scratched his head anxiously. You are just in time. You first hide in a space magic weapon I refined, and I will deal with it. After taking all the Jade Dingshenren and the others into the moon reading world, Li Chuan shouted, Who dares to trespass into the Jinxia cave? Then he roared with unstoppable force, and a small group of heavenly soldiers, who were about to search the cave, were immediately blown into the sky. At this time, the great golden crow, who heard the noise from a distance, quickly flew over with a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals. Who are you? Looking at the Taoist robes on the man in front of him, the great golden crow did not take action immediately. Li Chuan stood in front of the cave with his hands behind his back. I am Li Qing, a disciple of the Jade Dingshenren under the seat of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the cave where the Jade Dingshenren practices? Do you want to be an enemy of my Chan sect? A big hat was put on him first. The great golden crow frowned when he heard this. I am the great golden crow of heaven. I am here to arrest the criminals Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan under the order of the Jade Emperor. I have no intention of offending you. The hat of being an enemy of the Chan sect is too big. Even his father, the Jade Emperor, as the master of the three realms, has to give way to Yuanshi Tianzuan. If it is not necessary, he naturally does not want to conflict with the Chan sect. Li Chuan laughed when he heard this. It turned out to be the great prince of heaven. It seems to be a misunderstanding. This Yuchuan mountain is the Taoist temple of my master, Jade Dingshenren. There is no criminal from heaven. Please take your people out, and don't disturb us from our retreat. As far as I know, September 9th is the day when the disciples of Xianmen go into seclusion in Kunlun. Did you and Jade Dingshenren not go? A trace of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the great golden crow. The entire Yuchuan mountain has been searched, but the Yang brothers and sisters were not found. Either the Yang brothers and sisters are not in Yuchuan mountain, or they are hiding in the cave of Jade Dingshenren below. My master has gone there, but he left the useless disciples here to guard the cave. Li Chuan replied with a smile. The great golden crow nodded. In that case, please make way for us first. After we search the cave, if there is no criminal wanted by the heavenly court, we will immediately withdraw from Yuchuan mountain. Sir, is it possible that your ears are not good? I just said that I was left here to guard the cave. No one can enter the cave without the order of the master, no one. Li Chuan still explained with a smile. The great golden crow was even more suspicious after hearing this. How dare you stop the heavenly court from arresting the criminal? What crime should you be punished for? The cave is full of the skills and techniques of the Chan sect, and you, the great golden crow, actually want to force your way in. What is your intention? The great golden crow's voice was loud, and Li Chuan's voice was even louder. Chapter 580. It's just an accusation. Who can't do it? Anyway, as long as Yang Jian and his two siblings are not seen, he will have countless reasons to stop the big golden crow from entering the cave to check. Even if they really saw it, if it was brought to the heavenly court, there would be a lot of arguments. After all, when Yang Jian and his two siblings became disciples, they were not wanted by the heavenly court. After a closer look, they did not violate the heavenly law. It seems that you have to stop them? After a verbal battle, the big golden crow found that he could not do anything to Li Chuan, and slowly raised the golden wheel in his hand. He had already planned to force his way in. Anyway, if he really didn't find anything, he could just apologize. As long as he didn't kill the other party, it wouldn't be a big problem. It seems that I'm giving you face. If you have the ability, come and try. I break all 3 of your chicken legs. Seeing that the big golden crow was about to force his way in, Li Chuan didn't pretend anymore. You're looking for death. Hearing Li Chuan's extremely humiliating words, the sun's true fire in the big golden crow's body gushed out, and the golden wheel in his hand immediately flew towards Li Chuan. Pa! However, Li Chuan only waved his hand, and the golden wheel flew out. After the 8-9 mysterious art was perfected, his physical strength was so strong that he could withstand the golden wheel of the great golden crow, not to mention the golden wheel of the great golden crow. Even if Guangqingzi's heaven-flipping seal hit him, he could still withstand it. If he cultivates to the Daoyuo Jingxian in a later stage, the 8-9 mysterious art will be completely perfect and flawless, which means that his physical body has truly become holy. It is difficult to kill anyone other than a saint, and he is so weak that he has no friends. It seems that the dignified great golden crow of heaven is just like this. After knocking the golden wheel away, Li Chuan sneered with disdain. Upon hearing this, the great golden crow was furious, retracted the golden wheel, and personally rushed towards Li Chuan. Li Chuan did not show weakness, and went straight to meet him. As the son of the Jade Emperor, the great golden crow is a 3-legged golden crow, symbolizing the sun of this world. When it bursts out with all its strength, it can exert the strength of the peak of the golden immortal. Even Yao Ji, who has the sky eye, was seriously injured by the great golden crow because of her carelessness. Unfortunately, he met Li Chuan, who had mastered the 8-9 mysterious art. Not only was his physical body stronger than his, but his magic power was also 1 level stronger than his. So even if Li Chuan didn't use any magic weapon, but was just barehanded, and was suppressing the big golden crow the whole time, he was holding back on purpose. Otherwise, if he combined the small universe that had comprehended the 9th sense and the moves of the Saint Seiya, he could beat the big golden crow to death. Aren't you crazy? I let you be crazy. I let you be crazy. After knocking the big golden crow to the ground, Li Chuan went up and kicked it hard, and kicked it in the face. What are you doing? Come on, all of you. The big golden crow, who could no longer bear it, used the golden wheel to block Li Chuan's crazy kicks, and roared at the 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, who were stunned the whole time. The heavenly soldiers and generals finally reacted, picked up their weapons and bows, and attacked Li Chuan. Dragon Soul ripped. Li Chuan sneered at this, and burst out with a full-power dragon roar. In an instant, all 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals wailed, fell from the air, and then rolled on the ground with their heads covered. Kicking away the golden wheel that was in the way, stepping on the bruised and swollen big golden crow, Li Chuan said in a gentle tone, "Your Highness, now we can have a good talk. You Taoist priest, don't think that this will let you off. You are protecting the wanted criminal in heaven. When I return to heaven and report to the Jade Emperor, even Yuan Shitianzuan will not be able to protect you." Although the big golden crow was stepped on, his tone was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, he had already determined that Li Chuan protected the 3 siblings of the Yang family, and even the 3 clones who teased him before, and the guy who took away Yang Tianyou's body might be the 3rd-generation disciple of the Chan sect in front of him. Otherwise, how could ordinary people deceive him? And they would not hesitate to stop him from entering the cave to check. I am protecting a wanted criminal. I didn't expect that the great prince of the heavenly palace would be so arrogant and unreasonable. He slandered me without any evidence. He totally ignored my Chan sect. Big golden crow, since that's the case, I will let you go into the cave to check. If I can't find anything today, I will dare to go to the Heavenly Palace and have a good argument with the Jade Emperor. Let's see if my Chan sect has such a low status in the three realms now. Li Chuan pretended to laugh in anger and walked directly into the cave with Big Golden Crow. Check it out. See if there is any criminal from heaven here. The Great Golden Crow stood up and glared at Li Chuan fiercely, but knowing that he was no match for him, he did not attack again, but quickly searched the cave, hoping to find the traces of the three young brothers and sisters. However, the cave of Jade Dingzhenren was so small, and there was really nothing except a pile of Taoist books. Humph, I knew you were planning to take my Taoist books, and now you still want to quibble? Seeing the Great Golden Crow's eyes sweeping towards the pile of Taoist books of Jade Dingzhenren, Li Chuan immediately seemed to have grabbed the little tail, and then began to frame him. Hearing this, the Great Golden Crow quickly moved his eyes away, and replied with a sullen face, I didn't. Since there is no heavenly court here to offend, I am sorry for the offense. Cheered, the Great Golden Crow turned around and was about to leave. The three brothers and sisters of the Yang family were not found, and they were beaten for nothing. In the end, they had to apologize to the other party. Now he was also very aggrieved and just wanted to take people away from here as soon as possible. How could Li Chuan let him go like this? You want to leave now? How can it be so easy? Today, I must go to the heavenly court with you to find the gods, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother to judge the matter. Li Chuan stepped forward and grabbed the Big Golden Crow, and then he flew towards the heavenly palace on the cloud. Let me go! Let me go! The Big Golden Crow struggled hard, even burning the sun's true fire in his body to smoke, but he still couldn't break free from Li Chuan's grasp. Who is coming? Your Highness, you are back. The two heavenly soldiers guarding the south heavenly gate saw a white cloud flying quickly from the lower world, and immediately took out their weapons and shouted. When they saw that one of them was the Big Golden Crow, they quickly put away their weapons, and showed a respectful look. Li Chuan let go of the Great Golden Crow. Your Highness, do you dare to go to the Jade Emperor to seek justice with me? Humph, why not? The Great Golden Crow shook his hand, and replied angrily. But just as the two were about to pass through the South Heaven Gate and fly to the Lingshao Palace, they happened to meet Marshal Tianpeng, General Zhuanlian, and a group of heavenly soldiers, who escorted Yao Ji to the South Heaven Gate. Your Highness, what happened to you? Why are you still bruised and swollen? Marshal Tianpeng looked at the disfigured Great Golden Crow, frantically suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to rise, and said with a concerned tone. The Big Golden Crow's eyes turned cold. Marshal Tianpeng, do what you should do. So this is Marshal Tianpeng. I have heard of your name for a long time, and you are indeed very powerful. At this time, Li Chuan opened his mouth to compliment Marshal Tianpeng. When Marshal Tianpeng heard Li Chuan's compliment, he immediately puffed up his belly and said politely, Thank you, thank you. This Taoist priest is obviously a Taoist master. I wonder which fairy mountain he is practicing in. Chapter 581. I am Li Qing, a disciple of Yu Dingzhenren under Yuanshi Tianzuan. Today, this prince brought a group of heavenly soldiers and generals to surround the cave where I practiced, saying that I hid 3 wanted criminals in the heavenly court, and broke in. In the end, I found nothing, and I even wanted to peek at the Taoist books in my cave. Marshal Tianpeng, please judge, is it too much? Li Chuan pulled Tianpeng there to complain. Tianpeng laughed when he heard it, and then nodded immediately, and said to the Jinwu, Your Highness, this is your fault. How can you break into someone's cave, for no reason and disturb their practice? It's immoral to immoral. It was rare to see the Great Golden Crow being defeated, so how could he not be happy? However, this Chan sect was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 sections. The strength of the 3-generation disciples was so strong that the Great Golden Crow had no temper. Humph! The Great Golden Crow snorted coldly. Although he was about to explode with anger, he was powerless to refute anything. At this time, Yao Ji, who was being held captive, also saw Li Chuan. However, she was very smart. After hearing the conversation between the 3 people, she immediately knew that the 3 children were fine, so she did not dare to change her expression. Marshal Tianpeng, what are you doing? At this time, Li Chuan saw Yao Ji being held captive, and pretended to show a hint of curiosity on his face. Tianpeng explained in a low voice, that is the eldest princess. Because she fell in love with a mortal, she violated the heavenly rules. The Jade Emperor wants to demote her to the mortal world to reflect on her sins. When she repents, she can go back to heaven. So that's the case. Then it won't hinder Marshal Tianpeng from performing his duties. I will go to the Jade Emperor with the Great Golden Crow to seek justice. Li Chuan bowed. In fact, if you say that the Jade Emperor in this world is really ruthless, that's not true. If he was really ruthless, he would not have had 10 sons and 8 daughters. He would be just like an ordinary emperor in the mortal world. What he values most is his rights as a person in power. The heavenly law is an important manifestation of his rights as the Lord of the Three Realms. Therefore, he will severely punish all the gods who violate the heavenly law except himself. It is not that he is really selfless. He thinks that the love between gods and mortals will disrupt the order of the world. In his eyes, mortals are just ants. Otherwise, he would not release the weak water to kill Yang Jian, causing floods in the world and countless deaths and injuries. As his sister, Yao Ji, even if she violated the heavenly rules and said many treasonous words, he only suppressed her under the Peach Mountain and let her reflect. When she repented, she was still the eldest princess of the heaven. The same was true for his daughters, the 8 fairies, who all reflected on their mistakes behind closed doors, and did not receive any severe punishment. He was a little harsh on Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, who were his blood relatives, but when he heard Yang Chan call him uncle, he softened his heart and almost let her go. If it weren't for the Queen Mother, who wanted to seize power and fan the flames, the Jade Emperor might not have executed Yang Chan. On the contrary, Yang Tianyu and the 8 fairies directly ordered the mortals they liked to be killed and sent to the 18 levels of hell. If it was really for the heavenly rules and the order of heaven and earth, Yao Ji and the 8 fairies should be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. On the contrary, those mortals who did not violate the heavenly rules should not be punished. Even if he ordered the 10 golden crows to burn Yao Ji to death in the sun, it was actually because as an emperor, he felt that his rights had been challenged the most, and he had to kill her to establish his authority. Let's look at Marshal Tianpeng and General Zhuanlian. One of them flirted with Chang'e when he was drunk, and the other accidentally broke the glass lamp, and they were directly demoted to the mortal world and became monsters. Therefore, Li Chuan felt that the heaven in this world was just like the imperial court of mortals. A group of gods and immortals were also scheming for power and profit. The more powerful people were not really related to the word gods and immortals. After leaving Tianpeng, who was escorting Yao Ji, Li Chuan came to the temporary office of the Jade Emperor, which was the palace of the Queen Mother, following the big golden crow. The 3-headed dragon swallowed the ancient dragon ball, and was currently sealed by Yuanshi at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Without the ancient dragon ball, the Linshao Palace could only rely on the crescent shovel of the general, who rolled up the curtain to barely support it, and it was impossible to work at all. Turn into a peach mountain and press her under it. If she doesn't admit her mistake, she will never be allowed to return to heaven. In the Linshao Palace, the Jade Emperor picked up a fairy peach, then used the power he was given as the Jade Emperor to attach the law of heaven to the fairy peach and threw it down. The fairy peach immediately turned into a mountain, pressing Yao Ji into the mortal world, locking her body and soul with chains made of heavenly laws, and sealing all her magic power. This law of heaven is really powerful. Li Chuan, who witnessed this scene, was also shocked. He felt that even with his current cultivation and ability, he would never be able to escape if he was sealed by the heavenly law. The heavenly law was not formulated by the Jade Emperor, but by Hongjun, the heavenly saint, who was one with the heavenly Tao, and symbolized the most powerful law power in this world. As Hongjun's former boy, the Jade Emperor only had the right to use the heavenly law. Therefore, if he wanted to use the heavenly law, the other party must have no power to resist. For example, when Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and Xinxiang made trouble in the sky, the Jade Emperor could not use the heavenly law to directly suppress them in the mortal world. Although the Jade Emperor of this world has the cultivation of a Daluo Jinxian, he basically has no fighting power. It's like a mortal who eats a fairy peach and can immediately ascend to become a fairy. With the magic power of a fairy, he may not be able to beat a Taoist priest in the Qi refining and spiritualization stage in a real battle. The boy, the Jade Emperor, was forcibly promoted to the cultivation of a Daluo Jinxian because Hongjun needed him to be the Jade Emperor. Big Jinwu, you are back. Have you killed those 3 monsters, who are neither human nor fairy? After throwing down the peach, the Jade Emperor looked up and saw the great golden crow below. He rubbed his temple and asked, "Why are you still bruised and swollen? What a disgrace. Father, we haven't found the 3 young brothers and sisters yet." Something unexpected happened. The great golden crow lowered his head and replied. Before he could explain, Li Chuan spoke first. "I am Li Qing, a disciple of Jade Dingzhenren under the seat of Yuanshi Tianzuan. I pay my respects to the Supreme Kai Tian Jue for Yuli Hanjin Tadeo Jin K Yudong Jioqiong Yuli Wandao Wue Tadeo Mingyan Hao Tian Jin K Supreme Jade Emperor pardoning sins Great Tianzuan Xuanqiong Gao Shangdi. A standard Taoist name plus the most honorable full name, full of respect. So you are a disciple of the Chan sect, no need to be polite. What are you doing in heaven? Hearing that it was the grandson of Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and that he spoke so respectfully, and was very polite, his face looked much better. Just now, he didn't pay attention to the Taoist priest next to the Great Golden Crow, and thought it was the subordinate of the Great Golden Crow. Hearing this, Li Chuan immediately said solemnly, "Since I started practicing, I have always heard Master Yu Dingjinren say that the heavenly court is the orthodoxy of the three realms, and the Jade Emperor is the master of the three realms, the most honorable existence in the three realms, maintaining the order of the three realms, and being fair and selfless. Just now I saw that even the eldest princess Yao Ji violated the heavenly rules, and was punished under the Peach Mountain, so I knew that what Master said was true, and I was extremely respectful in my heart." Chapter 582. Ha ha ha, your master, Jade Dingjinren, is overpraising me. This is my duty. When it comes to contributions to the world, Tianzuan is no less than me. The Jade Emperor smiled and stroked his beard when he heard this. When the Jade Emperor was still a boy beside Hong Jun, the three pure ones were already powerful in the three realms. Later, he was fortunate enough to be granted the status of the Jade Emperor by Hong Jun, and took on the role of the Lord of the Three Realms. But he was also very wary of the three pure ones in his heart, because he knew that if he angered the three pure ones, any one of them could overturn his heaven. Although he will definitely anger Hong Jun in the end, he will also lose points in Hong Jun's eyes, and the possibility of being replaced is very high. So he was very happy to hear that Yuan Shi Tianzuan's disciple Yu Dingjin praised him so much, which showed that Yuan Shi Tianzuan also respected him. However, I didn't expect that some gods in the heavenly court dared to use the power of the heavenly court and the majesty of your majesty to bully the lower world. While my master Yu Dingjin went to Kunlun for retreat, they broke into the cave guarded by me, and openly peeked at my secret book of Taoism. He simply doesn't take your majesty, the Chan sect, and the heavenly lord seriously." With a change of tone, Li Chuan immediately became angry. "Humph, who is so bold?" The Jade Emperor was also angry when he heard this. Li Chuan raised his hand, and immediately pointed at the Great Golden Crow. "Your Majesty, it is the Great Golden Crow. Today, I was guarding the cave house, and cultivating according to the order of my master." The Great Golden Crow suddenly surrounded Yuchuan Mountain, with the heavenly soldiers and generals, and tried to force his way into the cave house. I tried to persuade him with kind words, but he actually attacked me directly. After finally breaking into the cave, he relied on his identity as the Great Golden Crow to forcibly peek at the various skills and Taoist techniques of the Chan sect that my master had placed in the cave. It was simply, "Bold Great Golden Crow, is this true?" The Jade Emperor frowned when he heard this, and looked at the Great Golden Crow and asked angrily, "Isn't this a joke? If this were to be spread out, how would the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor save their face if he broke into the cave of the second-generation disciple of the Chan sect and peeked at the skills and Taoist techniques of the Chan sect? Moreover, it would be even more troublesome if Yuan Shi Tianzuan came to punish him." "Your Majesty, that's not the case." "I am." The Great Golden Crow was about to explain, but was immediately interrupted by Li Chuan again. "Your Majesty, I have a stone to prove it." Li Chuan took out a stone and input his magic power. A virtual image appeared on the Lingshao Palace. In the image, the Great Golden Crow led the heavenly soldiers and generals to surround Yuchuan Mountain. Li Chuan appeared and explained something, with a smile on his face. The Great Golden Crow had a threatening expression, and Li Chuan continued to say something with a smile. Then the Great Golden Crow threw a golden wheel directly at Li Chuan to attack, but was bounced away by Li Chuan's hand. The Great Golden Crow attacked again. The scene stopped here, and then turned to the cave, just frozen on the scene where the Great Golden Crow stared at a pile of Taoist books. The image stone had no sound, only images, but this incomplete image was enough to prove Li Chuan's words. Li Chuan was polite throughout the whole process, and the Great Golden Crow had a bad expression, but he still took the initiative to attack. The last frozen picture was also very imaginative. The Jade Emperor was furious. If Dejinwu wasn't his eldest son, he would have ordered him to be demoted to the mortal world to prevent Yuan Shi Tianzuan from being dissatisfied. "Your Majesty, if I didn't have some skills, I might have been beaten to death at the beginning. When my master came back, he would only see my body and an empty cave. For such behavior, even if Dejinwu was your Majesty's son, your Majesty would definitely deal with it impartially." Li Chuan made the matter more serious, from breaking into the cave to peek at the skills of the Chan sect, to killing people to silence them and robbing the skills. Big Golden Crow, is the image on this stone fake? Tell the truth. At this time, the Jade Emperor still hoped that the image on the stone was fabricated by Li Chuan using magic. Big Golden Crow, who was also very angry, quickly bent down to explain. The image on the stone was not fabricated, but the story was not. Big Golden Crow wanted to say that the image was incomplete and misleading. He was just ordered to capture the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family, and he had no intention of taking the Chanji's skills in the cave. However, how could Li Chuan, who was standing by, give him a chance to explain? Your Majesty, since Big Golden Crow has admitted that the image is true, there is nothing to say. If your Majesty is unwilling to deal with it for the sake of family affection, then I can only wait in the Heavenly Palace for 7 days, and when the Xianmen disciples finish their retreat, I will report the matter to the Heavenly Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable will make the decision for the disciples. The bold Golden Crow actually committed such a serious crime. Come on, take down the Golden Crow, and demote him to the mortal world like Yao Ji. The Jade Emperor immediately slammed the table, and gave orders to the people below. Of course, he didn't want to do this, but the facts were in front of him, and he had to make this decision. Father, it's not like this. Please listen to your son's explanation. Seeing 2 heavenly generals approaching, and arresting him to be taken to the South Heaven Gate, the great Golden Crow panicked. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor was angry at the moment, and didn't want to hear the great Golden Crow's explanation. Wait! At this moment, a gorgeously dressed and powerful female fairy, surrounded by a group of fairies, flew over and sat next to the Jade Emperor. It was the Queen Mother, who went to the 4th heaven to take over the power of the Desire Realm after Yao Ji was demoted. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, calm down. What crime did the great Golden Crow commit? Why did you demote him to the mortal world? The Queen Mother asked the Jade Emperor softly. The Jade Emperor immediately told the Queen Mother the whole story. Tell me about this great Golden Crow. He is so confused. If I don't demote him to the mortal world, how can I convince the people and explain to the Heavenly Lord? Your Majesty, there is no rush for this matter. Let's listen to what the great Golden Crow says first. If the facts are true, it will not be too late to demote him. The Queen Mother is not as easy to fool as the Jade Emperor. She found something wrong as soon as she heard it. She knows the character of the great Golden Crow very well. He is a little inflexible, and only knows how to execute orders. But if he is said to covet the teachings of the Chan sect and want to kill and rob, she absolutely does not believe it. Okay, De Jinwu, tell me what happened. After being persuaded by the Queen Mother, the Jade Emperor's anger subsided a lot, and he gave De Jinwu a chance to explain. De Jinwu immediately told the story that he had learned from the servants of the Yang family that the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family might be near Yuchuan Mountain, as well as everything that happened afterwards. After hearing this, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother thought that if the facts were really as De Jinwu said, De Jinwu's actions could not be considered wrong, and most he was a little reckless. No evidence. No one knows whether you really want to catch the criminal, or you are greedy for my Chanjia skills. Anyway, I have the photo stone as evidence. If it doesn't work, I will summon all the gods in the 3 realms to judge together. Li Chuan raised his head, looking like he was going to make the matter as big as possible, which gave the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother a headache. Chapter 583. In the eyes of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, even if what the Great Golden Crow said was true, it was the Great Golden Crow that was at fault. After all, the final result was that the Great Golden Crow did not find the wanted criminal in the cave. And as Li Chuan said, empty words are not enough. Li Chuan has the photo stone, and anyone who sees it will believe Li Chuan instead of the Great Golden Crow. Who said I have no evidence? The Great Golden Crow was about to say that he had 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to testify, but he immediately remembered that the heavenly soldiers and generals were from the heavenly court, and it seemed that they could not testify for him. Moreover, when the 2 started fighting, they were all knocked unconscious by the opponent's magic, and they didn't see what happened in the cave afterwards. Seeing that the Great Golden Crow was hesitant and couldn't say anything to benefit himself, the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor were speechless. This kid has no brains at all. He was completely calculated by others throughout the whole process. At the same time, the 2 couldn't help but sigh again. The 3 sects of Xianmen are really good at calculating, and their strength is also very scary. A 3rd-generation disciple beat the most powerful Great Golden Crow in the heavenly court without any ability to fight back. Ahem, this young Taoist priest has a high level of cultivation. What's his name? The Queen Mother's eyes turned, and she asked Li Chuan, with a pleasant expression. Li Chuan's face changed quickly, and he immediately returned to a smiling face. Reporting to the Queen Mother, I am Li Qing, a young Taoist priest who guards the cave. I can't be called a high-level Taoist priest. You are too modest, Li Qing. You see, there is indeed something wrong with the Great Golden Crow, but this is really just a misunderstanding. There is no need to make it known to the three realms. How about this, you see, the peaches in my peach garden are quite ripe. I will have someone pick a few for you later, and then ask His Majesty to have someone go to Lao Jun to ask for a few elixirs to assist in cultivation. How about that? The Queen Mother said with a gentle face. She knew that the disciples of Xianin valued cultivation the most, so she wanted to use the peaches and elixirs to make the other party give in, so as to make a big thing small. However, how could Li Chuan give up this opportunity that was delivered to his door for a few peaches and elixirs? His ambition could not be satisfied by a few peaches and elixirs. Even if he ate that, it would not be enough to break through to the middle stage of Tai Jingxian. Of course, he would not use this to let the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother let Yao Ji go. That would be really stupid. First of all, it was not in the interests of him and the Chan sect. Secondly, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would not let Yao Ji go just because of the Great Golden Crow, and would not compromise their dignity. Peaches and golden elixirs are good, but I don't need them. Li Chuan simply waved his hand and refused. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother immediately looked unhappy. Then Li Qing, what do you think is necessary to let this go? This time the Queen Mother did not beat around the bush. Li Chuan still smiled. Your Majesty and the Queen Mother have misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I think that since His Majesty and His Majesty has said so personally, it would be too impolite for me to pursue the matter any further. I don't want any benefit. Well, you are indeed a disciple of the Chan sect, and you are sensible. When the Jade Emperor heard that Li Chuan didn't want anything, and gave up the pursuit so easily, he laughed. At this time, he even felt that he had thought too much about suspecting that the other party deliberately took the opportunity to plot against the Great Golden Crow. It was just that the Great Golden Crow was too reckless and angered him. But the Queen Mother still had some doubts in her heart. But I hope that if my disciples of the Chan sect make some minor mistakes in the future, Your Majesty and Your Majesty will also look at my face today and forgive the mistakes of the villains. At this time, Li Chuan added another sentence. The Jade Emperor waved his hand after hearing this. Okay, who can be perfect? It is naturally good to be able to correct their mistakes. Thank you, Your Majesty and Your Majesty. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Li Chuan did not stay any longer and temporarily left the Heavenly Palace. The request just now was not for the three siblings Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, but for another Chan sect disciple. He wanted to let Yuan Shi Tianzuan know that as a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, he was trying every means to benefit the Chan sect and to preserve its strength, so that Yuan Shi Tianzuan would support him when he did something big in the future. A few peaches and elixirs? What he wanted was all the peaches in the entire Panthao garden and all the elixirs refined by Taishang Lao Jun. Just as Li Chuan left happily, the little Neza, who had been casting spells in the dark, immediately performed the 30 changes of the Heavenly Gang and turned into a big wasp. A few days ago, Master Tai Xinren was in seclusion, so he returned to his home in Shintangwan from the Jingguan Cave in Qianyuan Mountain. Hearing rumors from the people of Shintangwan that the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Bing, was arrogant and often made trouble at the seaside to harass mortals, he went to make trouble at sea today, which led to Ao Bing and the patrolling sea Yiksha. Ao Bing and the sea-taming Yiksha saw that Neza was young and thought he was easy to bully, so they wanted to take him back to the Dragon Palace to be punished. As a result, he didn't expect that the other party was arrogant, but his strength was poor, and he was beaten to death in just one round. The old Dragon King was so angry when he knew it that he wanted to file a complaint to the heaven. He knew that if the old Dragon King filed a complaint, he would not be afraid, but it would definitely implicate his parents. So he came to the heaven one step ahead, intending to stop the old Dragon King before he entered the South Heaven Gate. Because he flew too fast and the old Dragon King flew too slowly, he sneaked into the heaven out of boredom. He just happened to see the Jade Emperor trying Yao Ji, and his sense of justice was so strong that he almost showed up to save her. Later, he saw the senior brothers under Master Yu Ding teasing the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and the big golden crow, and felt that he couldn't fall behind, so he turned into a big wasp and stung the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. I make you unreasonable. I make you ruthless. Hey, come here, protect the Emperor, protect the Emperor. Seeing the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother screaming after being stung, Neza escaped from the Queen Mother's palace before the heavenly soldiers and generals, who were protecting the Emperor, and returned to the south gate of heaven to continue to wait for the old Dragon King. About half an hour later, seeing the old Dragon King flying from afar, Neza used magic to turn the surroundings into the heavenly palace, and turned himself into the Jade Emperor, and began to tease the old Dragon King. Not only did he ask the old Dragon King not to investigate the murder of Ao Bing, but he also asked the old Dragon King to prepare a generous gift to go to Shintanguan to thank Li Jing for giving birth to a good son. As a result, the old Dragon King noticed something was wrong and saw through Neza's transformation into the Jade Emperor. Neza no longer pretended and directly asked the old Dragon King to either die here or swear that he would never go to the heaven to complain. The old Dragon King naturally refused, and then the fourth princess followed closely. The two of them were no match for Neza together. Seeing that Neza had already fired real fire, and was about to kill the father and daughter with the fire spear, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the fire spear. Neza, wait! It was Li Chuan, who had been hiding in the narration and watching the show for a long time, who took action. Killing the third prince of the EC is nothing, but if you kill the Dragon King and Dragon Girl of the EC, it will be a difficult ending. It's you, senior brother Li Qing. Neza looked up at Li Chuan and recognized him as Li Qing, the disciple of senior uncle Yu Ding who was just in the Queen Mother's palace. I am not only your senior brother, but also your brother. Is Uncle Li Jing doing well recently? Li Chuan said with a smile. Chapter 584. After some communication, Neza realized that Li Chuan was not only the disciple of Master Yu Ding, but also had a blood relationship with him. 10 years ago, when he was still in his mother's womb, this distant cousin was pushed to Master Yu Ding by Master Tai Zhenren. Until now, he has never returned to Shintanguan, so he didn't know him. Cousin, don't stop me from killing this old loach, and then flatten his East China Sea and kill his dragon descendants. Monster, how can I, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, be threatened by you like this? If you dare to touch my East China Sea Dragon Palace, His Majesty will definitely kill all your clans. The old Dragon King was protected by his fourth daughter, but he refused to admit defeat. Old Loach is looking for death. Neza became even more angry after hearing this, and the circle of heaven and earth flew out directly, bypassing Li Chuan and smashing towards the back of the old Dragon King's head. If it hits, the old Dragon King will definitely die like his third son, and he will not even have the chance to enter the underworld. Neza, don't be impulsive. Listen to what I have to say. Seeing this, Li Chuan's figure flashed and appeared behind the old Dragon King in an instant, catching the circle of heaven and earth, and the old Dragon King was so scared that his dragon soul almost came out. He didn't expect Neza to be so bold that he actually dared to kill him, the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Dragon King and the fourth princess, calm down and let me persuade my brother first. Hearing Li Chuan's words, the old Dragon King and the fourth princess didn't dare to continue to provoke Neza. Cousin, don't save this old loach, they are not good people. Seeing that Li Chuan easily blocked the Qianquan circle for the old Dragon King, Neza admired him, and was a little angry. Angry that this brother and senior brother always helped outsiders, and didn't help himself. Neza, I know they are not good people, but this Dragon King of the EC is different from the third Prince Ao Bing. He is an official of the Heavenly Court. Killing him is to confront the Heavenly Court directly. Even if you are a disciple of the Chan sect, the Heavenly Court will definitely investigate to the end in order to maintain the majesty of heaven. At that time, even Master Tai will not be able to come forward to protect you. Li Chuan pulled Neza aside and explained through telepathy. Neza snorted coldly. I am not afraid of the Heavenly Court. There are few people in the Heavenly Court who can fight. Neza, I know that you have great magical powers, but you have to think about your uncle and aunt. After all, they are mortals. If the Heavenly Court can't catch you, can't they catch you? Li Chuan slowly analyzed the severity of it to Neza. Although Neza was only 7 years old, or 10 years old with 3 years of maternal womb, he was not stupid, otherwise he would not have come to the South Heaven Gate to stop Ao Guang in advance. But cousin, if I don't kill them, they will also go to the Emperor to file a complaint. Won't it be the same then? Don't worry about this, leave it to me, I will settle it for you. After comforting Neza, Li Chuan came to Ao Guang and the fourth princess again. I am Li Qing, a disciple of Yu Dingzhenren under Yuanshi Tianzuan, and I meet the Dragon King of the EC and the fourth princess. Disciple of the Chan sect. Ao Guang's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Chuan's name. He only knew that Neza was the son of Li Jing of Shintanguan, who was born after 3 years and 6 months of pregnancy, and thought he was a monster. And just now, he heard the man who suddenly stopped Neza claiming to be Neza's cousin, but he didn't know that this man was actually a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. As an old dragon, who has lived for 13,000 years, how could he not know the horror of the Chan sect? If this was a normal matter, he would definitely not pursue it for the sake of Li Chuan, the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. But this time it was his own son who was beaten to death. I have met Taoist Li Qing, and thanked him for saving my life. In the future, I will treat you warmly when you visit my dragon palace in the East China Sea. But I cannot let Neza kill my son Ao Bingo. It was wrong for Neza to kill the third prince, but it was not without reason. Neza was the disciple of Master Tai Jinren. Even if you, Dragon King, really reported to the Jade Emperor, you may not get what you want. It is better to make peace and let it go. When I go back, I will let Master teach Neza a lesson. What do you think? Li Chuan advised with a smile. Ao Guang was stunned when he heard that Neza was also a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Yes, if he was not a disciple of the Chan sect, how could a mere 7-year-old child have such magical powers? No matter whose disciples you are, you killed my third brother. Don't think that this matter will be forgotten. If you want us not to complain, then kill Neza and pay him with his life. The fourth princess glared, obviously very dissatisfied with Li Chuan's statement. Li Chuan ignored the fourth princess and continued to stare at Ao Guang. The fourth princess' words did not count, and it mainly depended on Ao Guang's answer. Ao Guang hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm sorry that I can't obey your order. I must seek justice from His Majesty. The murder of his son not only concerns him, but also the face of the entire dragon clan. If he is scared because of 2 third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, who will take the dragon clan seriously in the future? After all, he is also an official of the Heavenly Court, serving the Heavenly Court conscientiously. He doesn't believe that the Jade Emperor will favor the Chan sect. And he knows in his heart that the Jade Emperor doesn't have much good feelings towards the 3 religions, and he may use this incident to suppress the 3 religions. Okay, in that case, let's go in together." After using his spiritual sense to appease Neza, who was about to kill again, Li Chuan didn't say anything else. Ao Guang knew what he was thinking. Under normal circumstances, even if the Jade Emperor wouldn't really use Neza to pay for Ao Bing's life, he would still hold Li Jing responsible and punish the Chan sect. But now, because of his intervention, the situation is naturally different. He had previously exchanged the promise of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother for letting the Great Golden Crow go, just to save Neza at this time. Neza is the reincarnation of Ling Zuzi, who was originally the treasure in the palm of Yuanshi Tianzuan, and was later passed on to Tai Jinren. He was reincarnated into Li Jing's family, and was born 3 years and 6 months later. His talent for cultivation is even more terrifying. He has reached the peak of the Golden Immortal in just 7 years. If it weren't for the catastrophe of the spiritual creature, and the loss of the physical body in the end, and only the Lotus Dharma body could be relied on, the final cultivation would definitely not be worse than Yang Jian and the future Monkey King. Not to mention becoming a saint, there is definitely hope for Daluo Jingxian. If he can help Neza survive this catastrophe, the Chan sect will have another general, which will be good for the future anti-heaven and conferred gods, and can also bring him closer to Tai Jinren. At the same time, in the Jingguan cave of Qianyuan Mountain, Tai Jinren, who was in retreat, suddenly opened his eyes. He counted with his fingers, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face. Neza met a noble man, and his death calamity was broken. As early as 1,000 years ago, he learned from his master Yuanshi Tianzuan that he would have a good disciple, but this good disciple would have a death calamity that was difficult to escape. So he fought for a petal on the treasure Lotus Lantern on the condition of helping the great goddess Niwa to wait for the owner of the innate spirit treasure Lotus Lantern. If the disciple was in a death calamity, he would use the petal to help him steal a chance of life. For this reason, he did not even participate in the discussion of the conferred god list in Kunlun. Unexpectedly, the disciple's death calamity just began and ended. Chapter 585. Heavenly Palace, Queen Mother's Palace. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother listened to the old dragon's tearful narration of how his son, the third prince Ao Bing, was beaten and killed by Neza, and then looked at Li Chuan standing there with a smile, and they were also overwhelmed. If it were normal, they would naturally stand on the side of the old dragon king, but they had just promised Li Chuan that if the disciples of the Chan sect made a mistake, as long as it was not serious, they would let it go. Now going back on their word would be like a slap in the face. Besides, the image stone was still in Li Chuan's hands. If he went back on his word and Li Chuan made a scene, Heavenly Palace would definitely lose face, and the Great Golden Crow would also be in trouble. Ahem, Ao Guang, you see, Neza is just a child after all. Just like Li Qing said, take him back and let Tai Jinren discipline him. There is no need to pay for his life. Finally, It was the Queen Mother who spoke first. The Jade Emperor couldn't say this too clearly, so she could only hint at it. In her eyes, the son of the old Dragon King was just an ant. How could he be compared with the great Golden Crow? If it wasn't for the face of the heavenly court, she wouldn't bother to deal with such troublesome matters. But my queen, my son is dead, his soul is scattered. How can it be like this? Like this? Ao Guang was dumbfounded when he heard this. This was not what he expected. At this time, Li Chuan also spoke up. As far as I know, Ao Bing often takes the patrolling Yichai shore. Relying on his status, and the fear of the mortals towards the Dragon Clan, he has done a lot of bad things and killed many innocent mortals. If it is really according to the Dragon King's intention to pay life for life, Ao Bing should have done it many times. Speaking of which, Neza can be regarded as acting on behalf of heaven and restoring the reputation of the East China Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King should be grateful. You are talking nonsense. When did my third brother kill a mortal? The fourth princess standing next to the old Dragon King angrily retorted. She didn't know what Ao Bing did in the mortal world. The old Dragon King didn't say anything. Of course he knew about it, but the lives of a few mortals were nothing. It's just that this kind of thing can't be brought to the surface. I think the Dragon King and the fourth princess must be unaware, otherwise they wouldn't let Ao Bing cause trouble to the world. So why not do this? Now that things have come to this point, please ask your majesty to send some heavenly soldiers and generals to go down to the mortal world with us. Go find those shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the Dragon Palace, and then go to the mortal world to explore the mortals living on the coast, and investigate thoroughly. In this way, everything will be clear. Li Chuan looked at Ao Guang and turned his head. Dragon King, do you think what I said makes sense? Go now. If Neza is lying, Neza is willing to pay with his life. If it is true, all your dragon sons and grandsons who have harmed the people, Neza will not let any of them go, and you will kill them all. Neza pointed his fire spear at Ao Guang, and the powerful magic power in his body made the Queen Mother above frown. She didn't expect that the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect were so powerful. Neza, you are so presumptuous. Put away your fire spear quickly. Lord Ao Guang is the Dragon King of the East Sea, and a god in the heaven. If he really has dragon sons and grandsons who harm mortals, how can he ask you to do it? Li Chuan smiled, and Ao Guang looked miserable. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. My son Ao Bing will definitely not harm mortals. There may be some misunderstandings. Taoist Li Qin said that it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Neza is still a child, and it would seem that the old dragon is not broad-minded if he cares too much about it. Let's just leave it at that. Finally, Ao Guang said helplessly. If this is really investigated, it will not only be Ao Bing who will die. I don't know how many dragon sons and grandsons will be implicated. He himself has killed many mortals who disrespected him. When the fourth princess heard Ao Guang's answer, her face changed. At this point, she didn't understand that what Neza and Li Qin said were true, and Ao Bing had indeed killed many mortals. Me. At this time, Neza still didn't want to let the old Dragon King go, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Chuan stretched out his hand to block his voice. Neza, let's stop here. If the 4 Sea Dragon Kings are really angry, they will make a little trick enough for the ordinary mortals on the shore. Li Chuan knew that even if the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother looked down on the 4 Sea Dragons, they would not really chill the hearts of the dragons because of this matter. So it was impossible to investigate, and it was enough to force the old Dragon King to take a step back. Besides, the 4 Seas Dragon Clan is not really without experts. If you offend them too much, you will have to pay the price. Ao Guang, it's good that you can think this way. I have someone pick 2 fairy peaches for you to take back. You have so many children, just raise them well. The Jade Emperor saw Ao Guang give in, and gave him some compensation. Outside the South Heaven Gate, Li Chuan held Ao Guang's hand with a sincere look on his face. Dragon King, although there are some misunderstandings between the Dragon Palace and the Chan sect today, I believe this will not affect anything. When you are free in the future, you can also visit the Jinxia Cave in Yuchuan Mountain. We sit and talk, drink wine and tea, isn't it wonderful? Master Li Qing is right, I have always admired the 3 religions, and I have no other thoughts. Master, you must come to my Crystal Palace when you are free. I have a collection of top-grade immortal wine that I have treasured for 10,000 years, but I have never been willing to drink it. Ao Guang's face no longer had the sadness at the beginning, and his face was full of enthusiasm. As the boss of the 4 Seas Dragon Clan, Ao Guang is not an emotional person. Since the facts are set, he must quickly take the most favorable attitude for the Dragon Clan. It was obviously not wise to offend the Chan sect. Li Qing was not Neza who killed his son. It was not shameful to associate with him. Moreover, when he just came out of the Queen Mother's palace, he heard about Li Qing beating up the great Golden Crow. It was best not to offend such a powerful, resourceful, and calculating person, unless it was absolutely necessary. Ha ha ha, no problem. Looking at Li Chuan and Ao Guang, who were laughing at the same time, as if they had been friends for thousands of years, Neza and the fourth princess behind them were stunned. After parting with the Dragon King of the East China Sea and the fourth princess, Li Chuan asked Neza, "Has Master Tai gone to Kunlun Mountain for retreat?" "No, Master said that this time he will retreat in Jingguang Cave of Qianyuan Mountain. He is now convinced of this cousin. He is stronger and smarter than him." After Ao Guang was willing to give up revenge, he actually treated his cousin as a friend. It simply refreshed his three views. "Let's go, take me to Master. I have something important to discuss with him." Without hiding anything from Neza, Li Chuan told all the things about Yang Jin's family. After hearing this, Neza was also very righteous. The old man Jade Emperor is too ruthless. "Don't worry, cousin. I will take you to find Master, and see if he can think of any way to help rescue the princess. The main reason is that Yuchuan Mountain is no longer safe. Master Tai's Qianyuan Mountain is more hidden." Li Chuan nodded and flew to Qianyuan Mountain with Neza. Chapter 586. Master, your disciple is here to protect you." In the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain, Neza used a spell to open the mountain protection array, jumped in, and then threw himself into the arms of Tai Jinren, who was meditating. Tai Jinren opened his eyes helplessly, picked up Neza, and lifted him aside. "My dear disciple, didn't I tell you that your master had to retreat for 7 years as required? Did you get into trouble outside again?" "Master, I didn't get into any trouble. I just killed the third prince of the Dragon King of the East China Sea, but my cousin has solved it for me." Neza hugged Tai Jinren's arm, and said coquettishly, "Cousin?" At this time, Tai Jinren turned his head to look at Li Chuan, who followed him in, and Li Chuan also stopped and bowed. Li Qing greets Uncle Tai. "You call me uncle?" Tai Jinren looked Li Qing up and down, and then his mind moved. "You are the distant nephew of Li Jing back then." At this time, he had recognized Li Chuan and remembered the matter of writing the recommendation letter that year, but he didn't expect that his junior brother would really accept Li Chuan. "Yes, I have to thank my uncle for recommending me to become a disciple of the master, so that Li Qing has the opportunity to become an immortal." Li Chuan smiled and nodded, and then revealed his cultivation level of Tai Jingxian. After Tai Jinren sensed it, he immediately showed a look of shock on his face. "You actually have such a talent, and you have cultivated to Tai Jingxian in 10 years. If he had known that Li Qing had such a good talent, he would have accepted him himself, and why would he recommend him to his junior brother Yuding Jinren? Miscalculated. My cousin is amazing, master, let me tell you." Seeing this, Neza next to him quickly told the story of how he met Li Qing, and what happened afterwards. After listening, Tai Jinren suddenly realized that the person who had saved Neza from death was his nephew Li Qing. While Neza and Tai Jinren were talking, Li Chuan opened his eyes, and released Yuding Jinren, Yang Jian, and others. "Disciple, how is it?" As soon as Yuding Jinren came out, he hurriedly asked Li Chuan. After all, before he was captured, he heard that the heavenly soldiers and generals had surrounded Yuchuan Mountain. "Master, don't worry, it has been resolved," Li Chuan replied with a smile. "Hey, where is this senior brother Tai?" Jade Jinren soon found out that it was not Jinxia Cave. When he saw Tai Jinren behind him, he was also stunned. Junior brother Yuding? Tai Jinren, who had just finished listening to Neza, was also very surprised to see Li Chuan release Jade Jinren. "Why are you here?" "Why am I here?" The two brothers pointed at each other, and stared at each other. This is what happened. At this time, Li Chuan spoke up and sorted out everything, including seeing Yao Ji being pressed under Tao's Han. If Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan are not caught, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother will definitely not give up, and they will definitely suspect us. So we can't go back to Yuchuan Mountain. Yang Jian and the others need to stay with Master Uncle for a while. This is not a big deal, but it will be difficult for you to save Yao Ji. The heavenly rule is formed by the laws of heaven. Unless the Jade Emperor changes his mind and takes it back, even the Golden Immortal cannot untie it. When Tai Jinren heard that he wanted to stay in his cave temporarily, he did not refuse. They were all disciples of the Chan sect, and Li Chuan had handled the aftermath very cleanly. The people in the heavenly court did not know about this place. It was just that it was impossible for him to help save Yao Ji. Even if Li Qing saved Neza from death, he was not able to untie the heavenly rule. Yuding also nodded. Brother, what you said makes sense, and with the temper of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, it is definitely impossible to take back the heavenly rule. I think it's better to forget it. We will hide for a while, and wait until the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother can't find you, and give up the arrest warrant. Then, I will change my name and appear as my disciple, and everything will be fine. Are you just going to watch my mother suffer in Taos Han? No, I must save my mother. At worst, I will go to heaven and force the Jade Emperor to take back the heavenly rules. Yang Jian was obviously unwilling to adopt the plan of Jade Dingzhenren, and gritted his teeth angrily. Second brother, let's go together. This time, Yang Jiao and Yang Chan also stood on Yang Jian's side. Well said, what are you afraid of? Add me, Neza, and I will help you fight against the Heavenly Palace. There are few people in the Heavenly Palace who can fight. Neza joined the camp instantly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was picked up by Taizhenren, and then slapped on the butt several times. My little ancestor, you have finally survived the death calamity, can't you be at peace? Master, let me go! Neza was beaten and screamed, but he couldn't break free from Taizhenren, who was a whole realm higher than him. In the end, Taizhenren used magic to pin him to the futon. And Yang Tianyu caught the three brothers and sisters of Yang Jian and scolded them. It was obvious that Yang Tianyu did not want the three children to die, although he wanted to use himself to replace Yao Ji. At this time, the lotus in the pond of Taizhenren's cave that had been dead for 1,000 years actually bloomed. Taizhenren counted with his fingers, and then looked at Yang Chan. It turned out to be you. After guarding for Nuwa for 1,000 years, he finally waited for the owner chosen by the precious lotus lantern, which was Yang Chan. Master, uncle, what Yang Jian said is not without reason. Perhaps attacking the Heavenly Palace would be a good choice. Seeing that the lotus lantern was about to appear, Li Chuan also spoke. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, Yang Chan and Neza were delighted, while Taizhenren and Yuding were surprised. Li Qing, how come even you are like this? In their opinion, with Li Chuan's calmness and wisdom, he should not be as impulsive as Yang Jian and others. Li Chuan smiled and said, Master, uncle, let me tell you slowly. So Li Chuan then told everyone about his long-thought-out plan to fight against the heaven. He knew what Taizhenren and Yuding were worried about. Fighting against the heaven and forcing the Jade Emperor to take back the heavenly law was something that would completely offend the heavenly court, and the Chan sect must not participate, because once it was spread, even Yuan Shi Tianzuan could not protect them. And relying on the three brothers and sisters of Yang Jian alone was a complete suicide. So as long as the heavenly court did not have evidence to prove that the Chan sect participated in the attack on the heavenly court, there would be no problem. The heavenly court doesn't know that Yang Jian and his two siblings are disciples of Jade Dingzhenren, and Li Chuan has mastered the 8-9 mysterious skills and can change his identity at will. With the current strength of the heavenly court, no one can see it. The only eye that can see it is in Li Chuan's own hands. And Neza's body is intact now. When the time comes, Taizhenren will use the leaves of the precious lotus lantern to make a lotus body, and Neza can possess his soul and transform into another person to help. With the help of Li Chuan and Neza, Yang Jian and his two siblings can improve their cultivation. There is really a great hope to attack the heavenly court. Besides, Li Chuan has many other means. Chapter 587. After hearing what Li Chuan said, Taizhenren and Yuding hesitated. Li Qing, you have to know that the heavenly palace is not as simple as you see. As the master of the three realms, the Jade Emperor can still invite many masters by giving up his face. Master, uncle, if you don't agree now, with the personalities of Yang Jian and Neza, they will go secretly sooner or later, and then it will be the most troublesome. I will watch over you. If you really can't beat them, you can still escape. Li Chuan explained in a voice transmission. The two of them thought it made sense. They couldn't watch over these disciples for the rest of their lives. Wait a minute. Finally, Taizhenren and Yuding started counting with their fingers at the same time. When they found that there was no sign of death, they nodded in agreement. And Li Chuan turned his head and looked at the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family, because this attack on the heavenly palace is mainly for you three brothers and sisters, so practice well. When you reach the Golden Immortal, we will start attacking the heavenly palace and rescue your mother. This time, the attack on the heavenly palace is to fight for the reputation of the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family saving their mother. At that time, he and Neza will play the role of the casual cultivator friends of the three brothers and sisters of Yang Jian. If the difference in cultivation is too big, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Of course, Li Chuan said this to stimulate the potential of the three brothers and sisters, and let them improve their strength as quickly as possible. The Xianmen disciples retreated in Kunlun for 7 years. They must complete the goal of attacking the Heavenly Palace and rescuing Yao Ji within 7 years, otherwise it will be too late when the conferred god event begins. Brother, don't worry, we will practice well. The three brothers and sisters of Yang Jian nodded firmly. So under the guidance of Tai and Yuding, the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family began to retreat in Jingguang Cave for cultivation, and Yang Tianyu also stayed here to live. Li Chuan and Neza went back to Shintangwen. It would take several years for the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family to improve their strength, so Li Chuan naturally couldn't waste these years. He wanted to make friends with immortals and demons from all over the world to prepare for the future conferred god. The attack on the Heavenly Palace was to increase the power of the Yaoqi Immortal Peach and Laojun Immortal Pill, and the conferred god was a chance to become a saint. In the conferred god war, even saints ended up in the end, and countless masters fell into the conferred god list, and countless magic weapon opportunities appeared. During the 10 years of practicing with Jade Dingzhenren, he knew several recognized methods of becoming a saint in this world. First, prove the way with strength, and become a saint by following the law. That is, choose one of the 3,000 great ways, practice it to the extreme, and finally you can become a saint. Second, kill the 3 corpses to become a saint. The 3 corpses are good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self. Use the innate spiritual treasure to kill them all, and you can become a saint. Third, become a saint by merit. With great merit, supplemented by the primordial purple air, you can eventually become a saint. Fourth, become a saint in the world. Create a small world, continue to grow, evolve creatures, improve the origin, and finally turn it into a world, and you can become a saint. For Li Chuan, the first 3 are out of his reach, and even if he does, he may not be able to achieve them even if he practices for tens of thousands of years. But the 4th is different, because he has created a complete small world and evolved living beings, and he only needs to continuously improve his origin. How to improve the origin? We have to mention the powerful innate spiritual treasures in the conferred gods. As long as he can get a few more to fill his own world, then becoming a saint is just around the corner. The Taoist master Ran Ding took away Zhao Gongming's 20 Dihai pearls, and finally transformed them into 24 gods to become a saint. 10 years are up. In Shitang Pass, Li Chuan watched the countdown on the panel end, and the scene in front of him returned to his home in the main world of Marvel. 7 years of seclusion, 15 years of deification, a total of 22 years. It seems that I need to get some more small world time. 1 day in heaven is 1 year on earth. He can speed up time by going to heaven, but he will miss a lot of things. If possible, he should prepare more small world time just in case. Now he has nearly 10 years left, and he needs to find a way to get at least 12 more years. However, this is not a big problem for him. There are no major events in the Marvel main universe that can earn small world time, but there are still many in other universes. And he just happened to have Conqueror Kang's spaceship that can go to any universe at any time. After resting and accompanying his family for about 2 months, Li Chuan boarded Conqueror Kang's spaceship and embarked on a journey in the multiverse. Spider Universe, Venom Universe, Mutant Universe, Zombie Universe. Relying on his understanding of the plot and strong strength, he triggered tasks one by one and earned a lot of small world time. In the Mutant Universe, he once again strengthened his world by extracting and absorbing Jean Grey's Phoenix power. With the feedback from the origin of the world, he advanced to the peak of Tai Jingxian in one fell swoop. 3 months later, Li Chuan returned to his own universe. At this time, the time of his small world in reserve has reached 30 years, which is enough for him to survive the conferred god. There is still 1 month left, so why not take it as well? Without rushing to return to the prequel world of the Lotus Lantern, he once again came to the embryo of the Earth Center God Group. The embryo of the God Group has now fully formed, waiting to absorb all the life and energy of the entire Earth in a month to complete hatching and become a real God Group. The stronger he is before the Battle of the Gods begins, the better, otherwise it will be difficult to take advantage of the various powerful people at that time. You should know that the Battle of the Gods in the Lotus Lantern world is different from the Battle of the Gods in the List of Gods. After the Battle of the Gods in the List of Gods ended, Duobao Taoist became the Western Buddha, Randang Taoist became the Randang Ancient Buddha, Xihong Taoist became Guanyin Bodhisattva, and many people from the 3 religions joined the Western religion. But the world of Balian Lantern is different. Before the Battle of the Gods, there was already the Western sect. Buddha, Guanyin, and Jin Chanzi all existed before the Battle of the Gods. So the Battle of the Gods in the world of Balian Lantern was mainly a battle between the Chan sect and the Jia sect. After the victory, the disciples of the Chan sect were basically the ones who divided the things, and most of them were his uncles and uncles. If he was not strong enough, how could he grab the benefits? The celestial god group is the builder of the universe, and it is itself a microcosm of the way of life. This is of great benefit to his promotion to the Daluo Jingxian. As for the supreme god, it doesn't matter. After taking the embryo of the god group, he entered the treasure Lotus Lantern world. When he came out, his strength would have a big leap. He would not be afraid even if he faced the supreme god head-on. Besides, you want to destroy the earth, and as an earthling, I should not protect the earth. Collect. Opening the Ningalyu Inyang Samsara, Li Chuan sucked the embryo of the god group directly into the Tsukuyumi world, and then sealed it temporarily. After sealing it, he did not dare to delay, and immediately entered the treasure Lotus Lantern world again. At the same time, the supreme god, who was creating the sun somewhere in the universe, also sensed the disappearance of the embryo of the earth god group. The breath of Tiamat has disappeared. Originally, he planned to welcome the newly born Tiamat after creating this sun, but he didn't expect Tiamat to disappear. Chapter 588. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, 5 years later. The old Dragon King's 10,000-year immortal wine is really good, but it's a little less. Li Chuan left the Crystal Palace of the East China Sea on a cloud, smacked his lips, and returned to the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain on a cloud. In the 5 years since he entered the world of the Lotus Lantern, he has not been idle. With the reputation of the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, and the powerful strength of the Tai Golden Immortal, he has made friends everywhere. He has been to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, the gods of the Heavenly Palace, the scattered earthly immortals of various states, demons and ghosts, including the Great Lane Temple in the west, and has visited many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Anyway, he has basically seen everyone in the world who has some strength, except for the 3 religious disciples who are in seclusion in Kunlun. Now everyone knows that Yu Dingzhenren, under Yuanshi Tianzuan, has a disciple named Li Qing, who is very powerful, and has a very strong body because he has practiced the 8-9 mysterious art. He is humble, and likes to make friends. If you ask him for help with any trouble, he can basically help you solve it. In fact, it is normal. With status and background, and strong enough strength, no matter who you are, you have to give him some face. There are also those who don't give face. Those who don't give face have backgrounds, but Li Chuan, who has no background, will naturally make him disappear unexpectedly at some point. Brother, my third sister has broken through to the Golden Immortal, can we save our mother? As soon as they arrived at the Golden Light Cave, the 3 Yongjian brothers and sisters rushed over. Li Chuan scanned with his spiritual sense, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's almost done. In seclusion for 5 years, in order to fight the Heavenly Court to save their mother, the 3 young brothers and sisters really tried their best to improve their cultivation. At this time, Yang Jian was already at the peak of the Golden Immortal, Yang Jiao was at the middle stage of the Golden Immortal, and Yang Chan had just entered the Golden Immortal. Master Tai, has Neza's clone been trained? Li Chuan turned his head and looked at Master Tai. Master Tai waved his hand, and a puppet flew out of his sleeve. Okay, the Lotus Dharma body trained with the petals of the precious Lotus Lantern can only exert the cultivation of the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal at most. That's enough, Neza, hurry back to Jingguan Cave. Li Chuan nodded, and sent a message to Neza in Chitang Pass with his divine thoughts. By the way, where's my master? After transmitting the message, he realized that his master, Jade Dingzhenren, was not there. Tai Zhenren smiled, and pointed to the retreat room behind. My nerdy junior brother finally realized it, and is practicing in retreat. I think he will catch up with me when he comes out of retreat. This is a happy event. Li Chuan also laughed when he heard it. Even among the 12 Golden Immortals, Jade Dingzhenren's cultivation qualifications are ranked high, otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a direct disciple by Yuanshi Tianzuan. But before, he was too focused on the art, and ignored the most fundamental cultivation. Now, after the sudden enlightenment, it will take less than 2 years for his cultivation to soar to the sky and enter the ranks of Tai Jingxian. Humph, father is too pedantic. Just when Li Chuan was sighing that Yu Dingzhenren finally had an epiphany, Neza also flew into the Golden Light Cave on the wind and fire wheel, but he obviously didn't look happy. What's wrong, my good disciple? Tai Zhenren stepped forward and pinched Neza's little face. Neza sat down on the mat, put his hands on his waist, and began to complain to Tai Zhenren. Li Chuan, who was standing next to him, knew what was going on. He had been with Neza in Shintangwen for a while, and was very familiar with the problems between Neza and Li Jing. Basically, Neza could not tolerate any injustice in his eyes. When he saw those unfair things in Shintanguan, he would take action to deal with them. Moreover, he was a child, and did not know how to control the severity of his actions. Often, the victims were either killed or disabled. And those who did evil were usually relatives of the wealthy merchants and officials in Shintanguan. Afterwards, those people would go to Li Jing to complain. Li Jing was a very pedantic person with serious bureaucratic ideas. In addition, because Neza was born 3 years and 6 months later, and was still a ball of flesh when he was born, he was very prejudiced against him. So every time, no matter whether he was right or wrong, he would scold Neza first. Of course, he couldn't do anything to Neza, which led to the relationship between father and son becoming worse and worse. It was better when Li Chuan was there to mediate. Once he left to visit friends all over the world, they basically had a small quarrel every 3 days, and a big quarrel every 5 days, and they couldn't stop it all. Neza, uncle does have some problems, but you have to understand that his upbringing has shaped his character and cannot be changed. You should be more discreet next time, and don't let him find out. People like Li Jing can actually be appreciated by the Jade Emperor in the Heavenly Court. They are blindly loyal. Brother, sometimes I just can't control myself. Forget it, I won't say it anymore. Brother, is there something urgent that you called me back for? Neza sighed like a little adult and then asked. Li Chuan smiled. Yang Chan has been promoted to Golden Immortal. We are going to prepare to attack the Heavenly Court. Great, we are finally going to attack heaven. When Neza heard that they were going to attack heaven, he instantly became excited. He had been frustrated by his father Li Jing for a while, and now he could finally vent. Pay attention, you can't use your real body, you have to use your lotus body, and you have to change your magic weapon, and give yourself a new name. We have to appear as casual cultivators. Li Chuan transformed himself, and the Bagua Taoist robe on his body turned into a black feather robe, and his appearance also turned into a guy who looked very gloomy and dark. My name is Sun-Destroying Demon Lord. With a flip of his hand, the Pluto's sword, which he had refined with Samadhi True Fire, appeared in his hand. When Neza saw this, his soul immediately left his body, and attached itself to the Lotus Dharma that Taizhenren had taken out. What's my name then? As if he had thought of that annoying old Dragon King, his eyes lit up immediately. Got it, my name is Sea Covering Demon Lord. This is a weapon I got from a sea monster. It can overturn rivers and seas. It's quite suitable for your new identity. Li Chuan took out the Poseidon Trident, which he had also refined with Samadhi True Fire, and handed it to Neza. Then he looked at Yang Jian and his 3 siblings. As for the 3 of you, Yang Chan has the precious Lotus Lantern. Yang Jian, I will take you to find your weapon right away, and Yang Jiao, you can use this axe. A large axe wrapped in lightning appeared in Li Chuan's hand. The Thunder Axe, a divine weapon he had exchanged from Thor in other universes before, was later refined again with Samadhi True Fire and turned into a good magic weapon. Although it is not as good as the innate spiritual treasure Lotus Lamp and the 3-pointed double-edged sword incarnated by the 3-headed divine dragon, it can be regarded as the top acquired spiritual treasure in this world, and it is not a problem to fight against the heaven. Everything is ready. After bidding farewell to Taizhenren and Yang Tianyu, the 5 people came to the foot of Kunlun Mountain, where Yuan Shi Tianzuan sealed the 3-headed divine dragon with a talisman. Master, I need to release the 3-headed divine dragon without authorization to save my junior brother's mother. I hope Master will not blame me. Before unveiling the talisman, Li Chuan led Neza and the other 4 to bow in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 589. Ha ha ha, my 3-headed dragon is finally free. The talisman of Yuan Shi Tianzuan was revealed, and the 3-headed dragon immediately broke free and turned into a 3-headed dragon, trying to escape from the terrible Kunlun Mountain as quickly as possible. Want to leave? Li Chuan waved his hand, and a golden rope flew out, instantly tying up the 3-headed dragon, and then pulled it down with a strong pull. Who are you? What do you want to do? The 3-headed dragon gathered its magic power to break free from the golden rope, and roared at Li Chuan and others with a fierce face. 3-headed divine dragon, hand over the ancient dragon ball you stole from the heaven. Li Chuan's reply was also very direct. The ancient dragon ball is not the dragon ball in the body of the 3rd-rate dragon clan now, but the dragon ball of an ancient divine dragon during the Long'an catastrophe. Even if Xiaotian dog, an ordinary black dog, swallows it, it can instantly open its spiritual wisdom and turn into a big monster that can fight with a 3-headed divine dragon. After giving away several weapons, he naturally couldn't lose himself. This ancient dragon ball just happened to fill his own Tsukuyami world and prepare for the advancement to Daluo Jingxian. You want the ancient dragon ball? Impossible. When the three-headed dragon heard that these people were planning to take the ancient dragon ball that he had stolen from the heaven, he naturally refused to agree. He had to rely on the ancient dragon ball to advance to the ancient dragon ball, so how could he hand it over? Li Chuan just smiled when he heard this, and then said to Neza, beat him to death until he hands over the dragon ball. If he still doesn't want to hand it over, then peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, and then take it out. Ha ha, this is what I am best at. Neza laughed loudly, holding the Sea King's trident and beating the three-headed dragon. He always hated dragons. The three-headed dragon was a golden immortal, relying on the blessing of the ancient dragon ball to barely reach the peak of the golden immortal, while the lotus true body that Neza relied on was a tiny golden immortal, a whole level higher, and also holding the Sea King's trident. So even if Li Chuan didn't restrain the three-headed dragon, Neza could beat the three-headed dragon to tears. Sure enough, after being beaten to pieces, the cowardly three-headed dragon finally couldn't help shouting, I hand it over, but you have to promise not to kill me. Okay, I promise I won't kill you. Li Chuan nodded with a smile. The three-headed dragon saw that Li Chuan, the leader, agreed, and then he spit out the ancient dragon ball hidden in his body. Okay, you have taken the dragon ball, you can let me go. Let you go? I only promised not to kill you. When did I promise to let you go? Li Chuan put the ancient dragon ball into the Tsukuyomi world for refining, and looked at the three-headed dragon with a surprised face. The three-headed dragon was immediately furious, but before he could move, Neza stabbed him in the head again. I heard that your innate magical power can be transformed into a weapon. Transform it into a weapon now, otherwise I will pull out the dragon tendons and cook your dragon meat. You are not trustworthy. The three-headed dragon looked at Li Chuan with a sad face. Li Chuan said calmly, how can I be untrustworthy? I will not kill you. I will keep your soul burning in this demon's furnace day and night. As long as your soul is not dispersed, it will not be considered as killing you. Okay. I will turn into a weapon now. Seeing that he was already a fish, the three-headed dragon had no choice but to turn around and use his innate magical power to transform into a three-pointed two-edged sword. Li Chuan stepped forward and grabbed the three-pointed two-edged sword, and quickly carved a seal on it. With this seal, the three-headed dragon could not restore its true form without his consent. The three-headed dragon came down to the mortal world because of his desire to become immortal. Over the years, he has caused trouble to ordinary women in the mortal world. If he does not seal it, something bad may happen at any time. Yang Jian, this is your future weapon. After sealing it, he threw the three-pointed double-edged sword to Yang Jian. Yang Jian picked it up and danced with it for a few times, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Thank you, big brother, it's very easy to use. No, from today on, at any time and any place, you can no longer call me big brother. I am the sun-destroying demon lord, who is good at all kinds of evil magic. Neza is the sea-covering demon lord, who is a lotus demon who has become a spirit and is good at close combat. The five of us are sworn brothers. I am the eldest brother, Yang Jiao is the second brother, you are the third brother, Yang Chan is the fourth brother, and Neza is the fifth brother. Remember it clearly? Li Chuan looked at the other three people again. You three too, don't let it slip. Yes, big brother. The four looked at each other, and then clasped their fists to Li Chuan. Okay, the time has come. Let's go to the South Heaven Gate. Everything was ready. Li Chuan took Yang Jian and the other five and flew directly to the South Heaven Gate. Who is coming? Outside the South Heaven Gate, two heavenly soldiers saw Li Chuan and the other five, who had never seen before, and immediately raised their weapons to stop them. Yang Jian stepped forward with a three-pointed double-edged knife in hand and shouted, the three sons of the Yang family, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, have come to the heavenly palace to avenge their father's murder and their mother's imprisonment. You all should get out of the way quickly. Anyone who blocks us will be killed without mercy. What? The three brothers and sisters of the Yang family. The two heavenly soldiers were overjoyed when they heard this, and they brandished their weapons to capture the five people. 1 day in heaven is 1 year on earth. For the lower world, it has been 5 years, but in heaven, it has only been 5 days. 5 days ago, Yao Ji was taken out of the South Heaven Gate and detained at the foot of Taoshan. Yesterday, the Jade Emperor was still scolding the big golden crow for not catching the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family. So when they saw the wanted criminals from the heavenly court delivered to their door, how could they not accept this overwhelming wealth? Unfortunately, although the two gatekeepers were quite powerful, they were only immortals. Even Yang Chan, who had the lowest cultivation level, could easily knock them down without the precious lotus lantern. There were 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals in the heavenly court, as well as a large number of galactic navy, but not all of them were normal immortals. Most of them were soldiers with some talents and merits from the mortal world. If they did not want to reincarnate after death, they could go to heaven and become heavenly soldiers, and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Another part is the practitioners of those small sects, and the independent practitioners. They have no chance to become immortals in their lifetime, but after death they can choose to go to heaven to become heavenly soldiers and generals to guard the heaven. The Taoists who really get the Tao, and become immortals, and go to heaven basically have a certain reputation and some status in the heaven. They are not like ordinary heavenly soldiers and generals, who have no freedom, and can only follow orders. In fact, many Taoists who become immortals do not want to go to heaven, and be bound by the heaven. This is why Yang Jian can fight all the way up after his mother was killed by the 10 golden crows. Basically, those heavenly soldiers and generals have no strength to stop him. If the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were at least immortals, and there were also the 80,000 navy of Marshallina Tianpeng, there would be no need for the conferred gods' war to confer gods to the heavenly court. After all, even the 365 gods who were conferred were not all above the level of golden immortals, and many were just immortals. Old Jade Emperor, return my father's life. After knocking down the 2 heavenly soldiers guarding the gate, Yang Jian shouted again, and the 5 of them rushed into the south heavenly gate together, and killed the heavenly soldiers and generals, who came after hearing the news. Chapter 590. In the Queen Mother's palace in heaven, the Jade Emperor looked at the great golden crow below. His face was very unpleasant. Look at you, you have been searching in the mortal world for 5 years, and there is really no clue at all? Father, I led people to search the area of 200,000 miles around Guangjiankou, and searched carefully. We even sent people to guard Guangjiankou day and night, but there was still no clue of the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family. The great golden crow lowered his head, and replied a little aggrieved. He is not the Marshal Tianpeng, who only knows how to be sneaky and cunning. He has never slacked off in the search for 5 years, but there is really no clue at all. Forget it, if you really can't find them, forget it. Seeing that the great golden crow didn't seem to be lying, the Jade Emperor finally waved his hand. In fact, Yao Ji was suppressed under the Peach Mountain, and the mortal Yang Tianyu was also thrown into the 18 hells, so his anger had already subsided for the most part. If they could catch the 3 siblings of the Yang family and kill them, it would be fine. If they really couldn't be found, there was no need to let the people of the heavenly court run around in the mortal world for the 3 of them. After all, the 3 siblings of the Yang family were indeed his nephews and nieces. After calming down, he felt that he didn't really have to kill them all. No, your majesty, you must not do this. If you give up, what the heavenly court has done these days will become a joke. Where will the majesty of the heavenly court be at that time? Where will the majesty of your majesty be at that time? And it will also make other gods feel lucky, thinking that as long as they can escape the pursuit of the heavenly court for a few years, the heavenly court will not catch them again. This must not be done. The Queen Mother, who was sitting next to him, saw this and immediately stepped forward to persuade him. Let the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family go. That must not be possible. Not only the reason she just said, but more importantly, all the power was transferred to her hands after Yao Ji was suppressed. If she lets the 3 Yang siblings go, and Yao Ji admits her mistake and is recalled to heaven, then the power she has gained will most likely be taken back by Yao Ji. After all, Yao Ji was the first to be identified as the female war god of the Desire Realm, the god who supervises the desires of all the gods in heaven. Only by killing the 3 Yang siblings will Yao Ji hate the Jade Emperor to death, and will she never bow her head and be suppressed under the Peach Mountain. But I don't know where the 3 Yang siblings are hiding. If they keep doing this, it may not be good if there is no result. The Jade Emperor felt that what the Queen Mother said made sense, and he began to waver again. The Queen Mother turned to the great golden crow and asked, Did Li Qing, who was in the Jinsha cave in Yuchuan Mountain last time, leave Yuchuan Mountain again? The 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family definitely had no ability to avoid the search of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals led by the great golden crow. There must be a master helping them later. Now that I think about it, that Li Qing is also a bit suspicious. The only clue at that time also pointed to Yuchuan Mountain. After Li Qing left the heavenly palace last time, he said that I disturbed his meditation, so he simply stopped guarding the cave. In the past few years, he has been visiting friends in various places in the 3 realms, and occasionally returned to Chintang Pass. I have also searched Shintanguan, but there is no news about the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family. So he may really have nothing to do with the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family. De Jinwu replied. He also suspected Li Qing, but the facts proved that there seemed to be no relationship. Then go to the underworld and search Yang Tianyu's soul. I don't believe that Yang Tianyu doesn't know anything. At this time, the Queen Mother thought of another way. But De Jinwu shook his head again. I have been to the underworld and looked for the King of Hell, but there is no soul of Yang Tianyu. According to the King of Hell, when the black and white impermanence escorted Yang Tianyu's soul to the 18th level of Hell, it was attacked and eaten by an evil ghost. I also searched the black and white impermanence's soul myself, and they did not lie. He had basically thought of all that the Queen Mother could think of in 5 years, but in the end, there was still no clue. Just as the Queen Mother frowned and thought about how to find the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family, a heavenly soldier ran in a panic. It's bad. It's a big deal. The three brothers and sisters of the Yang family brought 2 casual cultivators in from the South Heaven Gate, saying that they wanted to avenge their dead father and kill His Majesty and the Queen. These evil beasts are so bold. Great Golden Crow, summon the heavenly soldiers and generals to capture them immediately. The Jade Emperor was furious when he heard this, and slammed the table and ordered the Great Golden Crow below. This kind of naked challenge to His Majesty was what he could not tolerate the most. The Queen Mother beside him laughed instantly. That's good. They came to the door by themselves. Catch them all, and send them to the immortal execution platform. Let all the gods in the 3 realms know that the power of heaven cannot be touched. The 3 siblings of the Yang family, the children of Yao Ji and the mortal. Even if there are 2 casual cultivators, how powerful can they be? Anyway, she thinks that the other party has lost his mind. If they had hidden themselves, they would have been helpless. But now they came to die, so they couldn't blame her for being ruthless. Your son obeys your orders. The Great Golden Crow was also refreshed. The task of capturing the 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family could finally be completed. At the same time, in the second heaven, Timing Yuan heaven, Li Chuan stopped Yang Jian and others who had just defeated the 3,000 heavenly soldiers and generals stationed in the second heaven. Don't fly so fast. We have to lure them, and let the heavenly court send people over in waves to completely defeat all the forces of the heavenly court. Only in this way can the Jade Emperor finally agree to the conditions. Before the conferred gods, the heavenly court was not without experts. At least the 10 great golden crows formed a great array, which was extremely powerful. There were also Tianpeng, Zhuanlian, Chang'e, etc. Rather than showing off too much strength at once and letting all the experts in the heavenly court come out, it was better to relax the heavenly court's vigilance and let them send them out in waves. Sure enough, just when the 5 people were about to fly from the second heaven to the third heaven, the Great Golden Crow rushed over with the 50,000 heavenly soldiers he had just summoned. 3 brothers and sisters of the Yang family, you made it difficult for me to find you. Hurry up and surrender, otherwise don't blame me, the Great Golden Crow, for being ruthless. Third brother, go meet your eldest cousin. Li Chuan gestured, and Yang Jian immediately went up to him, waving his 3-pointed double-edged sword. Big Golden Crow, I think you are the one who is looking for death. It was Big Golden Crow who led people to capture Yao Ji and beat Yang Tianyu to death, so Yang Jian hated Big Golden Crow very much and really wanted to kill him. With you. Big Golden Crow took up the artifact golden wheel in his hand, and went up to Yang Jian without fear, and ordered the heavenly soldiers and generals, leave this guy to me, you go and take down the other 4, don't let them escape. But as soon as they started fighting, he found something wrong, because he clearly sensed that Yang Jian's cultivation was actually equal to his. Don't do it yet, leave these heavenly soldiers and generals to me. Seeing that Yang Jian and the Great Golden Crow were fighting fiercely, Li Chuan stopped Neza and his 3 companions who were about to fight with the 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, and then put his hands together. Immortal technique, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, 50,000 shadow clones appeared around him. With his current strength, the shadow clones he created might have some difficulty dealing with normal immortals, but it was not a big problem to deal with these heavenly soldiers. Chapter 591. Fight them. Li Chuan waved his hand, and 50,000 shadow clones formed seals, cast magic, and used magic. Before the heavenly soldiers and generals got close, all the escape techniques of the Naruto world, the magic of the wizard world, and the evil magic of the Shushan world were all hit on them. The image of a free-spirited master who is proficient in the magic of the outside world was fully established. In any case, it is impossible to connect him with Li Qing, the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect with a strong physical body. You have to know that none of the things he used are the power system of this world. In the eyes of people in this world, That is definitely a side door, an unorthodox technique. I didn't expect that the eldest brother is proficient in so many magics. Seeing all kinds of dazzling magics, and beating those heavenly soldiers and generals step by step, Neza and Yang Jiao were also a little surprised. They only knew that Li Chuan had practiced the 8-9 mysterious skills, and his physical body was very strong. But they didn't expect that Li Chuan had also studied so many strange side door magics. No wonder he said he wanted to pretend to be a master of external cultivation. If they didn't know the foundation, they really couldn't see it at all. Even if they were truly unorthodox cultivators, they probably wouldn't have so many different kinds of messy spells. On this side, the heavenly soldiers and generals were overwhelmed by the attacks of Li Chuaning's clones, while Yang Jian and the Great Golden Crow gradually gained the upper hand in the battle. Although both of them were at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, the Great Golden Crow had already taken shape, and its cultivation had not increased for tens of thousands of years, while Yang Jian was still in the ascending stage, because the power of hatred was getting stronger and stronger. However, it was obviously not that easy to determine the winner. Let me lend you a hand. At this time, Li Chuan took out the artifact of the Elder Scrolls world, the Bow of Oriel, and shot a blood-cursed arrow at the Great Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow, suppressed by Yang Jian, had no time to dodge, and was hit by Li Chuan's arrow. What's going on? The Great Golden Crow, who was hit by the blood-cursed arrow, was immediately covered by a blood-colored energy, and the sun god fire in his body also dimmed. His cultivation level actually dropped from the peak of the Golden Immortal to the middle stage of the Golden Immortal. Blood-cursed arrow can suppress the power of the entire sun for a day, so suppressing the Great Golden Crow is not a big problem. Although it is a different world, the effect is not so good, and it may not be suppressed for too long. But it doesn't matter, he has plenty of blood-cursed arrows. Suddenly, from the peak of the Golden Immortal to the middle stage of the Golden Immortal, the Great Golden Crow is no match for Yang Jian. After a few rounds, Yang Jian pierced his chest with a knife, and his soul flew away, and he died tragically on the spot. Li Chuan took the opportunity to collect the body of the three-legged Golden Crow that the Great Golden Crow turned into after his death into the Tsukuyami world. There are 10 Golden Crows in heaven, all of whom are sons of the Jade Emperor, but these 10 Golden Crows are not 10 sons. The descendants of the Great Witch Wulai shot down 9 sons, leaving 1 son in the sky. The 10 Golden Crows are just born with the ability to use their divine power to pull the sun to rise and set on time in the prehistoric land. This is why Chang'e stopped Yang Jian from killing the little Golden Crow after he killed the 9 Great Golden Crows, because once the little Golden Crow died, no one would be able to pull the sun up and down, and there would be no alternation between night and day on Earth, and all things would die. However, although this 3-legged Golden Crow is not the sun, it has the same energy properties as the sun. If a few more are collected and refined into the eternal fire of the Tsukuyami world, the eternal fire may be evolved into a real sun. Anyway, 9 of the 10 Golden Crows died, which was as it should be. In the words of this world, it was their death. And Li Chuan did not want to change this death for his own benefit. Once the big Golden Crow died, the speed of the heavenly soldiers and generals' defeat was obviously accelerated. Li Chuan was not in a hurry to deal with them immediately, but continued fishing. On the other side, in the Queen Mother's palace, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother also received the battle situation in the second heaven. What did you say? Yang Jian killed the Great Golden Crow, and the 50,000 heavenly soldiers and generals can't hold on. Hearing the battle situation reported by the heavenly soldiers from the second heaven, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother stood up from their seats in shock. Your Majesty, Yang Jian's cultivation has reached the peak of the Golden Immortal, and he has a very powerful weapon. Even the prince can't do anything to him. There is also a casual cultivator behind him who shot an arrow at the prince with an evil weapon, causing the prince's cultivation to drop sharply, so Yang Jian succeeded. The heavenly soldier told the whole story. Hurry up and tell the other few Great Golden Crows to take the remaining heavenly soldiers and generals to avenge the Great Golden Crow. The Jade Emperor's fingers trembled with anger. How could he not feel heartbroken that he had gotten close to his own son, the most obedient one, because of his carelessness? Send the 9 Great Golden Crows over together, and set up the Golden Crow formation, and then send the Marshal Tianpeng to lead 80,000 naval forces to support, and Zhuanlian to go with them. The Queen Mother quickly opened her mouth to modify the Jade Emperor's order. Your Majesty, the only ones who have taken action now are Yang Jian and a foreign cultivator. Yang Jiao, Yang Chan and another cultivator have not taken action yet. They dared to attack the heavenly palace. They must have planned it in advance. We can't be careless anymore. Obviously, Compared with the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother is much more cautious. Okay, let's do as the Queen Mother said. Go and pass the order. The Jade Emperor thought about it, and agreed to what the Queen Mother said. Fourth Heaven. Golden Crow Formation. As soon as he entered the fourth heaven, a terrifying heat wave rushed towards him, and the remaining 20,000 shadow clones of Li Chuan all turned into green smoke and disappeared. It seems that not all the people in heaven are useless. Li Chuan looked at the 9 golden crows in front of him who were launching the Golden Crow Formation, and the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers led by Marshal Tianpeng and General Zhuanlian behind him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The Golden Crow Formation launched by the 10 golden crows together could burn Yao Ji to death. Now that one of them is missing, its power has decreased a lot, but it should not be underestimated. His shadow clones were all destroyed in just a moment. Of course, the main reason is that the defense of the shadow clone is weak, and it is most afraid of this kind of large-scale magic attack with no blind spots. Shoot! Seeing Li Chuan and the other 5 appear, Tianpeng immediately commanded hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers to shoot arrows at the same time, and countless dense magic arrows shot towards Li Chuan and the other 5. Yang Chan. Li Chuan looked at Yang Chan, who immediately took out the precious lotus lantern and urged it to emit green light to protect the 5 people. The precious lotus lantern is an innate spiritual treasure with boundless magic power, especially good at defense and rescue. With Yang Chan's early golden immortal cultivation, even the Golden Crow Formation and countless magic arrows could not hurt them at all. Break the Golden Crow Formation first, then the heavenly soldiers. At Li Chuan's command, the 5 people rushed straight into the Golden Crow Formation under the protection of the precious lotus lantern. With the large-scale damage of the Golden Crow Formation, he could not release his shadow clone, and would continue to be burned by the sun god fire. So in order to break the current passive situation, he had to break the Golden Crow Formation first. Chapter 592. Follow me to stop them. Tianpeng raised his 9-toothed rake and Wan Lian, who was holding a crescent shovel, and each led 80,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to surround Li Chuan and his 5 companions from both sides. Together with the 9 golden crows, the Golden Crow Formation formed a 3-sided encirclement. Yang Jian and Neza will break the Golden Crow Formation. Yang Chan will hold the treasure lotus lantern to stop Wan Lian and the 80,000 heavenly soldiers. Yang Jiao will stop the other 80,000 heavenly soldiers behind Tianpeng, and I will stop Tianpeng. Throwing the bow of Oriole and a large number of bloody sun arrows to Yang Jian, Li Chuan quickly formulated a countermeasure. Yang Jian is at the peak of the golden immortal realm. With the blood sun arrow that can restrain the golden crow and Neza, the lotus body of the Tai golden immortal, it is only a matter of time before he breaks the Golden Crow Formation. Yang Chan, at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, has the precious lotus lantern in his hand, so it is not difficult for him to block the curtain and 80,000 heavenly soldiers at the middle stage of the golden immortal realm. Yang Jiao, at the middle stage of the golden immortal realm, holds the thunder axe, so it is not a big problem for him to block 80,000 heavenly soldiers alone. Finally, there is Tianpeng, who holds the 9-toothed rake, and is at the peak of the golden immortal realm. As the commander of the Galaxy Marines in the Heavenly Court, his strength is definitely not bad when he is serious. And because Li Chuan cannot use his strongest body, microcosm and Tsukuyomi world, which may be used in the next battle of the gods, it is not easy to defeat Tianpeng. But it doesn't matter, he knows Tianpeng's weakness. Take this blow. Through the information sent by the heavenly soldiers before, Tianpeng knew that Li Chuan could transform into many unorthodox cultivators of the conferred gods, and was very good at various unorthodox magic, so he directly launched the most ferocious close combat after confronting him. Li Chuan did not dodge when he saw this, and directly threw out the magic weapon he had prepared long ago. 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin Banner. A cloud of black smoke immediately enveloped Tianpeng, causing him to stop in his tracks. Then 9 beautiful women appeared around him, and surrounded him. Marshal, come and play. The 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin Banner was a magic weapon that Li Chuan had seized from the Xianin sect in the Shushan world. It was mainly used to trap people and attack with mental charm. He had rarely used it. But considering that the battle in heaven might be against Tianpeng, he took the time to refine it a second time. In order to increase the power, he also integrated the Great Shumi Xianin Cauldron of the same origin into it, greatly enhancing the charm of the 9 ghosts inside. Even so, the power of this magic weapon is just average. It is definitely not useful against some serious people such as the Great Golden Crow, but it is different against Marshal Tianpeng. Even if it cannot be trapped for a long time, it is still possible to trap them for a short time. Sure enough, The originally cautious Marshal Tianpeng immediately relaxed his vigilance after seeing the 9 beautiful ghosts and temporarily fell into it. After trapping Tianpeng, Li Chuan was not idle. He immediately put his hands together, and huge purple thunders took turns to strike the Golden Crow formation, helping Yang Jian and Neza to break the formation at the fastest speed. Boom boom boom! Li Chuan's bombardment became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Golden Crow formation was broken, and the 9 Golden Crows vomited blood and were thrown away. Kill them, and weaken the power of the Heavenly Court. Hearing Li Chuan's order, Yang Jian and Neza began to chase and kill the 9 seriously injured Golden Crows. At the same time, Tianpeng finally suppressed his lust with his cultivation, and forcibly broke the 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin formation with the 9-toothed rake. Don't panic, my lords, I'm here to help you. Seeing that the 9 lords were being hunted, Tianpeng sent a message through his divine consciousness, ordered all the heavenly soldiers to gather and rescue the 9 Golden Crows first. And Li Chuan would naturally not let them do as they wished. Multiple shadow clone technique. This time, Li Chuan directly created 100,000 shadow clones. Without the influence of the Golden Crow formation, his shadow clones could exert their full power. Among them, 80,000 used various large-scale escape techniques and magic to intercept the heavenly soldiers who wanted to rescue the 9 Golden Crows, and 20,000 directly blocked the front of Marshal Tianpeng. As for General Zhuanlian, he had been trapped by Yang Chan with the precious Lotus Lantern. Just some clones want to stop me. Tianpeng raised his mana to the limit and prepared to use his greatest strength to fight his way out to rescue the 9 Golden Crows. However, just as he raised the rake, the 20,000 shadow clones performed the transformation technique at the same time. Immortal technique, super harem technique. In an instant, Tianpeng fell again. Seal. 20,000 shadow clones took the opportunity to approach Tianpeng one by one and used various sealing techniques on him. Li Chuan, with Yang Jiao, also joined the action of besieging and killing the 9 Golden Crows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He collected the bodies of 8 3-legged Golden Crows in succession, and then he stopped Yang Jian and the other 2 who were a little bloodthirsty. Okay, leave this smallest one. The 3 realms still rely on him to maintain light. After letting little Golden Crow go, Li Chuan looked at Zhuanlian and Tianpeng, who were captured by Yang Chan and the shadow clones, and said, "Don't try to resist, otherwise your fate will be the same as those Golden Crows. Be a captive, and we will let you go safely after everything is over." Tianpeng and Zhuanlian, the future Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung of the journey to the west, can't be killed, otherwise they will have a cause and effect with Buddhism. Tianpeng and Zhuanlian looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Pressing Tianpeng and Zhuanlian, the 5 people and the shadow clones defeated the heavenly soldiers all the way and soon broke through the 4th heaven, followed by the 5th heaven, the 6th heaven, the 7th heaven, the 8th heaven, and the 9th heaven, and then they slowed down a little. Because the Queen Mother's peach garden was planted in the 9 heavens. Let Yang Jian and the other 4 continue to push forward. Li Chuan flew to the peach garden and quickly picked all the ripe big peaches and put them into his bag. As for those that were not yet ripe, he did not move them. After all, thousands of years later, his junior brother Sun Wukong would come to grab them again, so he had to leave some for him. After getting the peaches, the advancement speed immediately increased. The elixir of the Tushita Palace in the 33 heavens had not been obtained yet. Taishang Lao Jun was an incarnation of the Tai Ching Dao Tianzuan of the human teaching, and was also the senior brother of his master Yuanshi Tianzuan. Except for the 3 pure ones, Hong Jun and other saints, no one else knew about this, including the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. They just regarded Taishang Lao Jun as a subordinate who was very good at making elixirs. So it was normal for Li Chuan to rob the elixir from the Tushita Palace. He was innocent if he didn't know. With Yuanshi Tianzuan's support, Tai Ching Dao Tianzuan would not bother with him. After all, those elixirs were basically useless to Tai Ching Dao Tianzuan, who was already a saint. He made them just for fun to save face for the heavenly court. Later, Sun Wukong and Chen Xiang both swept Taishang Lao Jun's elixir, but nothing happened. Moreover, he didn't use the peaches and elixir for himself alone. He would also share them with Neza, Yang Jian and his 3 siblings, which would improve the strength of the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect as a whole. It was also a preparation for the later conferred gods, which was a matter of following the trend, not going against the will of heaven. Chapter 593. How could this happen? How could a mere half-human half-god monster have such strength? Hearing that all his 8 sons were killed, Tianpeng and Zhuanlian were captured alive, and only Xiao Jimu escaped, and the enemy was still advancing from one heaven to another, it might not take long for them to reach the 36th heaven. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were dumbfounded. They had never expected this result. After being sad, angry, and cursing, the Jade Emperor looked at the gods, who had gathered below, and asked, "Do the gods have a good plan to repel the enemy?" Taishang Lao Jun Yu Lao, Chang'e, the 7 fairies and other gods looked at each other, and shook their heads. They were not good at fighting. Even the 10 golden crows and Marshal Tianpeng, the heavenly soldiers and generals, could not stop them. They would die if they went. Among them, Taishang Lao Jun, as the incarnation of the Lord of Morality, could easily break this situation, but how could he offend Yuanshi Tianzuan? It was just right for the Jade Emperor to feel the shortage of masters in the heaven. In this way, when the conferred god battle begins, the Jade Emperor will fully support it. Your Majesty, I think we should release the eldest princess. 9 of the 10 golden crows have already fallen. If we release the eldest princess to persuade them, the 3 young brothers and sisters will surely not continue to attack the heavenly palace for revenge for their father's murder. As long as the 3 young brothers and sisters give up, the 2 casual cultivators will certainly not attack the heavenly palace again. In this way, the siege of the heavenly palace can be lifted. At this time, Chang'e tentatively made a suggestion. She and the eldest princess Yao Ji are good friends, so naturally she hopes that Yao Ji can regain her freedom. Your Majesty, if it really doesn't work, we can give Chang'e a try. Although the Queen Mother didn't want to release Yao Ji, the heavenly palace was about to be breached, and her life and the Jade Emperor's life were in danger. Between life and face, she chose life. No, if we do this, wouldn't it be like the heavenly palace begging for surrender to those 3 evildoers? Where is the face of the heavenly palace? Where is my face? I will never agree. The Jade Emperor slammed the table and directly rejected this proposal. Your Majesty, the most urgent thing now is to repel the enemy first. After the retreat, it won't be too late to find a way to save face. The Queen Mother persuaded him. The Jade Emperor was obviously unwilling to do so. He thought for a moment and ordered, open the sluice gate of the Tianhe River, release the Tianhe weak water, and drown them for me. The Tianhe weak water has the characteristics that feathers cannot float and birds cannot fly. Except for the Dragon Clan, no one has ever heard of anyone who can survive in it. Your Majesty, please think twice. Once the Tianhe weak water falls into the human world, 1 drop will become 10,000 drops, which will bring great disaster to the mortal world. Chang'e immediately persuaded in fear after hearing this. All the gods present followed Chang'e's advice. Even the Queen Mother found it difficult to accept the Jade Emperor's decision, because she also felt that it was inappropriate. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor didn't care about any disasters in the mortal world. Releasing the weak water of the heavenly river may cause disasters to the lower world, but that is also to maintain the majesty of the heavenly court. It is not me who should bear the blame for this disaster, but those evildoers who attack the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor is the master of the 3 realms. Once he makes a decision, no one in the heavenly court can oppose it. So the final result remained unchanged. The Jade Emperor still sent people to open the gate of the heavenly river, releasing the rolling weak water to flood Li Chuan and his 5 companions, who had already rushed to the 20th heaven. The uneasy Queen Mother thought about it, and immediately summoned Chang'e and ordered, "Chang'e, you quickly go to the great Emperor Tai Chi in the west, tell him about this, and borrow his 5 extreme war gods to come over just in case." The 5th level war gods are also golden immortals. If the weak water is useless at that time, they can temporarily block it so that she and the Jade Emperor can evacuate safely. The 22nd heaven of heaven was Zhejiang Yitian. Hey, big brother, why did the heavenly soldiers retreat without resistance? The heavenly soldiers and generals, who had been fighting desperately, seemed to have received some orders and stopped resisting. Instead, they evacuated the 22nd heaven at the fastest speed. This also made Yang Jian smell the smell of conspiracy. Li Chuan smiled and said, "I guess the old Jade Emperor has no other choice, and wants to drown us with the weak water of the Tianhe River." The weak water of the Tianhe River is indeed powerful, but it depends on who it is used against. It is a threat to the Golden Immortal and below, but it is basically difficult to have any effect on those above the Golden Immortal. Besides, they have the Lotus Lantern, which is the best at defeating Tinshui. However, Tianhe Ruoshui is also a good thing. It is a spiritual object born after the creation of the world. If it is introduced to the Tsukuyomi world for nourishment, it can also enhance the foundation of the Tsukuyomi world. Since the Jade Emperor has given me a treasure, I won't be polite. Looking at the surging Tianhe Ruoshui in front, Li Chuan asked Yang Jian and others to help Yao Ji block it with the Lotus Lantern, And then he stepped forward to negotiate. Is Ruoshui here? Get out of the way. Don't stop me from going down to the world, otherwise you will all die. A beautiful woman condensed in Ruoshui and shouted at Li Chuan. But Li Chuan didn't care. Ruoshui, I know you have been in the lifeless Tianhe for tens of thousands of years, and want to go to the lower world to find freedom. But you should know that you will inevitably bring disaster to the lower world after you go to the lower world, and you will be caught up and locked up in Tianhe at that time. So what? Anyway, I want to go to the lower world to experience love and live freely. The love-brained Ruoshui roared loudly. Li Chuan waved his hand and used a formation to cover the area. Ruoshui, I have a suggestion. If you are willing, you can come to the world I created. I will open a place for you. You can transform into a human form at will to communicate with the creatures there, and you can experience any emotion you want. But you have to use your magical powers to help me strengthen the water law of the world and perfect my world. How do I know whether the world you created is true or false? Ruoshui hesitated when she heard this. Li Chuan glanced at Yang Chan and the other three, who immediately understood and increased the mana they put into the lotus lantern, pushing Ruoshui directly from the 22nd to the 23rd heaven. Look, if I want, I can send you back to Tianhe. There's no need to lie to you. Li Chuan waved his hand again to isolate the area. After Ruoshui felt the restraint of the lotus lantern on her, she also understood that what Li Chuan said was true, and finally nodded. Okay, I hope you don't lie to me. Then come in. When the 9 Magatama yin-yang kaleidoscope on Li Chuan's brow opened, the surging weak water of the heavenly river immediately seemed to have found an outlet, and all poured into the Tsukuyami world. Okay, keep going. After putting away the weak water, he felt that the origin of his Tsukuyami world had been improved again, and his realm had reached the critical point of breaking through to the Daoyuo Jingxian. He led the 4 people, and quickly rushed towards the Tishita Palace of the 33rd heaven. Chapter 594. How many heavens have those evildoers reached? In the Yaoqi Palace, the Jade Emperor asked the heavenly soldiers, who rushed in nervously. The heavenly soldier, who was responsible for reporting the news, knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, they have already reached the 33rd heaven. I didn't expect that even the weak water was taken by them. Go back and report again. The Jade Emperor gritted his teeth and ordered the heavenly soldier. The Queen Mother beside him patted the Jade Emperor on the back when she saw this. Your Majesty, there are only 3 more heavens to go here. Looking at the current situation, even if there are the 5 extreme war gods and the remaining 40,000 heavenly soldiers guarding here, it is estimated that they can't stop it. How about we leave the heavenly palace first and wait for Xianmen to finish his retreat, and then ask them to help deal with these evildoers? If the Jade Emperor doesn't leave, they can't leave either, otherwise it would be a betrayal of the heavenly palace. But how can the Jade Emperor leave at this time? Even if he really dies here, he must not be forced to leave the heavenly palace, even if he leaves the Yaoqi Palace. Otherwise, he would not have to be the Jade Emperor anymore. I will never leave. I don't believe they dare to kill me. The Jade Emperor's resolute attitude gave the Queen Mother and the gods a headache. At this moment, a heavenly soldier suddenly ran in. Your Majesty, Li Qing, the master of Jinxia Cave and Yuqian Mountain, wants to see you. Li Qing, the disciple of the master of Yuding, please come in quickly. Before the Jade Emperor spoke, the Queen Mother's eyes lit up and ordered. Your Majesty, Li Qing beat the great golden crow without any chance to fight back, and his strength is extraordinary. If he is willing to rescue the heavenly court at this time, then he may really have a chance to stop the 5 people by joining forces with the 5 extreme war gods. Please come in quickly. Please come in quickly. The Jade Emperor was also refreshed upon hearing this. I am Li Qing, a disciple of Yu Dingzhenren under Yuanshi Tianzuan. I greet the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and all the immortals. Li Chuan, wearing a Bagua Taoist robe, walked into the hall slowly and greeted the Jade Emperor and others one by one. He was very polite. The elixir of the 33 heavens has been obtained. The shadow clone is left there to play the role of the sun-destroying demon lord. Li Chuan's main body has restored the appearance of Li Qing and came to the Yaoqi Hall first. No need to be polite. The attitudes of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were more than 10 times better than before. Li Qing didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. I wanted to visit my friends in the Heavenly Palace today, but I didn't expect that after passing through the South Heavenly Gate, I saw the corpses of heavenly soldiers all the way. It was not until I reached the 33rd floor that I found out that it was done by several acquaintances. I went forward to ask in detail and found out the reason. So I persuaded them to stay and came here to meet His Majesty and the Queen to see if we can make peace and avoid a disaster in the 3 realms. Do you know the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family? The Jade Emperor asked with his eyes wide open. Li Chuan shook his head. Of course I don't know them, but I do know the eldest of the 5 sworn brothers, the sun-destroying demon lord, and the 5th, the sea-covering demon lord. We have some friendship. Li Qing, you helped the heavenly court and the level 5 god of war to destroy those 5 evildoers. Afterwards, I will let his majesty reward you heavily. How about that? At this time, the Queen Mother spoke. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. Yes, Li Qing, as long as you can resolve the crisis of the heavenly court this time, you can ask for anything afterwards. As long as it does not violate the heavenly law, I can agree to it. I'm afraid I can't agree. It's not that I care about our past friendship, but your majesty, and your majesty don't know that the sun-destroying demon king is a left-handed cultivator from ancient times, and his cultivation has reached the peak of Tide Golden Immortal. Even if I fight him alone, I can't subdue him. And the 3 brothers of the Yang family are all golden immortals, and they also have the innate spiritual baby lotus lamp, which is extremely powerful. The last one, the sea-covering demon king, is also a spirit cultivated from an ancient lotus, and his cultivation is also Tide Golden Immortal. Although the 5th level war god is powerful, he has not reached the level of Tide Golden Immortal. If they really fight, I'm afraid there will be only one result. Li Chuan shook his head, and began to analyze the situation to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. After listening to Li Chuan's analysis, the faces of all the gods present became solemn, including the 5 extremes war gods, who were transferred from the Western Tai Chi Emperor. If it is really as Li Qing said, then I am afraid we are indeed no match. The leader of the 5 extremes war gods, the Sky War God, also stood up at this time. After all, they are not the direct subordinates of the Jade Emperor, but are seconded to help. If this is impossible, there is no need to give up the lives of their brothers. Seeing this, the Queen Mother hurriedly asked Li Qing, since you have a friendship with the sun-destroying demon lord, what do they want in order to retreat? They asked the Jade Emperor to release the eldest princess, apologize publicly to the 3 realms, and revise the heavenly rules to no longer prevent human immortal love. Li Qing replied. The Jade Emperor immediately slammed the table, and stood up. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, it is simply treason. Your Majesty, calm down, calm down. The Queen Mother quickly stood up and persuaded for a while. After calming down the Jade Emperor, she asked Li Qing, is this really the only way to stop? That's what they proposed at the time, but I knew it was inappropriate, and after some persuasion, they agreed to make concessions. I came here to ask what your Majesty's bottom line is, so that I can go and negotiate. Li Chuan knew that the condition just now was impossible to achieve, even if the Jade Emperor was killed. It was just a lion's mouth. Only in this way can the Jade Emperor make more concessions, so that the following negotiations can continue. At most, after they retreat, I will no longer pursue their crimes of attacking the heavenly court, and I will no longer arrest them. The Jade Emperor thought for a long time, and gave his bottom line. Li Chuan shook his head. Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate. Their purpose of attacking the heavenly court is to save the eldest princess. If your Majesty only wants this, I am afraid they will never agree. If Yao Ji is released, where is the majesty of the heavenly court? Where is my majesty? The Jade Emperor slammed the table, and said angrily. Li Chuan pretended to think for a moment, and then said, Your Majesty, if this is the case, it is better to do this. I will go and talk to them, let them stop attacking the heavenly court, and publicly apologize to your Majesty. Then I will go to the princess again, and ask her to admit that it was the mortal Yang Tianyu who seduced her, and to confess her sins, and reflect on her actions, never go to heaven, and face the wall at Guanjianku. In this way, they can be reunited as mother and son, and the majesty of heaven and your majesty will not be damaged. The peaches and elixir are already in hand, and as long as the Jade Emperor takes back the heavenly rules, everything will be fine. As for apologies and confessions, Yang Tianyu has been rescued by him anyway, and it's no big deal to say a few words. It's also a way for the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to save their lives. Are they really willing? The Jade Emperor was still hesitating, and the Queen Mother's eyes had already lit up. As long as Yao Ji never went to heaven, her rights would not be taken back, and she was willing to accept this condition. Chapter 595. Given my friendship with the sun-destroying demon lord and the sea-covering demon lord, if I sacrifice my reputation, there should be some hope, but this is already the limit. If not, I have no other choice. Li Chuan nodded. This means that this is the last condition. If you don't agree, he won't care. You can wait for death here. In fact, Even if the Jade Emperor doesn't agree, they can't do anything. It's impossible for them to really fight to Yaoqi to kill the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor is still standing there watching. It's just a scare. As soon as Li Chuan said this, the Queen Mother immediately persuaded the Jade Emperor from all angles, and other gods followed suit. Finally, the Jade Emperor finally couldn't hold on and nodded. Then do as you say. Yes, your majesty. Li Chuan's expression remained unchanged, and then he left the Yaoqi Hall. Not long after, several voices came from the 33 heavens to the Yaoqi Hall. My nephew and niece were eager to save their mother, and they boldly broke into the heavenly palace, which was disgraceful and inappropriate. I would like to express my deepest apologies to my uncle. We will leave the heavenly palace immediately. I hope my uncle will be magnanimous and not hold us youngsters accountable. Your Majesty, they have agreed to the conditions and have left the south heavenly gate. As the voices of Yang Jian and the other two came, Li Chuan came to Yaoqi again. The Jade Emperor waved his hand upon hearing this, and used his magical powers to remove the heavenly rules that bound Yaoqi in the lower world. Thank you, Li Qing, for your help this time. I will remember this favor. Li Qing, how did you convince them to agree to the conditions? At this time, the Queen Mother suddenly interrupted and asked a question. She always felt that Yang Jian and the others agreed too readily, as if something was wrong. Li Chuan sighed. Your Majesty, you don't know? With my friendship with the two demon kings Miari and Fu Hai, it is naturally no problem to make them stop. But it is not easy to deal with the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family. In the end, I could only promise that if they agreed to the conditions, I would help them introduce Master Yu Dingzhenren to teach them the authentic Xianmen Taoism. But when Master comes out of retreat, he will know that I acted on my own and will definitely punish me. I hope that the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother can testify. I had to do this for the safety of the three realms. Of course, you did this for the sake of heaven and the three realms. I believe that Jade Dingzhenren will also understand you. This is good. With the restraint of Jade Dingzhenren, the three evildoers dare not come to heaven to cause trouble again. The Jade Emperor nodded when he heard this. He did not notice anything wrong, but thought it was a good thing. There are no masters in the heavenly court now. If Yang Jian and his two men rebel again one day, they will still be unable to resist, and the dignity of the heavenly court will be damaged. It will be just as uncomfortable for him to ask Yuan Shi Tianzuan for help. But if the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family become disciples of Yu Dingzhenren, they will be disciples of the Chan sect. If they want to attack the heavenly court again, it will be a war between the Chan sect and the heavenly court. He doesn't need to take action, and the masters of the Chan sect will deal with the three brothers and sisters of the Yang family first. Only the Queen Mother showed a suspicious look on her face, as if she noticed something wrong, but she didn't say much at this moment. After receiving various promises from the Jade Emperor, Li Chuan also said goodbye and left the heavenly palace. Next, before the battle of the gods begins, he will have to retreat well and work hard to digest the peaches and elixirs to improve his strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In the retreat room of Jinxia Cave in Yuchuan Mountain, a huge voice awakened Li Chuan from his retreat. The decree of Yuan Shi Tianzuan has arrived. The master has been in retreat for 7 years, and has come out today. He has issued a decree. In today's world, King Zhou of Shang is unrighteous and harms the people. King Tang's luck is run out. The Holy Lord of the Western Zhou dynasty has emerged. I have ordered Jiang Zia to go down the mountain with the conferred god list. The disciples of the three realms Xianmen will set off on this day and rush to Jiang Zia's command to jointly assist the Western Zhou dynasty in defeating King Zhou of Shang. The conferred gods have begun. Fortunately, I have also made a breakthrough. Li Chuan pushed the door and walked out of the retreat room. In fact, as early as a year ago, he had made a breakthrough to the golden immortal of Daluo by taking the peaches and elixirs. This year, he worked hard to digest the mana brought by the peaches and elixirs, and has reached the middle stage of the golden immortal of Daluo. Like Li Chuan, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan also walked out of the retreat room. With the help of peaches and elixirs, they also made great breakthroughs in their cultivation. Yang Jiao reached the peak of the golden immortal, Yang Jian reached the middle stage of the Tai golden immortal, and Yang Chan reached the peak of the golden immortal. Ha ha, not bad, great progress. When Jade Dingzhenren saw the 4 disciples coming out of retreat, he also showed a big smile on his face. After the sudden enlightenment in the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, he directly broke through to the Tai golden immortal. At this time, seeing the great improvement of the cultivation of each disciple, even Li Chuan has reached the Daluo golden immortal, which is rare even among the second-generation disciples of Xianmen, How can he not be happy? Master, what does this master's decree mean? Although he knew everything, Li Chuan still asked Jade Dingzhenren, which was also considered to be clearing up the doubts of Yang Jian and the other two. Jade Dingzhenren shook the bagua fan and explained, Brother Tai told me about this in advance. In fact, it all started 7 years ago. 7 years ago, King Zhou went to Niwa Palace to pay homage. Seeing the beauty of Niwa's statue, he wrote a poem to blaspheme. Niwa was angry at Zhou's rudeness and knew that Cheng Tang's fate had ended, so she discussed the matter of conferring gods with the master and others. Therefore, the Xianmen disciples' retreat this time is not only for retreat and cultivation, but also for refining the artifact that can be deified. I see. After hearing the explanation of Jade Dingzhenren, Yang Jian and his 3 siblings finally figured out what was going on. You guys should get ready and go to Shiqi to find Jiang Zia. He is probably the prime minister of Shiqi now. You should follow his instructions and show your face to your master. Master Yu Ding was very proud. This time, most of the disciples of Xianmen will be present in the conferred god battle, just in time for everyone to see how powerful Master Yu Ding is in teaching his disciples. Yes, Master. Li Chuan and Yang Jian's 3 siblings bowed together, and then left Yuchuan Mountain. Let's go find Neza first. The 4 did not rush to Shiqi immediately, but flew to the Jingguan cave of Qianyuan Mountain first. Neza was also given a lot of peaches and golden elixirs at the beginning, and he also closed himself off for 2 years under the supervision of Tai Zhenren. Just before they arrived at Qianyuan Mountain and went down, they saw a handsome young man holding a fire spear, wearing a Hun Tian Ling and stepping on a wind and fire wheel, flying out of the Jingguan cave. It was Neza. Neza also saw Li Chuan and the other 4, and immediately flew over happily. Yes, you are in the middle stage of Tai Jingxian. It seems that you have not slacked off in the past 2 years. Li Chuan scanned with his spiritual sense and saw clearly Neza's cultivation. Of course, Master is keeping a close eye on me. He basically didn't let me go back to Shentangwen in the past 2 years. Neza raised his chin proudly. Li Chuan smiled and nodded. Let's go! I heard that King Zhou of Shang has sent Master Wen to lead a large army to attack Shiqi. Let's go to help Master Jiang Zia and have a good meeting, grab a fight, all masters. Chapter 596. 15 years later, in the newly renovated Lingxiao Palace in the Heavenly Palace. The Jade Emperor looked at the 365 gods below and couldn't help laughing. Li Jing, Neza, the 4 heavenly kings, the 28 constellations, the 9 stars, the 12 Yuanshan, the 5 directions Jie, the 4 guardians, the 24 generals of the Thunder Department, the 36 celestial stars, the 42 earthly evil stars. Ha ha. My heavenly palace is now full of talents. After laughing, he looked at the Queen Mother, who was also smiling beside him, and said loudly again, From now on, I, the Queen, and the 3 realms will rely on you. All the gods in heaven immediately bowed to show their loyalty, and said, Long live our Emperor, long live our Emperor, long live our Emperor. Alas, it's a pity that Li Qing is unwilling to serve as an official in heaven, otherwise my heaven would no longer be fearless. Finally, the Jade Emperor sighed with some regret. When the gods below heard Li Qing's name, they couldn't help but tremble twice. Most of them died at the hands of Li Qing, and then they were listed on the list of gods, and had to be immortals in heaven. It's not a pity that Guy is not so easy to control. The Queen Mother on the side thought to herself. After so long, she has already reacted. It is very likely that Li Qing was behind the attack on the Heavenly Palace by the 3 brothers and sisters of Yang Jian. But she has no evidence, so she can't say it. The main reason is that there is no conflict between the 2 sides now. She doesn't need to offend such a powerful and well-connected disciple of the Chan sect, and he has a wide range of friends. But she doesn't want such a person to enter the Heavenly Palace. Because people like Li Qing are not like brainless children like Neza. They are not easy to control at all, and they will be calculated if they are not handled well. At this time, Li Chuan, who was being discussed by the Heavenly Court, was in seclusion in Jinxia Cave again. I finally tried my best to get these spiritual treasures. Looking at the spiritual treasures in front of him, Li Chuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Kaikian Pearl, the Pity Pearl, and the Hunyuan Pearl of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. The Xingtian Seal, the Plague Bell, the Dingxing Plague, the Juwen Sword, and the Plague Umbrella of the Plague God Lu Yu. Luo Xian's Fian Sword, the 5 Dragon Wheel, the Wanli Yunyan, the Zhaotian Seal, and the Wanya Pot. Yu Yuan's Huaxue Divine Knife, the Ri Qingquan Bag and the Jingguan File. Huangxian's Hunyuan Hammer, and Jinxian's golden hoop. Galing Xingmu's sun and moon pearl and Jinling Xingmu's four elephants tower, dragon and tiger Rui. And the most important magic weapon Zhao Gongming's 24 Dinghai pearls. Whenever there is a fight, Li Chuan must be the first to take the lead, because he knows the characteristics of various magic weapons of Jiejiao. So he also relies on his various abilities to break and kill the opponent and seize the magic weapon. In terms of cultivation, he is in the first echelon below the absolute saint of Daluo Jingxian, and in terms of physical body, few can match him. Although his magic weapons are not the strongest, they also bring together artifacts from various worlds and various high-tech products, which is barely acceptable. As for magic skills, there are too many, including ninjutsu, magic, Taoism, dragon wars and microcosm moves from various worlds, etc. Basically he can deal with anything. The most important thing is that he still has the trump card of the moon reading world. So except for the battle with Zhao Gongming, which was a bit difficult, the rest was actually fine. Since he fought hard to get the spoils, the other uncles were naturally embarrassed to take them, and they were all taken by him. Evolution of the heavens. In the microcosm, Li Chuan dispersed the 24 Dinghai pearls to all directions of the Tsukuyami world, and then mobilized the endless mana in his body to activate the laws of the Tsukuyami world. Using the previously sealed souls of the Sea King, Pluto, and the twin gods, and the embryos of the heavenly gods with the power of creation as fuel, the Tsukuyami world as a furnace, and the mana as a bridge. He began to refine all the spiritual treasures, extract the laws from them, and disperse them into the 24 Dinghai pearls. Finally, he used the method of evolving the world obtained from Yuanshi Tianzuan to gradually evolve the 24 Dinghai Shinju to the 24 heavens. Because of Li Chuan's contribution and achievements in the Conferred Gods War, Yuanshi Tianzuan specially summoned him alone afterwards and gave him a lecture, which was regarded as an extra reward from the master. That is, after listening to the lecture of the Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan, he completely understood the method of becoming a saint through the evolution of the heavens. If he had only some ideas before, and had to slowly explore how to operate them, now he has completely understood all the steps. Just like the entire universe in the Elder Scrolls was evolved by a great man in his head, Li Chuan had to evolve worlds in the microcosm of his body. With the Tsukuyami world as the center, the 24 evolving Dinghai pearls scattered around are connected. When each Dinghai pearl evolves into a world as complete as the Tsukuyami world, he will become a saint. After the Taoist master Ran Ding got the 24 Dinghai pearls, he also took this path. However, he did not have enough reference objects, and the 24 heavens he evolved were only 24 incomplete worlds, unable to give birth to life and enter reincarnation, forming a complete world system. So in the end, he could only become a quasi-saint. But Li Chuan is different. He has already constructed a complete Tsukuyami world. As long as the 24 gods evolve successfully, and then copy the main world Tsukuyami world, a real system can be formed. All worlds will give birth to life, and after death, they can enter the hell created by the soul stone tomb and start reincarnation. After being promoted to a saint, continue to evolve more worlds. After evolving 1,000 worlds, you can be promoted to the world of the universe. That is the real saint of the heaven, not inferior to the existence of Hongjun Patriarch. As the souls of the Sea King, Hades, and the twin gods gradually dissipated with screams, the 24 Dinghai pearls also expanded rapidly, and began to evolve into one world after another. Li Chuan's cultivation was also fed back by the origin of the world, and it soared up like a rocket. Originally, when he reached the realm of Daluo Jingxian, it would take 10,000 years to improve further, and it might not be possible. But in such a short period of time, he had risen from the middle stage of Daluo Jingxian to the late stage, and from the late stage to the peak, and even broke through directly to the quasi-sage when the 24 heavens were formed. Then came the early, middle, and late stages of quasi-sainthood. Then, just as Li Chuan was holding his breath and planning to completely evolve the 24 heavens into life, the entire evolution suddenly came to a halt, and his cultivation also stopped at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Is it exhausted? It turned out that the Sea Emperor, Hades Emperor, twin gods, and the heavenly god group, as well as the spiritual treasures snatched in the Conferred God War were all consumed. In fact, even if it was not consumed, it is estimated that it would not be possible to advance to sainthood. Sainthood is not so easy to advance. To advance to sainthood, you need a stronger opportunity. Time flies so fast, the time of my small world is almost exhausted. It felt like the evolution of the heavens was just a moment for him, but in fact, more than 10 years had passed. Chapter 597. Returning to the main world, Li Chuan immediately felt a force as strong as that of a golden immortal, crossing space and traveling towards the earth. Soon, a huge figure appeared outside the Earth. It was the supreme god Alizum, who rushed to Earth after sensing the disappearance of the embryo of the god group, Tiamat. He stretched out his hand, and the 10 Eternals on Earth appeared in his palm. Ajak, I sensed that Tiamat disappeared from the Earth. What happened? He asked Ajak, the leader of the 10 Eternals sent to Earth that year. The way the Celestials were born was to plant the celestial seeds on a planet with life, and slowly nurture them. When the number of lives on this planet reached a certain level in the future, they would manifest. That is, they would absorb the power of all the creatures on this planet, and allow the embryo of the Celestials to develop into a true Celestial. In this process, in order to protect the life on the planet so that it could develop and grow normally, they created the mutants. But the mutants later mutated and turned from protectors into top hunters. In order to stop the mutants, the Celestials created a new race, the Eternals. The Eternals were given more powerful powers by the Celestials. They usually carried out missions in groups of 10. Except for the leader, no one else knew about the god manifestation, but just thought they were protecting the lives of the planet. After the god manifestation was over, these Eternals would be recycled and all their memories would be erased, and then they would wait for the next mission. More than 7,000 years ago, he sent 10 Eternals to Earth to protect the god manifestation, and then just when the god manifestation was about to begin, Tiamat's breath disappeared. But he couldn't locate who did it, so he could only find the 10 Eternals and ask them about the situation. Honorable Judge, we don't know what's going on either. Ajak was also confused at this time. The Eternals she led had wiped out the mutants on Earth a long time ago, and later disbanded due to ideological issues. And she herself was caught in the tangle of whether to protect the gods or the humans on Earth. Just as she was hesitating and the gods were about to begin, the embryos of the Celestials disappeared in an instant, and the judge came to Earth. It seems you really don't know. The judge used his ability to directly extract Ajak's memory, and indeed did not find any clues about Tiamat's disappearance. At the same time, when the judge was talking to the Eternals, the whole Earth was also in an uproar. A humanoid creature over 300,000 meters tall suddenly appeared on the Earth. Who wouldn't be scared when seeing it? Governments of various countries, organizations in various places, S.H.I.E.L.D., SWRD, and the Avengers, all became nervous. The news of the entire Earth also switched to reports of giant unknown creatures suddenly appearing outside the Earth. At the same time, all the anti-aircraft weapons of various countries locked onto the judge. If he made any unusual movements, he would be attacked by all the missiles on the Earth. Although those were not even enough to tickle him. After all, the most powerful nuclear weapon on Earth was developed under the guidance of an Eternal, who had obtained a small part of the knowledge of the Celestials. At the Avengers headquarters, all the Avengers gathered. Do you know who he is? What is his purpose? Nick Fury, who hurried over as a representative of various governments, asked the Avengers. If it wasn't too late to call Captain Marvel now, he would have pressed the pager to call Captain Marvel back to Earth for help. It's a pity that all the heroes, even Doctor Strange, who knows the most about the multiverse, don't know about the Celestials. There are indeed many books in Kamartaj that record the multiverse, but they basically introduce the various dimensional demons and the dangers of the multiverse. There is no knowledge about the Celestials, who created the stars and the Earth. I think I know that guy. At this moment, Thor seemed to remember something and pointed at Gilgamesh in the hands of the judge on the screen. He once assisted Asgard in repelling the Frost giants who invaded the Earth. He claimed to be a warrior from Olympia and came to Earth to protect humans. So that big guy has no hostility towards humans? Nick Fury asked. Thor shrugged. I don't know about this. I just know that Gilgamesh has no hostility towards humans. Tony, have you contacted Chuan? Nick Fury can only pin his hopes on Li Chuan, who is the most powerful and knowledgeable. Because only Li Chuan has been to the universe, and even opened a company in the universe, and knows many aliens. Maybe Li Chuan knows what the big guy outside is. No, I went out for something today, and I'm not at home. Tony replied helplessly, looking at the unanswered phone. But as soon as he finished speaking, Li Chuan appeared. That's the supreme god Alizum, who came to Earth to investigate the disappearance of the god embryo Tiamat. Chuan! Everyone was relieved when they saw Chuan. The experience over the years has taught them that as long as Li Chuan is there is nothing that cannot be solved. Dormammu invaded the Earth before, but was defeated by Li Chuan. And Li Chuan told them the other party's name and the purpose of coming to Earth as soon as he came out, which gave them great confidence. The supreme god Alizum, what is he, an alien? Tony asked curiously about everyone's doubts. It can't be called aliens. It's more appropriate to say that they are the creators of the world. The sun, The Earth and almost all the planets with life in the universe were created by this race of theirs. Then, Li Chuan told everything about the celestial god group and the god's appearance. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that the big guy outside was actually the existence that created stars and life in the universe, and they didn't expect that the Earth almost appeared and was destroyed without their knowledge. It's just too scary. If Li Chuan hadn't eliminated the embryos of the celestial group, the lives of all the people on Earth might have only been a few days. Will he choose to attack the Earth, or just leave? Captain America Steve looked at the screen, his tone full of worry. After knowing the origin of the Supreme Celestial, and why he came to Earth, everyone lost their confidence. I don't know either, but I plan to talk to him. Nick Fury, you notify the leaders of various countries, and tell them not to attack casually. It will have no effect except to anger him. After leaving a word, Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he was in front of the Supreme God. Law of heaven and earth. The great magical power of Taoism was exerted, and his body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant of 1 million meters, 3 times larger than the Supreme God Alizum. Respected Supreme God, can we talk? Chapter 598. Who are you? Arisam looked at the huge Li Chuan, feeling the terrifying energy contained in his body, and asked solemnly. Li Chuan replied very politely, I am a human from Earth. I saw that there was a creature in the center of the Earth that was about to absorb the life of the Earth to hatch, so I destroyed it to protect my home. I am very sorry for this, but I still hope you can forgive me for having to do it for my own planet. In his heart, he now wanted to take the Supreme God into the Tsukuyomi world for refinement, because compared to the embryo of the God, the Supreme God, a multiverse-level existence, could help him evolve the 24 heavens better. However, he would not do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Because the God group was created by eternity to create planets and life in various universes, it was nothing to get rid of a God group embryo, but it was better to get rid of the Supreme God, the boss of the God group. Then, he would be targeted by the entire Marvel Universe. Back then, the God of symbiotes, Null, was so powerful, and he was the peak of the multiverse. However, he did not have a good ending just because he killed an ancient God group. He did not want to be targeted by the Marvel Universe like Null and Scython. So if the Supreme God is willing to stop, then it's fine. If he is not willing to stop, then at most he will beat him back and seal him, and will not kill him, refine him, and absorb him. With his current strength, the Supreme God is not his opponent. After listening to Li Chuan's words, the Supreme God was silent for a moment, and finally replied, The Earth can actually give birth to an existence like you. It seems that it still has value. If that's the case, forget it. I hope you can protect this universe like you protect the Earth. Tiamat is already dead. Even if he kills this powerful Earthling, it will not help. The key is that he may not be able to defeat him. And his reasons are very sufficient, unlike some dimensional demons, who are not for destruction and destruction, but for saving the planet where they live, and they apologize very solemnly. Of course, the most important reason is that the other party is strong enough, and the fight between the two may cause harm to the universe, which is what he does not want to see. Thank you very much. Seeing that Alizum had given up revenge for Tiamat, Li Chuan was naturally very happy. No matter where you are, strength is the hard truth. If you had not been promoted to quasi-sage before entering the world of the Lotus Lantern, then it would not necessarily be such a friendly ending now. However, just as Li Chuan was about to send Alizum off from Earth, a black shadow with countless stars in its body suddenly appeared between Li Chuan and Alizum. Alizum has seen eternity. When the Supreme God saw the black shadow, he immediately lowered his head and showed a respectful look. Eternity. Li Chuan was shocked when he heard this. What is eternity? Eternity is the entire world of Marvel, representing the pinnacle of the multiverse. In fact, they are now in the body of eternity. Each single universe is an avatar of eternity, and the multiverse composed of countless single universes is the body of eternity. To put it more vividly, if one day a spirit is born in the moonlight world and the 24 heavens in his body, then this spirit is similar to the existence of eternity. As for him, Li Chuan, he can be compared to Oe. As for the life court that manages the entire multiverse, it is equivalent to him appointing a manager and granting him the right to use the law to manage the moon-reading world and the 24 heavens in his body. Arisam, go do what you should do, I want to talk to him. Yongheng instructed the Supreme God. The Supreme God nodded respectfully, broke through the space, and returned to his original place, and continued to create stars and planets. After the Supreme God left, Yongheng looked at Li Chuan and said, I know you don't belong to this world, but it doesn't matter. In my countless bodies, people like you often appear. As long as you are good for my body, I will not eliminate you. Respected Yongheng, I don't quite understand what you mean. Li Chuan's body was shocked, pretending to be confused. Yongheng's words seemed to contain a lot of information, but he was not sure if he understood it as he did. Yongheng was not angry about Li Chuan's answer, but continued to explain. In words that you can understand, the whole world is my body, and each universe is like a cell, they are constantly appearing and disappearing. The newly open timeline universe you are in belongs to a newly appeared cell. And you are a guest who entered this cell from outside my body. You often go in and out, and go to other people's bodies. But it doesn't matter. There are many foreign guests like you. You are distributed in different cells. Most of them died before they grew up. There are very few who can reach your level. But you don't have to worry. I don't mean to eliminate you. At least I won't eliminate you before you become a virus that erodes my cells. On the contrary, if you can help me eliminate some viruses in my body, I would be happy for you to live here forever. Hiss. After listening to Yongheng's words, Li Chuan also took a breath. Now he was finally sure that Yongheng knew that he was a time traveler, even when he first appeared in this world, and he was not the only time traveler. In many Marvel universes, there are time travelers like him. It's just that many of them may die before they grow up, and he is one of the few who grow up and reach this level. So Eternity came to see him specifically to warn him not to destroy the entire Marvel universe just because of his strength, otherwise Eternity would kill him. Of course, you can see that I have always been doing things to maintain world and universe peace, so you can rest assured that I will not become a virus in your body. That's good. If you are willing, help me clean up some viruses, I will be very grateful to you and give you some rewards. Yongheng nodded in satisfaction, and then made another request. What virus are you talking about? Li Chuan's heart moved. Yongheng said directly, for example, like Shisong, Dormammu, Nightmare, Demon, etc., they have been constantly destroying and devouring the cells in my body. Why don't you do it yourself? Li Chuan asked tentatively. Yongheng still did not hide. Just like when a virus appears in the human body, the body's immune cells will automatically eliminate them. But if the virus is too strong and the immune cells cannot solve it, then humans themselves cannot solve it. I am the same. At your level, as long as you hide deliberately, I can't kill you completely. Chapter 599. It is so. Li Chuan instantly relaxed after hearing this. No wonder he felt that the strength of Eternal was not strong, and most it was at the level of a single universe. Although the Eternal body was powerful, it could not exert such a strong power in every universe. So his status was high, but he could not do anything to the multiverse-level demon gods like Shisong. This also means that with his current strength, if he sincerely hides, it would be difficult for Eternal to kill him. At most, he would let a strong man of the same level like Vishandi to hunt him down. But there is no need to offend Eternity, at least he still hopes to continue to live and practice well in this universe. And killing Shisong was one of his goals. If Shisong does not die, his chaotic magic will always affect Wanda, and one day Wanda will be controlled by Shisong and become a puppet. Besides, he is now evolving the heavens and advancing to the saint, and he does need powerful dimensional demons like Shisong as fuel. If he can kill a few more, he will definitely not let them go. That is to say, at least for now, his goal is the same as Eternal's. No problem, since it will help the entire universe, I am willing to help. After figuring out the whole story, Li Chuan readily agreed, and Eternals were left very satisfied. Another 10 years. After returning to the Avengers base, and giving a brief report on the departure of the Supreme God, he returned home. When he returned home and opened his panel, he found that he had another 10 years of small world time. When the Supreme God appeared outside the Earth, the panel released a side mission to protect the Earth, and the mission reward was 10 years of small world time. If you go one step further, you may not be needed anymore. He was already in the late stage of quasi-saint, and actually had already felt something after returning to the main world this time. That is, he could roughly sense the coordinates of the several small worlds he had visited, but they were very far away, much farther than other multiverses. With his current understanding of space, he could not cross such a long distance. But if he could be promoted to a saint, maybe even without the panel, he could break through the space and directly descend to those small worlds, and he could stay as long as he wanted and come back whenever he wanted. If that was the case, he would have a way out. Even if he couldn't stay in Marvel, he could go to other worlds. Forget it, let's have a good rest first. Instead of hunting the demon god immediately, Li Chuan completely let go of the sense of crisis in his heart, and relaxed and accompanied Wanda and Charlie. Before, he always felt that he was not strong enough, and was always worried that his identity, as a time traveler, would be seen through by beings like Eternity. Now, That is not necessary. Eternity knows his situation and welcomes him to stay here. The most important thing is that even if he turns against him, at most he can take the whole earth into his own world, and eternity can't do anything to him. After resting for about a year, he began to hunt the demon god. However, his initial target was not the demon god of the Marvel Universe, but the demon god of the Elder Scrolls world. Because the demons who can survive in the Marvel Universe all the time, which one does not have a trump card to save his life, even with his current strength, it is easy to defeat, but it is more difficult to catch and refine. On the contrary, the demons in the Elder Scrolls world are relatively weaker, and basically have never experienced a beating, and have always been at the top of the world. They like to use the mortal world as a playground. As long as you break into their annihilation space, you can basically catch one. And as long as the Holy Spirits are fine, the death of a few of these demons will not affect the development of the entire world, and the Holy Spirits are even more happy to see it happen. In the Elder Scrolls world, Li Chuan immediately ordered the Empire to collect all the altar statues of the demon god after he appeared. The altar statues of the demon god usually have the power of the demon god remaining. Following these powers, he can locate the annihilation space of the demon god and then force his way in. As the Emperor of all Tamriel, his orders were quickly executed. Valmina, Sanguine, Parrot, Nocturnal, Namara, Molag Bal, Meridia, Mephala, Maroons Dagon, Malakath, Shiagarath, Herson, Hermias Mora, Clavicus Vile, Bothia and Azura. A total of 15 altar statues of demon gods were placed in front of him. Forget about these two. After eliminating the two demon gods Azura and Meridia, who symbolized kindness, Li Chuan placed the remaining 11 demon god statues one by one, and then began to sense. Soon, he locked onto the annihilation space of Maroons Dagon, the demon god closest to Nirn, who symbolized destruction and destruction. With a flash of his figure, Li Chuan disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, the surrounding area was already a dead land, barren wasteland, a sea made of magma, and countless Dramora, horror beasts and Slavs living on this land. In the center of this space, there stood a huge demon temple. Who dares to invade my deathland? A thunderous roar sounded, and then a demon with 4 arms, nearly 10,000 meters tall, and wrapped in flames appeared in front of Li Chuan. It was because Li Chuan came over without hiding that the demon Dagon discovered him. You and your deathland space belong to me. Li Chuan transformed himself, and his body instantly grew to 1,000,000 meters, and then he grabbed Dagon in his hand like a little chicken. No matter how he struggled, no matter how he activated the space to suppress Li Chuan, it was useless. Under the amplification of his own annihilation space, his strength level is at most equivalent to Dagon, a golden immortal, and compared with Li Chuan, who is in the late stage of quasi-sage, he is a whole realm behind. He crushed Dagon with force, and opened the entrance to the world between his eyebrows. The moon-reading main world, and the 24 heavens came out together, instantly suppressing Dagon's dead space, and forcibly taking it in. The whole battle process took less than 10 seconds, and the powerful demon Dagon, who had invaded Nain, was forcibly suppressed by Li Chuan in his own world. Next, Herson, the ancestor of werewolves. With a flash of his figure, he entered a world formed entirely by bloody hunting. No! Herson, Send, one after another, basically no demon god could last half a minute in Li Chuan's hands. After the demon god and the annihilation space were all suppressed by the moon-reading world, he returned to the main world, and then entered the Balian Lantern world again. The energy level of the Balian Lantern world is higher, which is more conducive to his retreat and breakthrough. Transfer the creatures in the demon god space to the Tsukuyomi world, and then use the souls of these demon gods and their annihilation space as fuel to continue refining and extracting the laws in them, catalyzing the 24 heavens. 5 years later, Li Chuan opened his eyes again. It's always a little short. It seems that no matter how many ordinary demon gods there are, it's not enough for me to advance to a saint. After reaching the peak of quasi-sainthood, the 24 heavens could never become a world where life could truly be born like the Tsukuyomi world, even if the souls of those demon gods and the annihilation space were all consumed, but there was always a little short. At this point, he understood that if he wanted to advance to the saint level in his current form, he had to use a demon god, who was at least at the peak of the multiverse as fuel, and the other party must be ancient enough and have enough laws. Only in this way can his moon-reading world and the 24 heavens be completely perfected. Or he could spend millions of years to slowly cultivate and evolve. It seems that I really have to fight with Shisuan. With the cultivation of the peak of the quasi-saint, plus the moon-reading world and the 24 heavens, and his body that was comparable to that of a saint after his 8-9 mysterious arts was cultivated to the extreme, he had a great chance of winning against Shisui-in, a guy at the peak of the multiverse. But if you want to capture Shisung and completely suppress and refine him, it will be very difficult. After all, the cooperation between Eternal and Bashandi seems to have only locked Shisung in a certain area in the multiverse, and he can still cause trouble through the Dark God Book and the power of chaos. The number of universes destroyed by the Dark God Book alone is countless. Shamelessly find the Master. Coming out of the retreat room, Li Chuan found Yu Dingjinren. Master, I need to see the Master for something. What's the matter? Asked Master Yuding while editing his own Taoist book and drinking a little wine. After the Battle of the Gods, Master Yuding's reputation as a famous teacher in the three realms became popular. The 4 disciples he taught were more powerful than the other, especially the eldest disciple Li Qing, who made great contributions in the Battle of the Gods. Afterwards, he was summoned by Yuanshi Tianzuan, who personally preached to him, which greatly made him proud. Now Yang Jian's 3 disciples are stationed in Guangjiangku to accompany their parents, and the eldest disciple Li Qing is practicing in seclusion. He is leisurely compiling a Taoist book that belongs to him every day. My disciple is now a quasi-saint. I want to borrow Master's Pangu banner to realize the truth. I hope Master can help me say a few good words when the time comes. Li Chuan said. He is indeed not sure that he can take down Shisui-in, but if he can borrow Yuanshi Tianzuan's Pangu banner, that would be another story. Pangu banner is the top innate treasure bestowed by Hongjun Patriarch to Yuanshi Tianzuan. It has the power to tear apart the chaos of Hongming, the power to shatter the time and space of the heavens, the power to interpret the infinite way of creation, the power to control the mysteries of all things, and the power to open up the world. And he can control the power of heaven and earth. Attack and creation are ranked first in the prehistoric world. If the Zhu Xian sword formation is a large group attack formation, which is invincible in group attack, then Pangu banner is a single attack formation. Puff, what did you say? You are a quasi-saint. Jade Dingjinren directly spit out a mouthful of wine. When the conferred God War just ended, Li Chuan was still a Daluo Jingxian. How come he has become a quasi-saint in just a few years? Normally, the further you go in the future, the harder it is to practice, and the slower your cultivation level will be. Why is his eldest disciple practicing faster and faster? Master, you should know that my disciple follows the path of evolution of the heavens. In the conferred gods battle, I got a lot of spiritual treasures, especially the innate spiritual treasure Dinghai Pearl. In addition, my master taught me personally, so I was able to break through to the quasi-sage so quickly. Li Chuan explained with a smile. But you are too fast. Jade Dingjinren scratched his head. He knew it, but he thought it would take at least a few hundred years. That's a quasi-sage, and there are not many in the entire 3 realms now. Let's go to Kunlun Mountain. I will help you borrow the Pangu banner. But then he grinned again. His disciple had broken through and became a quasi-saint, which was rare in the 3 realms. This must be known to all his brothers and sisters. As for borrowing the Pangu banner, since his disciple wanted to use it to gain enlightenment, he would definitely support it with all his strength. Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. Junior brother Yuding, how is your Taoist book going? My disciple Li Qing has become a quasi-saint. Junior brother Yuding, how is your cultivation going these days? My disciple Li Qing has become a quasi-saint. Meet Master Yuding. Your senior brother Li Qing has become a quasi-saint. Waving the Bagua fan and taking steps without recognizing relatives. No matter who greeted Master Yuding, his answer was always that his disciple had advanced to a quasi-saint, which made Li Chuan, who was so thick-skinned, feel embarrassed. Of course, the effect was absolutely good, scaring a large number of 2nd and 3rd generation disciples of Yushu Palace. Master, your disciple is here to see you. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan sitting on the cushion, Master Yuding ran up and patted his shoulders with a diligent look on his face. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan said angrily, I'm only dealing with these mundane things. I told you to stay out of the mundane affairs and practice more, but you just won't listen. Why are you looking for me? Master, my disciple Li Qing. Yu Dingjinren smiled and started to speak, but was interrupted by Yuanshi Tianzuan before he could finish his words. I know you have been promoted to quasi-saint. You have called me 800 times since you entered Yushu Palace. How can I not hear you? Tell me what you want to ask me. Grandmaster, I have encountered a bottleneck in my practice, so I want to borrow your innate treasure Pangu banner to see if I can gain some insights and break through the bottleneck. At this time, Li Chuan bowed and replied, You have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. Let me take a look. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Li Chuan with divine light in his eyes, and immediately exclaimed, You are already at the peak of quasi-saint, just one step away from becoming a saint. He expected that this disciple would be promoted to quasi-saint. After all, he opened up the inner world, and got so many innate spiritual treasures in the conferred God battle. He also gave him a special lecture. But he originally thought that it would take at least 100 years to be promoted, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. If that were the case, it would be fine. What he didn't expect was that he was not just a quasi-saint, but had already reached the peak of quasi-saint, and was only one step away from becoming a saint. Yes, master, you can help Li Qing. If he becomes a saint, then we will have 2 saints in the Chan sect. At this time, Jade Dingzhenren also rushed up to attack. Yuan Shitianzuan nodded when he heard this, and a rare look of relief appeared on his face. I thought your master Ran Ding had the best hope of becoming a saint, but I didn't expect it to be you. However, a mere Pengu banner may not be enough. How about this? I will lend you the Pengu banner and the Chaos Pearl together, hoping that you can gain some enlightenment within 10,000 years and advance to the status of a saint. He just waved his hand, and a simple banner with terrible power, and a pearl with the power of chaos flew out and landed in front of Li Chuan. Thank you, master. Li Chuan's eyes showed ecstasy. Originally, he just wanted to borrow the Pengu banner, but he didn't expect that Yuan Shitianzuan saw that he had the opportunity to become a saint, and even lent him the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl is one of the 4 Chaos treasures. It was born in the Chaos and contains a Chaos world. It is equivalent to the Heavenly Tao. It is a Heavenly Tao level treasure with 49 restrictions. Shisong, you are in trouble now. Returning to the Jinxia Cave in Yuchuan Mountain, Li Chuan returned to the main world with Pengu banner and Chaos Pearl. Then he took out the Dark Book of Shisong. The Dark Book is a treasure released by Shisong. Anyone can find the knowledge they want from this book, because it is connected to Shisong's spirit. But he would also be affected by Shisong and slowly enter the darkness. Relying on the Dark Book, he could accurately locate Shisong's position. I found you. Reaching out to tear the barrier of the multiverse, Li Chuan crossed countless universes, and finally appeared in front of an extremely huge black humanoid creature. Similar to the previous eternal projection, there seemed to be multiple universes constantly appearing in the body of this black figure, and then constantly destroyed, giving birth to a huge chaotic force. Who are you? Sensing the appearance of Li Chuan and the energy in his body, that was no weaker than his own, the black figure asked with some caution. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I was entrusted by Yongheng to kill you. Without any nonsense, Li Chuan directly sacrificed the Chaos Pearl. Under the urging of Li Chuan's magic power, the Chaos Pearl turned into a chaotic world and instantly put Shisui in it. He is not afraid of not being able to beat Shisui now, but he is afraid that Shisui will escape. With Shisui's strength, he has already comprehended the law of space to the extreme. Even if he puts it into the world of Tsukuyami, he can easily break it and escape. At that time, it will be an endless pursuit of time and space, just like the God-Eater Atom. But as long as it is loaded into the Chaos Orb, not to mention you are Shisong, even if you are the Life Tribunal, you may not be able to escape. Another person said by eternity, doesn't he understand after so many years? He can't kill me, I will slowly eat him away and devour everything about him. Shisong laughed arrogantly, countless universes exploded in his body, and powerful chaos power gushed out, breaking through the space and escaping from here. He only fights with those who are weaker than him. Even if they are of similar strength, he will not fight. This is the way to survive and become stronger. However, the next second, he could not laugh anymore. Because no matter how much he outputs the power of chaos, the space of this world is as solid as a rock, without any ripples. And his power of chaos was actually completely absorbed by this world. This is impossible. After finding that he could not escape, Shisui immediately focused his attention on Li Chuan. Since he couldn't escape, he could only kill the guy in front of him. They were all at the same level, so he wouldn't necessarily lose. It's a pity that you didn't join forces with those guys from Vishani, otherwise if you guys trap me here and attack me together, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill you? Why do I need their help? Li Chuan said, and then offered Pengu banner. You're too arrogant. As the strongest god of darkness, even Dormammu mastered the dark dimension by looking at his magic book. Do you really think he can't be defeated every time he escapes? The chaotic power, as red as Wanda's, burst out and attacked Li Chuan. The primordial chi comes first, and the 10,000 calamities of cultivation are combined with Taixien. Don't say there are many changes in this. The mercury and lead will be eliminated, and the blessings will be boundless. Li Chuan pinched the magic formula and chanted the spell, and the Pengu banner immediately became thousands of times larger. Holding the Pengu banner and shaking it vigorously, Open the Sky Blade, tear the chaos, split time and space, and open up the boundless primitive world. A mysterious light burst out from the Pengu banner, and the red world evolved by the chaotic power of Shisung was immediately divided into two halves. The mysterious light of creation, the division of yin and yang, the regulation of the five elements, the derivation of infinite earth, water, fire and wind. The laws of yin and yang and the five elements extended out, turning into chains that entangled Shisung's body. The barrier of the primordial world, the chaos of the universe, the evolution of the endless chaotic world. After another shake, Shisung's huge body immediately began to break. The world and the earth are in mourning, breaking the world, destroying the ancient and modern, and destroying countless worlds. After the last shake, Shisung's consciousness was directly annihilated, and his shattered chaotic power and huge soul were easily sucked into the Tsukuyomi world by Li Chuan to suppress it. It's a good opportunity to break through. After suppressing Zisoan with Pengu Banner and Chaos Pearl, Li Chuan entered the precious Lotus Lantern world again, refining and absorbing everything from Zisoan to support the evolution of the 24 heavens. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a long time had passed. The 24 heavens world finally evolved successfully, turning into 24 worlds as complete as the Tsukuyomi world, and began to expand outward at a very fast speed to 48, 64, and 128 worlds. 100 years later, Yuchuan Mountain, Jinxia Cave. The sound of the great Tao rang out, countless golden lotuses bloomed in the void, and colorful clouds filled the entire sky. A fellow Taoist has become a saint. A fellow Taoist has become a saint. A fellow Taoist has become a saint. The saints opened their eyes one by one, and looked in the direction of the Jinxia Cave on Yuchuan. From now on, the three realms will have another saint. Finally he became a saint, and it took 100 years. At this time, Li Chuan also opened his eyes. His small world didn't have enough time for him to stay that long, but the panel could no longer force him back to the main world. He stretched out his hand, and the virtual panel in front of him instantly appeared in his hand, and then turned into a crystal clear round bead, which was the panel itself. Although I don't know who made you, and who gave you to me, I still thank you. If I meet you in the future, I will definitely repay you. He completely refined the round bead with the power of a saint, and the spatial coordinates of the worlds appeared in his mind. He turned around and returned to his home in the main world of Marvel. It seems that I can explore more worlds in the future if I have the opportunity. Putting away the beads, Li Chuan pushed the door and walked out of the room. Wanda was feeding the newly hatched unicorn in the yard with little Charlie. Dad, come and see if the little unicorn can eat. Let's rest for a few hundred years before exploring other worlds. Looking at his wife and children, Li Chuan showed a bright smile on his face.